or even the kid-oriented wagon chain. Join us at iWagon.com. That's iWaggit. iWagon.com. And blast off. Go with your guts. Go with Dynamite. 70% of your dog's immune system is based in the gut. So, for overall health, good nutrition is vital. But how can you be sure your dog is getting the nutrition they need? A diet lacking proper nutrients can present issues like itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. Dinovites is a delicious nutritional supplement created to boost your dog's overall health. And the reviews are incredible.
Poor Sam, he was a mess. Always itching. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started to see improvement, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent.
Right now, try Dynamite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dynamite.com/radio. That's DINOVITE.com/radio. Happier with every bite. Over $1 million that's helped with Dynamite. Yeah, welcome back to Coast, George Noe with you, Wayne Salton with us as we talk about his latest work, the nonfiction version of The Journey Across Spread. They're talking about Louis Alessandro, and that was an incredible story when the New York Times broke it, Wayne.
Absolutely. I think it changed everything. It really brought forth the idea that the government does take it seriously, the Pentagon takes it seriously. It's no longer a trifling matter, no longer something people should be ridiculed for believing in. So, yeah, I do think it was a game changer big time.
Other things affected you when you were little as well. You mentioned the JFK assassination. I just did 2 hours on that. What happened to you then?
Well, the thing about that is I was 11 years old when John F. Kennedy was assassinated, and it was my first real experience with death. And I mean, he was such a revered figure, and also then the fact that Lee Harvey Oswald was shot and killed on live television. Like, this was quite an amazing thing. Interestingly, I just showed a bit, and it is in the book. I met a lady in Dallas. I have a business in Dallas, and I met her at a business function, and I was telling her about my interest in the assassination and how I was so emotionally affected by it when I was young. And it turned out that she was a stripper in Jack Ruby's club. So
I wonder if there are any shareholders that are MMTOP veterans that were in like Vietnam or something. That's so sad.
The day that Kennedy was assassinated, her husband disappeared. She left town and she never saw him again. So
Never saw her husband again?
she never saw him again. He just left town and she doesn't know to this day what happened to him. But one of the things he left behind was a little notebook. And quite interestingly, there was this entry, just a very simple entry, that said, Oswald, $10,000.
Going to be anymore. I suck. Like, the way I fucking. The second I wrote this bitch, I'm out. And when I'm it's not because I'm.
In my mind, it ties in this whole idea of the mob, and I'm pulling off this particular assassination. But I think it's a mystery. By now,
This is really about why the majority nations are forever cursed because the level of hypocrisy. Islam role is these days, Somalis are particular.
the transcendental media, and I was first, just after the Kennedy assassination, as people my age would know, the Beatles arrived in America and absolutely changed the culture. those lyrics were just so phenomenal, and there was the whole rise of the Australian, I call it the Australian agriculture. You might say, there was a whole change in culture there, and very anti-war, which I immediately, like, I'm very much against violence and aggression and certainly killing and that sort of thing, and I just think that Dylan, he was able to just put those emotions,
all I can say is about performances perception is reality, just like in
into words, and in a way,
what about the temperature?
Was just so perfect for conveying the gravity of his meaning. So, yeah, he was a huge influence on me, and to this day, I still think that when I listen to Bob Dylan, like, nobody is quite touching in the way that he comes across. Brilliant genius, Bob Dylan.
I know his son Jesse Dylan, and I've been trying to get Jesse to convince his dad to do some radio with us. He just doesn't want to do interviews, but that would be great, wouldn't it?
That would be absolutely tremendous.
A friend of ours is a friend of yours, and he wrote the clues to your book, The Journey Across Forever.
To be a laugh track from now on about lights, which should help with directing you on when you should be laughing.
I'll tell you how I came into contact with the Colonel. My last fictional work is called Crimson Firestone Mars, and many might know the Colonel wrote a book called UFO, and it's just I highly recommend.
How can you do one without them?
And had access to information that most of us do not. And I just took his book, and I was just so enthralled with it that I incorporated a particular quote or two in my book, Crimson Firestone Mars, which is essentially a fictional thriller about two groups that each want to be the first to blast off from Mars. So one group sends a team of assassins against the other, and that's the thriller part of it, which I highly recommend. I think people would enjoy it. But I did quote the Colonel in the book. One particular chapter is called Otherworld Mystery, and I included it in The Journey Across Forever because it basically wraps up my whole.
So I am legally not allowed to take the vaccine at the moment. We of course consider to make that possible. It is more important for us that our co-workers and partners get vaccinated. So our goal is to produce more than 1.3 billion doses in 2021, and that can only be done if we can really continue to work 24/7 without any interruption. And we need to ensure that we protect the co-workers and our team members from COVID-19 infection, because that would mean interruption and delay and waste of vaccine doses, and therefore we consider to make an extra batch independent from the European contingent available to collaboration partners who are supporting us and to our team members. But I understand why are you not legally allowed to take the vaccine? Because you know that there is a priority. The vaccine is not allowed to be taken outside of this priority. And what is also important, we were even not allowed to participate in clinical trials because per law it is not possible to include company people into such trials, which is really fine. But now we have to deal with the more important challenge that we need to ensure functionality of our whole company, of our teams, and therefore this is needed, and I think we will find a legal and fair solution for that. So many thanks.
So he understood that there seems to be the material side, but there's some other element that doesn't quite work with that. Like there's the bias of the law of physics that is that really says a lot. Like it's kind of material, but also kind of fresh and gentle, and we're trying to find what this middle ground is. There's where the great mystery is.
You write about something called paranormal type. What is that?
Paranormal type is a chapter dedicated to the idea that the popular notion of what the paranormal is it's kind of predicated on these early comic book ideas of superheroes, like, of course, Superman being the first and foremost. And I think the modern conception of the paranormal is very supernatural. And I'm not sure that it is as supernatural as we think. Like, I think there's a natural level that involves interdimensional things going on. So it's natural in a super way, but it's not, it doesn't necessarily have to be something that is like we see with the movies and comic books and TV shows where these people are doing things that are so extraordinary, there's just no way you can find it believable.
The media doesn't want you to see. You're going to love this one. So there's this massive flood, right? Down in Louisiana, real bad stuff. And everybody's just watching on their TV saying, oh, that's so sad. And then changing the channel. But not Trump. No, he doesn't sit back and just watch. That's not how he rolls. This guy, he's a billionaire, could have just written a check and called it a day. But no, he decides he's going to get his hands dirty. So he loads up an 18-wheeler with supplies. We're talking food, clothes, diapers, everything these people need. And he doesn't just send it down there, no sir. He hops on a plane and delivers it himself. That's right. The man who could be chilling in his gold-plated tower in New York is down in Louisiana, handing out supplies. And he's not there for a photo op. Doesn't even tell the press. The only reason we know about it is because the locals couldn't believe their eyes and started taking pictures. But the big dog, he's not done yet. He says, I'm going to donate 100K to help with the recovery. Now the Washington Post reports this. And what does the left do? They lose their minds. Oh, it's just a drop in the bucket for him. It's just a PR stunt. You know what I say to that? Bullshit. 100K is 100K. It doesn't matter if you're a billionaire or a college student. That's money that's going to help people rebuild their homes, their lives. And Trump didn't have to do it. He could have just sent his thoughts and prayers like everybody else. But he didn't. He put his money where his mouth is. So next time someone tells you Trump doesn't care about the little guy, you tell him.
Because in the end, it seems that how we treat other people is the whole ballgame in terms of our spirituality. So I just think that young people growing up with these Marvel superheroes and so forth, I have a bit of a country going and that's go, shall we say, whereas, you know, spirituality is ultimately about the magic and about kindness, these programs. Not only just represental, like our angels. I agree with that. I believe that they are angels, and I think that they have influenced us for millennia. And so the angelic impulse, you might say, or the connection, is something that has inspired humans for thousands of years. And I don't think we would have these spiritual traditions we have if we hadn't been inspired by these things. When people transition out of this world, they all love, and that is exactly what we associate angels with radiance and with the ability to fly and develop a feeling of love. People who have had these experiences, they don't want to come back into this world because this world is a place of duality. It has the pleasures, but it has the pain. And the Buddha talked about how all life is suffering. At some level, we all suffer. And the thing is, if we learn to be compassionate and we learn to treat other people in the way that this is treated, the golden rule would apply here. When we transition out, the being of life needs us and helps us to navigate our way in the so-called afterlife. The afterlife review, which I mentioned earlier as well, about how we will feel, how we make other people feel.
Oh my god, I got a pimple. In the center of my chest, I can feel it. Is it a pimple? Yep.
If you're in any way doing negative, violent things, all of that would come back to you. Is apparently the intensity of it, of feeling how you make these people feel that you harm, is just excruciating. Is that what some call hell? Yes, indeed. It's hellish feeling. And this is exactly what hell is. It's a mental, psychic kind of experience where you are experiencing all these dark qualities and
dog. You got that dog in you, kid. I know.
You know, do abusive things, to use people to be a kind, even making little remarks that undercut people or in some way insult them. All of that is negative activity. It's going to come back to you, and that's why I say it's the ultimate karmic moment. And we need to be cognizant of that.
Yoshi.
And now, so that we have a course correction if we need it in our lives.
I agree. Where do people pick up the book, The Journey Across Forever?
They can get it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and also with the
Yoshi.
John Hunt Publishing has it available. So I encourage people to
Yoshi.
be inspired by it. That's what it's all about, inspiration.
All right, we're going to come and continue chatting about this book. I want to get into
Yoshi.
yoga, what that's all about, and of course, some of these other incredible stories that you've talked about. Plus, we'll take phone calls when we come back with you on Coast to Coast AM. Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Yoshi. 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 Yoshi.
CEO Howard Mackler of Innovation Refunds and GetRefunds.com explain how they've helped so many small businesses with their ERC tax refunds.
Yoshi.
Refunds has already completed over 17,000 returns from many different kinds of businesses: construction, retail, restaurants, bars, hotels, professional corporations, and so many more. The ERC tax credit is a refund on your already paid taxes. It's not a loan. ERC is designed to let business owners use the refund money for anything your business needs.
Yoshi.
It's totally up to you. Go to getrefunds.com, start the process. You could be on your way to receiving your business, and there's no charge up front either. They don't get paid unless you get paid. They've already helped clients claim over $5 billion in tax refunds through the ERC. So go to getrefunds.com or download the app from the App Store. Getrefunds.com.
Chinese, Russian, English, Canadian, Spanish, Arabic, Chechen, hieroglyphics, Basque, Greek, Sanskrit, Hebrew, Hindi, Swahili, Arabic. Yo, dog. Dog. Yo, dog. Dog.
24-hour news bulletin. Four folks have been brake tagged, another 16 being monitored after a landslide at Palace British Peninsula gave way. County Board Supervisor Janice Hahn says the heavy winter rains mostly involved. Residents at Mercy Lane noticed the land shift around 4 p.m. Saturday. No injuries have been reported, but the homes are a total loss. A plane has crashed into the roof of a building at the Long Beach airport. This happened yesterday. The FAA says the pilot was the only occupant and was
Yo, dog.
takeoffs and landings when the plane crashed. The unidentified pilot suffered minor injuries.
Dog.
The NTSB is now investigating. Hotel workers have walked out again. Several locations had striking workers yesterday. The union is calling this the second wave of strike. Union Local 11 represents 32,000 hospitality workers. They're asking for more money and better working conditions. The family of a 14-year-old girl is calling for justice after they say she was assaulted at Marine Base.
Betty Beret, the kind you find at a second-hand store. Raspberry Beret. If it was warm, she wouldn't wear much more. Raspberry Beret. I think I love her. Like it was. Oh, swear that.
And a man in Chatsworth has lost his pet snake, so be on the lookout for a 15-foot python. Family pet escaped from the backyard near Willow Gray Avenue. Southland weather from KFI. Sunny and hot today, 70s for the beaches, 80s and 90s inland. Right now it's 64 in Macoma. Seal Beach checked in at 62. 52 degrees in Calabasas and it's 67 in
1, 2, 3.
From the KFI 24-hour news bulletin, I'm Green Tennis.
Working night time at the Miami Dime. My boss was Mr. McGee.
Oh, low device storage. That was tight. Zuckerberg. Fuck. Zuckerberg sucks.
If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving or maybe even inherited a home, and now what do? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told clean and paint and repair, and buyers are going to walk through. The house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business. Janet and Matt, brother and sister, I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call to DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com.
Ocean View. Magical sunset. A luxury resort like no other. Discover Terranea, located along the coast of the Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to Terranea now at terranea.com or call 310-265-2800. That's 310-265-2800. Terranea.com.
Because Smell Good Plumbers at My Diamond will unclog your drain for $99. And Stop It and Stop by these aroma-filled technicians can save you money, prevent flooding inside your home, and remove all unnecessary noise from your life. Your drain will clean more efficiently, your pipes will flow smoother, and your faces and housemates will be restored. There's $99 uninstallable laser supplies and kitchen sinks, mainline sewage options, and all 5 culinary orders. Schedule an appointment today. Your My Diamond plumber will show up on time, act professional, and smell better than a new car wrapped in thank you. You will be able to get back to life sooner, focus on things that really matter, and avoid the unsanitary atrocities of blah, 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 plumber. No brothers here to help unclog drains. Reference the $99 stoppage page at smellgoodplumber.com. They call 800-446. Contact them up at 729-9. This is My Diamond, and I guarantee my plumber will show up on time and smell good. Upslow is free. She said, hey, you work at KFI? I said, yeah. And she said, my boyfriend well, what's the thing? She was against my ex-boyfriend. Whenever we got in the car at night, he wanted to listen to you, and I wanted to talk, and I got pissed. Whoa! Welcome up to the Tim Conway Jr. Show. Now that you're single, funny more than this. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're comparing this country with a 5% and we're with the other 95%.
KFI, why
The
not?
other 95% is constantly
Not
busy.
that.
They're constantly on defense, constantly on their heels, constantly reacting. I got
Let's
something
go
to say
wake
about
up
the
call.
95%. You act like they're all ready to fight back. No, they just go along. Oh, okay, done again. They're not really engaged. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is Jacob Evans. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24.
Red chunk that stuff.
AM 640.
Fotoporn. Really? Yo, dog, how is this a thing?
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're chatting with Wayne Solomon about his work, The Journey Across Forever, and we have more to talk with him about, and we'll take your calls on Coast to Coast AM. As central banks in countries like China, India, Australia began pushing and transitioning to digital currency, the Federal Reserve has been contemplating the same for the U.S. And with the digital currency, the government could track every single purchase you make. Officials could even prohibit you from purchasing certain products or easily freeze or seize part or all of your money. And there are some of the reasons concerned Americans reach out to Birch Gold Group. They want some help. They want digital
Yo, dog.
that's independent from the U.S. dollar, and that is gold. Hold it in a tax-sheltered retirement. Learn if gold is right for you. Text Coast to 989898. They'll send you a free info kit on gold with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of happy customers and countless 5-star reviews. Birch Gold can help you diversify into gold. Simply text Coast 989898 and send you a free info kit on gold. Take advantage of it. As central bank digital currency becomes reality, we like that gold.
I was working hard time after diving time. My boss was Mr. McGee. Yo, dog. I was always bruising. Bruising?
I had bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed I was looking at my arms and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always celebrating."
Little red Corvette,
But I know something's happening.
dying much too fast. Wow, little red Corvette. Did you find a love that's gonna last? Well,
And welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with your Wayne Solomon with us. When you talk about dream yoga, let's talk a little bit about that because that ties into your first book, The Dream Illuminati.
Little red Corvette, baby, you're much too fast. Wow. Little red Corvette, need to find a love that's gonna last. Oh, baby.
Put my focus in the night. And then when I was a teenager, I began reading a room who talked a lot about dreams and the significance of dreams and so forth. So dreams of flying are really kind of universal. And many of us have them, and you might wonder what they're all about, but they're very exciting. Just for starters, the idea that you can defy gravity and just fly around, and it's a very exhilarating experience. So my first book, The Dream Illuminati, was based on a group of, like Robert F. Wilson called Flying Mystics, but they were people who had a personal rocket pack, a jet pack. So this is about 20 years in the future or so. And they were really hopeful to fly. And it's just controversial in the book. There's a lot about it in the thriller. But it also ties in the deeper understanding of what flight is all about in our dreams, or what our dreams are all about. So I think that dreams can be a direct connection to this higher intelligence realm.
Yo, dog. Dog. You got that dog in you. Yo, she like, Mike has that dog in him.
Might be fear skies, or could be these transcendentals and angels and this sort of thing. But it could inspire us to move our lives in a certain way. So I was just fascinated with
Yo,
and
you're gonna go at yourself like a dog?
about dreams my whole life.
Perhaps.
And to this day, sometimes I still have
Oh, what is this one? 34 minutes. That was sick. That one was sick. Oh, fuck you.
And I do think these are significant messages from a higher level. And I think it's very
Yo, dog.
So the Eastern sages have a whole yoga, which is called dream yoga. And you're just learning to be in control of your mind. So there's the lucid dream phenomenon. And
Yo, dog.
but just mainly learning to pay attention and try to discover what the significance
Yo, dog.
of the dreams are trying to tell you.
Quit kicking me out.
And Jung is an excellent source to go with that to understand about the archetypes and the mythic qualities to our lives.
Good point. What is the story behind the Power Stone?
The Power Stone is about the Aboriginal dream time. And this again ties in, therefore, some say the
Look at this one, Yosh.
in Australia for up to 40,000 years. So that's a long time, and they've always insisted that there is such a thing as the dream time or the dreaming. But what happened to me really convinced me of the authenticity of this. And what happened
Yosh,
is I was traveling.
did you see that move?
I lived in Australia for like
Like,
3
dude,
years,
Medina
and I
would
was
love
in
that.
Perth at one
And I know. Remember,
time. I
Medina.
lived in Melbourne.
Yosh,
I was on my way back
dog.
to Melbourne after a holiday, and just at random stopped. Just took a road down to the ocean in South Australia, and set up camp and just wandered about looking at interesting rocks and
Dog.
so forth. But I found a cave, and when I was very low, opening right on the water. And I
Yosh.
looked inside and I could see light inside there. So I was intrigued and I crawled into the cave and there was a hole
Yoshi.
in the roof. So it's probably a blowhole where the tide was not free. But I found an apple
Yoshi. Okay, let's move.
in the midst of this cave. And it was absolutely fascinating. About as long as my forearm. And it had good talking bands on it. Well, was it chiseled or was it natural? Well, the
Push
thing
for
was,
that.
it seemed natural looking to me. Yeah, I figured it's been rolled in the dirt for thousands of years, who knows how long. But it turns out it was an Aboriginal artifact or a power stone. They're called, the name is Trillion. I innocently took the stone back to my place in Melbourne. And then that was the next day. And I put stones and shells and things that I collected on the floor of the bedroom. I took a shower, sat back on the bed, and started reading a book of poetry. Started just relaxing. And I happened to look up at one point and noticed that the whole upper part of the room was filled with mist. And I was really intrigued by this. There was a green Chinese lantern shape in the middle of the room coming from the ceiling. And the mist was so thick around that I was absolutely mesmerized. And then I noticed a spinning spiral in the mist that was probably as long as my arm. So it was sizable spiral. And it was just moving, it was just circulating there by the old Victorian fireplace that was in the room. And there was a clock right beside the bed. So I know that the experience lasted over an hour where I'm just looking at the spiral in the mist. And at one point the spiral came at me and entered me and spun around and I just sensed that it was checking me out. And then it backed up back by the fireplace. So as I say, for over an hour I was experiencing this, and at one point someone started a car outside, and it seemed like that noise disrupted the situation, and the spiral started crackling, and then shot up through the ceiling, and in an absolute instant, the whole mist just cleared out. So I was stunned. But it was a very positive experience at the same time. But it wasn't like there was any fear involved with it, but it was very intriguing. About a week later, well, first I should say, the Australian couple I knew, they came and saw the stone and they said, this is probably an Aboriginal artifact. You shouldn't have taken one. And I'm like, oh dear, what did I do? What did I do? But anyway, the short story is I met an Aboriginal woman in a store that specialized in their culture. And I told her about the stone and she said, I have a friend who's a professor at the university and he knows all about these things. So bring me the stone and I will pass it on to him. And he will tell us if it's an Aboriginal artifact or not. So I did that, and it was about a week after that, I got a phone call from the woman, and she said, I'm sorry, I had to give the stone to the Aborigines. And I'm like, well, okay, because it had been identified as an Aboriginal, and the Taringa, and that was probably there. Absolutely. And the Aboriginal Society of South Australia actually flew two shaman-type Aboriginal females to retrieve that thing. And when the woman said, well, it's not mine to give, they said to her, give us the stone or we're going to point to the bone as you remove it. This is serious stuff for an Aboriginal. It's like a death sentence. So this is how seriously they took it. And I subsequently learned that there are viral petroglyphs all over Australia. They're tucked into the stone. And I learned how that's also true in countries like Ireland, where I live now. There's an ancient stone structure called Newgrange that has viral text in the stone. So these are petroglyphs are here as well. So, it makes you think, like, the form that one takes, the energetic form, when one is with your body, because the Aborigines say that these are the ancestors, so they were once human, and now they live in the green time. You come from the green time, you return to the green time. So to me, it was a very, very interesting lesson in that this karmic being might well be in this spiral form.
Now, what is the nature of ultimate reality at the end of chapter 1?
Well, the ultimate reality has to do with this interdimensional situation that I've referred to many times here. Like UAP or UFOs are seemingly come out of some kind of dimension that we're not able to chart with our instruments. They can appear and disappear. We know that ghosts appear and disappear. Angels appear and disappear. So how does this happen? How can this possibly be? So, we have to say the scientific materialist version of reality seems to be only true.
It's like, okay, your agent, PM, another word for PM. Your lawyer, another word for PM. And the hoes are the talent, and they think the talent is expensive. And they think the people running Hollywood are the pimps, and they are. And maybe it's also that Hollywood got in bed with the CIA, and so that was government money given their way to portray certain things for mass media, for mass consumption, and to keep people in line, keep them like thinking fairy tales and stuff. Hey, where's my tax money going? It's like, oh, and then Richard Gere loads of money across the world on Hollywood Boulevard. Don't go down there and actually look at the prostitutes. Right. Well, we didn't bullshit lie.
When we act in this world.
And you talk a lot about higher consciousness.
Watching this documentary series.
That is the thing that I think carries us inspirationally to see our better self. Like to just
Hey, dog.
let's say,
Here we go.
get all the money you can possibly make for yourself in this world.
Yo, dog.
All the things that walk
You got your.
these material things.
Yeah, she'll be like, is that from college? Be like, no. Are you sure it looks the same? Be like, yeah, I know. You'd be like, well, it's less flaky. I can tell you that. But time could do that.
And to become spiritually enriched. And it's very important to be
Yo, dog.
aware of your every thought, word, and deed. This is what karma is all about. Karma is the word that just means action, and it's about reaping what you sow. So it's a worldwide perception. I think real magic is about transforming our perceptions and identifying with this higher intelligence rather than just the ego, which we think of as the thing that dominates while we're on this earth.
Fascinating. Let's take some calls, and we'll take calls at the half as well. Ryan in Van Nuys, California, to get us started. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, Gordon, can you hear me?
Yeah, real good.
Thanks for having me. Your guest is fascinating for me, I gotta say. I love your guest. I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Good morning.
Wayne's World. Okay, perfect. So, first off, I want to say secret society really intrigues me. So, the Illuminati and all that. I've been listening to the show the whole night. I haven't heard anything about the dollar bill or that currency. where there is some symbolism with some secret society in the dollar bill.
Did you touch on that at all, Wayne?
Robert Anton Wilson wrote extensively on that whole thing about secret societies, and of course the Bavarian Illuminati was the original. I think it was accepted May 1st, 1776. There's a lot of conspiracy theories that surround that whole issue. The early founders of America many of them were Masons, and the Masonic order has 33 levels. So we also have to think of symbolism as being also a multi-level phenomenon. So I do think that, yes, I understand about the eye in the pyramid on the diamond, and that is originally that particular symbol goes back to Egypt, to the Eye of Horus. So there's always been the multiple levels involved with these secret societies, and you get to the more esoteric information as you advance in the levels in these secret societies. So they have played a huge role in our government and in our spiritual traditions, our religion. But I think we can get too caught up on the materialist side of it, and we should realize that usually these things are pointing to some
Are you done?
spirituality
Allegedly.
that will
Criminal
ultimately
deeply.
explain who we are as
Hi, someone. I'm trying to do dirty.
What did Gene in El Paso,
Just at the
Texas,
beginning.
welcome to the show. Hey,
The
Gene, go ahead.
Cubs win the World Series. Feel the fucking last shot there. Feel it's fucking me after this stuff. And you're not anywhere. Feel fucking man, son of the universe. You know the fucking last shot of the show. Son of the multiverse. Bye. So goes in the back of the show. And son of the multiverse. Luck with that belief in righteousness. Let's go.
I like the idea, and I've heard the idea, that we go through the life review, and that there's a kind of hellish quality to it because we get to experience from the other's point of view. And I like the idea, at least the possibility of reincarnation. But what happens to consciousness after that review and before this entity is reincarnated?
What happens to or the soul? What do you think?
Yeah, or you might call it the psycho-spiritual complex. It's the psycho part is our consciousness. So
Yo, dog.
it's all of a unit, it's all one. And like studies of children that are claimed to have lived a prior life, there's thousands of
Fugazi.
cases now where they perceive the information that the children were talking about, where they lived, who they were in their past lives. They often have a birthmark that kind of ties into perhaps a way they died, like a wound. And I think at least 1,500 children registered at the University of Virginia with Dr. Ian Stevenson. And they have confirmed over and over
Yo,
again
dog.
that the information that children were giving them was actually true, and that they could confirm the details. So it was a very strong, it is a very strong proof that we reincarnate.
There's no question about that. We're going to come back and take final calls in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Realize that you can
Yo, dog.
KFI 24-hour news alert. The doctor accused of driving his family off a cliff is now asking for mental health treatment instead of treatment. His eligibility for mental
Run,
health
bitch.
treatment will be decided at the end of the month. Malibu is accused of trying to keep public beaches private. The ship is accused of removing access signs directing people to the beaches. The Malibu City Council says the signs do not have proper permits. LAX has officially banned the sale of single-use plastic water bottles. Van Nuys Airport also
That was tight. I want to watch those other ones.
red tags, another 16 being monitored after the landslide in Palo Verde's Peninsula gave way. Geologists are now on scene investigating. County Board of Supervisors Janet Hahn says the heavy winter rains may be involved. Southside weather from KFI, sunny and hot, 70s for the beaches, 80
Yo,
in
dog.
Midland, right now 64 in Brea, Mission Viejo at 63, 62 in Carson, and 60 in Marina Del Rey. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennant.
We have a crash in the NCHC blocking that transition road. Watch for delays as you approach. In Lakeview, Eric discovered the westbound from Whitman to the 118. Two right lanes here to be shut down for road work until 6.
That's not how you drive. That's how you put kids.
iHeartRadio Music Festival. T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas. February 22nd and 23rd. Streaming live only on Hulu. The iHeartRadio Music Festival. Have you excited your life is total
The podcast is exclusive secretive and no multi-billion-dollar production. And its public legal knowledge is Margaret Hittersley. It's a 25-year case that is based on hard truth about how sugar is grown, cultivated, and sold. Three sole practitioners came together to create if they were
Yo, dog. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. That's the best. Going far. Radioactive superstar. What movie? Better not be Barbie.
throwing their feces at you, and everyone seems to just laugh it off. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. I mean, if I went to Gelson's and did that, they'd kick me out forever. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And
What movie?
on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Never miss your favorite guest or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today.
What movie?
am.com.
Sound of Freedom. Yo, dog.
Yo, dog.
You guys, I just saw The Sound of Freedom. You have to see it. I'm so excited. Some friends of mine made this movie, and it's been years of it being in production. It's the most inspiring film. Did you know that there are millions of children in slavery? This is the fastest growing enterprise, and the amount of children enslaved right now is greater than all 300 years of the transatlantic slave trade. What the actual F? This is a true story about a man who
Enslaves a bunch of kids.
It is so damaging. You're gonna love it. Please go see it. This is a little indie movie that could. It's competing with all of the giant blockbusters, and it's kicking butt, and it deserves it. Go see this. Have your heart filled. Love you guys. Take care.
Send George a text message anytime at 818-298.
Yo, dog. What movie is it? Oh, Sound of something. Sound of Music. Motherfucker, we used to watch that every spring. Really? Yeah, I watched it in the hospital once. Yo, dog. Dog. Got that dog in him. Yo, dog. Is this bitch real? She ain't good. BSD chicks I'm fucking. Yo. Yo, dog. I love this kid. Yo, dog. 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 Yo, dog. Dog. You got that dog in him. You got that dog in him. Yo, dog. Dog. Yo. Dog. Where's that guy, Rajesh? Rajesh, you motherfucker. I bet he blocked you. Oh, I'll block him. You can't block all my fucking accounts. Why? Because not even I can remember all of them. Yo, dog. Rajesh has that dog in him. He has like 50,000 people. Really? Oh, Rajesh? Rajesh has that fucking dog in him. Yo, dog. Dog. Yo, dog. That was so sick. Did you see that move? You want to see an instant replay? Oh, fuck. God damn it. Yo, dog. Got that dog in him. Fucked up, man. Hey, go happy tap it. Hey, Joe, happy tap it. Hey, Voldemort. Hey, Voldemort. You back to tap it. Oh, dog, why didn't they call it something easier to remember? Like, fucking cool shit in Turkey. They should have called it that, dog. Turkey Day. Nobody wants Turkey Day. Should just be Turkey arcade. Dog. Yo, dog. Dog. White supremacy. Got that dog in him. Cool, dog. I don't know. What for that matter was anti-Semitic. It's and what was racist since racist never mentioned. But what these labels are very useful for, if you shout them loudly enough, and if your friends in the media see a nice story here and pick them up and multiply it, what they're very useful for is turning people off the work of an opponent. And that that was clearly what went on here. Kind of radioactive. I don't even have the picture. You're radioactive. That's right. That's fundamentally what went on. Now, what is the reason for it? What was the possible? They had no justification for any of the others, but what was the reason for saying that racism and white supremacy? It's because in a number of my videos, I reported indigenous myths and traditions, particularly from South America and from Mexico, which in some cases referred to a white-skinned, bearded stranger and his companions who came after a time of darkness, after a great cataclysm, bringing knowledge, teaching knowledge to the inhabitants of the country. Now that is not me saying that is indigenous tradition.
That's so funny. If anybody ever finds out about it, that'll be hilarious. Yo, dog.
There are many other archaeologists who don't agree with that and think that they are true and genuine indigenous.
I like how everybody left.
Should be rightly reported as such.
Literally. Everybody. Everybody left. Nobody likes you. Everybody hates you. Guess you go. Yo, dog. You got a queef? Come on.
White skin or black skin carried the same resonance 12,000 years ago that it carries today. I somehow doubt it. I doubt it very much. I don't see why it should, because
Can't wait for the Women's World Cup.
the abuses
June
of human
20th to
rights
August 20th. It's going to be so big. I'm going to watch every fucking game. I'm going to learn all their names. I'm going to know pink hair girl. And when she has blue hair, I know when she has blue hair. I know her eyebrows are brown. What's that bitch's name? Something.
It's a huge distraction.
She might be the number 12 person I ever know.
They also refer to these individuals as being bearded.
Soccer player. Name it 10. 11 soccer players.
There being 7 of them in ancient Mesopotamia. They're called the 7 sages.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
In ancient Egypt at the Temple of Horus at Edfu. They are also referred to as the 7 sages. In ancient India, it's Manu and the seven sages who appear after the flood, trying to restore the knowledge that was lost during the time of the flood. These are indigenous traditions. One of the things that interests me about it. What interests me about it least of all is the issue of skin color.
That's the most impressive thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Is the issue of there seems to be a memory of a cataclysm after which a group of people tried to preserve knowledge from the
She'd be like, no, for real though, that was the best thing I've ever seen in my life.
She falls
I'd
asleep.
be like, I know.
7 dwarfs, the 7 sages, they come wake her up with the wisdom of a guy should make out with you when you're passed out.
I need to reread the Snow White.
I can't wait to watch it. That's the band, man.
Well, no, because myths, myths are the memory bank of our species.
This is what I loved about the Netflix special, treating the myths as a way of passing on true information. And taking them seriously, not looking at them as figments of imagination. If we were to pass on data, in fact, it's way more digestible in the form of story. We memorize stories.
If you wish to pass information to a distant future, you wish it to be preserved, it wouldn't be smart to just write it down. How can we know that our script is going to be readable by any culture? Let's say 10,000 years in the future. Will anybody be able to read the English language? Who knows? I have no idea. It's fragile. An example I often give is the Indus-Valley civilization in Pakistan and India. The Indus-Valley civilization, nobody actually knew that it existed until it was actually discovered while a railroad was being built through a site now called Mohenjo-daro in Pakistan. And then they found that there were these actually very, very sophisticated, very complex mud brick structures on a very large scale. Then they began to look at it. Then they found that this culture had a language, a fully developed written script. It's about 5,000 years old, but there isn't a single Rosetta Stone that enables us to translate that script into any more recent language. So we can't read that script. The script exists, but we can't read it. So there could be all kinds of information in that script which tells all kinds of things about our past, but it's not readable.
And how long ago were they threaded?
5,000 years ago. Wow. One of the interesting things in the Indus-Valley civilization is that there is a particular seal that has survived, a seal that would have been used to stamp an imprint onto cloth or something like that. It's called the Pasupati seal.
seal, and it shows a figure which is recognizable as the god Shiva, who's of course an important deity in Indian culture to this day, and in the Vedas, and it shows that individuals seated in a there you are. That's the Pasupati seal. Well, what you'll see is that underneath it, the way his feet are organized is that his heels are pointed forwards. This is a really difficult yoga position, to sit like that and have your heels pointed forward. You gotta kind of almost disjoint your legs in order to do that. Okay, and the problem with that is that it's an advanced yoga position. It's found in a seal that's 5,000 years old. We have to ask ourselves, how many thousands of years before that was yoga being developed? You know, again, there's a hint of a lost human culture in this.
Modern Indian civilization back to?
Since the Indus, 4,000. Yeah, since the discovery of the Indus Valley civilization, you know, we have to accept that civilization in India is at least 5. The largely and correctly discredited notion of an Aryan invasion of India needs to be abandoned as well. Yes, there were multiple cultures moving back and forth. Indian culture is extremely ancient.
5,000 years.
Yeah. And the
Indus Valley, that's like a thing you'll learn about in textbooks.
Yeah, you learn about it now. But what most people don't realize, what nobody knew it even existed, it was a lost
And the
civilization.
language is completely independent. There's no connectivity to anything.
Nobody can connect it to anything. We don't know what it was. There's some suggestion that it may have been Dravidian peoples, the peoples who are now found primarily in southern India, the Tamils. As a matter of fact, my wife is Tamil, and that's been very helpful to us when we've been researching in southern India. We did a lot of diving in southern. My wife is a photographer and a diver, as I am, and we did a lot of diving in southern India. So it was great to be able to talk, for her to be able to talk in their own language to Tamil fishermen and Tamil divers, and see if they'd seen any weird stuff underwater, which they certainly had. And they took us to diving on structures that are a fully formed city off the town of Mahabalipuram.
You speak about this in the documentary, but I think this is really important to understand as well, that most of human civilization has been organized around water, right? Close proximity to water, obviously you can fish, travel, etc. And as the water levels change, some of those ancient cities could be completely covered.
Yes.
You've recovered some of these. You've seen.
This is one of the things that I think is missing from our understanding of the past. It amused me, but also irritated me that in that open letter to Netflix, the Society for American Archaeologists claimed that they could absolutely for certain be sure that there was no lost civilization during the Ice Age. They knew it was a fact, and if there had been any civilization, they would have found it and they would have published it. Well, how do they know that there was no lost civilization then? Because it's really important to understand that archaeology is often driven by accidental finds. A lot of archaeology, particularly in the industrialized countries, is the result of somebody building. There's a huge building project going on. Maybe a housing estate is going to be built. Maybe a road is going to be built. Maybe a railway is going to be built. Maybe a dam is going to be built. And then let's call in the archaeologists to make sure that we're not going to wreck any ancient archaeology while we're doing this. And that's a lot of archaeological discoveries are made as a result of that, rather than of targeted inquiries. The second issue with ruling out completely the possibility of a lost civilization is that archaeology sets itself up as the sole arbiter as to what is and what is not evidence. So I and my colleagues argue that we should consider the possibility of a much older Great Sphinx, as we've just been discussing, on the basis of its geology. I'm just going to add a more complicated point. It's not only the geology. The Great Sphinx points perfectly due east. The sun rises perfectly due east on the spring equinox. If you go to the Giza Plateau or anywhere else in the world on the northern hemisphere, on the summer solstice, you're going to see the sun rising far to the north of east. Go there on the winter solstice, you're going to see it far to the south of east. But on the spring equinox, it rises perfectly due east, directly in line with the gaze of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is looking at where the sun rises at dawn on the 21st of March in our calendar. Now, because of this wobble on the Earth's axis,
What is that called again? The wobble?
it's called precession.
Precession.
Imagine a spinning top, which is spinning and it's kind of doing this. And that's the viewing platform from which we observe the stars and the sun and the moon and everything else. And obviously the changes in its orientation are going to change their orientation. And that's why we get the astrological ages. Again, mainstream science sneers at these things, but it is a simple astronomical fact that there are 12 constellations that lie along the path of the sun, which is called the ecliptic, and they are the constellations of the zodiac. And right now we live in the age of Pisces, very near the end of the age of Pisces. It's a simple fact that the ancient Christians go back about 2,000 years. The fish was their thing. Before that, it was Aries, the ram. Ancient Egyptian symbolism at that time was very much focused on rams. Go back before that, it's the age of Taurus, roughly the Pyramid Age. That's why if you were building a huge 270-foot long rock-hewn monument in the Pyramid Age, you'd be more likely to make it in the form of a bull than in the form of a lion. Yeah, of a lion. Because there is a time when you go back, guess when, about 12,000 years, and you find it's the constellation of Leo that is rising behind the sun. That's the age of Leo. Just as we live in the age of Pisces, that was the age of Leo. And there was a time when that monument would have looked directly at the place where the sun rises. First, it would have seen its own celestial counterpart, the constellation of Leo, sitting on the horizon, and then the sun rising beneath it. So to us, this, and I speak of myself, Robert Boval, Robert Schock, John Anthony West, and a few others, we think it makes more sense. Take the geology, take the astronomy. This monument has its origins 12,000 years ago. But Egyptologists say, no, we know the Sphinx was built 4,500 years ago. I'm not going to bore your audience with the details, but the evidence is incredibly flimsy. There isn't a single document that attributes the Great Sphinx to Khafre, who is supposed to be the builder of the Great Sphinx. There's nothing. It's just opinion, pure opinion. And we think that they are not right to dismiss the case for a much older Sphinx and to say that. So they select what evidence is evidence and what evidence isn't evidence. That's the second thing. And then the third and final thing is that huge areas of the world that have never been looked at by archaeology at all. Or if looked at by archaeology, looked at only minimally. Of course, the most important are the flooded continental shelves. And that's why Santa and I spent 7 years of our lives frequently risking our lives scuba diving all around the world. Sea level rose 400 feet at the end of the last ice age. Let's be clear, it did not rise 400 feet overnight. Right. This was a rise that was extended over a period of 11 or 12,000 years, from about 21,000 years ago down to 10,000. It was even still rising about 6,000 years ago.
All over the world?
All over the world, yeah. It was a global, all the world's oceans are connected, and but in local areas, if you have a very steep coastline, the effect of the sea level rise, the amount of land it eats up is going to be a lot less than if you have a gradually sloping coastline. And 120 feet sea level rise on a very steep bit of coast is going to remove relatively less land, whereas on a very sloping bit of coast, it's going to inundate much more land. And the calculation is that 27 million square kilometers that was above water during the Ice Age is underwater now. Roughly, I think that's roughly 10 million square miles. I can't do the math in my head, but something like that. It's an awful lot of land. I think it's Europe and China added together. It's not that there's been no archaeology done on the continental shelves. I think we're looking at something from Alexandria here. Yes, yeah, we are. I've dived there as well, and that's inundated not because of sea level rise, but because of subsidence of the Nile silts. Alexandria stands on the Nile Delta, and the silts subsided and resulted in the flooding of this. The Nile carries a lot of silt with it, a lot of earth with it as it flows out of Uganda and out of Ethiopia and northwards into Egypt, and you come to the Nile Delta, and all that earth it's carrying, which also provided the fertility of ancient Egypt, all that silt is then dumped in the Nile Delta, and there were constructions were made on top of it. And the submergence of the sites off Alexandria, which is a magical, spooky place to dive, by the way, I've been lucky enough to dive there. The submergence of those sites is largely because of subsidence of land rather than sea level rise, because it's relatively recent. Those sites are not.
The silt itself has dropped.
Yeah, right.
So
Anything
it
else
was
on
solid ground.
anything else on top of it went down.
Guys, I'm in different clothes. Why is that? Because we were able to add another special taping at White Oak Music Hall. I'm fighting to get everybody in. I appreciate the demand so much. So, tickets are being released today, the day this comes out, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's Texas time. So hurry up and buy the tickets, please. I appreciate the demand so much. I want to get everybody in that I can. Also, speaking of adding shows, we are adding shows at Zany's in Nashville, July 14th and 15th. The 13th is sold out. I believe I'm going to be in Huntsville on the 12th. Also, I got a bunch more shows. Please check the website because tickets are selling out for these shows, and I don't have time. We got to get back to Graham Hancock. But thank you guys so much. AkashSingh.com. Hurry up and cop. Also, guys, if you need tickets to a show that might happen to be sold out, again, my special taping is an example. You know where you can find them? SeatGeek. Look at that. Akash Singh tickets. And what's even better is SeatGeek will tell you how good or bad a deal is. Whatever tickets you need. If you see a green dot next to the ticket price, that means it's good. You should buy it. Red means don't buy it yet. Hold off. Something better is coming. No other ticket app is doing this for you. SeatGeek is where it's at. There are 28 million downloads on SeatGeek. It's the #1 rated ticketing app for a reason. And there are 70,000 events listed every single day. That includes concerts, sporting events, music festivals, and more. Also, if you need Andrew Schultz tickets, wherever you are on the globe, SeatGeek might be able to help you. Why don't you look at that? And just because we at Flagrant always come through for you, we got a code. Use Flagrant for $20 off tickets at SeatGeek. Again, that's $20 off your first purchase with the promo code Flagrant. Make sure you do that right now. Just download the SeatGeek app on your phone, buy your first tickets, use a promo code Flagrant, you get $20 off. Now let's get back to the show.
Why is it a spooky place to well, because you're coming across statues underwater, you're coming across columns underwater. The visibility is not perfect. It's a little bit kind of weird, and it's just magical in diving on an underwater city. But I cannot claim, and I do not claim that city is 12,000 years old. No, it's not. But I do claim that in connection with a giant stone circle called of Akijima in the Kerama Islands in Japan, which is 30 meters under sea level, where there has been no land subsidence, where you can calculate that it's been underwater for 12,000 years. I do absolutely claim that in terms of the enormous structures that lie off the coast of Mahabalipuram in Tamil Nadu in southeast India. Pumbahar, a little further south, there's a huge U-shaped structure underwater there that Santa and I dived on with a team from the National Institute of Oceanography in India. You have to be careful when you look at underwater structures. You have to look at all the conditions that have led to their submergence. And in some cases, it's very clear that they've been underwater for a very, very, very long time indeed. Malta, which we featured in Ancient Apocalypse.
Like when you went to Malta, did you go? Malta's the one that's divided. There's like an active civil war going on, right?
No, not for a long time.
But there's like a Turkish side and then a Orthodox Christian side, and they're basically like a border that they just kind of built.
No, not in
I'm not thinking
Cyprus. Not in Malta.
Oh, I think it's Cyprus.
Yeah, could be Cyprus. Malta's
a wonderful tax haven and a good place to shoot.
Malta's a piece. Malta's
I guess it
has been for a long time. But Malta used to be joined to Sicily during the Ice Age. Malta wasn't an island; it was part of the mainland.
Yeah.
Part of Italy, Sicily, all the way out to Malta was all above water during the Ice Age and all underwater now. So one of my interests as a diver is what do we find underwater in Malta? And what you find strikingly underwater in Malta is a repetition of the so-called cart ruts that you find above water in Malta as well, which have never been cart ruts. Yes, they're parallel tracks that are cut into the bedrock on the island of Malta, and they look actually like railway tracks. In a way, I'm not claiming they were a railway, but they look. That's just a comparison, and there are even junctions in them, and nobody knows what they are. The word cart ruts is what they're called, but the notion that they were gradually cut out by carts being rolled over them doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It looks like they've been cut by hand, but more interesting is the fact that they continue underwater. And we've dived on those cart ruts down to 27 meters, which is 80, 90 feet maybe underwater. They've been underwater for thousands and thousands of years. And so then the issue becomes, are we secure on the dating of all the structures above water? And I suggest strongly that we're not. There's been very little carbon dating done on the Maltese temples, and that carbon dating is itself insecure. I'm doing a debate with a leading archaeologist on the Joe Rogan Experience on the 24th of October.
That's his thing.
It's a very good thing that this is happening. It's the first time that somebody representing the alternative point of view has actually been debated by somebody from the mainstream. The mainstream has normally said, "No, we don't want to talk to you guys. You're Looney Tunes. We're not going to give you a platform." But in this case, it is happening, and I have things to say about Malta that I'm going to preserve my ammunition for.
Can you give us a taste? Can you give us a little taste?
It's to do with the absolute insecurity of the carbon dating.
Do you think there's any submerged pyramids?
But just to finish that point, carbon dating, by the way, and again, this is not something that everybody knows. Carbon dating can only date organic material. It can't date stone. So if you're going to date a megalith according to the organic material found around you, you want to be pretty sure that the organic material dates from the same time as the megalith and wasn't introduced later.
Right. And there's no way in proving that it is or isn't.
Well, it's very
shield
difficult. It's very difficult to do. And the fact is, there are very few carbon dates from Malta, and the new dating work that's been done there hasn't added usefully to that database.
And when are you doing this on Joe's Pod?
So 24th of October, and the archaeologist who's going to debate me is called Flint Dibble. He's American, but he teaches at the University of Cardiff in Wales, in Britain. His father was a famous archaeologist called Harold Dibble. Flint has been very pointed and aggressive in his attacks on me following the Netflix show, which he has every right to be. I had wanted to debate another archaeologist who's called John Hoops from the University of Kansas, because he has been by far the most obnoxious in leveling these ad hominem attacks against me, and straw man attacks like Hancock says this, Hancock says that, when Hancock doesn't say either this or that, but if you say it enough, it begins to have an effect. And I would have liked to have called John Hoops to account and invited him to debate me, but unfortunately he backed out. He wouldn't do it. Flint Dibble, and this is genuine, Flint Dibble has had some health issues. I won't go into the details, and we've not been certain until very recently whether he will be able to make it. But kudos to him, it looks like he is going to make it. And what he's doing and what I'm doing on the 24th of October is we're both putting our reputations on the line. This is a high stakes. This is a high stakes issue for both me and him, because anything can happen in a debate, and I certainly intend to make sure that I'm properly prepared. I'm sure he's going to make sure he's properly prepared. I hope we can end up hugging each other and finding some common ground rather than all of this hatred.
Okay. Now, so there's one question. I'm sorry to interrupt, but as society got more advanced in this time, it seems we have less and less dependence on astronomy. But I'm thinking 4,005 years ago to now, it just kind of fills in the blanks of what we couldn't figure out on our own. So 12,000 years ago, if there's a really advanced civilization, why would astronomy play as big of a role in that, where everything is pointing to X, Y, and Z stars?
Well, first of all, let's consider what we mean by advanced. What is an advanced civilization? Are we really an advanced civilization? Do we look around at much of our culture that we would say that's incredibly advanced? Or are we talking tech? We're technological.
Like scientifically,
we believe that is advanced, and that's one of the mistakes in looking for a quote-unquote advanced civilization in the past, is that we tend to be looking for ourselves in our past, whereas it's possible for a civilization to be advanced in other ways. We could not measure longitude. Very important issue if you're a navigator and a sailor. We could not measure longitude until 1760s, 1750s, and sometime in the second half of the 18th century. It took the creation of a very precise marine chronometer in order to be able to calculate what your longitude is. Otherwise, in the middle of a stormy night, you could find yourself 300 miles west of where you thought you were and crashing into a coastline. It's a really good thing to know longitude. There was, £1 million in the 18th century was a lot of money. There was £1 million British prize for cracking the longitude problem. And it wasn't until the second half of the 18th century that it was solved. So it's weird that on ancient maps, copied from even more ancient source maps, there are precise longitudes, precise relative longitudes. This is one of the things that suggests to me that a civilized. The second thing is those maps show the world during the last ice age. Thirdly, and most important, they show Antarctica. Our civilization didn't discover Antarctica until 1820. So if I find a map of 1520 showing Antarctica where the map maker informs us that he based his map on much older source maps that were falling to pieces and that he know that will fall completely apart, he's preserved the information in those maps on his map. He's copying from older sources, and there is Antarctica. So did they just make it up? That's what
Why did we still call it Antarctica? That was another thing. I was like,
well, opposite of the Arctic.
yeah, but if we did, it's like,
Reese map.
it's like, bro, he called it Antarctica. Why don't you just look at the map? You're gonna call it the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we call it Antarctica. They used to call it Terra Australis, the southern land. If you go for the Orontius Phineas map, for example, you'll find a much better
Yeah, I thought that map said Antarctica. That's very good.
Yeah.
Okay. I actually am really excited that we're talking about Antarctica.
Antarctica is an interesting
This
place.
is my news rabbit.
It's one of those great. You see, there's Antarctica. That's the Orontius Phineas.
Right.
There's South Africa, and there's Antarctica, and there's the tip of South America, almost touching Antarctica. It's a bit bigger than it is today, but it would have been like that during the last ice age. That's a map from 1531, and what they're saying in the legend is that here in this map I expose regions that neither Eudoxus nor I forget the names of all the ancient maps. None of them knew about it. They were hidden in darkness, but here they are. Hidden in darkness, I suggest they're hidden in darkness on ancient maps that Orontius Phineas copied from. Well, it's an anomaly that it's sitting there, and it's not good enough to say that those map makers just wanted to balance the world, so they put a fantasy continent there, which later turned out to actually be there.
Right.
That's roughly what they're saying now. So that suggests to me a culture that was capable of exploring and mapping the Earth during the last ice age. The second issue is precisely astronomy. It's ancient knowledge of precession, which again our culture attributes to the Greeks, roughly between 300 BC and 100 BC. They're supposed to have been the discoverers of precession. Precession is very hard to observe. In a single lifetime, it's a fraction of an inch on the horizon, the change. So you have to keep records over long periods of time. You have to have a system that preserves those records and passes them down. So it's the knowledge of precession that is manifested in ancient mythology and in ancient traditions. Often traditions that speak of a global flood. The Vedas themselves contain numbers that are related to precession. Again, I don't want to get too boring, but precession proceeds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years, and this is the key number that is found in ancient mythology around the world, and variations of that number. So 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 is another precessional number. 108 divided by 2 is 54. That's another precessional number. That's why on the bridge at Angkor Thom in Angkor in Cambodia, you have 54 figures on either side of the bridge. And what are they doing? They're hauling on the body of the serpent Vasuki, who is wrapped around Mount Mandara, and they are churning the Milky Ocean. The argument is that this is a symbol for precession that is taking place there, and the numbers are multiplied. Another example I often give is the Great Pyramid itself, and it's very important. I made this point at the beginning. It's very important that when people want to check this calculation, that they use the true original height of the Great Pyramid, the 481 feet that it would have risen to, rather than its rather stunted 450 plus feet today. When you use the true original height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And when you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. Now, why does 43,200 matter? It's 600 600 times 72. It's another precessional number. It's a number generated by the precessional motion of the Earth itself. And there we enter a very clever piece of work. The Great Pyramid is almost perfectly aligned to true north. It's within 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. It's an error, but it's really good. When you look at a monument on that scale, 6 million tons, 481 tall, and you get it within 3/60ths of a degree of true north, you are doing very accurate work. And you're saying something else as well.
They figured that out back in the day.
Oh yeah, definitely. They used astronomy. They used astronomy to figure it out.
But no, that they messed up a little.
I think they did the best they could. We also have to take account of movements of the Earth itself.
So it might have been right at the time.
There might have been a slight shift in the tectonic plates underneath. I'm not sure, but the fact is it's 3/60ths off now. What it does tell us, apart from the level of accuracy, is that when they made that monument, they wanted to lock it in to the key cardinal directions. It's perfectly true north, perfectly true south, perfectly true east, perfectly true west, within 3/60ths of a single degree. The cardinal directions of this planet mattered to them. They were speaking to the Earth with that monument. Secondly, it's located on latitude 30 degrees north, give or take a few seconds of arc. And latitude 30 degrees north is 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. Okay, so that's not an insignificant latitude. It's a significant latitude. It seems like the monument is speaking to the Earth, and then we find that it decodes the dimensions of the Earth on a scale provided by a key motion of the Earth itself, namely the Earth's precession, operating at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. Multiply that by 600, you get 43,200. That's the scale the pyramid is built on, 1 to 43,200. So it's a monument that speaks to the Earth, that is aligned to the cardinal directions of the Earth, and that encodes the dimensions of the Earth on a scale defined by the Earth itself.
Hey, nobody would object to this at all.
Nobody that I know of, once they get the measurements right and realize that they're not dealing with a 450-foot tall monument, but a 481-foot tall monument, nobody disputes that. The pi, which is used to calculate the diameter and circumference of a circle, is built into the Great Pyramid. This is broadly accepted by Egyptologists. It's just that they regard it as a coincidence.
And your theory is also that the ancient Egyptians did this, right? Because you said they did most of the work.
Yeah, I think they did. I think it was finished off. You define the very moment you start building that 52-degree slope into all the sides, you're defining what the apex is going to be. Right. That's there from the beginning.
And what was their daily ritual use for the pyramids of Giza that you theorize?
Well, actually, nobody has any idea. The Great Pyramid was sealed. It was a sealed monument. So in roughly 900 AD, forgive me if I don't give you the exact date, give or take 50 years, the Caliph al-Mamun, who was running Egypt at the time, wanted to get inside the Great Pyramid. This is 400 years before the earthquake. The facing stones are still in place. He could not find the true entrance to the Great Pyramid. It turned out that it could have been found. According to accounts, there was some sort of almost like a button that you pressed, and the doorway would slide, the facing stones would slide away, and you could find the true entrance. But he couldn't find that. But he did know that other pyramids had their entrance in the north face, other older pyramids like the Pyramid of Unas. He knew they had their entrance in the north face. So he started hacking away at the north face of the Great Pyramid. And that is the entrance through which you will have gone when you entered the Great Pyramid. It's called Mamun's Hole. He and his team hacked it out with sledgehammers and chisels, and they broke their way in to the north face. And then as they were doing so, they heard a block falling in a hollow space. And then they knew they were onto something. That block that fell, caused by the vibrations that they had caused, must have been in some kind of passageway or chamber. So they headed towards that sound, and that's where they found the original passageway system of the Great Pyramid, which after you've gone through Mamun's Hole, gone around a little corner where it's all cut out of the rock, and then you find yourself going up into first of all, the ascending corridor, and then the Grand Gallery, which is the most majestic structure. They found the original entrance system in that way, and now the true original entrance is open, but it's not used by tourists who enter the Great Pyramid.
Okay, I want to talk about Antarctica because I think this is going to be the new obsession
I feel like it's trending super high. Who knows if there's any truth to it, but a friend of ours who will remain nameless went there. Yeah. Got to go on a cool experience, trip, etc. And he said a couple interesting things. He said the mountains looked eerily pointy and four-sided. He said way more mountainous than he thought it would be. I think the illusion, maybe from looking at maps and watching penguins. By the way, you can see mountains. You can see mountains on the ROTHSCHILD map version. Oh, is that what the little edge around the edges there? Interesting. Those are mountains. Now, he also said this. He said a couple things. He said there is a pact with every country that has a slice of it that they will not dig or remove any minerals from Antarctica. And he even said that a scientist was there, said to them, World War III will not start until one of these countries breaks that pact. They are clearly protecting or preserving something that may or may not be under, I believe it's 3 miles, Mark was saying earlier, at its thickest of ice. Now, Mark, maybe you should describe the thing that you were saying before about there was a time where... Yeah, I was reading an article that perhaps 90 million years ago, there was a lush rainforest that is now covered in miles of ice on the Antarctic continent. Yeah, that's probably true. If you go back that far, you would find that the Earth's climate was very different from how it is today. There's undoubtedly a time they found fossils on Antarctica. There's undoubtedly a time when Antarctica was lush and green. The question is, was it lush and green during the lifetime of the human species? Yes, this is where it gets tricky. And this is where it gets tricky. The Homo sapiens line descends from a line that goes back about 6 million years, not much further than that, if we accept conventional evolutionary theory. So 6 billion years ago, Antarctica is supposed to have been as cold and as frozen as it is today. Now, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, which is my first book tracing the possibility of a lost civilization, I was very interested in Antarctica, and I was interested in it because of the work of a previous researcher called Charles Hapgood. Charles Hapgood wrote a number of very important books. One of them is called Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, which precisely goes into this issue of ancient maps that don't fit our understanding of what the world was, how the world was supposed to be known at that time. And another is called The Path of the Pole. And he proposed a phenomenon that he called Earth crust displacement, whereby from time to time, the entire outer crust of the Earth, like the skin of an orange, might shift, leaving the core of the Earth in place so that it could shift. So if you imagine a very loose orange skin, the fruit is inside, it's staying in place, but you're shifting the skin around it. Well, obviously then, if that happens, Antarctica could have been in warmer latitudes and could have been shifted into colder latitudes. And how often does this happen? Well, does it happen at all is the first question. I mean, of all the theories I've looked at and supported, this is the one that I've come in for the most criticism for. And I've been much more interested recently in the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis and the notion that a cataclysm occurred around 12,800 years ago caused by impacts of comet fragments, and we can go into that. But when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, although I was interested in comets, I was more interested in Earth crust displacement. And the standard academic response to that is, look, Antarctica's been frozen for millions of years, and that rules out the whole Earth crust displacement argument. I think that even those who are still researching this field would prefer it to be the mantle rather than the crust of the Earth that moves. Again, it's very technical, that moves in one piece. But the idea is the Italian admiral called Flavio Barbiero, who wrote an article for my website suggesting that Earth crust displacement could be kicked off by a comet impact which hits the Earth a glancing blow and causes a shift of this kind taking place. But by and large, I don't argue these days that Antarctica and Earth crust displacement are the mechanism we should be looking at. I'm much more interested in the very solidly scientifically grounded Younger Dryas impact. Back in 1995, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I was searching around for many possibilities that could have caused a global cataclysm in the range of 12 to 13,000 years ago, because that's what all the astronomy pointed at, 12 to 13,000 years ago. And Hapgood's theory seemed to me a very valuable and useful one. I still won't write it off. I won't dismiss it entirely, but I've shifted in the direction of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, simply because I'm in a constant argument with mainstream academia. And the issue to me, the most important issue to me, is the issue of a global cataclysm at the end of the Ice Age. What caused that cataclysm is a secondary issue. The cataclysm itself is the primary issue. And I found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis a better, much more scientifically grounded explanation for that cataclysm than the notion of Earth crust displacement.
Do any archaeologists or any of these prehistorians dispute the Younger Dryas?
There's still a lot of argument around it. There's about 60 major scientists who are involved in the Comet Research Group. They're all credentialed scientists. They've all published dozens of papers in peer-reviewed journals, including Nature, including scientific reports, and many, many others on the hypothesis. But there's also a group of academics who are opposed to it and dispute that any impact ever took place. And then, even in those who do accept that the Younger Dryas was a cataclysm, some think that it may have been caused by solar activity rather than by comet impact.
How would that work?
Well, it could work at the end of the Younger Dryas. There are two moments in the Younger Dryas. The beginning is 12,800 years ago. It's a very strange moment in Earth history. This is when the world's climate, which has been warming up for a few thousand years, the Ice Age is still very much present. Big ice caps on North America, big ice caps on Northern Europe, but it's been warming up gradually. And then 12,800 years ago, two things happened at once. First, a sudden cataclysmic drop in climate. It gets incredibly cold, as cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age more than 20,000 years ago. It gets incredibly cold, but then puzzlingly, there's a release of water into the world ocean. I say puzzlingly because when the Earth is freezing, you would not expect meltwater to be going into the world ocean. It should be staying on the ice caps. And I cite the work of Cesare Miliani and his work on the submergence of Bahamian corals. This is how do you know that sea level rose? There are certain corals that can only exist within a certain number of feet of the sea's surface. And when
they need the sunlight.
Yeah, and when they drown, that tells you the sea level has risen. And they point to a significant sea level rise 12,800 years ago at exactly the moment of the steep freeze. The comet impact hypothesis explains that, because it says that the shock at the heat of the impact of large fragments of a comet on the North American and European ice caps would have been sufficient to release that freezing water into the world ocean, to cut the Gulf Stream. That's the central heating system of our planet. It's called the global meridional overturning circulation. It's these currents of warm and cold water that flow around the planet, and the Gulf Stream was cut and the Earth got extremely cold. So I think the comet impact hypothesis does best explain that. But
so just real quick, so comet hits, cuts the Gulf Stream. Cutting the Gulf Stream.
It cuts the Gulf Stream because it releases a huge quantity of meltwater from the North American ice cap almost instantaneously.
So the comet hits the ice. That is in North America.
And Europe.
That water cuts the Gulf Stream because it releases all this, which was frozen
freezing water.
Gotcha.
Goes into the world ocean.
Temperature plummets. But at the same time, there's much more potential water in the oceans, so that when the temperature does rise, now you have that meltwater.
Well, now we need to go on. 12,800 years ago, in the 1,000 or 1,200 years after that, that's a window when all the great Ice Age megafauna go extinct.
Megafauna are
saber-toothed tigers, woolly mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths, the whole collection of famous Ice Age megafauna. They all go extinct in that window. And clearly they didn't go extinct for no reason. There's the cataclysm of the Younger Dryas that made them extinct.
Have you seen what is the gentleman's name? He's a guy who I believe excavates up in Alaska for gold. Pretty sure it is. I'm forgetting what it is right now. But they're images of woolly mammoths who have had their legs completely shattered, but they're intact.
And is this a boneyard that's been?
Yes.
That's right. That's very, very, very interesting. I've not been there. I've not looked into it yet, so I can't speak authoritatively about it.
But it might speak to your opinion right there.
What I can say is that at Serrania de Lindosa in Colombia, there is an 8-kilometer long rock art panel dated to 12,800 years ago, which shows these megafauna. it shows many of the extinct megafauna from that period. To get back to the point, so we have this window of about 1,200 years where the Earth is very cold, the megafauna go extinct, but then 11,600 years ago, just as fast and dramatically as the Earth went cold, the Earth goes warm. You're looking at a 10-degree rise in global temperatures in a couple of hundred years. It goes very, very, in geological terms, very rapid and very fast. And sea level rises very quickly. And what is it called? 11,600 years ago, it's called meltwater pulse 1b. There's another collapse of the ice sheets and huge amounts of water go into the world ocean. Now that could realistically be caused by a sudden burst of solar activity, which melted down those ice sheets, but that's not what I go with. I still prefer the notion that we're dealing with multiple bombardments from comet fragments. And in this case, you're looking at a comet fragment that goes into a world ocean, that sends up a huge amount of water vapor into the upper atmosphere, creates a greenhouse effect, and accounts for the warming that takes place at that time.
So two comets. One that cooled things down and one that heated things up?
Yeah.
Any idea why one would cool down and one would heat up?
It depends where the impact is. If the impact's on an ice cap and it's releasing enormous amounts of meltwater into the world ocean, you've got to make the world very cold. If the impact's in a world ocean and it's putting a huge amount of water vapor into the upper atmosphere, it's a greenhouse effect. And the world is going to get warmer. It's all theory. It's not fact. What is fact is the sudden warming at the end of the Younger Dryas and the sudden freezing at the beginning of the Younger Dryas.
So we're searching for explanations for that.
We're searching for explanations. I've picked the one I back, but I'm not claiming that I have to be right. It's what I do think is really important is recognizing this was a global cataclysm. It was sustained. It wasn't just a minute. It went on for 1,000 years plus, and it's in our backyard. It's in very relatively recent human history. We're almost at the edge of history when we go to 11,600 years ago. That's weirdly the date that Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is built, 11,600 years ago. That weirdly is the date that Plato's Timaeus and Critias gives for the submergence of Atlantis, 11,600 years ago, before our time.
So what's happening to humanity in this 1,200-year window?
I need to be clear about that. Okay, because archaeologists roll their eyes at any mention of Atlantis. If you even say the word Atlantis, they're automatically regarded as a member of the lunatic fringe. And if you've even said that word, all your work, all the 30 years of work you've done, the 1,000 dives that you've done on continental shelves all around the world, all of those can be written off simply because you said the word Atlantis.
It's flat Earth for archaeologists.
Yeah, it's flat. And they detest the use of
Tell us why the Earth is flat.
Well, that's one theory I definitely don't buy.
No. Give us the Atlantis theory.
So the story of Atlantis comes down to us from Plato. It's expressed in two dialogues, the Timaeus and the Critias. Plato was writing at around 300 BC.
Does that come from his uncle?
Yeah, it's arguably from a member of his family line, who was the Greek lawmaker Solon.
Solon,
who did make a famous and documented visit to Egypt around the year 600 BC.
And he was told in Egypt.
And he was at the Temple of Neith at Sais in the Delta, and there are these inscriptions on the walls. That temple no longer exists. It's a ruin in the Delta now. There are these writings on the walls, and he asks a priest, what do the writings say? And the priest spoke Greek and ancient Egyptian, and he told Solon what the writings say, that there was this great civilization, that it was destroyed in an enormous flood. Plato or Solon refers to it as Atlantis. Atlantis is not an ancient Egyptian word. It looks like some attempt to translate into a meaningful Greek phrase what was originally an ancient Egyptian phrase. And that ancient Egyptian phrase, I can tell you pretty much for sure, was the homeland of the primeval ones. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But the point is that then Solon asks, when did this happen? And the priests say, they're very relaxed about it. They say, 9,000 years ago. So immediately we have a date that we can put to our calendar. 600 BC, he makes the visit. 9,000 years before that, that's 9,600 BC. Give or take 23 years, that is 11,600 years ago. That's when Göbekli Tepe is built. That's when meltwater pulse 1b begins to flood the world oceans. And again, my critics will niggle away at the edges of this and say, well, meltwater pulse 1b unfolded over 300 or 400 years. If you average it out, it wasn't that much in any one year. But who says it happened at average rates? Who says there wasn't a big rise and then a smaller rise here? These things are very annoying. But the bottom line is 9,000 years before Solon is 9,600 BC. That's the Atlantis date. That's Göbekli Tepe's date. And then secondly, the Temple of Horus at Edfu in Upper Egypt is very important. There's been, I worked with a partial translation. Edfu's in Upper Egypt. It's this sort of halfway to Aswan in southern Egypt. It's kind of middle.
Aswan is the quarry, I believe.
Aswan's the quarry where they got a lot of the granite that they brought. It's about 500 kilometers south, but Edfu's a bit further north than that. But it's also on the Nile. Now, the Temple of Horus at Edfu is a relatively recent temple, probably built around 270 BC by the Ptolemaic dynasty of ancient Egypt. These were Greeks who had overtaken ancient Egypt. But although they colonized ancient Egypt colonized their minds, and they became ancient Egyptians, more ancient Egyptian than the ancient Egyptians themselves in many ways.
It's like when white people go to Hawaii.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break real quick because you need to upgrade your room. If you still got posters hanging up in your room, that shit looks childish, and you have to upgrade. That's where Displate comes in. Displate is a one-of-a-kind metal poster that captures your unique passions. They're sturdy, magnet-mounted, and last a lifetime. You can customize, collect, rearrange them all. Displate has both branded and artistic work. They have over 1 million designs available. They got official designs from Marvel, DC, both. That's crazy. And the NBA. So whether you want to buy a display for yourself or gift a display, they have a Floyd Mayweather. I happen to be very good friends, brothers, you could even say, with a massive Floyd Mayweather fan. They also have a Guardians of the Galaxy one. That same friend loves Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I could get them a display. Display is unique, easy, it's safe and magnet mounted, so it takes 20 seconds. You don't gotta drill holes in a wall and then pay for it when you move out of your apartment or make your home look bad. Magnet mounted in 20 seconds. Display delivers its products worldwide in only 4 to 5 business days as well, so it's a perfect alternative, and really not alternative, upgrade for standard posters. To upgrade your room, go to displate.com/flagrant and use our code flagrant at checkout to get 20% off for 1 or 2 displays, 30% off if you buy 3 or more. So the more you buy, the more you save. Go to displate.com/flagrant. Again, that's displate.com/flagrant right now. Now let's get back to the show. All right, we're going to take a break real quick because if you're drinking, you might as well drink an adult beverage that's better for you, not some can of beer filled with a bunch of bullshit ingredients you've never heard of, or some cheap ass vodka that's going to make your hangover crazy and make your life worse. You need June Shine. They have tons of easy to drink, to go, better for you adult beverage options. They got margaritas, vodka sodas, rum cocktails made with premium ingredients and no added sugar. Unlike traditional canned cocktails that can have 20 plus grams of sugar. Again, I don't drink, but if you're gonna drink something that is better for you. Got less sugar, got less carbs, not bullshit ingredients, and best of all, it doesn't give you that crazy, I just had a lot of sugar hangover. You give you a nice, light, bright buzz. June Shine can be found in over 10,000 stores across the country. It's available at all the big retailers you're already visiting for groceries and alcohol. Whole Foods, Target, Ralph's, Vons, Bevmo, Kroger, all of them. We've worked out a special offer for our listeners as well, as we always do. At any store, you can buy 1 June Shine package and get the second one for only a penny. That's $12 to $20 off. Fuck that, though. The value dollar amount don't matter. You get 2 for the price of 1. I recommend trying one of their best-selling variety packs. It's a great way to try all their delicious flavors. So to do that, you go to juneshine.com/flagrant and text them a photo of your receipt, and they will Venmo you immediately. It's immediate. Venmo is right in your bank account. You don't got to wait for a mail and rebate that you're going to lose. None of that. Right in your bank account. Just do it. It's that easy. JUNESHINE.com/flagrant. Now let's get back to the show.
Inscribed on the wall of that temple, not in the language of ancient Egypt as was spoken 270 BC, but in Middle Egyptian, which goes back to about 2000 BC. Carefully inscribed, and we're informed that it's based on temple archives. See that a temple stood there before the Ptolemies rebuilt that temple, and it stood on the foundations of an even older temple. The archives were preserved. That's what's inscribed on the walls. It's inscribed in Middle Egyptian. It's about 2000 BC, and it tells the whole Atlantis story. It just doesn't call it Atlantis. It speaks of a sacred island. It calls it the homeland of the primeval ones. It speaks of a great serpent that comes from the sky and splits the island in 2. It speaks of a huge flood that arises and kills off almost all the divine inhabitants, apart from a few survivors, who then travel around the world. One of the places they go to is Egypt, and they make their first business to build primeval mounds in ancient Egypt that will be the releases the locations of all future temples and pyramids. The Edfu text are very clear. Now, I just need to make this clear because I relied on Eve Elizabeth Raymond, who was an early translator of the Edfu texts. But recently, the Edfu texts have been completely translated, every single word, into German by a gentleman called Dieter Korther, and they've translated it all into German. It would be nice if it were all into English because that's much more widely spoken.
What does it say in German?
What it says in German? It supports everything in the original translation. There's not a single part of the original translation that's debunked by this. It supports it and it adds information that wasn't there because their reference in those Edfu texts to the destruction of the homeland of the primeval ones is 7,000 years ago, but that's in Middle Egyptian, which dates back to 2000 BC, so it goes back to 9000 BC again.
And 9000 BC is 11,000.
Yeah, it brings us to the same date. So I think that Egyptologists have been too hasty to dismiss Plato's
Real quick, so we can just understand what was said. The snake that comes down, like you said, the Netflix special, we can look at comets as potentially snakes. So this comet that comes and hits the island of Atlantis, that's like a direct shot, right? Yeah. But, so maybe it doesn't hit exactly the island, but it's hitting close enough where the effects of that hit are going to dramatically affect the island.
And remember, they didn't call it Atlantis; they called it the homeland of the primeval.
And what does that mean, the primeval ones?
The ancient ones lived there. That was their homeland.
Who created the mountains?
Who then their survivors, who included 7 sages, traveled around the world seeking to rebuild their lost civilization.
And we shared this.
And Egypt was one of the places they went to.
Okay, now. Some people say the Azores Plateau might be Atlantis. Have you ever been there? And maybe we can describe really quickly where that is.
Well, it's in the Mid-Atlantic, and on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is interesting because there's a phenomenon called isostasy. Isostasy is the Earth's surface is a little bit fluid. If you put a heavy weight on one bit of it, it's like the end of a seesaw. It's going to force the other bit up. So in Britain, we had an ice cap on northern Scotland, but right now the Isle of Wight in the English Channel, far to the south, is sinking beneath the ocean. Why is that? Because the ice cap on northern Scotland pushed northern Scotland down and lifted up the Isle of Wight. Since the ice cap's gone, the Isle of Wight is going back underwater.
You see this in the islands off of Italy, like Capri is starting to shift and rotate a little bit.
Yeah, it's isostasy that causes that, and isostatic rebound in this case. And there is some indication that the ice cap on North America may have had an effect on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and may have raised it to a higher level than it was today.
So, wait a minute.
But I need to be clear. I'm not looking for Atlantis there or anywhere. I don't think there was one location. Every story and reference, and I don't think we should be looking for a genetic location for it either.
Right.
Just as it would be really hard to look for a genetic location of America today, the U.S. culture is a multicultural society. There's a multi-ethnicity society. I suspect, quote unquote, Atlantis was like that. I suspect that it was all over the world. That it occupied the best land, real estate on Earth. The lands that are now under a few hundred feet of water, caused by.
If we knew where it was, we could at least look for some sort of remains.
If there was a definite heartland for it, I think we should be looking for those remains on the flooded continental shelves all around the world, and that's what I spent 7 years of my life doing. Was diving on the continental shelves and finding again and again ruins and structures that weren't supposed to be there. I think there's a whole story of humanity that's missing underwater. And while I'm saying that, I would like to give credit to archaeologists. There is some work now being done, marine archaeology, which isn't any longer just looking for shipwrecks from the medieval period or even from the 20th century or 19th century, but are looking at the flooded continental shelves. And it's just starting. This work should have been happening for decades. It's just beginning. I think that's going to reveal a great deal. And I know it's going to reveal a great deal because I found a great deal. But I want to add that the Amazon rainforest and the Sahara Desert are also underserved by archaeology. archaeology. Yes. And we can't claim that there was no lost civilization of the Ice Age while there's so much of the world we never looked at all.
Especially the Sahara Desert, right? Because there could be thousands of pyramids just covered in mounds of sand right now.
They really could.
We are finding a lot in the Amazon.
Yes, the LiDAR in the Amazon. The LiDAR work in the Amazon is fascinating.
Okay, I
hope to be back in the Amazon within the next few months.
Okay, I want to, while we're talking about Amazon, ayahuasca.
Yes.
Psychedelics.
I mean, yes. Let's do psychedelics.
Yes. And how they tie into
these myths
in ancient civilization and potentially using the knowledge or experience gained from these psychedelic drugs to maybe build these huge megalithic structures. How big a role do you think psychedelics have played in prehistory?
Well, it's one of the reasons why we should never look for ourselves in the past, because we've had the horrific, vicious, evil thing called the war on drugs for the past 50 plus years, which is gradually going away, thank God. You know, but we're a culture that's hated psychedelics since the time of Richard Nixon, and we kind of just assumed that every culture in antiquity also hated psychedelics. No, they didn't. They were deeply involved with psychedelics, whether you're talking about the Eleusinian mysteries in ancient Greece.
What's that?
It was a temple, the Temple of Eleusis. It stands just outside of Athens in Greece, what's left of it. They served up a potion to all the initiates, and the initiates included Sophocles, Pindar, Plato himself. All the great minds of ancient world went to Eleusis. They were given this brew, which was called the kykeon. Then they went down into these deep chambers underneath the temple of Eleusis, and then they had extraordinary experiences, which gave them revelations about the nature of reality. They ceased to fear death. They knew that they knew that death was not the end. They had no fear of death anymore after they'd had this experience. It sounds a lot like a psychedelic experience, and then we have the work that's been done on that brew, and that brew was made. We're told it was made from barley, mint, and water. But what grows on barley is Claviceps paspali, which is an LSD-like fungus, which is soluble in water. There are ergots that are very dangerous, but there are less ergot. Ergot is the class of fungus to which this belongs. But some of them are extremely dangerous. But this one is soluble in water, is not dangerous, and is basically LSD. They were drinking LSD in the Temple of Eleusis, and they were having revelations about the meaning of life, and they were creating great philosophy and brilliant ideas. At the time, is of course massively connected to this surge of intellectual activity in ancient Greece. But ayahuasca,
or even before we get to ayahuasca, what were we discussing earlier? Is the pineal gland that you see represented in like that's the pine cone I saw in the Vatican. There's
one of them at the Vatican. They're pictured in many of the Mesopotamian reliefs that show the seven sages holding a pine cone in somebody's head. You know, there's a suggestion that the pineal gland, it has been suggested that the pineal gland secretes dimethyltryptamine, DMT. I think that the more recent work on that suggests it probably doesn't, but that it's a locus for endogenous. All of us have DMT in our bodies. We're all illegal here. We're all carriers. It's a natural brain hormone. The exact question of where in the body it's generated, some people think it might be the lungs these days. Wherever it is, it's there, and the pineal is associated with it in a number of ways, and it's associated. The pineal is the third eye. It was an eye. The pineal was an eye. It still is in some amphibians. It has a lens. Why it's called the third eye. It has a lens, a cornea, and a retina. So we just evolved out of it. Yeah, it's gone deeper into the brain. It's no longer light sensitive, but it's still arguably the third eye. So the connection of the pineal and DMT is not absolutely clear, but there is likely some.
Okay, so the idea of us looking for ourselves in the past, we're looking at how people build the pyramids, and we're going, well, we have these cranes. Where are your cranes? Instead of looking for the things that we are not utilizing, that they may utilize, which are psychedelic drugs, and maybe that gave them access to. It's stupid to use the word powers because I think it kind of dismisses everything, but maybe they give them access to some sort of like otherworldly knowledge that could have helped them create.
Well, it's an interesting discussion, actually. The interesting thing about psychedelics, one of the many interesting things about psychedelics is, for a start, new evidence that's emerging from scientific studies. At last, psychedelics have been taken out of the closet and are being examined for their therapeutic potential. And one of the things that it's very clear that psilocybin definitely does is mushrooms, which is closely related to DMT. It's a kind of orally edible, orally ingestible form of DMT. They promote neuroplasticity. They cause new neurons to grow in the brain. They make us smarter. Let us pay great tribute to Terence McKenna, a brilliant thinker in this field, whose stoned ape hypothesis and whose book, The Food of the Gods, was one of the early recognitions that psychedelics may have been the trigger that took our ancestor out of millions of years of boredom and put them on the path that we recognize as modern humanity. It's a perfectly reasonable thing. Also, the way that psychedelics are very helpful with depression is very interesting. And why is that the case? Depression, and I speak from experience because I've suffered myself from a long period of depression back in the early 90s. Depression is a very narrow, rigid frame of mind where you get locked into recurring patterns of thought and they're very negative, and you keep on repeating them to yourself. You start hating yourself, and you just can't bear anything. You're locked, and you can't escape from it. And what psychedelics seem to do is that they break that pattern. They just break it completely. And in this case, for depression, what seems to work best is a massive dose rather than microdosing. Microdosing is great as well. Yourself out of it.
So there's also, like, I think in depressive states there's a narcissism wrapped into it.
Maybe so.
Not a narcissism in terms of like I'm the best, look at me, everything's about me, but in the negative side of that.
So you still,
And that constant negative thought. But taking and having a psychedelic experience will make you realize maybe how small you are in the grand scheme of things, or how you are intertwined into the fabric of humanity, so it can break out of that.
Your death will disconnect you from the universe conspiring against you. Exactly.
You're not that important.
And if you belong to a species that has been making the same kind of stone tool without any changes for more than 1 million years, two things are happening. Clearly cultural information is being passed down, and clearly you're locked in a very narrow frame. And then suddenly it changes, and our ancestors start producing this extraordinary cave art, this amazing cave art. Whether you're talking about that site Serrania de la Lindosa in Colombia, or whether you're talking about Lascaux Cave in France, the art is stunning, and it is classically psychedelic art. It is featuring geometry, patterns of swirling dots, zigzag lines. There's Serrania de la Lindosa, and there's one of the extinct Ice Age megafauna with the arrow pointing at it up there. The geometry that's in there, the swirling dots, the sort of interlinked chains that are shown on there on the left. These are all classic psychedelic visions. Very often, as people enter a deeply altered state of consciousness, it starts with geometry and patterns, and then it manifests more into entities, and those entities are often therianthropic in form. Greek therion, wild beast; anthropos, man. They're part human, part animal in form. Not something that you see every day, but something that is very common, very common in Egyptian art, and very, very common in deeply altered states of consciousness brought on by psychedelics, is the encounter with entities who then appear to communicate with us. And again, this is where the archaeologists roll their minds, because they like to think that consciousness is entirely local to the brain. It's all manufactured by the brain, and this is just our brain on drugs. Whereas in fact, the opposite seems to be true. The brain seems to be acting as a receiver for consciousness rather than as a manufacturer of consciousness.
And what does that mean?
Well, what it means is that we have to function in a very tough physical universe. This is this world. We gotta know the laws of physics, even if we don't know them, as written down in science textbooks. We gotta know that if we bump into that wall, it's gonna hurt. We gotta understand all of that. And naturally, our main focus is on our physical survival in this physical realm. But what's useful for that is what is rightly called the alert, problem-solving state of consciousness. But there are many other states of consciousness that are available to us, and psychedelics unleash a completely different state of consciousness from the alert, problem-solving state of consciousness. And in that state of consciousness, we have these extraordinary experiences, and amongst those experiences, the most important are the encounters with entities that communicate with us. Now, we have a problem in trying to decide what is going on here. Very important project just underway at Imperial College in London, and another project that's going to be launched in Colorado, I think in Denver itself, within this year, where human volunteers, I hope to be one of them in Colorado. They turned me down in London because I've suffered from epilepsy since 2017, and there's no indication whatsoever that DMT would cause epilepsy, and I've smoked loads of DMT, and I know it doesn't cause epilepsy. But understandably, having gone through all the legal hoops to get permission, they don't want me dying in their lab. So they've not accepted me as a volunteer, but I'm hoping I might get accepted as a volunteer here in America. What it is extended release DMT, DMTX. DMT is normally
So it's just going to keep you
high for an hour, yeah.
Instead of what is DMT, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
And how long does it feel when you're high? 5 minutes, 10 minutes on DMT.
Oh, when you're in the DMT space, it can feel like forever.
So an hour is almost horrifying.
Does time not exist?
Yes, this is what many of the volunteers say, is that it's an alarming prospect to be in that space for an hour. They're being delivered it by drip constantly and directly into their bloodstream. They can signal at any time, I've had enough, if they're really feeling overwhelmed.
Yeah.
But by and large, most of the volunteers went through with it. I moderated a panel with four of the volunteers.
Anything interesting that they
And
say
a
about
gentleman called Andrew Gallimore, who's invented the technology that's going to be used in Colorado. Yes, the very interesting thing is that all appear to be meeting essentially the same entities.
So the gnome machine elves.
They might be machine elves, they might be gnomes, they might be therianthropes, but they're playful, they're tricksy, they're tricksters, and they convey knowledge, and they're also moral teachers. This is the funny thing. They make us confront our baggage.
How so?
Well, I can say in my case, I recently had an experience with the other kind of DMT very recently, which is 5-MeO DMT. The DMT we're talking about is NN-DMT, and that is the one that most frequently produces entity encounters and the sense of telepathic communication with entities. And science is not in a position to write that off. Quantum physics is looking at the possibility of multiple dimensions, very open to that possibility. Maybe what's happening is that our consciousness is getting retuned by DMT to gain access to dimensions of reality that are normally close to us. We think reality is just this, but actually it's all this. And in a deeply altered state of consciousness, the need for the alert problem-solving mindset is damped down, and we can open up to other areas of reality. Who knows what's going on there? But the issue is, are people learning something new in this state? This would touch on the question of whether psychedelics were helpful in energizing an ancient civilization and getting it going. I would cite the very well-known case of Kerry Mullis, the polymerase chain reaction PCR test, which has been fundamental for all DNA work subsequently. He admitted openly that he would never have made that discovery if he hadn't taken LSD. LSD gave him that discovery.
You said you recently had an experience with the other type of
5-MeO.
Yeah. What was that?
It was beautiful. Okay, so 5-MeO DMT is a bit controversial because in the basic form it comes from the secretions of a particular kind of toad. And those secretions can be scraped off and smoked directly. In that case, the smoke is quite cloudy, and you're ingesting not only the 5-MeO DMT, but other elements that are in the secretions of the toad. It's possible to have synthetic 5-MeO DMT, which is pure, which doesn't have the other elements in the secretions of the toad, and which doesn't involve killing toads. And that's the kind of 5-MeO DMT that I had, was in a pure synthetic form. I was alarmed before I did it because I've had alarming experiences on the other DMT and NN-DMT. Our facilitator helped me out and helped others in the group out by giving us MDMA first. We had
Get it in, Graham.
we're totally getting it in. It's only the second time in my life I've ever experienced MDA.
Oh, it's great, isn't it?
What a great
Oh,
thing.
it's amazing.
My God,
Yeah.
it's wonderful.
Yeah.
It feels so just overwhelmed with love. It's just such a beautiful thing. So we had that 3 or 4 hours before we had the 5-MeO DMT. And then 3 at a time we lay down, and we first sat up to take one massive deep inhalation on the pipe, and then hold it in, and then release it, and then my wife Sartha can do this and sit up. She does it with NMDMT, and she does it. She did it with the 5-MeO as well. Just sit up, and she does these mudras. She's very, very present. I have to lie down. I can't be seated. I can't be standing up. I got to lie down flat. And I actually pulled on an eye mask as I was lying down. And then just this, the only visionary element of the 5-MeO was like a feather with an eye at the end of it. But most of it was about how I need to honor and respect and love my wife, and how
that was a mother she was doing. Just get you to see that.
You know that I have to, but that I have a problem with anger. I get angry too quickly, and that anger can be very hurtful to other people, and particularly hurtful to my wife. And it showed me that, and basically said you gotta fix this.
And how does it show to you? It showed intuition,
it was more intuition. It wasn't a scene of me shouting, but it was a recognition that that's what I do, and that it's harmful and useless, that it's harmful to me and it's harmful to everybody around me.
So there's a communication with the celestial being without any words at all.
Without any words, but you get it. The other intention that I said, I had 3 goes on the pipe on that day, with about an hour and a half between each one, and on the 3rd go, my intention was more selfish. My intention was that I should, could it help me to get rid of my migraine headaches, because I suffer very badly from migraines. In fact, it's a kind of curse, and I wanted to focus on that. Maybe there's some way that it could affect me, and I did feel, perhaps it was my imagination, but I did feel fingers massaging the back of my head where migraines often start, and then massaging my temple, and then abruptly it stopped, and it returned to the issue of my relationships. And I thought that it stopped like that because the 5-MeO DMT had fixed my migraines. But the very next day, I had another massive migraine. And I think what happened was the 5-MeO DMT was saying, actually, we can't fix this. Let's report it. It was an extraordinary experience. I wouldn't recommend anybody to do it completely alone, or any kind of DMT. I think it's important to have a responsible facilitator who's used to handling people in this state. Everybody responds in different ways. Some people can really freak out. It's not necessarily a bad thing to freak out. It's not necessarily a bad thing to feel fear, but you want somebody around who's a sitter, who understands the medicine, and who can help you, through that.
You said earlier that it removes you from the problem-solving consciousness state,
which we're normally in. We're normally thinking of the next problem we have to deal with.
How do we fit? And then I think oftentimes in that state, we're not dealing with the problems that we have internally. We're not dealing with the trauma, the relationship, those things. So it's
often we're blaming them on other people.
Exactly. Yeah. So what's kind of interesting to me is that even the way that you describe it, it's put a pause on those problems that we feel like we have to solve in every second to do kind of like self-work.
Inner work.
I wonder what is on the other end of self-work. Like, I wonder when you get through a lot of those things that you need to work on, where else they can take you. Because I don't think they go, you're good, see you later. Maybe you start to seek some of that. Maybe you need to deal with all of your stuff before you're ready for that higher consciousness.
Or maybe both things can happen all the time, because virtually every powerful psychedelic journey I have, and ayahuasca is certainly that. And my last ayahuasca journey was in 2019. DMT, NMDMT more recently, and then 5-MeO DMT. They all sooner or later deal with my baggage. I carry a lot of baggage. Those of us who carry less baggage tend to have a gentler trip, but in my case, it's right in my face, and you got to deal with it.
And you keep going after it.
I keep going after it because it's very useful teaching, and I keep slipping back into bad habits.
So it's a reminder.
Yeah, and it's really important to recognize that these substances are not a magic pill, which is going to fix you overnight.
I think people use them as that.
They're not.
I think they've become trendy in a way, and I think a lot of people are seeking out ayahuasca because they're like, hey, I have this block, and if I just do this ayahuasca, it's going to fix it for me, and then it's done.
Chances are it'll be done for a few weeks, and then you'll fall back into the old
It's like a chiropractor or something.
You have to carry on the work. Yeah, the real work begins after the session.
So it's a recognition of what's going on, what you have to confront, and then you have to do that work.
And then you have to do that work. But as to novelty, I mentioned Kerry Mullis and the polymerase chain reaction. The other interesting one is Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Did I mention them?
No, but they've been.
They also were very forthright, particularly Wozniak, that the Apple computer would not have been invented without LSD. And Francis Crick, who's the discoverer of the double helix form of DNA, along with other colleagues, who was a regular user of LSD in the 1960s before it was illegal, and the 50s. And he also suggested that he first got the double helix form under the influence of LSD. So these are scientific examples of people who are making a quantum leap forward in knowledge as a result of their psychedelic experiences, not as a result of their alert problem-solving state of consciousness that we value so highly, but as a result of a completely other state of consciousness. In my case, the novelty I got was I was given a novel during 5 ayahuasca sessions in Brazil. I had never written novels before. I always write nonfiction, and I still mainly write nonfiction. But I was given a novel. I was given the whole plot of the novel, and I ended up writing that novel. Between the session was in 2007. I finished the novel in 2010. It was called Entangled. I had no idea that I had a novel in me, and perhaps my readers don't like it. I don't care. I found an area of myself that was new to me, and I was able to.
The entire story existed to you.
Yeah.
Now, explain to me how it existed, like plot, beginning, middle, end, or existed like the character.
I saw the principal characters, and I saw the setting. It was 2 young women, one living in the time of the Neanderthals and one living today, who were literally entangled in space and time, and it was the use of psychedelics in both times that enabled them to be entangled, and that they were brought together by an entity that they referred. Sorry, my critics are going to go wild with this. They're going to drug shame me. This is forever. But they were brought together by an entity called the Blue Angel, whose purpose was that there's a demon who travels through time called Sulpa, and he's seeking to destroy everything that's good about humanity, and he's doing that in 2 time frames, in the time of the Neanderthals and today. And this Blue Angel entity brings together these 2 young women in these 2 different time frames to do battle against the demon. That was the story that I was given, and that was the story that I wrote.
Do you see it like a movie, or how does that present itself?
I did see it a bit like a movie. I saw scenes. I saw my young character from the Stone Age, Rhea, throwing stones very, very brilliantly at her enemies, and I saw the connection between these two women, and the sense of a supernatural battle of good against evil, against which the human story is played out, and that ultimately we humans always have a choice. We always have a choice between good and evil. It might be at a very small scale, or it might be at a very large scale. If it's at a very large scale, it can do enormous damage to human society as a whole. If it's at a very small scale, it can do enormous damage to us and those immediately close to us. But it was that sense of that happening. Anyway, I didn't have a novel in me before that. I've never tried.
Have you seen other works, not just literary works, but film, music, that you've immediately connected to and thought, oh, this is inspired by hallucinogenics? This reminds me of an experience that I had. Is there? It could be a cartoon for children. Avatar, right? 100% or no? Like, yes. What is an Avatar from? What was that? The original. People say that.
Pocahontas, I think.
No. There's like a almost like an anime thing that people thought it was.
I'm not sure, but somebody involved in that story was definitely experiencing altered states of consciousness.
Apparently, JFK had experiences with psychedelics?
I wouldn't be surprised. Again, this is a mistake that our society has made, is to cut us. And maybe it's not a mistake. I don't really do conspiracy theories, but maybe it was a deliberate thing back when the war on drugs was declared. It's under,
we did a lot of research with psychedelics.
Psychedelics lead people to ask questions. They don't leave us comfortable with the prevailing order of things, both in ourselves and with the way society functions. And we begin to become critical and questioning in a way that we might not have been before. And I think this was felt to be dangerous, and they were demonized with lies and complete dishonesty. But they were.
Do you remember when psychedelics were gaining popularity? This is what, 19...
when you say gaining popularity,
60s, mainstream popularity.
Well, I don't think you could call hippies, mainstream.
It's so funny, the way that we look back on them, they were the mainstream stuff. Yeah. It was like the dominant culture, but I guess they were fringe and odd for the time.
They were fringe and odd, and they were and they were feared by those rooted and grounded in mainstream culture.
Yeah, hippie was a pejorative, right?
It was a pejorative. He's just a hippie.
Yeah.
It was a negative term. So I guess that we're looking at a shift in human consciousness that certainly began probably in the late 50s and was well underway in the 60s. And had it been allowed to continue, it might well have transformed society in many, many ways. But then it was clamped down upon, and all these lies and propaganda were spread, false stories about how dangerous psychedelics are. I want to be very clear about that. Psychedelics are extremely serious business, and this needs to be understood. I don't believe that psychedelics are for children, or cannabis for that matter. I think we'd be much better keeping them out of the hands of children if they were totally legal and it was accompanied by wise advice.
They can also unearth existing psychological issues. You have to be really dangerous.
If somebody's suffering from schizophrenia, psychedelics could be very bad news. So
and a lot of people don't know that they have schizophrenia.
A lot of people don't, especially so there is an element of danger and risk, and this is why a sitter who's deeply experienced with the substance is
your shaman.
Yeah. We haven't yet invented a word for shaman in Western culture, but we need to. The word comes from Tungus Mongol. It means one who sees, and it was then applied by anthropologists because they found that figure, that person who played that role, was found in multiple different cultures all around the world. And they said, let's just call them all shamans. But the word comes from a specific culture. We don't have a word for that in our culture yet. Facilitator or sitter are the ones that I use. This is one of the many areas where Western culture would do well to learn from indigenous cultures that have been using psychedelics responsibly for thousands and thousands of years.
What is responsible psychedelic use to you? What do you start with? What do you do it with?
Intentions, meditation, things like that.
Yeah, it's intentions, meditations. It's not recreational. You're not taking it to have a party. You're taking it to make contact with the dead. Ayahuasca means the vine of the dead or the vine of souls. Iboga is the plant that enables people to see the dead. That's what these things mean. There's so much of a connection to the afterlife with them, and that's a serious inquiry. If you've lost a relative recently and you've not had closure, it can be very beneficial to have an afterlife contact with that person. And many people report this experience. I've had the experience myself with Iboga.
Really?
Yeah, I met my dad. He passed away shortly before that. Again, the scientists can say, you were just fantasizing that. It was just your imagination. But I met him.
The science. So what happened?
He came to me in the vision. It was shadowy, but he basically made me feel okay about the key issue, which was I was not with him at his deathbed. And I was haunted by that. And after that, I didn't feel haunted by it anymore. And increasingly with my experiences with psychedelics over many decades now, I have no fear of death. I don't fear death. I do fear pain. I do fear humiliation. Old age, I'm 72, 73 next birthday. I have to be realistic about this. I only have so long in this incarnation. as we get older, our bodies get infirm, get weaker, we become more and more dependent. I don't like being dependent on others in any way. And I detest pain. And I would like to, who doesn't? And I'd like to avoid it as much as possible. Death, I don't fear. And I'm not even anxious about it. When it comes, I regard it as the next great adventure, and I hope that's what it's going to turn out to be. But who knows? Nobody can say the definitive word on death. Yes, our bodies die, but does our consciousness die? We don't know that. Any scientist who says you're just a meat robot, there's nothing else to you but your physical body, they're stating an opinion, not a fact. So for me, it's the beginning of a next great adventure, and I think psychedelics they've helped me with this, and I know from the recent science that's being done that they are helping people who are terminal, who are anxious about death. Again, psilocybin is the one that's most generally trialed in this respect. They tend to lose the fear of death. They don't fear it.
And losing the fear of death is, I think there's a difference between a fear of death and a fear of maybe missing out on what's going on. For example, like let's say you were to do some sort of like rock climbing thing with no ropes, you would probably be afraid of dying.
I'd be afraid of falling, and I wouldn't look. I regard life as a precious gift. I am fortunate enough, and so are you. It's all of us in this room to be born in a human body, and to have this big brain, and to be able to make choices between good and evil, and to live the experience of life. This is a theater of experience. We will come into it as children. We will go through it all our years. We will be confronted by all sorts of opportunities to learn and to grow and to develop. And I regard that as a gift. So I'm not into taking foolish and unnecessary physical risks. I have taken them when they're necessary. Santa and I both nearly lost our lives more than once during our diving expeditions. We've been into war zones on our research. We've had bullets fired at us. If the risk is worth taking for a project that I'm pursuing that is close to my heart, I will do it. But I won't foolishly or unnecessarily take a risk. It seems like a waste to do that. Risk in itself has no virtue. It's necessary risk that has some virtue. But I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Yeah, because I think it's important to have a fear of death.
Yeah.
And I think as we have more things that we don't want to leave, loved ones, family, the beautiful things that success brings, I find myself going, is it worth doing this stupid, frivolous activity where I could potentially lose out on all these beautiful things that I'm able to get? Exactly. No. So that's not the type of death.
No. I'm speaking to you as a man whose next birthday is 73.
And you're like, one of these days, it's going to happen.
In truth, the door of death stands right beside us, all of us, every minute of every day. It can happen at any moment, whether through an illness or an accident. You can be gone, just like that. But by and large, as you get older, it does get closer, and you start to think about these things. And then inevitably, I've thought, well, I don't know how long I have left. But what is clear to me is that I'm not going to hasten my death. But that if it comes, I'm not going to regard it with fear and horror. I want to be as alert as possible and as awake as possible. And I hope to be ushered through the doorway of death with a psychedelic journey.
All right, let's take a break for a second, because listen, some of you guys did the tough thing during COVID, okay? You paid your people, you pulled your business through the pandemic, and now doing a tough thing could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at covidtaxrelief.org, okay? Government funds are available to reward companies with 2 or more employees who stayed open during COVID. This is not a loan, and you don't have to pay it back. This program is complicated, but nobody knows more about it than the CPAs and tax experts at covidtaxrelief.org. You pay nothing up front. They do all the work and share a percentage of the cash they get. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify, including those who took PPP loans. Even if you had increases in sales, you did the tough thing for your employees during COVID. Okay, let covidtaxrelief.org help you get up to $26,000 per employee. Visit covidtaxrelief.org. That's covidtaxrelief.org. Covidtaxrelief.org. Now let's get back to the show.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break real quick because you need a better wallet. Extra is the world's largest smart wallet brand for a reason. They design innovative solutions to improve the way you carry your everyday items. All of them, right here. Quick card access. Look at that, bang. All my cards right there. I don't have to search for anything. It's all right there. Click of a button. Also, more importantly, it has 2 key tracker features. You know what that means? It is trackable worldwide. And these wallets offer RFID protection, or as Andrew calls it, they're proof. You know, when you're out in foreign countries, sometimes they don't even just steal a wallet. They can just get the information from your pocket like that. Boom. RFID protection, that means it's skim-proof. So if you're maybe in Greece when this episode comes out, this is the wallet that's perfect for you. And more importantly, Flagrant, as always, will hook you up. So if you check out these wallets at shop.extra.com/flagrant, you'll get up to 25% off site-wide with the code Flagrant. Again, that is shop.ekster.com/flagrant. You get up to 25% off with the code Flagrant. Now let's get back to the show.
Are you spiritual? Like, do you believe in God? Are you?
I'm not a Christian. I don't belong to any of the mainstream religions. I don't, and I haven't for a very long time. But I think that life is an enormous mystery, and that fundamentally, for want of a better word, it is a spiritual mystery. We're on a spiritual journey here. I think that the mainstream religions have narrowed that journey down into dogma and into creeds, where in most of the mainstream religions, most of the time, whether we're talking about Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, the Abrahamic faiths, the monotheistic religions, there are exceptions, but a lot of people are not having any direct contact with spirit. They're being told what to think. They're being told what to think by basically a bureaucrat who happens to be a priest or a rabbi or a mullah who's saying, these are the teachings, you must adhere to these teachings, and actually if you don't adhere to them, we're going to censor you in some way or another. To me, that's no more spiritual than doing business out on the stock exchange. It's just it's an expert telling me what to think, whereas a spiritual experience is direct contact with the quote unquote divine, which is not necessarily some old bad-tempered guy sitting up on a cloud. Far from it, as a matter of fact. That is not, in my view, that is a misrepresentation of what spirituality is. But we can get into all kinds of controversial areas here. I don't know.
Have you been in direct contact with a higher power through your experiences?
Yes, on psychedelics, I've particularly on ayahuasca, I have felt the presence of the entity that I call Mother Ayahuasca.
I felt the mother,
and I felt her teachings, and I felt grateful.
Was it like?
In the most compelling case, she took the form of an enormous serpent who wrapped herself around my body.
Serpents always coming back.
They're always coming back, and Mother Ayahuasca often takes the form of a serpent, sometimes takes the form of a jaguar, sometimes takes, not the car, the puma, and sometimes takes the form of a human being. But
is there any fear?
The message was, no, I didn't feel fear. I felt enormous, was wrapping around. I felt enormously comforted, and again, I got a message that I've had many times, is that you won't be good at giving love to others if you don't love yourself. If you're constantly hating yourself, and I've gone through long periods of my life where I have felt very negative about myself. So that was a positive experience for me. I would say every experience I've had with ayahuasca has been positive, even the most challenging ones.
Yeah, what was the toughest?
The toughest experience I had. I hesitate to share this. In ayahuasca group, when you're drinking with, say, a dozen other people, there becomes an element of telepathy or communication that can take place. And it happened that I was in one group where it turned out later, we got the facts later, that was one individual who shouldn't have been there. In ayahuasca, there's a tendency for you to lower your barriers. Your heart opens. You're very vulnerable to other people. And unfortunately, and this is a phenomenon that I would warn anybody of who's drinking ayahuasca in the West today, or anywhere as a matter of fact, is that there are people who are using that vulnerability to gain psychic advantage over you. And there was the feeling, first of all, it happened to my wife, Santa, who was beside me, and then it happened to me of an individual trying to enter our heads and take control of us. And we learned more about him the following day, and it turned out he'd been there the year before and had done exactly the same thing. We didn't know that at the time. He seemed to have developed some sort of psychic power. And when we questioned him about it, he said, I'm this basement shaman. I go around ayahuasca groups because I benefit from them. And what he meant by benefiting from them was basically I'm a psychic vampire. I draw people's energy. I take it away from them. So these dangers can occur, and that's where a good shaman will stop that happening.
How did the ayahuasca do?
In this case, he did not do anything. It was most unhelpful. But I think he's learned greatly from that experience.
But how does the ayahuasca know that is happening?
Well, that's something where you have to tell them. And in this case, my wife Santa did tell the ayahuasca, but he did not.
He said, this person is trying to enter my mind. Yeah. They're trying to take from me.
Yeah. And there's a natural tendency to you're making that up as well.
And you're lucid in that moment. You're lucid enough to describe what's happening.
Yes. You can often be lucid during an ayahuasca journey.
You're speaking English to that person.
You can be.
And the person who is entering the mind, is he sitting in another area? Is he hovering?
He was on a bed, not a bed, a mat on the floor, just 2 or 3 people away from us. And we were not the only people who he affected. He affected other people in that room. And there was a gentleman in that room who literally fell down the stairs from the ceremonial space to upstairs trying to get away from him. It really got very, very, very dark.
Did everyone confront him?
I described it in a lengthy article on my website. Yes, 2 days later he was to leave because he kind of said, I do this. I benefit from the energy of others.
And then what type of energy is he getting? Like, how is he benefiting?
Yeah.
In the case, I can tell you particularly in the case of my wife. My wife, Santa, and I are both the same age. She's 73 next birthday as well. But Santa looks a lot younger. I look my age. But Santa looks a lot younger. And he focused on her. He homed in on her when he asked her age. And she told him his age. And he said, you're that young. And that's when he focused in on her. It was like she had some energy, and she does, that was energizing her, and that was making her a fantastic grandmother and a fantastic mother and the most wonderful wife on the planet Earth. But she has that energy.
Oh, and he tried to absorb.
He wanted that energy.
He wanted that energy.
And she got no, he did not. What he did was, at a certain point, when we were gathering to drink the brew, he put his arms on her shoulder and blew in her face like that. Now, in Amazonian shamanism, the breath can be used for different purposes, and one of the purposes can be used for attack. They fire things called virotes, psychic darts, at another individual. Again, only people who've worked with ayahuasca will really get this, and a lot of your audience will not get this, and they'll think I was a lunatic. But I'm just reporting to you what happened. Not only was she psychically damaged by this attack, but she also became physically ill after the attack. She developed shingles. She still has shingles as a result of that, would crop up again and again on her back in exactly the place that one of his hands touched her. Wow. So it's just okay,
this is great. Hold on. So there's a physical manifestation of an emotional and spiritual experience that she had. So if that can happen within your body, why can it not happen within anybody else's body? Why can it not happen outside of our bodies?
Well, I think it depends on how much you've lowered your guard. We're all on guard, we all defend ourselves psychically as well as physically. But this is the danger of the ayahuasca state, that your heart opens.
So maybe there's an argument to be made for, let's say that there was this war on drugs, right? Maybe they saw it as something that was too vulnerable to hand it out to the masses without a way to, if we're giving them the best case scenario, I don't think that we want to treat the phase, wherever the people in charge is, with best case scenario, but this is a very vulnerable situation. You use people, you're seeing a perfect example of somebody using it for nefarious intent. Imagine the average person doing it on a Friday.
I spoke to a psychologist that does psychedelic therapy, and he even reported in a clinical trial these telepathic sort of revelations. That even in a clinical trial inside like an actual medical room, there was a person on, I think, high dose ketamine or high dose psilocybin, I can't remember, and the clinician that was observing them basically easily thought about their dog at home. This is a purely anecdotal example, but thinking about their dog at home, like, oh, did I go let the dog out? And then the patient that was on high-dose ketamine took the shade off, took off the headphones and said, I'm thinking of dogs or whatever, and was sharing effectively the same vision that they were thinking, even though only one of them was on a high-dose psychedelic.
Okay, so here we go. Surprisingly common. Real quick, right? Mark. Okay. How do we build the pyramids? How you organize 20,000 people, 30,000 people to be all on the same page and deliver the blocks the exact same ways and cut them in the exact same shapes, and well, maybe not the exact same shapes, but to certain specifications. And
Wind up with this perfect thing that weighs 6 million tons and is almost perfectly oriented to true north and is 481 feet high. You know, and contains 2.5 million individual blocks of stone.
And the slightest tweak or the slightest miscalculation can turn the entire thing off, and it won't even be able to stay
You
by
end up with a
itself.
corkscrew instead of a pyramid. If you make the slightest error down at the base.
If you could find a way to, I don't want to even say manipulate, but access that sort of telepathic ability, it's just a better communication tool for a project of this size.
Yes, and let's not forget that there are other tele-abilities such as telekinesis, which are also sneered at by Western science, because we do everything, well, it's not so much a matter of belief. We do everything in our society through mechanical advantage. We're used to leverage, we're used to machines, we do stuff, we look at cranes for building, so on and so forth. It may be that there are innate human abilities that we're not, that have actually lapsed in our society, but that are still there. And this is where, again, to those who sneer at such ideas, I would say take a close look at the work of Rupert Sheldrake. Rupert Sheldrake is a scientist, and he's done a deal of work on telepathy. For example, this may sound trivial, but dogs who know when their owners are coming home. Now, he did randomized trials where the owners would come home at very different times, and other issues like the scent and so on were excluded. They always knew when their owner was coming home. Not always, but at a statistically significant level. Telephone telepathy. We've all had that experience, I suspect, where the phone rings and you actually know who's on the other end.
How often does a woman make a part of your body rise without even touching it?
Interesting observation. That's telepathy too.
You're talking about Homo erectus.
Oh, yeah, Homo erectus.
My favorite type. What I would say is that in all my books, in the thousands of pages that I've written, I have probably written no more than 2 or 3 pages on these extraordinary possibilities and extraordinary abilities. But when archaeologists attack me, they say Hancock believes in levitation by the mind.
You're in a really peculiar situation because it seems like you're unbelievably passionate, I guess part of your life, right? But writing about it, even speaking on it, I even can tell as we're talking about it right now, you're like, people are going to use this to discredit this other thing that I've dedicated my entire fucking life to. Oh man, what a tricky situation.
It is a tricky.
But we don't do it to other people. Or like we don't look at Wozniak and be like, your computers aren't good. Right?
No.
You should have just invented Apple.
That's because there's a narrative about the past which archaeology tells, and it's supposed to be a pretty much straight line evolutionary story.
It's just much easier to make us like that.
Through early agriculture to advanced industrialized societies, and the notion that there might have been a lost civilization and we might have forgotten the whole episode from the human story is very threatening to that narrative, and it's particularly threatening when it appears on a major platform like Netflix. I've always been attacked for my work since I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, but the level of attacks and the characters ramped up enormously since the difference.
It's also sorry to cut you, but it's not like it's like a validation. It's like Netflix putting a stamp on this, so makes people go, "Oh, this must be true," right?
It's on YouTube. It's like, oh, that's that guy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whereas I try to make clear throughout the series that I'm expressing my personal views, and that I don't claim to be 100%. I'm not saying this is how it was. I'm saying this is how it could have been. There's a difference.
There's a part of this, and I want to get back to this because I'm really fascinated by this. But there's one part of the Netflix series that I actually was really excited to talk to you in person so you could explain to me when you were talking about the difference in the color of the bedrock. I think you were in Mexico. Was it
New Mexico?
It was New Mexico.
We were at
there was like a line.
Yes, that's the Younger Dryas boundary, and it was at Murray Springs in
in New Mexico or Arizona. Pretty certain it's New Mexico. It was at Murray Springs. I was with one of the scientists from the Comet Research Group, Dr. Alan West, and he was showing me the younger dryas boundary. Well, it's about the width of a human hand, and you see it running all the way through this draw. Now we see it at all because there was a flash flood which cut the draw down, and the sides are exposed. It was always there, but you wouldn't know it was there unless the land had been cut and opened up as it was. And this younger dryas boundary contains charcoal for wildfires. Wildfires are what you expect when you have a bit of a comet airbursting up above you. It has platinum, which is a rare, very rare on planet Earth. It has iridium, which is even rarer. There's the younger dryas boundary at Murray Springs. There it is. It contains shocked quartz, evidence of quartz that's been melted at temperatures of more than 2,000 degrees centigrade. It contains carbon microspherules. Yeah, they call it the black mat. It's not only found there, it's found all around the world. It's found in Belgium. It's found in many different sites in America. It's found as far east as Abu Huraira in Syria. This was a global event. And it wasn't one object hitting one place. Comets have a habit of breaking up into multiple fragments. Excuse me. Some may be quite small, so small that they don't reach the Earth. They blow up in the atmosphere. The most recent example we've had is the Tunguska event, June 30th, 1908.
Yeah, in Russia, right?
That was in Siberia, and it was fortunately over an uninhabited area of Siberia. They calculate that object was maybe 60 to 100 meters in diameter. It did not reach the Earth. It blew up in the sky, therefore there's no crater, but it flattened 2,000 there. The flattened trees, 2,000 square kilometers of trees were just flattened.
And they're flattened by air?
Yes, the massive pressure releases. This thing, it's like an atomic bomb going off in the sky. Massive pressure release.
Oh, so instead of the mushroom cloud going up, the mushroom cloud is pushing down at Earth.
Gotcha. If this happened over any city, it would wipe out the entire population of that city.
Right. And still nothing has grown?
I'm not sure. I think it's probably regrown. These areas regrown. The one on the right is Tunguska event, I'm not sure because I've not been to that part of Siberia. But it's interesting because it was the 30th of June 1908, which is the peak of the meteor shower known as the Beta Taurids. The Earth has a relationship with the Taurid meteor stream. We pass through it twice a year, and the astronomers who are working on the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis are pretty certain that the progenitor comet of the Taurid meteor stream was what caused those impacts 12,800 years ago, and we're still in relationship with it. The comet Enki is the best known bit of the Taurid meteor stream. It's about 6 kilometers in diameter, but it's a fragment of an originally much larger, maybe 100-kilometer diameter core that broke up into multiple pieces. And many of those pieces hit the Earth or airbursted around 12,800 years ago and caused the onset of the Younger Dryas. I'm not saying that as a fact. I'm saying that is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, documented in probably 100 scientific papers.
Can you bring up that image that you sent me about the asteroids or the comets that have hit Earth?
Yeah.
Mark sent me this picture. I believe it was you, Mark, that sent me it, and it was, he sent me this picture, and here are the comets that have hit Earth, and I just looked at it, and I thought this was, and I thought this was throughout history. This is since 94?
Right.
1994.
Yeah. It's like the universe is telling us to wake up.
Rogan said we exist in a shooting. We live in a shooting gallery. Yeah. It's a matter of time.
It's absolutely a matter of time, and particular attention needs to be paid to the Taurid meteor stream
because we
go through it twice a year. We go through it in late October, early November, and we go through it in late June, early July. And it's 30 million kilometers wide. It takes 12 plus days for the Earth to pass through it on its orbit. There are large objects in it. There are many small and harmless objects in it. It's only a matter of time before we go into it, right? And have an encounter. Before we have an encounter.
And to clarify, some of those are actually just asteroids that explode, I guess, in the Earth's atmosphere. So it's not just
the vast majority do. Sometimes they'll hit. Sometimes there have been recent cases of a bit of an asteroid or comet that's hit a house.
Really?
Yeah, there have been 2 recent cases this year.
There was one in Alabama that was hit by a large asteroid that left a bruise on her leg. I'm pretty sure, yeah. They do make it to Earth, so somebody don't know. The vast majority are airbursts, but they shooting stars, but they do make it to Earth. So we are in a cosmic shooting gallery, and attention needs to be paid to it, and not because we have to live in fear of gloom and doom and our planet is going to be destroyed, precisely because we have the ability and the technology now to do something about it. Yeah. If we pay attention to it, rather than paying attention to all the shit we are paying attention to, like making war on each other and investing vast quantities in weapons systems to kill one another on a scale. This is the human race has got its priorities wrong. We're still locked in a frame of mind, a state of consciousness that is not serving the human race anymore. It's based on scarcity. Scare is a hatred and fear and suspicion. The media are particularly good at that. It's great because it gets audiences.
How do we allow people to experiment with mind-altering drugs without it being my concern when weed became legal was that it was going to be immediately abused, and not in terms of the quantity used, the potency of it. Like the weed now, it's not even reminiscent of weed. I feel like, right? It's like this is if we're actually trying to get to like the natural part of it.
I bought some New York edibles last night. Well, first of all, there's little pieces of chocolate, and each one contains 25 milligrams of THC.
Why would you need 25?
They're tiny. Well, it depends how much you use it. If I use cannabis very regularly, which I sometimes do,
right,
and I really want to get seriously stoned, I might need 40 milligrams.
Real.
And I felt in need of more than 25 milligrams last night for various reasons. But trying to slice that second piece up with a plastic knife wasn't very, and I think I just possibly had a little bit too much.
Also, whereas the heat activates the THC in a different way. Is that right? Like when it's baked versus like when you smoke it.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, edibles, of course, as we know, you're looking at 5 or 6 hours. On edibles, I peak after about 2.5 hours, and I'm still in there 2 or 3 hours later. Whereas vapes, if I'm writing, I prefer to vape cannabis because I can titrate the dose. I can keep myself just at the place I want to be without falling deep into
where you can't even write anymore.
Yeah, where I can't write anymore. So the uses, there are different uses and purposes.
So how do we do that with the psychedelic?
First of all, you legalize everything because the hasty and careless and irresponsible use of these substances is largely happening because of the illegal regime, and there are people making money out of pushing and selling these things as drugs. The first thing to do is to make them all legal, and I think legal for adults, not legal for children. It would be much easier to explain to our teenage son or our teenage daughter that we would like him or her to hang on until they're 21, because when you're 21, you can do whatever you like, just like everything else in our society, as long as you don't do harm to others. As I often point out, we have multiple laws already which completely govern every issue of doing harm to others. What's bizarre about the war on drugs is that they govern what we may or may not experience in our own consciousness while doing no harm to others. I think it'd be much easier to explain to a teenager who's keen to get started, this is very serious matter. Take your time. The time will come. Your mind is a little immature at the moment. Wait until you're 21, and then it's your choice.
You think 21? Would it be even later, maybe?
I think because we allow so many other things to 21-year-olds, I think that would be a natural age to put on it. Of course, every individual varies. Some 18-year-olds are very mature, maybe some are not. It depends. But if we're going to put something on it, I'd say 21 is a good age. The best example of why good advice works better than illegalization is tobacco. In the sense that tobacco has never been legal, it's never been illegal, it's never been a criminal offense that could put you in prison and ruin your reputation for life and make you unemployable to smoke a cigarette. But as it happens, we have seen
huge decline in cigarette consumption, not because people are afraid of getting locked up, but because they've had good advice and they believed it. And I think we can do that with psychedelics, but the whole thing is tainted by the war on drugs at the moment. So we need to get outside.
Go out.
You don't think it should be like off Akash's comment? You don't think it should be a little bit later when our brain is fully developed?
Yes, that's perhaps it should. Okay, I'll tell my personal story. My first ever experience with psychedelics was when I was 24 years old, and that was in 1974 at the Windsor Free Festival in just outside of London, when I split a tab of acid 3 ways with a couple of friends. Had the most amazing experience ever, but I saw one of my friends had a really bad experience, and I actually didn't go back to psychedelics until I was researching the specific book in which I write about psychedelics, which is called Supernatural, and it's recently been republished as Visionary. I believe strongly.
How old were you then? Sorry.
When I was so 2003, so I was already 53.
Wow. Okay.
Between the age of 24 and the age of 53, I had no psychedelic experiences at all. I also did not consume cannabis as a young adult. I was 38 when I started cannabis.
Yeah, same, 38 actually.
And I initially found that it was something that I would have of an evening to help me get off to sleep. But when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, and here my critics are going to say that's why he wrote that book. When I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I decided to experiment with basically smoking all day, which I switched to vaping. It relieves the physical boredom of sitting in that chair for hours and hours every day. And I feel it helps me loosen up connections in my mind. It doesn't work the same for everybody. I don't get dreamy or dopey or lose connection. I stay focused. So I was 53 when Santa and I went down to the Amazon and had our first ayahuasca experiences in 2003. And I was 38 when I started to become acquainted with cannabis properly. So I don't know. The problem is people are different. I think the key thing is let's stop making it illegal. Let's stop making it a crime. Let's stop shaming people because they're interested in psychedelics and ruining their lives. And then let's see what the best system we have. But this is where we need to sit at the feet of shamans in hunter-gatherer societies and learn from them how to handle these powerful experiences, which we're not. And I feel strongly, but I'm not in a position to tell other people what to do. I can only share my advice. These medicines are not for recreational purposes.
Yeah.
Not the psychedelics. MDMA, now that's a different matter.
So, white supremacist that actually had like a moral revelation on a high-dose MDMA clinical trial.
Oh yeah, you told me.
Yeah, I shared it. Basically, he was in a clinical trial to study MDMA's effects on something completely unrelated to race relations. He happened to be affiliated with white nationalist groups. He was at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017 and had been involved throughout a long period of time, was fired from his job after his job found out that he was affiliated with these white nationalist groups. He happened to enroll in the trial, did the study, and then as he left the study, he basically elected to discontinue it, said, I have to go do some work, look up my name, you'll see my history, you'll see why I have to leave. And then basically re-engaged with the researchers again to say, I was a white supremacist, and through this chemical that gave me dramatic empathy, I now understood why I was in such a hateful place, and I just needed love.
Absolutely.
That guy's racist though. You gotta be on Molly to like black people, bro.
You are racist.
Now, obviously, not everyone has this experience, but it is interesting.
You know, human beings are filled with all kinds of prejudices, all kinds of ideas about other human beings, and one of the great things about psychedelics is they can shake that up. They can shake it up and get us out of these fixed patterns. But the question of legalization is complicated. I'm against bureaucracies. I'm against government. I think governments are the most unhelpful things in the world today, next perhaps to the mainstream religions. I think they're causing so much misery and chaos. If you're in government, it's in your interests to maximize the negative light in which you put any kind of opposition. That's what politicians do, and it happens at an international level where one state hates on
no
another
exchange of ideas. There's
no exchange of ideas.
collaboration.
It would be a thoroughly good idea if every leader of every country, anybody running for political office, were required to have a dozen sessions of ayahuasca.
That would be the prerequisite.
Yeah, that was the prerequisite. You don't apply for the job if you haven't done this. Is the bar you have to set. You have to have a dozen sessions of ayahuasca, then you can apply.
Yeah. Which if you just get the on-right Molly, that would probably help a lot.
What is a Molly?
MDMA is MDMA.
Oh, it's MDMA. It's also called ecstasy, right?
Ecstasy. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, we've had some.
This experience I had with MDMA was my first experience.
Okay, so when you first try it, you've never had it before. You are familiar with
quite true. I had it once at Burning Man.
Oh, dude, you go to Burning Man?
Yeah, years
when
ago.
When did you go?
Sometime in the 2000s and late, maybe 2007, somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember exactly.
Where do you go?
I was with Santa. But Santa at that time didn't want to take the MDMA, and I did, and I took it, and we got into a bit of a state about it because I felt she should be in there.
Yeah.
All the wrong things I was thinking, as usual, of course, but I didn't thoroughly enjoy that experience. But this one that I had more recently, where Santa and I took it together before we took the 5-MeO, was just beautiful.
There's a pill called it. And it is an ecstasy pill. So it's got MDMA, but it also probably has some like coke and some other stuff in there, whatever. But it's probably the most amazing feeling I've ever had in my life. It was that Burning Man. And we had a third of it. We were just sharing it. And it was, don't get me wrong, at Burning Man, you're already filled, you're already filled with so much love and appreciation. And like, your walls are down, and it's like everybody around you is also giving so much. So it's you in this great giving state. But it enhanced it. And I don't know.
How long were you in the state?
I mean, it was several hours, but what was really interesting about it was the music that I was listening to. I don't even know if this is possible when I'm going to explain, but let's just say the music that I was listening to while I was in the state kind of captured the state. And when I would listen to that music afterwards, it would like trigger that emotional state for months. Now it stopped, but for the next few months, just hearing the music gave me a little bit of those feelings. It wasn't. It was a fraction of what those feelings actually were, and something was happening. And it was like Pavlovian. Like I heard that we were listening. There's this great DJ Blondish that we were listening to, and all these things kind of came together.
They're all connected together in your mind in some way. It's a flashback experience. Why would we seek to deny adults the right to have these experiences? I mean, well, what's the sense of it? I just.
What would you say worst case scenario? Like if we were making the argument for worst case scenario, what would it be?
I think that we have the worst case scenario right now when
which is not giving them the opportunity.
Not giving the or if you take that opportunity, you're breaking a law and you're running a risk, and you've got the right to break down your door and ruin your reputation. That's the worst case. We're already in the worst case scenario, so anything can be better.
I just don't want people to. I want people to try these things. And like it was great, obviously going with these guys in different times of Burning Man and like having them experience this amazing, I don't want to call it a festival or party, like this amazing communal experience, right? Like it was really awesome. I also know that there's somebody who is bored out of their mind in a place that has very little opportunity, and they don't know what they're going to do with their life, and they're probably taking meth out of boredom. And I don't want them to be able to take meth. I'd maybe rather them take this other stuff. So, like, I know worst case scenario in that regard, not in terms of what you've obviously been through and what so many other people have been through. So, as much as I just want to open up the floodgates, I still want to pack them with enough, like you said earlier, information, so it just doesn't get abused.
The important thing to realize is the floodgates are already open. If somebody wants to have that experience, they're going to find it. They're going to find it. And chances are that the product they are sold will not be as good as they would be if it were fully legal.
Then you have the danger of the black market with the fentanyl and everything.
All kinds of
What if it's only accessible through a therapeutic setting?
I'm not in favor of that, because then that empowers the so-called experts in our society to decide what we may or may not experience. And I think that this is an issue of individual sovereignty, where we should have absolute sovereign right to make decisions about our own.
Sorry, you're not traumatized enough for ayahuasca. Some guy who's not even ayahuasquero could potentially say that.
I don't want it to be that way, but I do want people who would like to experience psychedelic therapy, where therapy is offered within having opportunity.
So maybe the question is
And this issue of end of life and old people's homes, you know, I would like to pay tribute to Amanda Fielding, who runs the Beckley Foundation near Oxford in the UK. Amanda is now in her early 80s. She has been a vigorous advocate of psychedelics since the 1960s. She has funded a lot of the great research that's now going on in scientific labs into psychedelics. And she feels strongly that the misery and horror of old people's homes would be greatly facilitated if psychedelics were.
What the fuck else they got to do?
Yeah. You know, great, and again, being offered by experienced practitioners.
Yeah.
The lady who facilitated the 5-MeO-DMT session with MDMA that Santa and I had, she actually, her main role is to go and offer psychedelic therapy to all people. But it's having to be done under the carpet rather than above.
It's a bummer. Have you experienced holotropic breathwork?
Yeah, I'm not very good at it. I need to do more work. I know that it can be beneficial. I have tried, but the monkey mind, keeps going off in other directions. Yeah, psychedelics work better.
What is that?
I'm just being lazy. Well, you put yourself into an altered state of consciousness through breathing.
Yeah.
Which you can, and which reminds us that nature offers us many ways to get.
I've done something like that. It was fucking intense.
Yeah, really. It can be
Yeah.
Did you hallucinate?
No, I didn't hallucinate, but I started crying. I was sweating.
Yeah.
It was a weird fucking experience. I was so tired afterwards. So tired. It was relatively recent.
A natural release.
It's just like, it was like a coach.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
Yeah.
Anybody who's really, really interested in the whole DMT story, I highly recommend the work of Dr. Rick Strassman from the University of New Mexico. His book, DMT, the Spirit Molecule. He was the first scientific researcher to work with human volunteers in DMT legally in the 1990s. And Rick is a beautiful person, and he's written a fantastic book about that experience. And he will be involved also in the new project that's going to take place in Colorado. So highly recommend Rick Strassman, DMT, the Spirit Molecule.
Yeah. So aliens.
Well, you see, this is the thing. The DMT volunteers, and I myself on DMT, have repeatedly experienced encounters with what might be construed as aliens. Because again, I'm handing a stick to my opponents to beat me with. And so I would like to point out, and I went into this in depth in my book, Visionary, now titled Visionary, used to be called Supernatural, that the experiences that shamans have with spirits, the experiences that people in the Middle Ages up until about the 1950s had with fairies and elves, and the experiences that people have with aliens today, they're all the same experience, construed through different cultural lenses. The details of the experience in every case are almost identical. Once you get down to the phenomenology and examine the exact experiences that are reported, it turns out that they're all the same experiences, just that different cultures construe them in different ways. And right now we're construing those encounters as encounters with aliens. Well, certainly they are alien to this realm, but are they coming in spaceships, or are they crossing interdimensional space, or are they all within our minds somehow?
Mark, the guy that you spoke to, did you put that episode out yet? Yes.
With Rick Barnett, yeah.
So Mark spoke to a guy who claims to have been abducted.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
By aliens.
Yeah.
And
Jay King.
Yeah, has he dabbled with psychedelics at all?
I don't know. I asked him sort of like peripherally, and he didn't really seem to. He didn't elect the information outright. I didn't press on.
He may be a natural overproducer of DMT. It's notable that people in the Middle Ages were repeatedly reported being abducted by fairies. Shamans are repeatedly abducted by spirits. Shamans have sex with female spirits in the spirit world. Alien abductees today have sex with aliens and often produce hybrid children. It was the case with fairies as well. It was the same thing. We're just viewing it through different cultural lenses, I think. And I think it's very useful to analyze this experience if you look at these earlier examples of how it was construed.
There were like ancient civilizations that spoke of the star people, or like, is that a version of
There's
that?
a fascinating imagery on the second shrine of the tomb of Tutankhamun, which is in the museum in Cairo now, and what it is, it's a gold. The whole shrine is covered in gold, and on one side of it is an image of individuals who are in mummified form, but they're looking up at a star, and rays from the star are coming down into their forehead, right into their forehead. And talk about star people, and talk about the pineal gland. I mean, that's what it seems like. Let's see if we can find
Any of these rooms?
that's actually from the second shrine, but that's not the image I'm talking about. That may be the image. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. My eyesight's so shit, I can't see.
It's not very high quality.
No, that's not it anyway. Anybody who searches far enough and spends enough time will find it. It's a very famous image. And there's this direct connection with the stars that is manifested in that image.
So as far as global knowledge is concerned, all these ancient cultures building pyramids, building different mound structures connected to the stars in some capacity. I know it's been posited that there's ancient civilization that's potentially going around. Is it possible that it's just connection with psychedelics that occur naturally all over the earth, and even internally with us through holotropic breath that can give us revelations?
My view on a possible lost human civilization is, first of all, that civilization, like all other civilizations on Earth, emerged out of shamanism. And that psychedelics and the use of consciousness-altering plants and fungi were fundamental to that shamanistic culture, just as they were to every other shamanistic culture. But it took a different direction from some other ones, and became capable of navigating and exploring the Earth at a very, very early date, and studied astronomy in an almost scientific sense.
Do you think it's possible that this same experience happened to what are we, Homo sapien?
We're Homo sapiens, yeah.
Did it happen to, what were you bringing up earlier?
Homo erectus,
Neanderthals. Could they have also dabbled?
I think it's certainly happened with Neanderthals. There's more and more evidence that cave art that was attributed to Homo sapiens was actually done by Neanderthals. And it may be that the Neanderthals taught the ancestors of anatomically modern humans how to paint. That is even possible. There's very strong evidence now that Neanderthals were doing cave art, and the same geometric patterns and the same entities appeared there. They're not so different from anatomically modern humans, and anyway, they live on in us because there's so much Neanderthal DNA up to these may be some examples of Neanderthal cave art.
But did Homo erectus? I think you mentioned that they were sailing.
Well, they certainly did sail, because they got as far as I recall, even as far away as some of the Pacific Islands, Micronesia, maybe even New Guinea. But the problem is we don't have any evidence from that period, apart from a few skeletal and fossil remains. The evidence for psychedelic use in cave art is fundamentally derives from the art itself.
Yeah.
That was why I went to the Amazon to drink ayahuasca in 2003. I thought I had finished my inquiry into the possibility of a lost civilization. I was wrong. I went back to it later because new evidence, particularly Göbekli Tepe, came out. I was looking for a new subject that really interested me. Human origins interested me, and then this sort of burst of symbolism and creativity that occurs 100,000 years ago or less, and that's when I started to look at cave art, and then I came across the work of a professor at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa, David Lewis Williams. His neuropsychological model of cave art suggested that cave art was documenting experiences in deeply altered states of consciousness, and he made a strong case for that. Then I thought, okay, let's look at cultures that are using deeply altered states of consciousness now. So I started looking at the Amazon, and I came across an amazing book written by Luis Eduardo Luna, and with paintings by Pablo Amaringo, an Amazonian shaman, depicting his ayahuasca visions, and lo and behold, there were so many common points with the cave art. I'm a boots-on-the-ground researcher. I can't write a book about something if I don't experience it. That's why I spent 7 years scuba diving. So, I said to Santa, we have to go to the Amazon and drink ayahuasca if I'm going to write this book authentically.
Does cave art make more sense to you now after having the...
Completely, yeah. It makes complete sense to me. It certainly wasn't about hunting magic. They weren't trying to cast magical spells on the animals that they wanted to hunt. only about 2% of all animals shown in cave art are pierced by any kind of projectile, as a matter of fact. There's no evidence that they were eating the animals that are depicted in the cave art. A lot of animals are depicted, but shamans often experience themselves transforming into animals. So, it's very difficult, you know? So it all makes much more sense to me. And the geometry that accompanies it, and the scintillating pattern, it's all psychedelic art, in my view.
Is it odd to have had these experiences and speak to people who haven't? Because as I talk to you right now, I feel like you've existed. It's not another country. I feel like you've existed in like a different dimension or reality. The Spider-Verse, like a different. Like it's part of the multiverse. That's kind of what it feels like. And you've existed in both, and you can relate to me on the things that I'm saying because you know what it's like. The things you're describing to me, I can't even really wrap my head around them.
Go drink some ayahuasca.
It makes me want to do it.
Yeah. Go drink some ayahuasca in a properly controlled shamanic setting, where the shamans know when they're.
You're gonna give me the name of that fucking vampire before I go do it. Right? That's terrible.
He's on everybody's watch list now.
Good.
Yeah, he won't be going. But there are some good places, and I'm not saying that there aren't good places available in the West as well. But
is that a common experience you've had with people? Like, I'm fascinated by what you're describing. But it is so foreign.
Yeah, it's very difficult for those who've not had the experience to relate to it. For those who have had the experience, it's very easy to relate to it. So I'm kind of bridging two worlds. I'm trying to use my functionality in this realm as a storyteller, as a person of words, to bring across some element of that experience, and fundamentally to say to people, we shouldn't demonize this. We should consider that it's played a huge role in the human story.
Has it dulled your experience within this reality that we shared on, knowing that there's this alternative version?
It seems more precious.
So it's enhanced it.
I feel incredibly fortunate to have had this incarnation, to still be in this incarnation.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that's another thing which I can't prove. But I do think reincarnation makes a lot of sense.
Why is that?
Well, firstly because of Ian Stevenson's amazing study called Children Who Remember Past Lives. Ian Stevenson was a psychologist, and he was interested in reincarnation, and he went to India. Our culture discourages children from remembering past lives. In India, they don't. And he went to India and he interviewed children in India up to the age of 7. After the age of 7, it's all forgotten. It tends to be all forgotten. We get so absorbed in this life. But up to the age of 7, there are distinct past life memories. And this appears to be true of all children. It's just that some cultures allow those memories to be manifested and understood. And he did scientific work. So an example might be a child who remembered his name, living in a village 300 or 400 miles away from where he's living now. He remembered the house that he lived in. He remembered an object that he'd concealed in that house in that past life. Then they would go to the house, they would find the object, they would know that there was a person.
Crazy stories I've heard.
Now this is proper work. This is not woo-woo. This is again recommending a book, Ian Stevenson, Children Who Remember Past Lives.
How stupid do you feel?
Wait, why?
Catholic.
And that's another reason why is it transhumanism that seeks to make us immortal in our physical bodies? Is that what it is?
The singularity.
I'm not a big fan of that. I like the idea of the deck being reshuffled and coming back and having multiple lives rather than being stuck in this one forever.
Speaking of religion, I've actually been wondering, how do religious people take your theories?
Badly.
Because here's what's
the only thing that generally rings a bell is the story of the flood. The story of the flood is very important to my work, and of course it's found in the Old Testament, and it's found in Islam, and it's found in Judaism as well.
And
it's found in many other religions.
And all jokes aside, I've actually been kind of like questioning my faith recently, and I was thinking this would actually make it way easier, because one thing I'm struggling with is the Earth is billions of years old. Humans have existed for what, 100,000 years?
It's about 300,000 years.
It's 300,000 out of billions. So if you told me there's a reality in which, or a history in which humans are here, and then a cataclysm happens because God's not happy with them, and then we restart, And then the same thing happens over and over again throughout history. As a religious person, I'm like, oh, that can explain away me being like, if God made all us for humans, why are we here such a small time in the Earth's history?
It can help. And whether the realm we live in is created or has developed accidentally, the absence of certainty about everything is an important part of the human experience. And if we were all certain, absolutely scientifically certain that death was the end and there's nothing beyond it, which we can't be, then we would have a particular attitude to death. If we were all certain that reincarnation occurs, then we would also we might not take this life so seriously. We might have a flippant attitude towards it. Well, I'm going to come back. Whereas the lessons that this life has to teach are lessons that are based on the uncertainty of everything. We don't know what death is. We don't know what consciousness is. These are all mysteries. Right. We must make our choices against that background of mystery and decide what we're going to do with the gift of life that we have, however it came our way. So the Greeks believed in reincarnation, and their view was that we drink of the waters of forgetfulness before we come back into this life. Well, that's part of the deal, that we should forget the past life. And Buddhism, the only individuals who come back with full memory are the bodhisattvas. They are those who have been through life's multiple incarnations. They've learned all the lessons that life has to teach us. They've achieved nirvana, but they choose not to do that. They choose to come back to the earth plane to teach others, to be guides to others, and they remember all their past lives. There are many different religions have different views on these things. It's only the Abrahamic faiths that are convinced that we just have this one life, and we've got to heaven or hell depending on what we do.
Graham Hancock, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. This is awesome. This is so good.
Thanks for having me here. It's been fun talking to you guys.
Make sure you so much. I really appreciate it. In October 24th.
October 24th is the date.
Check out all the books. Check out your website. I'm sure that all information is located there.
GrahamHancock.com.
Yeah, everything is there. Everything. Yeah. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you. It's been great fun. Thank you.
What is the big purchase? My special, actually. My special on YouTube, I paid all this money. How many hair plugs? 2,700 grass. I wanted to call Mateo Lane. Netflix said no. Mike Cannon actually said to me, he's like, it's beneath you. So many people say, well, soon Netflix. When is Netflix coming? You're going to get Netflix. And I was like, they said I wasn't right for their channel. They think that queer people can only communicate through our trauma. Yes, that's an important part of where we come from and our pain and growing from that.
They want to hear the story about how your dad hated you. They don't want to hear the story about your family supports you.
They want to hear me talk about my hair plugs.
They want to hear another thing get plugged. Welcome to Flagrant. Today we are joined by the newly not single Mateo Lane. Flagrant favorite. Obviously, a lot of things happen in your life. Hair plugs.
Yes.
Phenomenal.
Thank you. I have more hair.
Heartbreak. We can talk about it. Hair plugs and Heartbreak. The special on YouTube. Go watch it right now.
Yep.
Massive tour. But most importantly, love.
I know.
And I need to ask questions about, so what are your rules in the relationship? Because,
rules?
All right, any of my friends that are gay in relationships, but even within open and closed, there's specific rules that each couple has.
Well, gays, we love rules. No, we're monogamous. We're
fully.
Yeah.
So you won't bring anybody in, and then.
Not. Okay. See, we're together for 2 months. Usually, the way a gay works is it's all right. We'll be dedicated to each other for an extended amount of time, and then when we're totally trust with each other, we can maybe feels natural. But neither one of I found someone who has quite similar motives that I do in morals. Just kind of
total peace, by the way. Get this guy up on Instagram.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's just Rodrigo.
Yeah.
And he sings and he dances.
Yeah.
He's hot. I'm it's I get warm thinking about him.
I can tell.
We're going to Italy together and I can't fucking wait.
Is he here right now?
No, he's in Mexico City. He's from Look at how cute he is.
What?
Wow. But you also have to look at the next picture.
Okay, go.
Don't worry about it. Just go look at his page. Oh, what the fuck?
What is it, an anchor below his belly button?
Yeah, bro. Whoa.
Anchors away.
Yeah. Hey, yo! Whoa! Come on! I probably can't show that.
To the right?
Take another picture.
Is that an actor? Does he lean to the right?
Yeah.
Really? Is that a Mexican thing?
I don't
know if it's a Mexican. I mean, I'm Mexican and mine leans. I guess mine does lean kind of to the right. I don't know. But I love him. Based off these photos, you wouldn't know, like, how he is, but he's, like, the nicest, most caring person, very into mental health, doesn't do drugs, hates carbs, like, no, he won't stop eating. He's like, I'm hungry again. I want to eat again. I'm like, it's enough. You've eaten already. What is that picture right there, top right?
Right, this one?
Yeah, that's him singing.
That's when he first met Mateo.
Yes. Also, look at his jaw. Oh, I can't.
Yeah, he's a dime. Okay, so you guys are fully monogamous. That means you're not bringing anybody in. I have a couple friends, and they are fiancéed up, and they allow other people to be brought into the relationship. I'm not going to say names. I don't know if they want their business out here. But one of the rules, they basically were like, they allow people to come in because they're both kind of tops.
Oh,
so they like reluctantly bottom for one another.
Yeah.
So they bring in a hole.
I wish there was like a video.
That's kind of crazy, right? We need a hole. And then you go to the gay bar and then you find the hole.
No one's going to gay bars anymore. You know, it's like you just. I mean, yeah.
They started killing people.
No, God, you're such a bad head.
No. I was that one. I went with them to the gay bar.
Get killed?
Well, I was the murderer. I
killed someone?
Killed the gay guys at the gay bar. Yeah. This is for Jesus. No, Jesus.
Like, yeah.
On the way in, I thought I told you this. The bouncer on the way in.
Boiler room.
It was boiler room is. I know where they all are. Hey now. I almost said no. Boiler room's down. No. It's in Hell's Kitchen. Fuck, what is the name of it?
Street Therapy. Hardware. These names.
I'm gonna figure it out.
The Squad Gobble?
The Squad
Gobble. That was a place in San Francisco.
Real one. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, there's a real one. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, not even a gay bar. That's how gay San Francisco is. I was going in, the bouncer said, hey, make sure you put a napkin on your drink.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, what's up with that? He was like, somebody's been drugging dudes in that
Chili's.
With the videos? Right? This is a gay bar, but your ass hurts when you leave.
Well, that onion blossom is doing wonders for your ass.
No, but did you hear about this? I heard there were gays being like attacked or whatever by other gays in the city. There was like a serial killer for gays.
I don't know if I got that memo, but I don't doubt it. I mean, New York's a big city, and gays are.
Let me tell you about gays, okay? Let me tell you.
Actually, I could afford to learn from you because I feel so hard. Yeah, but what was I saying about him earlier?
No, they basically said that they'll bring in somebody into the relationship, and that's okay, but they can't do it more than once with that person, and they both have to be present.
I have friends like that. But I mean, I wish they did like a video series of like tops who reluctantly bottom because their faces are. It's like dragging a kid to church. It's like that kind of a vibe.
You don't know how right that is.
Yeah.
I don't want to go, on your knees.
Oh my God, and that's so funny. I didn't think about that. Yeah, no, we're both very like verse, you know.
So sexually very compatible.
Yes, very compatible.
But sometimes that's interesting. Then that's like a huge privilege for straight relationships is when you meet someone that you really get along with and you love and you vibe with, the sexual component's already worked out.
Right.
They have the hole, women, we have the thing that fills a hole. You guys could meet your love, your best friend, and you both want to be filled. Now what do?
You go to a Broadway show. I mean, for two bottoms, that's what's happening. They're like, fine, we'll go to Cats again. How they get it out. Yeah, no, we're sexually compatible, and he's really nice, and so you'll meet him. I'll bring him by the cellar. What's funny is I was trying to explain like comedians because like, I want to meet your friends, and I was like. You start to panic because I'm like, how do you introduce him to Keith Robinson? How do you explain? It's like, no, I can handle it. I can do it. I'm like, no, but Keith is. I can't explain Keith.
Yeah. You know He's gonna go through it.
Like, who's the nicest comedian I can bring him in front of?
Ryan Hamilton.
Yeah, you're right. I should bring Ryan first.
Yeah,
he's a starter. But everyone wants to meet him at the cellar. Esty was like, I want to meet him. Bring him here. I want to meet him. I was like, okay, well, all right.
Is there like an excitement Are we excited for you? Because I feel like as long as I've known you,
Well, I haven't really been in a relationship. In the past 3 years on this show, I'm like, date me. So, you know, I don't know. It's
I
nice.
think it's random that this happened at like the height of your fame. Like, do you think you're like, I can't be out there in the streets right now? It's too crazy. Like, I need to settle down and be with somebody.
You know, I will say New Year's, I was like, I never go out because I just do shows, and I also just want to play Fortnite. Like, I'm kind of a homebody, you know, where I just want to work at the cellar. So I was like, my friends were like, on New Year's, like,
Waste of muscles. That pissed me off. I just want to be at home. If I had a body like that,
I'm literally at home eating like broccoli, playing Fortnite.
disgusting.
My trainer, Dane, I see my trainer 5 times a
You
week.
just want to play video games.
I do.
I walk around shirtless, nonstop.
I'm pretty close.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're beef, dude.
I know. Well, now that I have money, I have a new face, and I hired
We gotta talk
new hair, new face, and I hired a trainer 5 days a week.
Wow.
So, yeah, and he put me on a diet.
Guy named Rodrigo.
He's Australian named Damon. Damon Bell, everyone. And I love him because he's so, looks so, like he eats rocks, like scary, you know? But then he's so gay and Australian. I'll be like, Damon, how was your weekend? I think my dog is sick and I'm really upset about it. You know what I mean? So not like, there's Damon, that's my trainer.
Any jealousy between you and Rodrigo about Damon?
No, not at all. That's another thing I like about Rodrigo is he doesn't allow me to be anything but honest. So that I'm not like past relationships. I feel like I'm fulfilling the fantasy of someone's boyfriend. Like
Fulfilling their fantasy?
Yeah, like what's the best version of a boyfriend I can be for them? And Rodrigo's very much like just say what you're thinking and what you're doing and how you're feeling. So like
That's that people pleaser thing that a lot of comics have. Yeah. So instead of that's instead of satisfying yourself, you're like, how can I make this person feel good?
Right. But now I'm like, oh, he's a friend. Like I didn't know you could be friends with the person you love.
Yeah.
I think that's
realize
awesome.
That's the thing of being gay. Yeah, that's what we're jealous of it. Yeah. You get to have every single thing in common.
He can afford it? No. And he's like, I want to learn. I was like, it's such a high learning curve. He's like, no, why? I just want to learn. I'm like, I
you
can't.
got a girlfriend. You got a boyfriend. You got a woman in your life. Let me play.
She's hot.
It'd be like that, bro.
Just give him the control.
I can
turn it on.
You're doing so good, You're doing great.
You want to actually play that. But no, it's, I mean, if my friend Nick can play, then, then Robert.
Yo, Nick is so funny, bro.
Nick, you gotta.
I did meet Nick.
Yeah, that's right. He was like, I don't know who that man is. I was like, that's Andrew Schultz. He's one of the most famous comics in the world. If that man was alone in a room and they said, where's Andrew? I'd say, I don't know. You live in this world. He doesn't know anything.
You're making his voice up, and then I met him, and I was
No, that's
right.
My friend Donnie was blown away. He's like, I can't fucking believe Andrew Schultz came to you and you stared at him like he was a stranger. And he's like, and like Donnie was freaking out that you put him on the
What's so
table.
great about that is like he's so unimpressed by everything. This is great. You guys would do these vlogs, and I hope you continue to do them. They're great. And one of them, you went on a haunted house tour. This shit kills me every single time. All right, so they're on a haunted house tour. Nick is not afraid of nothing. He's like, "What are we doing here? This is goofy." And then all of a sudden, a guy pops out of nowhere, gets like this close to his face, and just goes, "Ah!" And Nick goes, "Ah, your breath."
That was when Chris filmed that. He was horrified. Nick was screaming, and I was having the best time of my life. Because Nick had, like, he lost his voice. He was screaming so loud at everybody. At one point, he said to this girl, he was like, "You again? We saw you already." I was like, keep walking. He was dressed like Woody and Buzz. It was so funny.
His bit of the special's hilarious. Like you doing him.
Oh, yeah. I did like 10 minutes on Nick. I'm like, Nick, I was like, did anyone, like, hit you up? I did 10 minutes on you. I mean, maybe. When he got to 10,000 followers on Instagram, he goes, I'm at 10,000 followers. Delete my number. You're such a monster.
Does he have any aspirations to be, in entertainment?
Not really. I mean, he just sells real estate and wears women's blouses and kind of just has an attitude. But then he fell into a very famous group of gay people. Me and Bob the Drag Queen and Monet Exchange. And, now he's my burden. But we do have a good dynamic. Like, we did our first video going to the Olive Garden together, and it could not have gone better. Like, the waiter recognized me, got nervous, dropped all the plates in front of us. Nick is screaming. It's like, oh my God, we're at war. This is a war. It was so funny.
Do you think gay dudes get to be more sassy and we're okay with it? Or rude? Like, do we give them a little bit more, and why?
Because it is entertaining.
Oh, it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you can have an attitude as long as you're funny about it. So when you're being rude, as long as there's like jokes.
Yeah. Because Nick even said to the waiter, he was like, "Can I take your plate?" And he goes, "You can just throw it on the floor." I'm like, that's, if a straight person said that, it would be so like.
It's kind of a New York thing too, a little bit. Like they say, New Yorkers are rude all the time, but we're kind of funny about so we get away with it. That's an interesting way of looking at it. But I wonder if it like starts to become like an archetype where we like almost expect it.
But Nick's been like that since he was 5.
Really?
We've been in a town of 600 people, and has just have not changed his personality at all. He talks to his mother that way. It's hysterical. Wow. One day I'll bring him on this show and he'll tell you his hemorrhoid surgery story, because it is.
Oh, he got the surgery.
He had to. He had a hemorrhoid so big that he said his doctor gasped.
No.
And he had to get surgery, and he's deathly afraid of needles. And he's like, they're like, okay, we're gonna put the anesthetic needle in. And he goes, no, that's fine. I'm hydrated. They're like, I don't think you understand like how this works. And then the needle wouldn't go in because he was so tight. So they just strap him on the table and put him upside down. And then after the surgery, he went straight to work, and he was selling real estate and started shitting his pants. And like, yes, it's all true.
What?
Mm-hmm. The needle wouldn't go in because he's so tight. He was so
like a Hulk.
Yeah. But he looks like he looks like Stretch.
He doesn't look like Hulk. Announcements. As you already know, we are coming to London, Glasgow, Dublin, Manchester. If there are any tickets left for those cities, you can get them at theatershows.com. Thank you guys so much for your support. I cannot wait to bring the life tour to you. It will be epic, I promise.
Happy 4th of July, guys. You know what I found out on this Independence Day? Some ticket resellers are reselling tickets to my special taping for 5x what you should be paying. I can't let that happen. We gotta free ourselves from the tyranny of those heartless, money-hungry, price-gouging monsters on this Independence Day. So, my hat fell off. What are you gonna do? I still look American as fuck. What I'm gonna do is find a way to release as many tickets as possible. We're gonna find the smallest, best equipment we can find. We're getting rid of any unnecessary bullshit we don't need. We're gonna open up more seats. Buy your tickets right now at akashsing.com. Free yourselves from the tyranny of these price-gouging fucks. Get them at akashsing.com.
I don't know if people realize, like, the last time you were on, you were very well known, but now it's like a different level of like notoriety across the world, but specifically within your community. Do you like how we're big
Italians?
Yeah, Italians.
Literally, my 3rd largest following on Instagram is Italy.
Are people interacting with you differently, and is it uncomfortable when people come up to you on the street like, Mateo?
That's Barbara Walters' question. So, well, yes. No, it's been, Oh, that's what I was going to say. Like, to your question, is I went out on New Year's to a gay bar, to like a dance party or whatever, and I could not walk. I was stopped every 2. It was like, I was really like kind of like, whoa, because I'm so used to just cellar, airplane, show, Fortnite.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I went out to a gay bar, and
you're not existing in life
that
much.
Yeah. You know what was really nice was that everyone said so many nice things, like thank you so much, and thank you, like a lot of thank yous. We were all high. But I mean, it was still nice, you know what I mean? So that was like the first eye opener of like, because I don't know, I guess it hasn't sunk in yet. You do a show for 4,000 people in your head, you're like, did this joke work? Am I getting the right response? Like, we're just not reacting to what's happening
in your career.
I don't know if myself, I can't quit. Like, when I get a standing ovation, I almost run off the stage. I don't quite know how to accept that.
Yeah. Why is that?
I don't know. I was talking to my therapist about this the other. Like, I walk out and they keep cheering, and I literally say, I'm like, I haven't done anything yet. Like, it's this kind of, it's almost the same energy of I don't celebrate my birthday because I'm Jehovah's Witness. No, because it's like I don't want that kind of attention on myself. Like, I want attention when it's for like something I feel like
you want to earn the attention.
Yeah.
Forced attention. I agree with that with the birthday thing. Birthday gives me anxiety because I feel like it's like forced attention. Like you're like, you must celebrate me now because I was born here. Where for a living we earn attention, right?
Right.
We come up with a cool idea, a funny joke, and then people react, and you go, okay, that feels like a fair exchange. Yeah, there's something about the birthdays.
How do you accept it? You saw 10,000 seats in Toronto. How are you going to accept when you walk out and everyone's screaming?
I mean, listen, they're right. No, it's an awesome feeling, but I think it's one of those things where it's like they're maybe clapping and excited for what you've done to get them there. Like in the same way that we cheer like the Knicks when they're coming onto the floor.
We need a different example.
Okay, let me get a good one. Okay, you know how like
Carrie changes her outfit.
There it is. Brian changes the outfit. You know what I mean? Or when like a new DJ comes on around 2:30 at the boiler room or whatever.
Mitch Farino, everyone. DJ. Ooh, my friend Mitch.
Yeah, never seen it there. But this is sick. So you're like a bona fide, super famous, the famous gay guy on the planet, maybe?
No. I'm just a well-known gay person, which that has a different connotation with the gay community. But in this sense, I'm well-known for.
But we said this in the beginning. It was the coolest thing where, like, it's very rare you see gay dudes coming out and support other gay dude performers. You see it with female artists. You see it with singers, Liza Minnelli, Lady Gaga, Madonna. But it's rare that you see them coming out for dudes.
It feels nice. It feels like it's a nice celebration.
Bro, I don't know if this is your effect, but I've seen way more gay guys coming out to comedy shows.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe they think
I invite them. No.
Boiler room. You're like, come check me out of the cellar tomorrow.
I really wonder if it's the effect of social media and just seeing a little bit more representation and then going, oh, this is kind of fun. I'm enjoying watching comedy. Yeah, let's go check out a comedy show.
Yeah.
But like very regularly, 3-4 gay dudes coming out when I was coming up, when you were coming up. I did not see that. Gay dudes were coming out maybe if there was like a gay person on the bill.
Right. Or Margaret Cho.
She's not.
No, if she's there, gays will show up.
But is she gay?
I think she's like pan, or I think she's sort of like, I don't think she has a quite specified sexual orientation. I think she's pan. I don't know.
What is that?
Pan. Just you're having a good time.
Just a good time. That's a very diplomatic way of answering that.
Yeah. I like pan. It sounds like gay. I don't know if they say pan anymore, or they just say sexually fluid or
fluid.
Yeah. There's a lot of sort of. I don't know. But I hope that. I can't think of like, I don't know. I'm just like old school gay. I'm still not interested.
Gay, dude.
10 years ago it was interesting. Now it's like, get out of here.
You guys are the most boring of the alphabet.
We are.
Wait a minute. Lesbians are almost forgotten.
Yeah.
I feel like gay dudes still got a little mystique, but the lesbians are like, I think they're straight now. Mm-hmm. I think we brought on lesbians. I think lesbians are us.
I think they're just raising all the children and adopting all the cats.
I thought that was Jamaican women.
If you live on the Upper East Side.
That's a good point.
Yeah. People are wild on the Upper East Side. I used to live there for 4 years.
Where are you living now?
I live in the Village. I live really close to here, actually.
Oh, nice.
Love it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Rodrigo moving in soon.
I hope.
Wait, why didn't you like the Upper East Side?
It was stuffy and bad restaurants and felt chaotic, and everything shut down at 6 p.m. It just didn't have the vibe of like the Village, like New York, like I'm going out.
Yeah, there's no energy. It's safe. Like it's safe, but
right.
There's no energy. Yeah, maybe not safe for you. Is that a thing still? Do you worry about that?
Outside of
I get all my gay questions out with you. Like you're on the road. No, for real, you're on the road, and like you're probably seeing like the week before some news report where it's like church boycotts, Whole Foods for selling gay candy or whatever.
Good. Less assholes in Whole Foods. And like anyone is like, I'm like, you're not going to go to. Anyone who says they're going to heaven, I'm like, well, send me to hell. I would rather way more interesting people than sitting in heaven with you.
Depending on the rules, I wonder. Let me think about that.
Of heaven and hell?
More interesting people in hell.
Right? Yeah, probably.
More interesting people, yes.
You can get a tan.
Yo, no, heaven's gonna have sun, dude.
I don't know. It sounds boring.
You think? Yeah. What if heaven's Italy, bro?
No. Well, Italy. I'm going in 4 hours.
I know. What if heaven's Italy?
We need to go to Italy together, by the way.
We've been trying to plan this forever.
When are you going back?
You're going the beginning of July. We're gonna pop it real quick.
If you come earlier, I'll be there.
We're gonna go to Turkey. Why'd you come to Turkey?
To get my hair done?
It's done.
Yeah.
To flex on all the people.
I know.
This is a Manhattan hairline.
Isn't it?
It's a very IKEA forehead. This is a real bona fide Manhattan hairline.
Yeah, how did you not have to shave it? I thought that was the whole thing.
So when you pay more, you do. You know, by the way, I spend all my money on my hair, my face, and the gym. That's it. Like, don't spend on anything else. I live in a one bedroom.
I love new money so much.
It's funny, like when I spend it on, it's like, well, hair.
Yeah.
But I wanted hair for so long. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It was nice to, like, the consultation was great. I opened my special. I do 15 minutes on the consultation, the hair surgery, losing your hair. What it was like afterwards. Nick was my emergency contact, a terrible emergency contact. I said it was obvious.
I don't know.
Yeah. I said it was obvious he was there to pick me up because he's the only man in the office with a purse and hair. So, but yeah, it was crazy. I mean, I didn't want to go to Turkey, you know, because it's too far. And then
What's the difference? Turkey's like what, $4-6 grand or something like that for the
it
hair?
is cheaper, but it's
Here it's expensive. Here it's
Very
you're talking about like what, 30, 20,
Please don't be ugly at home. You leave looking like the alien from Mars Attacks. So I want to go through customs, and they're like, "What did you bring back?" Like, I wanted to be ugly at home.
Yeah.
I shot my advice special 2 weeks after the surgery. Like, you'll quit. Oh wow.
Really?
Yeah. You only shave the side of your head, and then I can show you the picture. Should I put it up?
What? What are you saying? I'm already doing it?
I look like you for the surgery.
Can I have nothing?
You have a great hairline. Thank you, bro. It's thick.
Scotland.
Yeah.
And
15 years.
Hey, fellas, are you losing your hair? You don't need to. Immediately start Keeps. That's all you gotta do. Start Keeps, you'll stop losing your hair. If you've already gone bald, you gotta fly to Turkey. But if you're losing your hair or your hairline is receding, which happens to everybody as they get older, damn near, just get on Keeps. They offer expert recommended hair loss treatments, personalized treatment plans that are recommended by a licensed medical professional and delivered straight to your door anonymously. If you're worried about that kind of thing, it just comes to you in a package. Don't worry about that. Keeps gives you quality expert care without having to visit a doctor's office or pharmacy. Waste your time. All you gotta do is subscribe, and Keeps will give you refill reminders so you never run low on the products you need to take care of your hair and keep your hair, more importantly. Also, the plans are affordable. Typically, it's half the cost of pharmacy prices. Remember, prevention is key, and it can take 4 to 6 months for treatments to see results. It's not for me, but you gotta act fast. So if you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com. That is KEEPS.com/flagrant to receive your first month of treatment for free. What do you have to lose? Just go to KEEPS.com/flagrant to get your first month free. KEEPS.com/flagrant. Now let's get back to the show. All right, we're going to take a break real quick because some of you have a filthy, nasty, disgusting habit. And for legal reasons, we can't say what it is. But perhaps you're puffing on something, a little smoke is coming out. Again, I can't say with an ing that makes it a verb, but some of you have disgusting habits using products that are killing you. So what's the best way to break a bad habit? Replace it with a habit that's not bad for you. That's where Fume comes in. It is here to help you kick one of the hardest habits of all. Again, I can't say what it is, but I think you get a pretty good idea. Fume is a natural diffusive device that uses plants and behavioral science to help you trade out your negative habit for a positive one. Fume is not a vape, it's not tobacco, it's not nicotine. I can say that for some reason, but it is a device designed to transform your negative habits. You know how some people say they just need something to do with their hands? Well, that's where Fume comes in. And instead of pods filled with potentially harmful chemicals, Fume uses cores infused with plants like peppermint, cinnamon, and other delicious natural flavors. Fume's new version 2 also even better. It's got an adjustable airflow dial and a magnetic end cap. That way your fingers always have something to do. You can just always hold it. Put it in your mouth. It's not bad. Puff, inhale. It's not bad. This is not bad. It looks wonderful. Feels solid. It feels like a quality product. So head to tryfume.com to try one of these and make sure you use the code FLAGRANT to help you save up to 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. The Journey Pack comes with 3 unique flavors and the new version 2 Fume to help you kickstart your positive habits. Again, that is tryfum.com. And as always, use the promo code FLAGRANT to save an additional 10% off on your order today. Nothing. Good for me. Now let's get back to the show.
So you get this gorgeous fucking hairline because you spend all this money.
It takes 4 months for it to start growing in.
That's what I think. Doesn't it grow in, fall out, and end the new shit?
So they do the hair here. I'll show you. And I don't care showing this photo. I mean, it's kind of scary.
Mark is all up in your pictures. Oh, I see some fucking Diego meat or Rodrigo meat.
All right, this is me right after my surgery. So
that's you.
So the long, I know, I look like the alien from Mars Attack. So the long hair, I'll send this to you guys if you want to put it up. The long hair is my natural hairline.
POV so much.
It's at the boiler room. But the 5 o'clock shadow is like what they added. You see what I'm saying?
Wait, you're saying bringing it down.
So they brought my hairline down, they filled it out, yeah. And then it falls out in 2 weeks. So all the hair they put in, it just takes 10 days for it to latch onto your bloodstream. And then that's what helps it grow. So after 10 days, wash it, rip them out, whatever. You can't change it, it's going to grow. And then it's 4 months, your hair just goes back to the way it was. And then in late November, I was like, I washed my hair and I pulled my hairline back, and it was like, like I could see like hair coming in, and then each week it got thicker and thicker and thicker. And then it was so fun to go to my be like, let's do something different. Yeah, he's like, those grits, he's Russian, but yeah. And so I think now it's fully in.
And do you ever have to do another one? Or you want any of the pills to make sure?
Minoxidil. Yeah, but it's topical. Yeah, but I'm good. I might go back and fill in just a little bit on my crown because it's a little thinny-ish, but it's not that. I mean, you can't really notice it. So, are there bald people in your family? No, I'm the only one who's.
So you gotta have a joke about this.
I do. The doctor said, who's bald? I said, no, my brother, my dad. He goes, what about your mom's dad? I said, my mom's dad is a Mexican with a 1-inch forehead. So it starts there. I mean, it's like, so all my cousins, 34 first cousins, no balding. My dad's side, no balding. My mom's side, no balding. All Mexicans with huge heads of hair. And then me losing my hair. Dude. But I can sing.
Talk about the skincare. What about the Okay, so break down. So you said you got filler.
I sound like Joan Rivers.
This is good. This is what happens.
Yeah. I'm gonna start getting real Barbara Walters questions.
So you got surgery. Tell us why you were ugly before.
She's obsessed with people's beauty. And I've talked about this before, but she literally said to Celine Dion, she's like, Celine, when you were younger, you were not beautiful. You had vampire teeth, and kids called you Vampire Girl. It's like, what do you want Celine to say? Like, I'm so sorry, I should have been better looking for you. Like, what do you want her to say?
Dude, have you seen Barbara Walters' best moments?
Bro, she might be the greatest interviewer of all time.
I've only seen the Sean Connery.
Oh my God, it's like, hit a woman.
Sometimes you gotta slap him. Bro, he says a joke at the end of it, and then breaks her. It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I didn't keep watching the interview, but he says a joke after the whole slapping thing, and then she kind of laughs and she goes, anyway, so making Men in Black, like she just goes back to the interview.
Yeah. She's like, I lost. Yeah, you got me. She a lot of pioneering, but maybe not the best question. Like, if Michelle Pfeiffer was just like,
you're gorgeous, tell us, do you wake up and feel gorgeous? Tell me.
And then Barbara Streisand, she's like,
so you look this way.
You know what I mean? It's like,
wow, your nose.
Explain it. I love Barbara Streisand because Barbara Walters said her in a 1993 interview. She's like, you spoke at Harvard about gay rights. Do you regret doing that? And Barbara's like, no, why would I regret that?
To a show.
Her son's gay too, the whole thing. But yeah, I get Botox.
Okay, so tox, filler, what's the deal? It doesn't look like you have work done.
No, you get very little done. That's the trick.
Okay.
Just small stuff. I don't want to look like a person.
What is that?
Filler's like,
we want the tips here. We're not saying this critical angle. We're saying, how do we get it?
Yeah, I can give you a number.
But tell me what you do.
So I went to a plastic surgeon where you should go to a really good plastic surgeon for filler, right? Okay. Botox you can get done by like
filler. I don't even know.
It's like a chemical that they put in.
I know that the girls do with their lips, right? But I don't know what the actual thing is. Like, why does it create structure in your face?
I don't know.
Is it like Botox where it like freezes your face?
No, you're adding volume. So they added it onto my cheeks, under my eyes, and then
because you lose
You lose the volume as you get
Yeah,
older.
so it looks like it's sinking, but you're just losing the stuff underneath.
Yeah.
Oh.
And once they did it, you can see immediately. Like I was like, wow, I look like immediately better.
Do you see how people can get addicted?
Oh yeah, it's like a tattoo. But if you get like a good plastic surgeon, like I did that. She's like, okay, we'll see you in a year.
And they'll tell you not to come in. They'll pump the brakes on your.
Like the girl who does my Botox, she was like, I was like, can you do filler on my nose? She goes, no, you should get that done by a plastic surgeon.
You get filler on your nose.
Just to like, it was like going down. I wanted it just to look a little straighter.
Just fighting gravity, really.
I'm just being honest.
No, I'm just trying to. Mine is going out. I feel like it's growing.
You want to do a transplant? Growing. You want to just give him some?
I guess if you need nose, bro, come to me, dude. Like,
I think you have a nice nose.
Listen, it's pronounced.
Do you think you have a big nose? I really don't.
Yeah, I think I have a big nose. Yeah, I think so. I've broken it a bunch. Like I've got weird dents in it.
Really?
Yeah.
From what?
Oh, everything.
Basketball, fights,
elbows,
boiler room.
Yeah, boiler room. Boiler room was one of the most difficult ones. Yeah. But ran into a chair. Like I've just broken it a lot.
Ran into a chair.
Yeah, I got punched in it. There's just a lot of broken things.
I've never broken a bone.
What?
I broke a toe once. That was it.
How?
I walked into my bed. Fortnite. Playing Fortnite. Yeah. Fortnite.
You gotta break a bone, dude.
No, I don't want to break a bone.
You gotta get out there, like start skydiving or something.
Skydiving.
Yeah, do you have any like risk? Are you like risk averse in that way?
I feel like being a comic is pretty.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of risky.
I feel like we've already done it. We're so used to what we do, but it's like in reality, we're crazy people.
Yo, dude, I don't. The joke is probably in your new special works part of your new stuff, but the one that we were talking about the other day that's so fucking funny.
What I say? Oh yeah, that's in my head.
If you're doing it now,
I'm doing it now.
Bro, that shit
is true.
But there's whatever. When that comes out, we'll have another conversation about it. About what I told you. Is like you still gotta tell people.
I did. By the way, that night I was like, okay, my friend Andrew Schultz, and then they all clapped. Yeah. I'm like, he told me I should let you know this, and then they were all laughing.
Okay. Off camera, we'll tell you guys what it is.
Yeah, it's a funny joke. I love that you love that joke.
It's just so funny how like it's very clever, but also you just leaving them on the cliff and then going back into other things, and everybody in the audience wondering. I gotta tell them so they're not wondering, and then we'll cut it out of the episode. Yeah. Okay, you tell me.
Basically, I was. Can I say though, it's interesting writing new jokes because in my head I'm like, okay, I'm piecing together all these things, and one of them is like about an escort, and one of them is about HIV, and one of them is about this. And I go in front of the seller, and it's always kind of a mixed response, and I'm like, I wonder, like, because I know they're funny, like I know they're working, but I do feel like people not knowing how to respond to stuff like that.
And it's something that's really interesting because who you are to strangers is very different to who you are to your audience.
Right.
And I think that it's great to work out the jokes initially in front of strangers, and they have to crush in front of strangers. Because that's how you know the jokes are great. Yes. But there is a transition period to making it the most honest and authentic to your audience. Because you don't have to explain yourself to your audience. You do have to explain yourself to them, to the strangers that are at the seller. And I'm sure there are going to be less and less strangers as you continue to grow, right? Like the more people in the audience are familiar with you, and
I notice my claps now.
Exactly.
I'm like, oh, I think people.
But it is an interesting thing that like we have to do is acting like they don't know you or performing as if they don't really know you is inauthentic to your audience.
Yeah.
So the act has to transition a little. It doesn't mean you have to only do inside jokes with your audience. You should work them out for the strangers, but you're 100% right. Like, if it doesn't exactly work for those people, they don't know everything about you, and that joke might crush in front of your crowd because they're familiar with your history.
Right. Yeah, but unlike you, I want it to work out. It got to work for your audience before I'm officially, dedicated to these jokes.
So, are there jokes or tags you only do in your show?
Yes, sometimes. Yeah.
I mean, there's certain vocabulary which straight people just are not going to get.
Right.
Even areas like saying,
like a joke I have about Oprah. Like I met Oprah in Rome. And
Wait, you literally met him?
Yeah, I was at a restaurant. My friend Daniela Gaetano, great comedian, and she walked by, and he was like, he's freaking out. He's like, "They
And it's just a random black woman.
I turn around, it's just Gail. Michelle Obama. And I'm like, that's Michelle. Anyway, I saw Oprah, and I made eye contact with her, and I was like, what can I say to her that encapsulates everything that I am, and that I'm thinking I'm a gay American, and she looks great. So she walks by, take off my glasses, we make eye contact, and I go, you better work. And she laughed, and she goes, you better work. Now, when I say it at the cellar, a lot of women laugh because they're familiar with RuPaul's Drag Race. They understand it. When I say that in my audience, it's like, I gave birth. Like, they're screaming. So it's that kind of stuff where I'm like, I do know this joke works, but I have to understand that, like, there are just some things that will not work as hard at the cellar. Now, my joke about the gym, I have like a 15-minute bit about the gym, that works because I'm talking about the perspective of a gay guy working out at a gym with straight people. So all the straight people are now like, kind of like, oh, like, gay people watch it because they're like, yes, I agree. Oh my God, I feel this too. And straight people watch it going, I never thought about it like that. So there's a different response, but same, you know, energy.
Yeah.
What's some of the gay lingo that women are going to steal and act like it's theirs in 2 years?
Any prepositions, verbs, anything like that. Just anything.
Right now?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't even understand, like, everyone's like, you're at a hard launch with your boyfriend. Is that like TikTok?
Oh, yeah, hard launch.
I'm like, hard launch? What? I'm not like in Florida, like, and 10, 9. Like, I just put a picture of me and my boyfriend up.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
As opposed to the soft launch. You know the soft launch.
No, what's the soft launch? This is like holding a hand or something.
Yeah, like you post in your story like the meal, and then there's someone in the picture.
That's fucking gay. Why would I? Here's the meal. People take themselves that seriously.
Yeah, it's a soft launch.
So gross.
Where does it's giving come from?
I think it's either drag culture, black women, something in those realms.
Yeah.
Giving.
It's giving.
A lot of drag culture and gay culture takes from black, queer, drag, trans culture from Harlem all the way back to the 80s. So it's like there's a lot of like shade and reading and all that stuff. It comes from there.
Reading?
Yeah.
Like when they read to the kids?
Which you can't do in Tennessee anymore. By the way, no drag queen. I guarantee you the percentage of drag queens that get in drag to read to children is probably -5%. No, most of the, like, I fucking hate. Grow up, Tennessee.
You gotta judge those drag queens a little bit, being like, what are you doing?
Read for kids. They can't even tip. It might be about the drag queen. That's Bob. I wanted Bob to come on your show.
I want him on.
He is, you know what he's doing?
It's a he. We do he, right?
Yeah.
Get it right. Okay.
He's in Long Island rehearsing with Madonna. He's going on her world tour.
You told me this.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Like, but he's in Madonna's show.
That's crazy.
And you had him open for you here at the Beacon, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How was?
Unbelievable.
And they knew who he was.
Are you kidding?
Okay.
They were losing their minds.
Yeah.
Every show, New York shows and LA shows, I had friends of mine I knew the audience would know, but I didn't announce anything. So it was
so surprised.
Right.
Yeah.
So Nick walked out first. I said, Nick, you can do 2 minutes. And so, fine. So he walked down. He's like, I'm sorry, everyone bought tickets. This is your chance to leave. But they knew Nick. They all clapped for Nick. And then Bob walked out. And when they said Bob the drag queen, I mean, the audience lost their minds. They're like, oh my God, we're seeing Bob the drag queen here? It was so great. LA, I had Nicole Byer, Joel Webster, River Butcher, Sydney Washington, Miss Coco Peru. But when Joel, we were backstage, and Joel looked at me. Joel was just such an accomplished, funny fucking comic, writes movies, he's in movies, he's a star.
Yeah.
He goes, I think I'm a little nervous. I go, why? Wow. I was like, and what happened? Joel walks out, they're losing their minds, and he murders. Nicole Byer didn't even talk for 5 minutes because the gays wouldn't stop clapping.
Really?
Yeah.
And why have the gays, why do they love Nicole so much? Is
she's a drag queen. There's no other way to describe Nicole. Every time I talk to Nicole, I have to remind myself she's not a gay man. It's shocking. I have to be like, oh, that's right. Nicole's not a gay man. But she is.
We love you, Nicole. Bro, that is so funny.
She's a gay man.
That is so.
Her house is so like shocking color, like gorgeous. Like she's got wigs. She's hanging out with Trixie Mattel. Like she's just like Nicole gets it.
Have there been people that have come to the show like now that like it's like big theaters, like your manager comes up and is like, hey, this person's here, they want to meet you?
No, I've not had Bill Gates come to my show.
I'm sure there's people in your DMs.
Maybe like a couple OnlyFans guys. I'm like, oh, we bring him back, but no, not really.
Is Kelly on OnlyFans?
Oh my god, yeah, OnlyFans is great for a gay. Yeah.
Do you buy some?
Oh yeah.
How many are you subscribed to?
I think 6.
You're paying how much a month?
It's like 49 cents or something. I don't even know. Like
only in Mexico.
This guy has a future.
Yeah, what's dick trading at on OnlyFans? Seems like it's lower.
Yeah. No, there's a couple guys I follow on OnlyFans.
Really?
Yeah. Why? Why is that weird?
It's not weird at all. I was just wondering because it feels like at least the stereotype within the gay community is like you can get laid pretty easily.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not. Yes, that is a stereotype. I do. I'm a supporter of the arts. I want a chair dedicated in my name at a theater, but it says OnlyFans supporter Mateo Wade. I support sex workers, everyone. I'm not that kind of. I think I'm more. I will hook up with someone if I have a really good connection with them. I'm all about like safety.
Yeah.
I feel trauma. So I prefer a few people. This is before I was dating Rodrigo, and people that I trust and know that I could have a conversation with, or that if something should happen, you could say something to them.
Yeah. We were talking yesterday about just the rise in popularity of sex work and like the normalcy of it, like the what is it called? I think the new show, The Idol.
Is that like American Idol?
No, it's on HBO.
American Idol contestants who've only opened an OnlyFans.
Way better show.
I would watch.
Way better show. But even Euphoria, there was a girl who did porn and then she was on there, and now you have a girl who is in OnlyFans who's on The Idol. And I wonder if when we were younger, women especially were like, I can't be a stripper, I can't do porn because then I won't be able to be a famous singer or a famous actor or something like that. There was this like hard line that you couldn't cross, and now it feels like you can. And I wonder if young people, we were having this discussion yesterday, I wonder if young people just feel no concern whatsoever about having an OnlyFans now because they're seeing people rise to the top of the industry.
Well, I think, one, if you really want to do OnlyFans, like my friends who do OnlyFans, it's really hard work. It's not, no pun intended, but it is. It's not like I'm just going to get naked and get money. It's like setting up collaborations and videos and editing. It's literally what we do, but with sex, and trying to keep that momentum going. Because a lot of people will pay for a month of OnlyFans, and then if it's like 4 videos and like
they already saw it, and then
right,
they move
they're
out.
So how do you keep that going? So I have friends who do OnlyFans, and they work really hard at it. It's lots of times editing, lots of times going back, responding to every single message. It's lots of time. They make private videos for people. Oh yeah.
Usually an agency will just have like.
What agency?
This is how a lot of the girls do it.
Yeah, really? Well, that's straight. I don't understand that. Okay. Yeah.
Men gotta work for it.
Men work for it. So it's hard work. So I think you can make a quick cash grab if you're hot and you wanted to I don't know, if I wanted to do OnlyFans for a month, just cook pasta naked, I would make a lot. Really thinking about it. So Andrew, if you want to support me, thank you.
But we should better work. We shouldn't have. Bro, you can't walk by like a construction site to say that.
Do you know that right as I was walking in, a UPS guy looked at me and just goes, "Muscles." And I was like, thanks. Never felt better in my entire life.
What did you say to him?
I just laughed.
That's what
I didn't even think about that.
You had it.
He was definitely straight, though.
You sure?
Yeah.
UPS guys have to be straight.
Bro, there's a UPS guy in Soho. Guarantee he's gonna hear about this. He's a male model, jacked, okay? Black dude, he wears the shortest fucking shorts that he can get from UPS. He's getting stopped in the street by people nonstop, and they're like, do you really work for UPS? I saw like 5 or 6 girls do it, and I think he's like the hot UPS guy.
Oh, yeah. I think the work in Soho, we saw the firefighters. They're all like jacked, handsome, and they're all just like, yeah, this is the best station. I'm
like, what?
Oh, do you think they're like casting on a little bit?
Much. Soho? Like, yeah. It's like a Magic Mike audition. Let's see you go down the pole.
Yeah. Gingers go up to Harlem or something. Italian scallops go to Staten Island. Yo.
Yeah,
That's actually a good idea. Like if you're branding firemen,
yeah.
you kind of have to think about it. You're going to have all these tourists coming in and you got to, keep up to the...
Go to an agency, get a UPS guy, be like, hey, you want to deliver packages? We'll pay you this much. And he's like, all right. Fuck it. It's like OnlyFans, except you're saving people.
But you know what? Maybe with OnlyFans, you are saving people.
You are. You're saving
Got that connection.
I don't know if it's a connection so much as
Hey, dude, they're really sending the messages, bro.
Yeah. They are.
Do you have the message? Because you're
I don't have. Well, I don't use names on there. It's not like Mateo Lane. It's like some username 1775 whatever.
Oh, you should have it as you. It'd be such a compliment. To be like, dude, you really beat that nice today, or whatever.
I don't
Great
know.
stroking, bro.
I don't know.
You'd be too embarrassed.
Yeah, I'd be shy. I'm really shy when it comes to talking to guys. I don't know how to I don't have that kind of chutzpah.
Wait, so you don't have any game?
None whatsoever. I keep telling Rodrigo, I'm like, you're like the coolest kid in school. Like that's who I feel like I'm hanging out with. And he's like, Mateo, like I'll do make funny faces when we take pictures. He's like, why don't you just smile normal? He's like, you're a handsome man. And every picture I'm like this, like I'm making weird faces.
Oh, that's funny to me that you don't have, because you're such a good talker. You're such a good conversationalist.
With comics.
Interesting.
At the Comedy Cellar table, I love it because we're stimulated and we're arguing and we're asking. It's like we can just be totally free to say whatever we want. But then with men, it's like, how do I look? It's all about that. I get really insecure.
Does a compliment mean more when it comes from a straight guy?
That means less. Let's be honest. It's just because it's less.
Yeah, for us, it's what Alex is gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the gay guy gives you a compliment.
If a straight guy's like, you look great, I'm like,
about his outfit. Yeah. You haven't said anything about his outfit.
Well,
He looks like he looks like he's gonna boycott your show in Tennessee.
I can't. It's like Blossom on the head. He doesn't like. And then like late '90s like R&B with the glasses, and then I guess you're gonna hide in a jungle, and then you're also shopping at a mall in 1993 from the waist down. So you look great. You do. It means a lot. You look like a dad in the '80s who hasn't come out yet.
I do love that despite you getting more money, you dress the exact same.
Yeah, I don't.
I use some butthead shirts.
I don't like nice clothes. I don't like suits. I hate wearing suits. Like Artie Francois always in a nice suit. I'm sure it costs like $1 million. And I'm like, I do not. Even as a kid, I never liked dress. I want to just wear like a t-shirt and jeans.
Well, what is the thing you spend money on?
Yeah, my face and my hair.
Okay, besides that, what is the big purchase?
You must have like a dumb my special, actually.
Really?
Yeah, because once I wanted to call it Mateo Lane. Netflix said no.
Yeah.
I think that was funny, but Mike Cannon actually said to me, he's like, it's beneath you.
Yeah, don't give them the credit.
But it's so funny. You want to know why? Because we're so involved in comedy that people just don't get it.
Yeah.
So I put my special up on YouTube. Like I paid all this money. It was such the biggest purchase I've ever made in my entire
How
life.
much? Tell people this is good that
I
they know.
don't think
It's not gross to say because you're putting the money up for it to make nothing back.
Yeah,
it's not like it's a car just sitting there. Yeah, they're betting on yourself.
It was a lot.
200.
A little less. How many hair plugs? That's 2,700 graphs, and you pay per graph. Wow. So, but then people will comment. Netflix will come soon. I'm like, no, what is the difference? You're watching the fucking special right now. So there's so many people say, well, soon Netflix. When is Netflix coming? You're gonna get Netflix. And I was like, they said I wasn't right for their channel, which is crazy because
Every straight dude that doesn't get it is like,
yeah, I'm not gay, and that's why I didn't get Netflix.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not the right gay.
Yeah, what kind of gay do you have to be?
I have to have. They
You gotta be missing something.
Because straight people book gay people like our trauma. They think that queer people can only communicate through our trauma.
Yeah.
And it's like, yes, that's an important part of like where we come from and like our pain and growing from that. But it's like to think of just as gay guy doing comedy as just how comedy exists, for a long time. It's like, well, where's the trauma? You know what I mean? That's why they said we don't think.
They want to hear the story about how your dad hated you and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
They don't want to hear the story about like your family supports you.
They don't want to hear me talk about my hair plugs.
Yeah. They want to hear another thing get What?
That is kind of fucked up. But I wonder if that's the way it is for most minorities, where it's just like there's one idea of who they are, and then when you break the mold, you're actually more interesting to the public, right? Because you're standing out. You're like, oh, this is a story I haven't heard before. Yeah. But to the networks who have only created these archetypes for you to satisfy, they're like, I don't know if people will get it. But you think now, after seeing like ticket sales and these types of things, listen, you made the right decision. I just want to let you know.
I agree. I mean, by the way, Andrew helped me with everything. I always feel so bad, but I'm like, Andrew, should I do this? Remember that Amazon
Always
deal?
ask.
They tried giving me a deal?
Yeah.
And then I put the name of my title, or my name of my special is like, what do you think of these titles? So thanks.
This is good. Always
for everything.
No, you killed
I thank you on everything. I thank you on Tom Segura's, Elvis Duran, Nicole Byer. I was like, Andrew Schultz changed my life.
Not true at all. You did all this. You just needed a nudge in the right direction.
Oh, well.
But people should know that. They're like, you're the great example of someone, because you were editing your own clips and everything in the beginning.
Yeah, I
When
was
you first talked, you were learning. I mean, you're also proficient at like a lot of.
I'm a good learner, and I'm good. I'm at doing tasks. Yeah. So, but I mean, now Chris does everything.
But that's the progression. Like, I was doing all mine, and then Alex, started doing them, and then we have Shifty, and then even in the beginning, Mark was helping. And
Mark helped me too, because Mark was like, I was at a point where I was like, I don't know, I can't, like, I want to do all these ideas, and I can't do it myself. He's like, you need to hire somebody to come on and you share profits and monetization, like make it a business. And I was like, okay. I'm like, Chris. And Chris and I have been a great team. We started our YouTube channel last May. We had almost, I think, 3,000 subscribers, and we're almost at 800,000 subscribers. Yeah. So Chris is great. Chris, I love Chris. Chris is like, we have fun making videos.
Chris, you got to film that OnlyFans content.
Poor Chris.
Force him to do it.
It is weird because my girl, like, she likes comedy, but I get annoyed when she watches other comedians. And then I came home the other day, and she was just rifling through your TikTok. I mean, just like nonstop. And I was like, what does he have that I don't have? I was annoyed. I was like, turn this off. How dare you laugh at other comedians?
Actually, I think I'm okay if they're gay. I'm okay with that. I think I'm less threatened in that regard, but like finding someone else like funny that also would want to have sex with you, because even if she did fall head over heels in love with you, I'd be like, you're not getting it. There's nothing that can be done.
You're not Rodrigo. I know. And the nice thing about Rodrigo is he didn't know what I'm not very popular in Mexico. Although I was stopped a lot when I went to Mexico City.
Yeah,
Like,
Mexico City.
But he was like, he's like, I know. He's like, I was not familiar with you. I'm making him sound more Mexican than he actually does. His voice is kind of like that. Like, it's very deep.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that feels nice that it's not like I'm.
But you guys just met online?
Yeah, we started talking in like beginning of March. I just started following him. He followed me, and then we would chat a little more.
Who DM'd him
Me,
first?
I'm so desperate.
And then what'd you say?
Just sound like DM'd him first. Yeah, of course. I was like,
What was your black pickup line? I want
just
to
hard.
Oh, you went with love. Okay.
And then he sent one back, and then we're chit chatting, and then
Dude, let us read the beginning. That's all I got to do.
so far.
Dude, I want to see the beginning.
I'll find it. I could screenshot it for you.
Yeah.
But then it started turning into like chatting a lot. Then it was like checking in with each other every morning. Then it was WhatsApp. Then it was FaceTime. And I was like, okay, poor Paige, my assistant. She's like, I was like, you should come to New York. He's like, yes, I want to come meet you.
So you haven't met yet?
No, we've hung out now a bunch.
No, at this time.
Oh, at this time, no. This is now end of April. And so it was funny because the vibe when I was going to pick him up from the airport, I was like, I don't know, this is a stranger I'm letting into my home. What the fuck what do you do, Mateo? The second I met him, I know this sounds so cheesy, but I literally thought to myself, like, this man's going to be in my life for a very long time.
Really?
And Nick likes him, so that means he's not.
That's crazy.
Yeah, wow. Nick doesn't like anybody.
Yeah, I'm actually concerned.
Yeah. Red flag. Huge red flag. I know. Oh, Nick. I told Nick to be on standby in case we call him for a story today.
Oh, dude, let's call him.
I also feel like you're making it sound better with Rodrigo. If you say you have a terrible game, I would love to see what you actually said.
He thinks I'm funny, which I like. You know what I mean? Matthew. I'm on Andrew Schultz's podcast, Flagrant, and we were talking about you, and I said, I'll just call Nick and see what he's up to. Did you just call me from an unknown number before? No. What unknown number would I have? I don't know if you would want them call. No. What? This is the radio. I'm just calling you from my phone. That's basically the radio.
Nick, when are you fully going to come out as a comedian and start doing stand-up?
I decided to push it just to give you all a chance. It's going to take the world by storm, I'm sure. And I don't want to take away from any of your guys' audiences.
Hey, I really appreciate that, Nick. Thank you, man, because we were concerned over here. We were nervous.
Of course, I mean, your audience clearly will be the same audience as mine. Nick, we're leaving. We're going, okay? You told me. Why are you... Bye, Nick. We all make fun of his voice, too. We're like, your voice sucks. You sound like Squidward. And then he's like, you know, a woman told me that my voice was lovely. You know what's crazy about Nick is that okay, I'm going to show you a clip. Nick is a trained professional opera singer, and his singing voice has nothing to do with his speaking voice. So this is literally, Nick is going to kill me that I'm showing this. This is
Random connection between the two of you, or that's how you know?
no, I know him through Bob. So Bob the drag queen, but where the fuck is Nick Smith opera? Well, I don't know. I'll find it at another time, but
So one of the voices he's making up.
no, that's his natural voice. Oh, here it is. Okay, but this is how he sounds singing.
So it's a choice. His voice is a choice.
Yes. I mean, if he's just saying it, the listings, I feel like they would sell more. Right? If you open the door and he was like, yeah, by a mile, dude. Okay, I think we're gonna do a podcast together.
Really?
Yeah, but I mean, I can't do an everyday thing, so we're gonna try and do like seasonal, like 12 episodes.
That's smart.
Yeah, so we're meeting with a bunch of like podcast people right now.
That's a good idea.
Is it gonna be centered on a topic, or is it just you guys? We want to call it "I Never Liked You," and then we have each week about something that he likes that I don't like, or I like that he doesn't like, and then we basically argue about it. Because our whole YouTube series is that we just sit and argue with each other.
Yeah, it's great. I wanted you guys to come to that UFC fight. Do you guys remember that?
Loved to do that, and we should really set that up because Nick would be screaming at the top.
That's really fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, a UFC fight.
Yeah, we have to pull you guys into the random shit that we're doing.
We'll show up. Mateo's down. So, Nick, he's doing nothing.
Listen here, you mediocre dick motherfuckers. You don't have to be that anymore. There's an upgrade available, and it's called Blue Chew. Now, you know what it is. They've been rocking with Flagrant for about 5 years now, and there's a reason we stuck with Blue Chew is because it makes your dick game better. It's perfect for the listeners of this podcast, male or female. Ladies, if you got a boyfriend or husband, and you think his dick game could be a little bit better, but you love this man, just get him some Blue Chew. Fellas, if you're not taking Blue Chew, why aren't you? Why not give the girl you love or the girl you want to get down with a better night? Give her a better dick game. Hey, performance-enhancing drugs are not banned in the game of sex. So why don't you use them with Blue Chew? And because we are Flagrant, and because we're the best, and we look out for the asshole army and the vaginal army, we got a deal for you. You get your first shipment for free. All you got to do is pay $5 at shipping. Again, now, to do that, you just got to go to BlueChew.com and use the promo code Flagrant. Again, that is free, just $5 for shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code Flagrant. You get your first month free. Again, BlueChew.com for more details, important safety information, all of that. But more importantly, first shipment for free. You just got to pay $5 shipping. Now let's get back to the show.
Probably coiled up and hiding somewhere comfortable, reserving for energy. Neighbors in Silmar are demanding the removal of a makeshift RV park in the side yard of a home. This man says the RV park puts out a foul smell that neighbors have to deal with.
Off order, like decay, mutilation. That if you have people that go camping in the porta potties, it's like that on summer days. Just going through the neighborhood.
Residents say sewage has run down at least one neighbor's driveway. The city attorney has charged the property owner with illegally having RVs on the property. Coming up, we're going to find out what residents up to at the NATO summit. But right now, let's step in with Nick Pagliocchini. I just said your name wrong. Can you believe that? Pagliocchini. Still looking at what's up on the road. We've got a tragic corona that might be fun.
Looking outside, folks are in Illinois Westbound right now. Approaching the 71, it's going to be a wreck, and it's an ongoing issue. I've been with this for a decent amount of time, regulating this, ignoring.
The last time I invited Mateo, he was like, immediately.
Yeah.
Do you remember what I invited you to the last time we talked?
We came here and played video games.
Oh, the one? No, the most recent one. I texted.
Oh my God! Yeah, I'm literally. I get a text. My phone is buzzing, and I'm like, "It's Mark." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Can you come to Paris tomorrow?" What? Obviously, there was a dropout, but I'm fine. I'll take the gig. I don't care. And he was like, "Can you come to Paris tomorrow? We'll put you on a private jet. You, Stavros, Theo, Andrew, blah blah blah."
No dropout, by the way.
No, I think there was.
No dropout. I think it was a booking issue.
Okay.
It was. Put it this way: there was no dropout. There were non-confirmation. Non-confirmations. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
But the non-confirmations were quite non-confirmation. It was never going to be good.
That really was a fever dream. I can't believe.
I also sound way cooler in the story. I was like, I put you in a private jet.
Well, you did. I mean, I couldn't even believe it. The next day, I'm sitting in a private jet having a steak with Theo Vaughn. I was like, what is going on?
Yeah,
dude. Well, you know, crazy. Well, me and Andrew Santino shared a bed together on the flight, and then, you know, Stabby's there. And then, but I love Andrew and Stavros because they're very down, like us three. Like, we saw Paris, we did all like the sort of like Paris stuff, you know. And that was my favorite Andrew Schultz memory of that is that first of all we had some stage director, this French guy who was absolutely insane. I'm sure he's in a mental institution now. This man was unwell on every single level. He's trying to explain to us what we're doing, but he's explaining to us on stage like, and then the goes live. And of course we are all dying of laughter because we're comedians, we don't give a shit. And so my other favorite thing, before I get to you, is that comedy and fashion do not mix because backstage it's Vogue, it's this, it's Louis Vuitton, it's blah blah, it's Kid Super, like everyone's running around and we're all there in these giant outfits of going, should I do the vagina joke? Like none of us, like we're all, it's so like, you know what I mean? They don't make, so anyhow, we're getting ready for this stage, blah blah blah, and I see Andrew, and Andrew, we're backstage and Andrew's looking at the TV and I just see him. And then he starts pacing, and then he goes, these lights need to be fixed. And I go, what? He goes, Mateo, go out on stage right now, stand on the center stage. Andrew takes over the production. And then I'm sitting on stage as a stand-in, and Andrew's up there, he's like, these lights need to be here, what up with these backlights, blah, 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 blah. And he's right, the show looked so much better. And I was like, that is Andrew Schultz in a nutshell. And we're in Paris, in Louis Vuitton fashion show with Kid Super, and Andrew's like, I got it. It's not right. He's a full outfit.
He's dressed like a stepdad. He's just out in the audience like, hey, we gotta
I was the last fitting, by the way. I was the very last fitting, and when I walked in, they were like, we are so excited to dress you. I go, why? They're like, we're very excited to dress you, because they had a picture of me like shirtless and stuff like that. And then Kid Super goes, because Tyra Banks was hosting the show, and in front of everyone, he goes, do you know that Tyra Banks invented America's Next Top Model? And I said, do you think I turned gay yesterday? They were dying. That was so fun. That was so nice. What a nice night.
Paris, did you talk with Tyra at all?
Oh yeah, I saw her in the lobby, and I just walked by her. I go, Tyra, and she like looked up, and I was like, we're on the show tomorrow. See ya. She's like, okay. And then well, what a professional. She showed up on time. She looked great. She was nice to everybody. She memorized all her lines. Like, she was easy to work with. She took pictures of everybody. Like, then afterwards, she came up to us in the hotel lobby, and she was like, oh my God, I just went to a Five Guys, and they had the best milkshakes. And we're like, is Tyra Banks talking to me about milkshakes right now? This is a fever dream.
Yeah, that was fire, man. Shout out to Kid Super.
Oh, what a fun time. I was so excited. And then one girl in my gym, this like, I think she's Russian. She like a couple weeks ago, she's like, can I ask you a question? I go, sure. She goes, I recognize you. I think she could say comedy. I go, oh, okay. She goes, were you in Kid Super fashion show? I go, I was in Kid Super fan.
I don't remember what bits you did for it.
I did my French pastry bit.
Oh, that's
because I knew it was being recorded, so I didn't want to do any of my new stuff.
Exactly.
And I was like, oh, I sang, and then some rapper clapped for me in the front row.
Kodak! Kodak Black was there, and that's right.
Gave me a standing ovation.
And he got up, and he was going crazy.
Kodak loved it. Because I did my homeopathy, you know that joke, and he stood up. I had no idea who he was. I was a little bit like picking That's
Oh no, Kodak is the man. And super musical. I think a lot of people don't give him enough credit for that. Like, I think musical savant, genius.
yeah.
So it's really cool to see you get up there. He was like, okay, this is fire.
Yeah, Jim is my half French. You got to collab, you and Kodak.
Oh, damn.
Ends up what? On a song. OnlyFans. Yeah, that would be actually kind of fun. I would do that.
We got to do some wild shows like that. That was one of the cool things with, bringing comics together.
For a fashion show of all places. What a wild time. Were you excited to meet Tyra? Like, is that someone you grew up and you were like, oh, this is like Tyra's given so much to the gay community, and not like as in like a charity thing, like the insane memes she's created and the wild things she did on America's Next Top Model. Every gay knows by heart. We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? We have memorized that scene. Oh, she just doesn't stop giving when she pretended to have rabies. Yeah, the rabies. When she I think she said to show once.
Wait, hold on. What do you think she pretended?
She did. She Googled Tyra Banks rabies, and she goes on her show, and she's like, I got bit by a dog when I was running today, and she's crawling over her odd. She's so uncomfortable. Oh yeah,
dead serious about it?
I'm dead serious. Yes, this is it. Look at that outfit. Yes. Oh no. No. Obviously, this other woman's not in on it. So that's what she's given to the gay community. We can't get enough of it.
I don't even know how to describe what I'm feeling.
You've never seen her yell on America's Next Top Model?
I think I've seen the meme that you just said before. We were rooting for you. That was crazy.
And that's like the tip of the iceberg with Tyra. She is just entertaining in every way possible.
But it's the type of entertainment where she doesn't realize that people are laughing at her.
That's called camp.
Wait, is that?
I think that's very camp. It's like she's taking something very seriously, and it's seen with a really
oh, you think she's in on it?
No, that's why it's camp. I think she thinks she's in on it, but gays are like, you're not in on it.
Yeah, and it's even funnier that she thinks she's in on it.
Yeah,
Tyra pranks, and you're like, oh boy, you're fucking mind, lady.
She dressed up in a fat suit for about, I think, an hour and a half, and then literally was like, I know what it's like brought herself to tears. Then she pretended to be homeless and slept under a bridge for 15 minutes, and they shot her trying to ask for money. She's just done so much for the gay community.
Why do you guys like it so
we just can't. That's that just feeds our soul. It's fodder.
Yeah, we gotta get Tyra.
I'm sure she'd show up. She'd come, and I need to be here when she. You got Barbara Walters or
yeah. So tell us, why are you crazy?
Yeah, you should have Nick here to sort of interrogate her.
Yeah, we were at the Louis Vuitton show. We were supposed to sit next to each other, and I guess they overbooked it, and it's just benches, right? And some people were sitting in her seat, and she came over, and they would not budge. I was shocked.
Tyra Banks?
Dude, I was like, what is going on right now? And then she ended up kind of going somewhere further. But I couldn't believe it. I figured within the fashion community.
Yeah, she's a star.
Yeah. Is that, or is it something where the fashion community is obsessed with what is the hottest right now, and if you're not hot right now,
I mean that's what it means to be in the fashion community.
Yeah.
Actually, Mark Jacobs sent me clothes.
No way.
He was like, "Hey, my husband and I think you're really funny. What's your address?" And then sent me clothes. Wow, isn't that crazy?
You like the stuff?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Wow.
It's so cute. It's not a tank top. No, it's a crop top. He knows his audience. He's no fool.
Anybody else reach out that you really admired and you're stoked that they're into your stuff?
I've become really good friends with Chelsea Handler.
Get out of here.
Yeah, and I really, it's so, it's crazy to think now me, her, and Nick are all on a text thread together. But that's so crazy because she won't let me compliment her, but I can do it here. I was same gay. I watched Chelsea lately. Like, I was obsessed with her show. Like, I read all her books. I think she's hysterical. And so it's so weird that, like, I'll just get, like, a random text from, like, she just texted me right now, have fun in Italy with your boy. Yeah. I'm like, what? Chelsea Handler? That's crazy. Yeah. Is it hard to act normal? Like, yeah, well, Chelsea's another one where it's like, she doesn't allow you to bullshit. That's the thing. So
it's almost on the more famous person to establish the rules of the social relationship. Like, if they're weird or they're uncomfortable, they don't call out your bullshit, then you will bullshit. Yeah, because it's so hard to be comfortable around someone that you admire so much or you looked up to, or you built up to be this person that might not even be. I've heard this, and I always compliment Seinfeld on this. Like, Seinfeld will tell people how to be a human being with him,
which is so wild.
Because you need to, because people are terrified to even say, hey, you want to get coffee?
I saw him the other day. I was at a get-together somewhere, and he walked in. I was like, I gotta go.
Immediately?
Yeah, because I'm too nervous. Like, that's too crazy.
Wait, did you look up to him growing up?
I love Seinfeld. I mean, I love Elaine. You know what I mean? I love Seinfeld. You're gonna tell him that when you talk to him.
What was it like working with Elaine?
She's great. No, I like Seinfeld a lot. Yeah, but I didn't look up to him the same way I looked up to, like, Kathy Griffin or Joan Rivers. Because Kathy Griffin, you have to remember, the first time I saw a gay man do stand-up, it was Kathy Griffin. It was Kathy Griffin. Actually, it was Nicole Byer. No, I was 23 years old. And I know there were gay men doing stand-up, but it wasn't available. Who was it to me? It was Bill Cruz. Bill Cruz is a local Chicago comic who now lives in Los Angeles. Really funny comic. First gay man I ever saw do stand-up comedy. Never saw it before. First person I heard speak positively about gay people was Kathy Griffin. I was 16. That was the first time I heard anyone say anything nice about gay people, especially in stand-up, which is so homophobic. So it was wild to, like, Joan or anything like that. I didn't watch Joan until later. Remember, this is like, there's no YouTube. It's whatever you comes on TV.
It's almost like with people who, like myself, I found Eddie before I found Pryor. Mm-hmm. And, like, people who came up with Pryor, like, well, what do you mean? Like, Eddie's a newer iteration of what Pryor started, and maybe that's the same thing with, like, Kathy and Joan.
Yeah, very similar. I mean, Kathy made me love stand-up, and I still think her first 3 specials are some of the funniest specials ever. I mean, her stories are anyone would laugh. You guys would all laugh at her red carpet stories. Half of it you can't even say anymore, but, like, really fucking funny. She just goes for it. Yeah. But when I saw Joan, I was 22 or 21, and I remember, like, pencil down, watching, and that's when I realized it was my calling. I was like, I want to do stand-up. Like, that was the first person who made it aware to me that I wanted to do it. It was Joan Rivers. Wow. I just never saw someone, like, with that kind of, like, she wielded it as such a power. You know what I mean? Like, I love Pryor, I love Bill Burr, I love Ellen, I love all those, but, like, Joan had, like, you could tell she was in battle. And she's 80 in heels running around on stage saying, if you're old, get out. I hate old people. I hate ugly people. If you're a lesbian, leave. Get into the front of the room. You are ugly. If you are ugly, just get up and get out. I'm like, what the fuck am I watching?
Yeah, she was a menace.
Did you ever go to a show? No, my biggest regret is that I just started stand-up comedy, really, when she died. And I remember that was I don't cry when celebrities die, but I was upset when she died.
I got to see her in Montreal.
Really?
Yeah, just for laughs. She had, like, a gala or something like that. And I remember she went up and, like, the first joke, I'm sure it's a bit that she had done before, but it was like, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
She was like, all right, let's just be honest. Mexicans are ugly. Or something like that. Like,
Rodrigo.
No, but it was something like, she's like, nobody's ever been to their plastic surgery. Made me look like Guadalupe. Or something like listen, it's an edgy joke to do. Yeah. To open with it, not give a fuck. And she knows what she's doing. She's not actually hateful towards a group of people. No. She's like, what would
this is a woman with multiple plastic surgeries who is criticizing herself.
Yeah. What is the edgy thing that I can say in the moment? Yeah, Mexicans are hot. Yeah, if you watch the Weather Channel down there, there's some talent. Yeah. How did we get weathermen? No, did we have weathermen here first?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, because they really figured out weather.
What do you mean?
Like, if the weather girls in Mexico, like, if you watch on TV.
Are we talking about It's Alright in the weather girl? Yeah, the weather girl. Yeah, okay. I didn't make that out.
No, I'm talking about, like,
why we speak different languages. You're literally talking about weathermen, and I'm like, huh?
I'm saying, in America, we got dudes that are telling you if it's gonna rain today, and in Mexico, they have, like, these.
Oh, they're, like, naked.
Yeah, like, and they're these beautiful fucking chicks in, like, the short skirt or whatever.
Are you bringing it? Look at this.
And it's the same temperature every day. Like,
I mean, that's why. Like, the better the weather, the hotter the weather can be.
yeah, you can have anybody up there. Like, it's nice again.
Viento is the same. As soon as there's like a lot of complicated weather patterns, you gotta have like some fucking nerd that studies all the shit.
My favorite name is Yanit.
Yanni.
That's amazing. That's Italian TV is the exact same.
I mean, what even is that's not real? There's no way, dude.
It's real. She's dressed like she's going to a cocktail bar at 9 p.m. in the meatpacking district, but it's 7 a.m. and she's trying to give the temperature.
It's windy today.
You can tell by my hair. That's amazing.
Have you and I don't know if you want to talk about this part, but have you and Rodrigo done Molly together?
No, we've not done Molly together.
No, I don't.
I've only done Molly once.
He told me that, but
Every blue moon I do.
you're just such a homebody that I was surprised that you were like, yeah, I did Molly. When you loved it.
I did have a good time.
This is the Brooklyn. When you were in Brooklyn?
Yes, yeah. I did have a good time. You know, it wasn't even like a sexual thing. I remember talking to my friend Daniel Slingley about PS5 on the dance.
It's not sexual.
It's so fun.
I feel like Molly's, it's
But I barely drink. I'm not interested in drugs.
Yeah.
You know, I smoked weed with Rodrigo the other week, and then we got way too high, and we both woke up the next morning like, let's never do that again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he was like, Mateo, calm down. And I was like, I feel sick. Like, I'm not good at it. I couldn't even walk.
Oh, so you would never do like psychedelics?
Are you out of your mind? I'm already a synesthete. Like, I just seeing color all the time. So I'm like, no.
Is there advice for you? Is there anything where you were like addicted to it enough where you have to set some limitations?
I guess stand up, I have to limit myself.
In
I
what way?
don't really have that. No, I don't know. I don't really have that kind of like.
Addictive personality?
No, I do not have an addictive personality.
So you're not worried about it, like getting caught up in a drug?
It doesn't.
There's actually a vice that's coming from the panel.
Okay, pasta.
Really?
I'm obsessed with
That was the angriest potato's ever been in.
What's
I was asking about pasta. I was like, how do you not eat pasta? Like, you're in such good shape. And I was like, do you ever do like chickpea pasta? And the look on your face, you just turned away. You didn't even say anything. You just looked at the wall.
Do you know what's funny? My friend Danielle, I'm gonna read his text because Rodrigo wants to eat chicken on top of pasta in Italy, which you're not supposed to do.
Why not?
Absolutely not. They would never put chicken on top of pasta.
What's that?
They just don't go together. You would never do it.
Can you explain that?
They say that those textures don't marry each other, and so that the chicken has to be eaten separately from the pasta. So you would never do it. So I told my friend Daniele that Rodrigo wants to eat chicken.
I talked to the Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah, I know, right?
That Louisiana chicken
talk
pasta
to
is
them
about
about
a dish.
We should talk to them about a lot of things.
It's a great corporate restaurant. Cheesecake Factory.
No, I'm always excited to go to the Cheesecake Factory. To me is like if
avocado egg rolls.
Oof, yes,
Unbelievable.
But to me, it's like if the TSA decided to
Don't
make
do it. Don't do that.
It is. Everyone in line has some kind of ailment. There's a lot of oxygen tanks. Like it's really expensive. Like it is the TSA restaurant.
I need to go to Cheesecake Factory. I need to go to PLJ. I need to do a corporate restaurant like out of this.
We should do that. Should we do that? Let's go to Cheesecake Factory. Nick. Oh my God. Because Nick loves. He's obsessed with chain restaurants. Nick eats like shit. He eats Chipotle. He eats Chipotle 5 times a week. He got kicked out of Chipotle a couple months ago. He goes, well, I got kicked out of Chipotle. I'm like, why? Well, I was waiting in line, and this person in front of us ordered 50 burritos for a kid's birthday party, so I got everyone in line to turn against him, and the manager came up to me and said, Miss, you're going to have to leave. So he specifically moved to a place in Harlem to be near his favorite Chipotle. Wow. That is wild. He eats like shit. He's like, I'm dead on the inside. I mean, he literally, like, he eats pasta with butter and then Chipotle and Dunkin' Donuts every morning.
Have we cooked for him?
Yeah, he does like my pasta, but he doesn't compliment you, but he'll ask me to make it. So that's the compliment with Nick.
Okay, explain something to me about Italians and their like connection with food. Why does it seem so offensive to make suggestions about food that don't work with what they believe is the right way to consume it?
You know, I actually don't have an answer for you. I think it's during that peninsula.
But that's a common thing, right? Like, if you were like, oh, what about pesto and having a Diet Coke? They'd be like, oh, you can't have a Diet Coke. And I'm trying to understand why it's so... ridiculous.
Every other country in Europe has a bordering country to tell them you're acting ridiculous, but the Italians are in a peninsula, and the mountains on top,
so nobody's ever seen this or acting weird.
So we're just a weird group of people who became upset. Look, we never colonized. I mean, ancient Rome, but whatever. It's like we never colonized.
I mean, you colonized the world.
Well, with food.
War.
What war?
The Roman Empire.
No, that's what I'm saying. Besides the Roman, besides 2,000 years ago, we're not like France that's colonized or Spain.
Oh, I got you saying. You haven't gone to Africa.
No, we tried in Ethiopia, and they were.
You did it first, and everybody copied you.
What?
You guys did it first, and everybody copied you.
That's true. We did set the standard.
You did. That's what I always say. Like Paris is a knockoff of Rome. If you go to Rome, it is a knockoff.
And the French are so mad at me.
Wait, go. Have you said this before?
No, well, I kind of, yeah.
Good. People should know.
I've said some
I like
disparaging.
Paris.
I love Paris.
I went to Rome, and I was like, why do I want this?
Yeah.
Paris is the Cheesecake Factory. It's nice. Wow. It's nice if you grew up in Hoboken. It's impressive.
Wow.
But once you go to Rome, you can't enjoy it.
I know. It's hard. It's hard. But I think the Italians,
you were about to say something.
The French are mad. I did a video about ordering a cheeseburger in France, and it now is, I think, at 15 million views. Wow. People are thinking first of all, as if no one reads the comments, that's my favorite thing about comments. Every comment is the exact same. But in my joke about saying how the French are not accepting of other people, no matter how hard you try, in the comments, they are not accepting of you. Like, they're just so French about it. And so my joke was like, in Italy, like, if you they're so nice to you. And the French, it's like, I'm like, I'm sorry I wasn't born here. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, go back in time and get born here and grow up here so I can order this croissant without you yelling at me? Like, it's insane.
Yeah, they do such a fucking attitude.
They really do. Although everyone in France, the Kid Bears, their Kid Super Show was great.
I will say this, the French kick Italians' asses in dessert.
And they kick everyone's ass in dessert.
And they have the best dessert.
Yes.
And I think it's because they're using butter and the Italians are using oil.
Yeah.
And they really know how to cook with the butter. Where you guys aren't really using the butter. So the
Northern
sweet stuff
Italy cooks with butter. Southern Italy, French part.
That's a little weird.
You took some ideas from over there, over the mountain. Kind of strange.
Yeah, no one tells us what to do.
Except for when we make good desserts. The most popular food in the world is pizza, so...
Yes. Where's your fucking pizza?
Yeah, where's your pizza?
And bread. They kill it in bread.
They kill it in bread and dessert. And the Italians kill it with fashion, cars, opera, food. You know, pretty much.
We're not competing. We're not competing. Well, no, because there's no competition. We're not competing. We're just pointing some things out. But we have to give credit where credit.
Come see me in Paris in October.
Just throwing back at
I know, right? Like Trump and like in Puerto Rico or
paper towels.
Yeah.
Puerto Rico.
Oh, he's so insane.
Puerto Rico.
But what did he do that made you bust out laughing? Be honest.
What, Trump? Oh, you know what? Well, I will say I will defend Trump on. I was trying to make this a joke, but it's too late now because the special's already out. But I want to be like, he's an asshole and I hate him. But leave him alone on the hair. That's not. I do sympathize
because there was a moment where you were trumping it up a little bit.
Girl, I was desperate. Yeah, I had a sculpture on my head that Michelangelo would blush at. Like, it was like, I couldn't believe it was getting so much harder to try and cover it up.
Yeah.
And now I have a lot of hair.
Yeah. A beret would have been nice, you know? Maybe.
The Italians don't really have hats down.
Yeah, no, the hat game is a truck.
Because they don't go bald like the French, probably.
Some of them.
He's Mexican.
Yeah, I know. But I bet. Do you want me to seriously answer a question about that? I do think Italians, like, I don't know why, but I do know, like, they have really specific rules about, like, this kind of pasta should be made with this kind of sauce. And you should, you know what it is? They really care about their food in the sense that, like, you go to any other country and it's like you're just eating food and they don't know where it comes from. They don't know where the ingredients
There's a religiosity with the food.
Yeah, the Italians are like, well, this milk is from this cow.
Yeah.
I know the cow.
The Japanese are kind of like this too.
Japanese and Italian culture are wildly similar.
Especially,
it's sort of like island life. I don't know.
I think it's like when I don't know. I think when God is reflected in whatever you're working on, then you're gonna hold it up to that standard. And I don't know, for Italians, it's always seemed to me that like the food is a manifestation of what it is to be them. So you have to treat it at the highest level. Yeah. So it's like, and they've dedicated themselves to this for so long, and it's become like, you know, the exact same thing as the identity. So of course they would know that the texture of chicken and the texture of pasta does not go together. Where we would just taste some sauce and we need some protein, we go, yeah, throw it in there. They'd be like, no, you're gonna get your protein. Yeah, but there's a protein that works better for this.
Well, Katie Parlett was a great Italian author. She told me that Italians are really obsessed with digestion, healthy digestion. So it's like you'll have.
See, that's levels, bro. Yeah. That's the other thing. Like, we're not even thinking about.
But they're not really doing anything.
Well, let's talk about that actually. I want to talk about that after, because that's something that Italians will even criticize about themselves, about being a country that is lost in the past and not creating new things and not like dominating culture for thousands of years. And now most people go there to view it as a museum. Yeah. And there's Italians that are like, no, let's keep creating. Let's make new things. Like, we have this legacy of creating things that the world loves. Like, why have we stopped doing this?
A great comedian named Francesco Di Carlo, who's moving to America soon. He's like the most famous Italian comedian. He's making comedy How We Do in New York in Italy. And he's an unbelievable comic. He and I had this whole conversation because I was saying exactly what you're saying. Like, I love coming to Italy, and I feel like, you know, it feels like tradition and peaceful and da-da-da-da. Like, the chaos of New York is gone. And he goes, yes, it is beautiful, but the problem is we're stuck in the past. So he's like, me wanting to do comedy the way that you guys do it is almost impossible because people refuse to budge from their past.
And when you have a past that is so old, right, when you have thousands of years of wisdom that turns into not only religion, but turns into pasta, it turns into everything, it's like, you can make the argument like, we've perfected it, we figured it out. And then going against that is almost like insulting or stupid. You're like, but in order to create new things that we like, we have to go against the grain. In America, it's kind of easy, right? We're here for 400 years. If we do what are those, a gastro pub restaurant, it's like where we flip a burger and make it a little interesting, we're welcoming of it. We're not going, how dare you disgrace a hamburger, how dare you disgrace a hot dog, you know what I'm saying?
We do that every day. That means you're American.
Exactly. But in Italy, you have 4,000 years of making a fucking pasta.
Well, because Italians, Fran Lebowitz said this, Italians have a culture. Americans we don't have a culture.
We're developing it. We're developing it.
Our culture is an idea.
We're young still, right? It takes thousands of years,
right?
And that's why, I don't know, that's why I always look at Europeans and they have such an interesting relationship where like race and culture intersect, because I think that there's a lot of times where there is racism that is masked oftentimes as a cultural elitism.
Yes, very much so.
You know, and this is all throughout Europe. Whereas, like, if there was a kid adopted by a French family or adopted by an Italian family and raised Italian and raised French, they might be more accepted and still deal with like racial shit, but they might be more accepted because they're continuing that identity.
Right.
Whereas in America, we're still figuring out what it is to be us. So all we got is race to be like, you're bad, you're good, or whatever.
So my friend said that she was born in Ethiopia, and then her mother moved her and herself to Italy when she was 3, and then she was raised by nuns in a Catholic church. So her whole concept, you know what I mean? She's this beautiful Ethiopian girl walking around as the most Roman woman on the face of the planet. You know, so she deals with racism on like a whole other level. It's interesting with Italians though, because they are like so like northern Italy is so genetically different than southern Italy.
Yeah.
I mean, in Sicily, it's so Arab North African. Like, it's in the architecture, it's in the food, it's in the language, it's in the people. Like,
even thinking about like Italy as a country, what is it? 1850.
When did Italy become a country? 1857.
I think it was like united under the Vatican for like 1,000 years. But I think it's literally the modern version of Italy is post World War II, I thought.
Yeah.
So like
you had to rebrand a little. Yeah. But they did a great.
Honestly, amazing job, because nobody even that's how great Italian food is compared to German food. The Germans are like, these fucking Nazis, and Italians are like, it was a mistake. It's the wrong side.
That's how bad you guys are at war. That's all it is. We're awful so bad at it. It's like we're like, yeah, Germany, Japan, those are the bad guys. And you guys just didn't do anything. We We killed Mussolini. We brought him in. We just murdered him. You know, Italians, they love murder. And yeah, Jiminy Glick asked Eddie Falco once. He was like, "Why do Italians try not to kill?" So good. But yeah, I mean, the 1960s was great for the Italians. They really rebranded, and it was like, you know, Roman holiday and pasta and Vespas, and you know, they just became Italian disco and
romance to the culture.
Yeah, well, the language. It's crazy that that tiny country has affected the entire world.
Well, the most famous TikToker now is Italian kid.
Who?
The kid Kabi Lane.
Oh, I didn't know that he's in Italy.
Yeah, he's a black dude, immigrated, but he's Italian, like fully raised in Italy. Have you seen him? He's the dude that like he'll play someone doing like a dumb DIY video and then just be like, "This is how you're supposed to do it." So he doesn't ever speak. This is his thing.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's an Italian kid, and then you listen to him talk. He's just like fully Italian. But it makes sense though, because all of his content is him just being like, "You guys are so stupid."
What?
Watching Kobe Bryant in Italian interviews was my favorite.
Oh, how here comes Italian.
Yeah, one minute he's so American, and then the next minute he's like, "Allora, la problema è che quando sono cresciuto qua," and I'm like, "Where did that come from? You can't not do this when you're speaking."
Yeah. Do you get along with like New York Italians?
Oh yeah. I mean, look, I did this great podcast called Growing Up Italian.
Yeah, it's great.
And it's so funny because like being Italian, I forget like how I'm used to, like, I walk up to this intimidating group of Italians outside Anthony and Sons, right, where they filmed the podcast. Anyone else would be like, "Oh God, those scary Italians." I walk up and like, "Oh my fucking God, I didn't know it was gonna be Matteo," and like, "Hey, buongiorno Matteo, magari you want cafe?" And I'm like so comfortable in that. So they are, Italian Americans are still really connected to Italy. But I will say a lot of Italians like who follow me on Instagram always say the same thing. Like, "Matteo, thank you for representing Italy of today."
Oh, good.
I'm like, "Oh, okay," because I think that, you know, the Italians there are it's a little tiring to hear like, "We get it, the mafia and the corno and the malocchio, like we get it. You know, so they have a lot more to offer, I guess.
There's an interesting thing about Italy specifically, which is like there are so many different, I guess, almost like kingdoms in Italy.
Yeah.
Like uniting it as one country is pretty recent.
There's 34 different languages in Italy.
Okay, so like when we look at Italy, we just go pizza, maybe some mafia, definitely pasta and Vespas, right? Like that's the idea, and the fashion or whatever. But each one of these little areas, like the Venetian Empire was a fucking empire, and these people their roots are ingrained in what that is to be Venetian.
Katie Parlo's boyfriend is a Venice glass blower. Had to, in order to enter this
what is that? What is that famous one in it doesn't matter. There's a famous known glass blowing.
He's born and raised Italian, could not work there until he learned Venetian.
Wow.
Actually, if you look up online, type in YouTube, this is a great example. Type in Italian barese. It's okay. This is the difference between Italian language and the language in body. Okay, which is a completely different language. This girl is gonna be, oh my God, Nick, why are you calling? This girl will do it in English. The woman on the right does it in Italian. The guy in left does it.
Body is where in Italy?
Yeah, that's the like the heel of Italy. Yep.
Una zanzara, una zombie, tirati. Hai giocato? Dici quello. Un uccello. Guaci.
Wow, but so
you have that in all these different regions.
Every town has a different. So Naples is different than Bari. So people in Naples and Bari can't communicate in their dialects. They have to speak the standard language Italian.
Yeah.
So when I went to Naples 2 months ago, it made me crazy because my nonna's from Naples, and but I don't know the Napolitano language. Yeah. So I'm there. I'm in this cab with this cab driver who's like in his early hundreds. He should not be driving, and he's only speaking Napolitano with me. And I kept saying to him in Italian, "I do not understand you." Then he thinks another cab driver is a bad driver, so he takes his car, drives in the middle of traffic, stops traffic, rolls down his window to tell this guy he's a bad driver. But all I hear in Napolitano is like, I'm like, what's going on? It's crazy. I feel like I ask people sometimes in Italy, I'm like, "I'm so sorry, like you don't want to be disrespectful, but like I just speak Italian, like I don't, you know."
Did you eat the pizza there?
Yeah, we went to
San Michele?
Yeah, Damikene. We waited 2 hours. Me and Ted to wait. And it's fucking worth it. It's unbelievable. And it's only, you wait 2 hours and it's €5. Yeah. That's it. And they only have 2 types of pizza. Yep. And then they're all arguing with each other. The pizzaiolo is all arguing with each other. Yeah. But it was, the pizza's unbelievable.
Bro, there's a ashtray right by the oven that just smokes.
That's the seasoning, baby.
Dude, but unbelievable. It's rare that you go to one of those hot spots or whatever where everybody talks about how amazing it is and it blows you away in this place. And they opened one here, you know that?
They did?
Yeah, they opened one here in, where the fuck is it? What was that club in, like a church or something? No. I forget it. I forget Jim. I'm gonna get Dub knows what it, but the same people, they opened one here, and apparently it's really good, but it's a different thing when you get there. Yeah,
right. Italians you don't get along with, like from an area, from a region.
Milanese, is it?
Well, Milanese, the northern Italians, like the
Germans,
right? Yeah, the joke is that they say they sono freddi, like they're a little cold. But they're very like corporation and business, and they keep the money pumping into Italy, and it's important. But I mean, I'm used to Sicily, so
that's how it is in Spain too. Like up in Barcelona, they think that they're like cheap. They think that they're a little bit colder. They don't think, and then you go down to the south of Spain, and you're basically in Morocco.
Yeah,
it's like everybody there is just giving you that like welcoming love. Come into my home. I don't care if I know you.
Yeah, Madrid. Love Madrid. I love that city so much. I don't know. I fell so in love with Madrid. Barcelona, I'm not that. I mean, it's fine.
You need a little bit more of that Italian love.
Yeah. Barcelona feels chaotic, and the streets all kind of look the same. And I don't know. I didn't quite connect with it the same way Madrid. I was like, gorgeous. Like,
Madrid is a little bit more ancient, a little bit more majestic.
You pointed this out with Italy is like, because it's so like culturally fragmented, or at least used to be, that's why they are so diehard with the soccer teams.
Oh yeah,
like that's the only way that they can fight.
That's their expression. yeah, like, and they've been connected to that culture for, and I think you see that a little bit with in England too. Yeah. I think that's why it's hard for us to understand soccer, right? Because like we're boring. No, but it's the thing is like it's boring when like your whole identity isn't out there.
Right, but soccer players are at least hot. You know what I mean? Like they're the hottest of the sports athletes. Yeah. I think hockey players would be hot, but they're like all covered up. Yeah. You can't really tell. Me and Nick went to a Penguins game in Pittsburgh, and like he was screaming at the ref. He got so involved in the game. He's like, "Come on, you! Oh, this is ridiculous!" Like, then he was in a fur coat. Like it was. People gave us a lot of looks. Yeah. But I think soccer players are the hottest, no question. Nice butts, nice thick legs, like.
Yeah, they're the best looking, probably. I'm trying to think, who else? Football?
Stop. Football is like, I don't know. It depends on the position, bro. I think across all sports. Tell me about it. Soccer players gotta be the best looking across the board, bro. Yeah. They got the sleek haircuts, you know.
They're the ones who care the most about the way they look. That's for sure.
Well, basketball players, now that the shorts are coming shorter, I'm like, oh, they're hot. But I'm used to 90s basketball players where like the everything is long. The dick would hang out a little. Yeah. Fantastic. And I sound so stereotypical. Like, I just don't care about sports. It's like $1 billion industry. I don't even see it.
Really?
I just don't care.
What about when like the Olympics come around?
Well, the Olympics are different because that's for gay people. Specifically, the Winter Olympics are for gay people. The Winter Ice and the Winter Olympics. It's Nick. Actually, I could call you Nick. Is obsessed. He doesn't know anything about sports. When it comes to the Olympics, he's like, "Are you out of your fucking mind? This woman cracked her knee trying to like." He just knows everything. Have you ever seen Selling Sunset? Yeah. I've never seen the latest season. Nick called me. He goes, I'm like, well, what are you doing? I just finished Selling Sunset season 6. Okay, what happened? Well, I'm going to be honest. Some people are born leaders. Mary was born a potato. She's absolutely... Davina at this point is a plant that shouldn't even be in the show. They got rid of Christine. I mean, Chriselle is now some sort of the bisexual, lesbian. Who the hell knows what's going on with her? None of them are selling houses.
Dude, you gotta get them on Selling Sunsets.
If there's nothing else you do in your career, if there's nothing else you do,
why don't we get him on one of the real estate shows?
He would be unbelievable. He would be perfect TV. He'd be the villain. He'd be perfect TV. He would be. I mean, Nick would be.
He shouldn't be that difficult. Who does he work for?
I think Compass, maybe.
Compass.
I don't know actually.
Yeah, we should. That would be funny.
Nick doing on those TV shows, he would fight with everyone. Nick,
He would prank him. Can we send people on listings with that like are there to rile them up?
You gotta film that. That is fire.
Just there to rile up. Like a guy just goes and takes a dump during the listing.
Nick's done that. Diarrhea in his pants. So.
Chipotle.
Yeah, Chipotle. There's a hemorrhoid in the toilet.
Like a bachelor.
It's for you.
Yeah, it'll fall off.
Bro, that's crazy.
Yeah, we need to start pranking Nick. Nick should, at the end of this year, think that he's living in, what was that, Jim Carrey show? The Truman Show.
Truman Show.
Yeah, it should be half reality, half Truman Show.
He said that, like a guy came on the train and goes, "Are you Mateo's boyfriend?" He goes, "Under no circumstances."
Are you one of these Italians that doesn't do New York pizza though?
I love New York pizza. I love Joe's Pizza.
Even though it's different.
Oh yeah, no, I like New York pizza a lot.
What's your
best pizza? Joe's.
Okay, give me top
The best
in the city.
Well, Ribalta, but that's like Italian style pizza. Joe's Pizza, John's Pizza. What's the one that's on like Spring Street and what is it?
Prince Street.
Prince Street. What else? I mean, those are I mainly go to Joe's though.
Yeah.
Ben's Pizza is good. Grandma Slice.
What, the one on the corner?
Yeah, the Grandma Slice pizza is really good.
Okay.
I love New York pizza. I love the white slice.
What about Ruby Rosa? You ever go to Ruby Rosa?
Punch your mouth. No, I've never been to Ruby.
Ruby Rosa is incredible.
Really?
Dude,
Where is
they
it?
did, it's on,
Where is it?
what's the next one over?
Bowery? It's on Mulberry Broadway?
Mulberry. It's on Mulberry.
Literally.
Yeah.
Oh, work.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit up. More like Melita, but yeah, Mulberry, it's fantastic. Really fucking good.
I mean, most New York pizza's great.
What about pasta?
That's harder to
Now
find.
we have to have, what about Misi? You ever do Misi?
No. The only good pasta in New York, the real pasta in New York, is at a place called Piccola Cucina on Spring Street in Thompson.
Okay.
And they're like from Sicily. They make it the way it's supposed to be made.
Cigarettes and all.
Cigarettes and all. Like, here's your alla norma, you know. And then Ribalta, which is a pizzeria, but they do authentic pasta as well.
Okay. Okay.
You said the most controversial Italian take I think I've ever heard on this show. So Andrew obviously would go into Amalfi. He sees himself, I think, as culturally Italian. And then he came back.
I have to teach you Italian.
He came back and he goes, "You couldn't tell the difference between ice cream and gelato." Is that a true thing you said?
Out of your mind.
No, you could.
You said
No,
you.
you couldn't.
You said you.
Hold the swine.
It's literally two different things.
Oh, I have a great ice cream shop for you. Cafe Pana. Have you been there?
No.
In Rome?
No, this is here. But she trained in a gelateria in Rome.
Is she from Italy?
No,
I go to Figo for gelato.
we'll go. They had like savory gelato.
And you can tell the difference?
Bro, they had. I had this vanilla with whipped cream and then olive oil on the top and like some salt. It was fucking unbelievable. Anyway, Cafe Pana, go check it out. But we'll get some ice cream. But you can't tell the difference between gelato.
Two different
You're
things.
addicted to sugar. It doesn't matter. I gotta eat sick.
I like both.
Don't give me this. I like.
Two opposite things. Like, one, they're so distinct. The idea that you think people couldn't tell the difference is absolutely absurd.
No,
He said you. Why are you not tell the difference?
No.
They're two separate things. It's like the difference between like bread and fucking lobster.
Started eating good food like 2 years ago.
I grew up in Florida. I grew up next to a gelato. I grew up next to a gelato place. Jared Italian ice.
God.
Are you gonna let him disrespect?
Yeah. He's doing a good job himself. There's nothing more incriminating I can say about him that he's already said about himself. So
A gay compliment is nice, but a gay insult hurts way
it's a
more.
gag.
You insult like Southern people do.
Bless your heart.
Those are pretty vicious, I think. Really good at comebacks and insults.
Yeah.
That's actually what it's practice. Yeah.
Okay, listen, you have a flight to catch.
I do.
So you have to get out of here. But before you leave, Hair Plugs and Heartbreak on YouTube.
Yes.
Several other specials on YouTube. Mateo Lane Comedy.
Yes, MateoLaneComedy.com. I've gone tour. We're almost sold out with the Chicago Theater. Hometown kid. I know. And I'm doing Vegas. I'm not doing any shows this summer, but I am doing the Win at Vegas.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So, and if you want to come
The Pen of
that, Yeah, so that's exciting.
When are you doing that?
I'm doing it July 29th.
Okay, great. Are you gonna gamble?
No, I don't like gambling. I have no vices.
No license.
You gotta try. You gotta practice. Last time I gambled, I was like, I might as well take my wallet and throw it on the table and keep walking. Like, it was so...
Yeah, I don't see you being good at gambling.
No, Jessica Kirsten was trying to teach me how to gamble, and she just kept just doing it for me. Yeah, I want to be the hot woman who sits with the boyfriend of the gambler, who's like, you know, like making faces and stuff. That's
on the dice.
Yeah. I'm good at that.
Yeah. Are you flying private to Italy or?
What? No, I'm not doing the kids super fast.
Well, let me
show.
know if you know.
But I am flying first class.
Hey, there's no going back.
No,
there's no going back.
No. I have to keep this going just to keep. But I know it's going to be one of the old Delta flights where it's like when you're going down, it's like it's going to be talking chair. Literally. Last time I was on that flight, I've told this story before, but it was like the TV was so small. I was like, do I have cataract? Like, what did I need? And then they the equivalent of giving you the meal, they just stand at the front of the plane and throw the meal at you.
Yeah.
This one gay flight attendant, you know, they of course recognized me. He was like, is it potatoes or anything I can get you? And I was like, I'm so sorry, but like my TV doesn't work and my chair doesn't work. He goes, I fucking hate these old planes. They're fucking awful. And he just kept giving me snacks and like he was so nice.
Oh, I got a discount from you actually.
What?
Yeah, I was at a vintage store upstate, and the guy that was checking me out, not checking me out. I mean, he was gay, but like also he was hot. But he was like checking all of our stuff, and he was asking, he was like, "Oh, you're a comedian?" I was like, "Yeah," and he's very gay, and I was like, I just peppered in there. I was like, "Yeah, we actually just had Mateo in on the podcast." And he was like, "Oh, you know Mateo?" And I was like, "You know, we're friends. We were on a private jet, whatever." 20% off the whole thing.
Yeah. Oh, really? That's good.
I appreciate that.
I better work.
You knew he wasn't gonna say it.
Myself. Give it to myself.
Mateo Lane, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Here some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The heat wave is here. Temps are going to be hitting triple digits for inland areas today and heating up to about 113 for some areas by this weekend. Neighbors are being warned to keep a close eye on cats and little dogs because of a missing 15-foot python casper. Today's 7-Eleven, and 7-Eleven is celebrating free plugging mark the convenience store's 96th birthday. We're just minutes away from Handle on the news this morning. Twitter traffic is tanking thanks to Trent. Okay, Karen Travers, the CEO of the PGA Tour, is going to be testifying in front of the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee about its merger with Live Golf. Why does Congress give a rip about a golf merger? Karen? Hello? Hi. Why does Congress care about a golf merger?
Yeah, I mean, because this is a significant business deal, and the Saudis are the ones backing Live Golf. The money is being done by the Saudi royal family, and there are a lot of questions about the human rights record of the Saudis. And to the extent this investment is billions and billions of dollars that is washing an effort to soften and improve the global image after the United States concluded that the Saudi content to prove an operation to kill generational Khashoggi. And if there are other human rights issues within the country. There's also issues about antitrust and the business and monopoly aspect of this, which some senators are going to raise. And this could be a pretty explosive hearing. The senators will come in with a lot of questions and tough questions to these PGA representatives. Notably, it's not the head of PGA or the head of the golf who will be testifying, so Senate representatives instead. But this is an announcement a couple weeks ago that caught a lot of people by surprise because the PGA is very openly critical of the Saudi-backed Live Golf, and then announced that their one-time rival is now become their partner.
So it's interesting that they're saying that it could become a monopoly. Live Golf and PGA merge, because before Live Golf a couple years ago, there was only the PGA, so there already was the monopoly.
Yeah, and the question too about their influence in American sports, a country like that being such a major foothold, and a country like Saudi Arabia in particular, that's also something that senators have raised concerns about and will likely bring up. So it's not just a sports story, it's a business story, it's a foreign policy story, human rights story, it's a really social story too. bring up. Now, notably, senators can have hearings, they can ask questions, they can do investigations, but ultimately, the Justice Department is investigating them for antitrust violations, and that would stop the potential for if it does come back getting done.
See, that's why we have these answers, because now we know why Congress gives a rip about them so much. Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
Traffic cameras are headed to Glendale.
The city is installing cameras in school zones, areas where many people have been injured and areas with a history of street racing. State Assembly member Laura Friedman says too many people are being killed on roads across California.
We've seen an increase in street racing, reckless driving, and people driving with a wanton disregard for safety and life.
Cameras are being installed as part of a statewide pilot program involving 6 cities, including LA. Drivers will be warned before entering into a zone with cameras. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Lawmakers in California have been looking into human operators for autonomous vehicles.
Trucks driving on California roadways without a human sounds like a pretty concerning thing for drivers in the state. Jason Rabinowitz, who serves as the president of a Teamsters Joint Council, says the new bipartisan bill prioritizes safety.
In San Francisco right now, the driverless cars are wreaking havoc across the city. They're stopping at green lights, they're causing accidents.
Rabinowitz also says that the legislation requires a trained blind person in the autonomous vehicle. The autonomous vehicle industry argues that AI drives more effectively than humans. Andrew Carabella, KFI News.
The bill has already passed the state assembly and kept heard today in the Senate Transportation Committee. Scientists have blamed climate pollution for deadly flooding that hit several countries all at once. India, Japan, China, Turkey, and U.S. Northeast have all had intense rain recently. Scientists say climate pollutants, mainly carbon dioxide and methane, hold more heat in the atmosphere, and a warmer atmosphere holds more moisture, which means more rain. A grand jury being seated in Georgia will likely consider whether criminal charges are appropriate for former President Trump or his allies for efforts to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia. The Fulton DA has been investigating since shortly after Trump called Georgia's Secretary of State to ask him to find his vote. To be signed, the LA County Sheriff's Department may have to provide thermal underwear to any jail inmate who asks for it. County supervisors are set to consider the requirement today. Yep, this is real. The motion by Supervisor Hilda Sully says the latest Inspector General report on reform and oversight uncovered what Sully calls the Sheriff's Department's reprehensible practice of not providing thermal undergarments to people in custody, despite complaints of freezing temperatures in county jails. People in Philmar have attended a neighborhood meeting to call for the removal of a bunch of motorhomes.
The makeshift RV park along your residential street. Video footage has been taken of what neighbors say is running down a driveway. This man says he hopes the people in the RVs are given a new place to live, and the RV park gets dismantled.
The people there, it's a down their life, and they need help, and so we take advantage of them.
The LA City attorney is charged with property owner with illegally having the RVs on their property. The court date is scheduled later this month. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Conjoined sisters separated at Texas Children's Hospital last month have been sent home. Ella and Eliza Fuller were born by C-section on March 1st. They were joined at the abdomen and shared liver tissue. A team of surgeons, nurses, and technicians performed a 6-hour surgery on June 14th to separate the twins. Something to think about.
So cool.
Okay, a couple of food updates for you. McDonald's is ditching the McCafe bakery. So they're going to be taking out their blueberry and their apple fritter. Yes, I'm very satisfied. But the good news is, as I mentioned yesterday, they're bringing the jalapeno bacon cheeseburger. So it's a quarter pounder of cheese with jalapeno and bacon. So it's just a good thing. Also, IHOP has a new menu item. This actually sounds kind of interesting. Like we love mashups. Like pizza bagels, nacho fries, cronuts. Well, now there's a pancake taco. Taco Tuesday, we're about to bring that up. So on July 5th, IHOP announced new menu items. And one of the questions is, can a pancake be a taco? And apparently it can be, because now they got fresh strawberry cheesecake pancake tacos. Silver dollar pancake filled with sliced strawberries and creamy cheesecake mousse. Finish off with a sprinkling of chocolate there's a breakfast pancake taco. It's got eggs, ham, cheese, so it's like a sweet savory one. Yeah, and yummy. And then I was totally get into it. Country chicken and gravy pancake taco. Silver dollar pancake filled with crispy chicken, shredded hash browns, and sausage country grapes. If you're in the mood for brine, you have the option to top this taco with pickles. Okay, I think I believe the pickles on, but other than that, it sounds pretty delicious. Okay, so here's one last thing. President Trump, or former President Trump, out campaigning, and he went to, where did he go? He was in Iowa, and he went into a Dairy Queen, and here's what made some commentators on cable news lose their mind. Everybody wants a blizzard. What the hell is a blizzard? He buys the blizzards for everybody who's in the store, and I was watching some cable news channels, and I'm like, oh my gosh, can you believe he doesn't know what a blizzard is? Who cares? It's on his character, doesn't he? I take that listen. This is KFI and KOST HD 2, Los Angeles. Southland weather from KFI. Sunny with highs in the upper 70s at the beaches today. 80s for Metro LA and Inland OC. 90s to about 100 Valley. 92 about 103 for the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley. It's going to be even warmer tomorrow with triple digits in the valleys and IE. And by Thursday, highs are going to be in the upper 80s at the beaches. Low 90s for the metro areas. Up to 110 in the valleys, Inland Empire, and Antelope Valley. Actually, by the weekend, you could see highs up to 113 for those two. It's 62 in Yorba Linda, 65 in Irvine, 64 in Carson, 61 in Huntington Beach. We lead local. Live from KFI 24-hour newsroom on 82. This is Big Row Wake Up Call. Let's get a look at your drive with me, Elliot.
Rock 1 drive as folks make their way to Riverside 2 corner, westbound side of the 91 track. Pretty much a parking lot way overall from Lockyer all the way toward the 55. Now, an earlier problem right around the 71 has been cleared from lane. Still seeing the device over activity, and also got Easton starting to back up from that earlier situation last weekend and westbound on the 91. That's taking all the way through the Anaheim Hills area. It will be issues for you 91 west before the 55. Overall, again, 91 westbound really look busy for you from as far back as Lockyer as you make way toward the 55. So give yourself some extra time getting out the door this morning. Also, better news for you in Moreno Valley. Problems with wrapped up for you on the westbound 60 transition to the 215 and north. It was a crash that had lanes. Okay, no, doesn't want to get cleared up. These three shades are mine on this one. So 60 west transition to the 215 north and Harpo lane and connecting roadway. It's still blocked due to a wreck. You're seeing delays on the 60 westbound and the going from before Chicago and the 215 northbound also going to be a busy one for you leading back there. KFI and the Sangam gets there faster. I'm in Collier to you. Just when you thought you couldn't get any better. Nice jump. You've heard me talk about the luxurious and plush all new Micro 2.0 with its temperature regulating spread. It's designed for coolness, engineered for comfort, fit just for me. Since I started sleeping on it, I've been getting the best sleep of my life. And right now, AFI listeners can buy one of these incredible My Pillow 2.0s and get another one free. Not only that, you'll get 2 of the all-new My Pillow 2.0 Go Anywhere pillows. That's a 4-pack of pillows for as low as $99.98. Just go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, or call 800-683-1804. 800-683-1804. Don't forget to use the code JOHN. Say goodbye to tossing and turning. Go to sleep quicker and stay there longer with the My Pillow 2.0. You don't just trust me. If you sleep on it, don't love it, you can always return it with your 60 days money-back guarantee and a 10-year warranty. So don't delay. Call 800-683-1804 or go to mypillow.com. And don't forget to use the code JOHN. Attorney Joe Cordell. Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters. And that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills. 1455 Gracie Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com. The Distance Marketers Report. Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio. We use audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody needs to listen to the radio. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insight, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
It has equal to or less caffeine than a single dose of most pre-workout products.
Why would anybody do that when you can drink half a dozen Diet Cokes? Other than drug dealers who have millions of dollars in their safe, when in my mind, without saying it out my mouth, I think of all the reasons, none of them are any I'd want to say. I say them all, which is why I'm closer to a suspension than you are, Mike. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle. And good morning. Bill Handle here in the morning crew. On a Tuesday, July 11th. And we're about to enter, if we haven't already entered, a hot spell heat wave where the valley, surfacing the valley, they hit north of 110 degrees. Yeehaw! Don't forget to hydrate. Some Diet Coke count. Does Diet Coke count? No, not really. It has water in it. Liquid. It is liquid. That's true. Do you want the science answer? No. Because I know what the science is. I think no, I think you do want the science. I do not. I already have the science answer. It is a diuretic. And see? Oh, look at the science at that. The science answer is that the diuretic effect of the caffeine in a Diet Coke is negligible compared to the hydration benefit of the liquid. Oh, you have just defended Diet Coke. Well done. That's a promo, by the way. He's defending Diet Coke. We'll hear that as a drop later on. So let me say a quick hello. Tyler, good morning. Bill, good morning. And producer extraordinaire, good morning.
Hello, Bill.
Amy King, good morning.
Good morning.
And finally, my new favorite member of the show, Wayne. Good morning, sir. All right, guys, ready to do it? Got a lot to talk about today, to say the least. Handle on the news with Amy, Wayne, and me. Week story. Yeah, very surprising move. Turkey, well, that's actually President Erdogan who controls Turkey, has come out and said the European Union should move forward with his country's bid to join the bloc, which is rather unusual because now we're not talking about NATO, we're talking about joint starring NATO, joining the European Union, the bloc financial aspect of Europe, which is, for people that think that that's not a big market, it's actually one market. It's got Germany and England and Italy as separate countries. When it comes to the European bloc, it's one. It's one trade country that has 650 million people, which is twice that of the United States. And so Turkey, who here before didn't want to do anything supports Sweden's NATO bid. I got the stories a little conflated here. And at this point, Turkey had not supported NATO's bid, Sweden's NATO bid. And why is that? Because of the ostensible support that Sweden had for Turkish rebels, which are called terrorists. And that was all it was about. And he didn't give a damn about Sweden joining NATO. It doesn't hurt him at all. Maybe he strengthened his position in NATO. It was all about those, quote, terrorists. And they've come to terms, and all of a sudden, you've got Turkey now on the side of Sweden entering NATO. Because remember, NATO is what, 28 countries? And if one country could block all someone coming in. It's like a sorority. Maybe were you in a sorority in college? You could have been blackballed. Did you know that? Yeah. And you weren't. Right, because you didn't have terrorists that you were supporting in Turkey. Not that anybody knows. But there you are. Okay, so that's Biden move. It's a win for Biden today. Big win for Biden. Later on, we'll talk more about that at 7 o'clock. What is at stake in terms of the summit? And there is a lot. All right, let's move on.
Who's the boss? Well, there isn't one. The U.S. Marine Corps is without a confirmed leader for the first time in 100 years. So General David down as Commandant Monday. A Republican senator is blocking approval of his successor, General Eric Smith, is the assistant commandant. He's been nominated to be the next leader, but has to serve in an acting capacity until we get confirmation.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a Senate that it takes one vote to go either way, especially in terms of confirmation. And this has nothing to do with here. This senator, Tommy Tuberville, the Republican out of Alabama, it's all about abortion. That's what it's about. Now we're back to abortion. How does that connect? Well, because heretofore, the government would pay for service members to have abortion, go out of state. And Tuberville is saying, no, we're not going to allow that to happen again. And he's saying, unless you get rid of that, you're done.
Hey, Drew.
You're not going to get your new commandant because that has to be confirmed.
I was reading these. Let's go back to a drink. Yeah. I was hanging out with his brother Danny. And I was just dodging cars. And Michael Lynch is there. He was head of NATO. Really? Yeah. Why? I don't know. But he couldn't like sit in his chair correctly. And he kept bumping Kevin. Pissed him off.
Social media platform Threads is up to 100 million signups since it opened up last week. In the meantime, Twitter traffic down 5% the first 2 days that Threads, that's Meta's thing, was available, down 11% year over year. 100 million users. Even Zuckerberg said, "Wow, no one expected this quickly."
Announcements. London, Mandem, Boys from the Ends. It's time. It's been 5 long years, but I'm coming back. The Life Tour is coming to Royal Albert Hall October 19th. Tickets are up for pre-sale right now. Code is Andrew. Go get them while they're there. I can't wait to see y'all. Now let's start the show. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant, and today we are joined by the one, the only Chris DiStefano. The man is on a tear right now. Radio City already sold out. Damn. They had to add the Garden. Oh, shit. Okay? That's close. Yep. Okay? Yep, the next new tour. I mean, it's crazy right now. We'll get to all the other stuff, but most importantly, you came in a little hot. Yep. Still got the Puerto Rican wifey. Yes. Is it wife yet or? Yes. The Puerto Rican wife. She's my wife. I say she's my wife. Did you have a wedding? We didn't have a wedding. Come on, Chris. We didn't have a wedding. Say that to Staten Island. Yes. And then I moved to Staten Island. We have children. But we're not technically married, but we are married in spirit. Okay, we're not married. That's a Puerto Rican spiritual people. We're not married by the law. Okay. But listen, I live on Staten Island now, where there's different laws out there. We have children. She's, if something's happened to me, she gets the money. She's in my living will and testament in Staten Island. This is your wife, Yeah. Listen, I got it. My neighbors, watch this and all. I'll reveal here that she is in fact Puerto Rican. I've told everyone on the block she's Italian. Oh, nice. You have to do that. But we already said it's Puerto Rican, so I can't. It's what it is. She is Puerto Rican, and she's my wife.
Now, that is big. If she passes away, or if you pass away, she gets everything. Now, if you decide to break up, then what does she get? Because that's also a big part of marriage.
Yes. So I didn't even catch that one. If I die, she gets everything. If you guys break up, she gets fucking nothing. No, Puerto Rico.
My kids are taken care of. She can figure it out.
She gets a thank you for everything. She would have killed me. She gets a thanks for everything message from Fat Joe. And no, so we have kids. So you're incentivizing her to kill you, Chris. Yeah, this is why Puerto Ricans kill their husbands. I know. She doesn't have a lawyer, her. State appointed.
Yeah, so, but she, we have children together. So for me, I'm just the kind of person, I guess, because I'm a child of divorce. Yeah. I'm just the type of person, to me, having children with the woman, that to me brings her at a higher level than my wife. Like if I had a wife, if we broke up and then I got married to a woman, but we didn't have kids, Jazz would still be in first place because we got the children. That's the spiritual connection.
Out, bro.
It's a spiritual connection.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
you forget Chris is a doctor.
Yes. You forget he's a doctor. And here's the truth, and I'm happy that you did this because a lot of times I'm like, let me hold back. I don't want to, she tells me all the time, don't mention anything about us. And you mentioned the first 30 seconds. So now let's just have 3 hours of fun. I'm going to get in trouble regardless.
So you said this morning things got a little bit spicy.
You're already in trouble. We're already in trouble. So I was saying before, I was talking to Akash outside, and we were talking about how we're all flawed as humans, right? And I try to do this.
I thought you said Florida and New York accent.
New York accent, Florida. Yeah, Florida is He is the Florida of humans, kind of 100%. And if you guys want this country to get better, you'll go DeSantis. And so, no, I'm kidding. So I was talking how always trying to self-improve, trying to I've been Ryan Holiday, the Daily Stoic, that guy. I trying to look for someone who mirrors a life like me. He's a husband, he's 3 kids, haircut, Metallica, all that. And I was like, this guy lives a similar life, from the circumstances. Let me see what he does. And I've been sucked into his podcast, sucked into his books. Great guy. And so I'm always trying to self-improve and read flawed or whatever. And one of the biggest things you should never do is fight in front of your children because they absorb that, whatever. And I've been practicing that and preaching that. And then today, they got some trauma. And then today, there was just an argument that if I would have been thinking about his principles and thinking about the Stoic philosophies of just, choose, instead of being angry, choose sympathy, delay your anger. The best thing you can do for anger is to delay. Just think about the dichotomy of control what you can control, and don't worry about the rest. What Epictetus says, and just you are in control. It is not your life, it is the choices that you're making that make up your life. You're reacting to everything. Life is reactionary, all that stuff, and I snapped. And I just snapped when she asked me about a chore that I didn't do, about throwing out the garbage, and we just got into it, and the kids were right there, and then I just had to walk away, and I took a shower, and I told Akash I was screaming into the towels in the attic to just try to get
upstairs as far as he could go into his attic, screaming into towels as loud as he could.
My children were in the basement. They were doing an activity down there. That's where the playroom is, and I went up to the top layer, and I screamed as loud as I can into the attics and just yelled obscenities at myself, took a shower, came back downstairs, and I said, you know what? I messed something up. I did not control my reactions in the right way. But all I can do now is show the children that if you make a mistake, all you can do is try to be better. Fourth, this is going to tie into Juneteenth. He's doing it all, baby. He's doing it all. That's right. All you can do is try to rectify that mistake. Happy Juneteenth. We snapped now. We just snapped. Shout out Galveston, Texas. We made a little mistake. We're trying to do better here. So happy Juneteenth. And so that's what I tried to do. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go down there. The Jazz is still with the children. I'm going to kiss her and tell her I love her in front of the kids so they absorb that. But but she was still angry. I was still angry. And we gave one of those kisses where if I would have slipped some tongue, she would have bit it off. But it was good to see that because the kids hopefully absorb that, like how do you turn a negative into a positive, try the best we can. And that's what I think has fundamentally changed about our relationship is we're not at each other's throats anymore. We're not looking for ways to get away from each other. We're looking for ways to make it all work and kind of be better examples for the kids.
What is your advice to people who don't have an attic?
who don't have an addict. Yeah, that's an addict. Like you mean a drug addict?
No. I mean addict. Okay, who can't go up 2 or 3 stories and scream into a towel?
Just
1-bedroom apartment, 2-bedroom apartment.
Then I think you got to go outside. I think you got to go outside and take a walk. But I do have to be honest with you. After experiencing what I experienced today, if I didn't have an addict, I would have been that guy that you read about that threw himself in front of the E train. Really? That's what I think people do. I think a lot of people who throw themselves in front of the subway they didn't throw out the garbage and they were.
Yeah. I was working on Wall Street, and we would have like a horrible day. We're talking about like losing hundreds of thousands of dollars. He would just walk on the street and bump bankers with his shoulder. You just walk up to people, bump them, hit them, have a little bit of aggressive interaction, get it out of the system, and then get back to work.
Well, I think that you have to get it out some way. Go to the gym, go for a walk.
He's pretty selective with who he bumped.
Oh yeah.
But not Alex.
I said bankers. You got a lot of bucket hats on. Hit somebody that looks like they have psoriasis.
So things are good at home, though.
They're good at home. They're good at reconcile.
Are you vaccinating the kids?
After this.
I didn't know this is Chrissy Chaos. Vaccines are in the news. I know you've been Googling it. I know you're a big fan of RFK Jr., a man of the people. You know how the Kennedys are. Just people of the working class, the Kennedys.
I support the Catholics. I'm sorry.
Can I tell you? I listen. The RFK dude, he's quite interesting. Everything, I watch the Rogan stuff and I'm curious about it. But I do get a little bit of a discomfort at Kennedy saying that they're like out here for the working class, right? Because they're like the young Kennedys have been partying in New York for a while, sure, and they don't exactly party working class. And I won't say which one, but there's an iconic story in the city of one of the young girl Kennedys trying to go out to a nightclub and they wouldn't let her in, and she said out loud, "The airport's named after me." Oh, that's fire! She didn't say one of. She said, "No, it's an airport."
That's true. I'll elect her straight up.
Wait, so I don't think I know what's going on because I've been a little bit outside the news because again with kids you can't really do what you want to do. You're in fourth place in your life. What's going on with RFK Jr.? What's going on? He went on Rogan and what happened? Are the Kennedys coming back?
I don't know. Okay, I think we're seeing why they're all dead. They like to push the buttons a bit. They get killed a lot. They get killed a lot. But then you go and you see the Rogan episode, you're like, oh yeah, he's taking shots at everybody. Yeah.
I gotta watch that Rogan episode. I haven't been. Because what
he's saying the COVID vaccine might be a little fugazi.
I don't really.
I'm gonna say something smart posture. This is when you cross the leg.
I don't really know. No. I do think though, for me, with getting the kids vaccinated, I personally, because I believe in God, the Creator. So I'm like, listen. If whatever God's little immune system, God made my kids that He vaccinated them before He sent them down the chute. So my thing is like, let my children's immune system do their job. If we reach a point where it's very clear that we need to get modern medicine involved, we'll get modern medicine involved. This whole thing of, here's the thing, I have zero issue. It's the same reason why I picked, Ryan Holiday and the Daily Stoics advice because it's 2,000 years old. It's battle tested as opposed to a new age thinker who may or may not be right, but they haven't got the years of experience. So for me, like the certain vaccines have got those years of experience. I got no issue giving my kid this certain vaccines, a flu shot or anything like that. That's been around.
Battle tested.
The new vaccines, it just hasn't been battle tested yet.
To be battle tested.
So I just need some years before I can do that.
Yeah, buy the first iPhone. They get the kinks out of it.
Yes. So for me,
that's some kinks in the latest COVID vaccine.
I think.
Did they boosted? Did they sell that as stand up? You go to the boosters, there's 2 guys in leather jackets ready to beat the shit out of you. We got some Biden voters. Tour updates, London, you already know. Tickets on pre-sale right now. Code is Andrew. Also, this weekend, we're going to be in Temecula, California. That's already sold out. And Reno, we had a second show. A few tickets left for that one. We're going to be adding more cities very soon, so stay tuned. Thank you guys so much for coming out to all these shows. Incredibly excited. And Toronto, thank you guys so much. That was unbelievable,
man. Both shows at Scotiabank Arena sold out. Thank you so much. Incredible. And let's keep cooking, man. More dates to be added very soon. Peace.
Also, guys, big announcements tour-wise. First of all, I am taping my first full-length 1-hour special in Houston at the White Oak Music Hall September 1st. The first show sold out within 24 hours. Y'all are amazing. So we added a second show, but those are almost gone as well. So hurry up and buy your tickets, akashsing.com. Also, there's a lot more dates on there that you can find, including some new dates. I think we moved Salt Lake City, we added Poughkeepsie, but more importantly, Zanies. Y'all sold that shit out so fast that we added 2 more shows. So July 13th is sold out, but we added the 14th and 15th, I believe. You might need to check your calendar, but the Friday and Saturday shows we added at Zanies. So go to akashsing.com. Buy your tickets for Zanies. Buy your tickets for the special taping. We're elevating the fuck out of this year. I love y'all. Thank y'all so much. Now let's get back to the show.
You know, it's unfortunate the government put us in that predicament. It's unfortunate that they did that, not us. But I'm not. I don't think the booster now. You hear about all these problems. I'm just like, you know what? I'll take a shot. I'll take a shot at my own immune system doing what it does, and there's no part of you that's like, it'd be kind of cool, like seeing the success of a lot of autistic people. There's no part of you that like you see it as an advantage. Oh, make no mistake. When I was our way to compete with China, we need autism of some kids. Yeah, make no mistake. When I was a pediatric physical therapist, I worked. Doctor. Yes. Doctor. Yeah, of physical therapy. So it's like, come on, dude. Come on, man. Let's gas you up. Yeah. Fine. Let us pick you up here on the pod a little bit. Doctor, decent. All the real doctors at home are saying the same thing. I was because you're the medical professional to talk about that. He's a nurse. Oh, yeah. I'm a nurse. You're the same way here. But so the only that's what the way is, doctor. Come on, bro. Come on, dude. Bro, to be honest with you, it's like if it was that important to me, I would have the diploma. I don't even know where my diploma is. I have no idea where that diploma is. I'm not shitting on physical therapy. I think it was a great profession, but yeah, you're not a real. You have to be very clear. I have a clinical doctorate. It's so different from what actual real doctors or even nurses, dude. I would argue like if somebody went down right now, you should go to the guy in the bucket hat before you went to him. I would go to the nurse, then go to Dove. Because goes bucket hat, then the Jewish guy, then the physical therapist. But yeah, when I worked with the children who had autism, dude, I almost felt like they're so smart and they're operating at such a different wavelength that it's not so much that. Wait, why'd you work with the kids with autism? Because physical therapy had out of them? No. I tried. I'm going to dodgeball and just let one rip. I know you're faking it. No, you got all different kinds of kids. You got kids with cerebral palsy, muscular dystrophy, so kids that throw them in there. Just throw them in there. They're in the mix. They just throw them in there. It was so funny. Literally, my second day on the job, the principal calls me to the office. She goes, Chris, how's everything? I was like, it's good. I'm loving it, having fun. She goes, it's great. She goes, we're having a good time. She goes, I just have to remind you again, you cannot run up and down the hallways with the kids holding them like footballs. You're not allowed to do that and then spike them into beanbags. Because I was the only male. That's a very female-oriented profession. Yeah. So I was the only guy. So I was the only guy there. So I was having so much fun with these kids. But she was like, again, some of these kids have feeding tubes. They have issues, and you're having a good time, and it's a liability. Yeah. So, but the children with autism, you would work with them. They needed, motor skills, or they needed to, they would have weaknesses here and there. And I was like, man, these kids, they just can't communicate. But I would always fascinate. I'm like, what is happening in their brains? Because they'll be able to like focus on something for like, you ever seen like the Blair Witch? Yeah. When like I forgot which one it was, where like there's the witch is just looking at something for 4 hours, like she's just, and it's creepy to see someone just stare. They would do that sometimes, like something monumental has to be happening in their brain for them to just be staring at something, whatever, and you cannot break their concentration. I'm like, something wild. So the witch just had autism. That's what it is. The witch just had autism. That umbrella, the term autism. Mm-hmm. I think it's a spectrum. They don't even know it's on the autism spectrum. And also, it's a spectrum, but not in the way that like it gets worse. No, that's not what they mean by spectrum. It's not like, you get a 99 out of 100, or you're like a 2 out of 100. They're just different ways you could be autistic. So some people got the math autism. Some people, they're just staring and then they do nothing autism. Make no mistake. But doesn't it seem a little umbrella? Like, I feel like there's different things that are also wrong, and we're just... you can go... The talent so many talented people on the spectrum. I mean,
Zuckerberg, Elon,
Chris Rock.
Rock.
I knew Chris Rock. I felt when
Weren't they ruining it for actually autistic people?
Yeah,
Whatever happened to them? Because now we look at the autistic people and we're like, what the why aren't you smart? Like, call yourself something else or just be quiet about it. Because you're not normalizing them.
Right.
They're just looking like losers. Right? Like, you're kind of an asshole if you're successful and you claim autism.
Right.
So that you can get even more pats on the back. Like, you're the richest guy in the world and you're autistic. Aw.
Yeah, right.
So hard.
Well, I think a lot of people now lean into something there. They lean into autism. Like, and now everybody's, you know, if you do something good or bad,
I'm autistic.
you can put on autism. It's like, you're not.
Can't you just be weird? What happened is being a little weird.
Yeah.
There's autistic people, and then Elon Musk.
Sometimes I think they do it for playing time. Like, remember at the end of the season in high school where you throw the autistic kid in? Like, I think that some of the worst basketball players in high school are just being like, yeah, I got it, bro. Can I get a few minutes of fourth quarter?
I'm gonna shoot a wide open three. Get carried out of the
Put me in the corner, coach. I remember one time when I played college basketball, and you know, it was Division III, very low Division III, so I was playing like.
You always discredit yourself. It's not All-American. Were you not?
It's not.
Were you not All-American?
Division III. I just want to be clear.
Very Catholic.
Just like I'm a doctor. I'm not a doctor. Just like I want to be clear from what he said in the beginning. Please come out September 23rd to see the baby garden. Okay, it's not. It's the big one. Okay, but we're first of all, it is a path to getting there.
It is a big. Huge venue still. We're not talking about
5,000 seats.
Yeah, okay, so let's not.
I took the kids to see Coco Melon there last year.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, Coco Melon number. That's what. Oh, dude, no, Coco Melon sells out. Bro, Coco Melon is huge.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I don't mean to crap on myself, but I think I was saying a story about my coach. You know, I was the leading scorer, the best player, and I remember if we were getting a big lead on a team. He would all of us right away take the best players out to give the bench, you know, playing time.
Yeah.
And for me, like, I remember he did that to me once, and he was like, I was like, what? Like, you're not incentivizing me to even want to score more, because the more I score and the more we beat this team, you're going to take me out. Why are you taking me out? He's like, do you think the players at the end of the bench deserve time? Don't you think that they deserve time? I'm like, no, they suck. That's why they're sitting at the end of the bench. They deserve 30 seconds. Why are you taking me out? I'm working harder than everybody. And I'm like, come on, dude.
So you're keeping the games close.
Yeah.
It was one of the last bastions of meritocracy. If you're the best, you get rewarded.
Yes. I think it's just, and by the way, with my kids, I preach that to them all the time.
Compete against one another.
100%. I have my little one. I have jiu-jitsu with my 12-year-old stepson, and I have him go hard. I'm like, break her arm. I got health insurance. Break it because I want her to understand, not only to be able to protect herself, but understand that, come on, man, like nothing, you know, because sometimes the people that are like preaching, and it's not a race thing, just people, I want to be a race. No, I swear to God.
Anytime anybody goes, it's not a race.
No, because it's about to be a race. This is a trigger thing. Now, anytime you hear equality, it goes to race. Yeah. But it's like a lot of people just want to be superior, and they'll use the thing of equality to be superior. I'm like, sure, this is a fucking meritocracy. The best of the best get it always. You know, like I never hear. So I was like, you know, with athletes, it's just that's the perfect example. It doesn't matter what you're, you know, complaining about. It doesn't matter what you look like. It's the 12 best players in the NBA. They're going. That's who wins, and that's what I want my daughter to understand is like, bro, you're living in this fucking world. We're getting pulled. You're living in this world where words speak louder than actions, and that's a very slippery slope. I need you to live in the world where actions speak louder than words, and you control your actions, and you go out there and do the best you can, and only control what you can control, and the rest of the stuff, because we're living in this world now, man, where it's getting a little flimsy. It's like we're living with emotions, and I'm like, hey, man, I live in a factual world still, so I'm trying to preach that onto my daughters.
But you're an emotional guy.
I am, but I'm not going to expect something because of my emotions. I'm not expecting my work.
So there's an entitlement.
Oh my God, yeah.
With the emotions, and that's your frustration.
Of course.
You think that if somebody works hard, they should feel entitled to what they get.
100%. And I don't care what you look like, smell like, what religion you're from. If you're the best, I want to go with you. I couldn't care less. I think but that's how, you know, I guess was raised.
Why'd you say smell like?
Yeah,
Just out of curiosity.
Looking at our
He's looking at me when you say it.
I've never heard anybody think, what you look like, what religion you on, smell like a second. Yes, I've lost my sense of smell from having COVID. You're welcome. Should have got the vaccine. I know. This fucking guy just sniped us. You gave Colin Quinn COVID. You almost killed Colin Quinn. You almost took out a New York legend. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry for that.
Yeah, and you wonder why we call you terrorists.
Self-fulfilling prophecy, baby. Biological weapon out here.
Yeah, but it's different. I think, you know, that's why for me, against people that have kids, I tend to listen. But when you start to have children, your whole outlook on life is I'm just seeing the world differently. I'm getting the world differently. I'm getting my information differently. So that's why I tend to try to listen to people who have kids. Not to say people that don't have kids are not very smart and well adapted, all you guys, but I'm like, you don't see the world. I see the world. So you may have a very different emotion on something than I have.
100%. Yeah. It's almost like, could you trust a politician? Oh yeah, wipe him down. Wipe him down.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, 100% like it.
Yes. It's the Ozempic.
Could you trust a politician that doesn't have kids?
No.
And that's the tricky thing. It's just like, how do I know that you're looking out for the future when you don't have any roots to the future? You have no ties for the future.
Right. Like, one politician out there doesn't have kids. Most of them have kids. So
I think for that reason, I think it's really important. Like
AOC does not.
AOC does not. Yeah.
You don't trust her.
Yeah.
Speaking of fighting women, what did you say to your girl when she asked you to take out the trash? I really need to know how this fight escalated.
Well, no, it wasn't. It was that I forgot to do it. And then it was.
Why'd you forget?
This is where it gets fun.
First of all, yesterday was Father's Day. Okay. So yes. Wow. So you know. Wow. No. So you guys. Wow. Can I have a day?
It's your Juneteenth.
Yeah. Exactly. That's why I was in blackface. and I'm like, can I get a day where I don't have to do, you know, the father stuff? Can you, you know, can I just like whatever? Like I'll not take out the trash. I'm not going to do anything. And but I was still going to do it. But I forgot. Okay, drinking a little bit. We had a couple of whiskeys with my dad. We watched the Yankees, Red Sox. You know, it was fun. You know, listen, my dad's been at the house for a couple of months, and it was fun to just listen to, you know, what his view of the world is after a couple of whiskeys. and then you're like, you know, I should probably go to sleep because I just feel like my phone's recording this, and I just feel like I shouldn't be around what you're saying. And so, it's making so much sense. I kept going, amen. You're here, sir. That's how you know it's a crazy thing. Somebody just said when you get colonial. Here. Well said, sir. So I forgot to take it out, and then it was just a thing. That again, and I do the same thing. I'm very guilty of doing this as well because you just get into attack mode, but more women get into a little bit of attack mode. But by the way, I used to get upset by this, but I do understand it because they are the ones who need to be more vicious because their nature has given them the responsibility to have the children, create the children, bear the children, and then take care of the children. So they are always like, are you attacking my kids? And they can just turn that off. So I respect, you know, a ferocious woman like that. But she said, you know, she was like, you know, if I said, I'm sorry, take out the trash. And then they, you know, should have been, I wish it would have been, oh, I'm sorry, I'll just take it out and then they'll fight. But what she said was, she was like, instead of spending all that time on your phone, you could remember to take out the trash. And that's when, because I think I've been doing a better job of not being on the phone. I've been leaving my phone in the drawer. I've been taking technology away from me. I've been trying to do all that. I got off Instagram. I barely go on Pornhub anymore. I only have 1 or 2 OnlyFans. It is in the other room. It's not taking over. My phone is not taking over my life. I don't look at it for the first hour I wake up in the morning because that's what Brian Holiday said to do. And I'm not doing that anymore. And then so I was like, give me a little bit of credit for trying to control what I can control. And it didn't happen. It was just a moment of weakness. And I had an opportunity right there. I had an opportunity to not react. I could have said, Chris, don't react. Remember, this is it's how you react is what, you know, there'll be consequences to your reaction. So you You can't control what she said, but you can control your reaction. And I forgot that. Epic tears went right out of my brain. Went right out of my brain. Couple whiskeys. And what I saw my father do came right into my brain. What did he say? And I just, what did you do? And I took off my shirt, and I wasn't even realizing I was wearing a wife beater. And with a sauce state. No, and I just started exploding. You know, I became a little bitch. I'm going to be honest with you. And women don't want to see that. What would have been better is for me to just say something to her like, all right, I'll do it, and show her calmness, because then it's like she can't win. But instead I caved, got into a big argument, you know, proved her right, and then, you know, fucked up, because I've been, also another thing we've been doing, here's another little insight I've had. Ready for this? Here's another little insight I have for people with kids out there. He's sweating like it's a comic book. I know. Hey, my name's Lavelle Crawford. I'll be at September 23rd. The baby one. No, so another, because again, this went right out the window. And this is going back to, we're all flawed here, okay? I'm trying the best I can, but I'm always going to make mistakes. That's just, you have to accept that as a human being. But I said, and we talked about this. My girl and I, Jazz and I talked about this. We said, rather than, because, you know, in the morning, I don't know if you guys have, anybody have kids? No, nobody has kids. So people out there, ones of you have kids. In the mornings with children, very tough. A weekday morning, very tough. We got the 12-year-old, you know, waking up late. He's going to miss the bus. We got my 8-year-old waking up right on time. You know, she doesn't want to do anything. She doesn't want to do her hair. She doesn't want to eat. Then we have the 2-year-old waking up who's just being crazy, drunk, lunatic person, just yelling, screaming, wants to be held, wants to be put on the floor. She bites. So you have to just, there's a lot of chaos going on. And then that would, a lot of times, unchecked, we would just start yelling at each other, yelling at the kids, sprinting to the bus and be like, come on, get on the bus, all that. And then always negative, sending them out into the world on the bus. And I said, hey, let's use these moments of crisis to show the children how you react during a crisis. This is a crisis because with children, they can't really communicate. Their behavior is the language. How they're behaving is what they're telling you. So I'm like, okay, how they're behaving in a way that maybe they're hungry, maybe they have to use the bathroom, maybe they're scared because they have a test, whatever. But they can't speak to you that way, but they behave. So we have to, as parents, do a better job. I said to Chaz, I said, these are moments of crisis. They can't articulate it. We can. Let's show them to be calm. Let's give them a confidence-boosting activity before they get on the bus. Like with my older daughter, I'll have her like balance on the curb and have her do it 2 or 3 times. She goes into that bus happy. She did a challenge, make her bed, something, confidence. And we've been doing so great at that. We're showing the kids in moments of when they're causing a crisis how you react. And we've been doing so good. And that's great. For some reason today, I woke up, I was like, fuck everything I just did last month. I'm going back to the old me. and then I like that confidence boosting activity. I do a confidence boosting activity with my 8-year-old, because she's the one I take to the bus every day.
Have them go into a situation where they would be potentially insecure.
Yes.
With confidence. I mean, you're a young person going into school. You don't know if people like you. They don't like you. It's like,
So I went into, because I would notice that, like, if, you know, she has to be on the bus at 7:05 and the bus driver's there on the corner.
What kind of confidence boosting activities would your dad do for you when you were going to school?
Yeah, my dad.
How would he make you feel really confident right before you got onto the bus?
Yeah. My dad probably, honestly, back then, his idea of a confidence booster, I would say, would be telling me, like, taking me to the racetrack. You know, take me to the racetrack, and I picked a horse that didn't win, rather than hitting me over the head with a rolled up newspaper or calling me a failure or a loser, he would be like, "There's better luck next time, but we do have to go right now because we've got to get all the money, and these men are looking for us." That's confidence. Can't wait for the loan shark. Confidently take an Amtrak to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Hey, low. And so. I think, because I would just know, but again, it's just noticing, like, every time we would rush her to the bus, I notice she gets on the bus, she doesn't talk to the people sitting next to her. She's like, when I give her a hug and tell her I love you, she like pushes me away. But children, as quickly as, you know, their brains are so malleable that as you can make a bad day, that they're having a good day in literally 30 seconds. Just have them, race to 5 things green on the corner. Have them, count backwards from 100. Anything it can build, and then all of a sudden they're happy, they're confident. I love you, and then it becomes jumping into my arms, hugs, kisses, all that. Where'd you live? And then get them on the bus.
In church. So back in the day, it's like all the smartest people.
That's a good point too. Yeah, that's true. Well, I think he does a good job, Holiday, of modernizing their words, because a lot of times you're reading it and I'm like, dude, I don't speak fucking Latin.
Yes, I'm teasing Ryan.
Yeah. No, but there's truth to it. Actually, let's go with that. Marcus, it was just bullshit.
Well, we were having. I don't know which episode we were having this conversation on, but like the whole thing with Shakespeare. Have you heard about that? Like maybe it was a collective of people. It kind of makes sense when you look at.
It's like Tesla and Edison.
Work.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, that's right. Tesla Edison.
Tesla was the one that came up with all the stuff, and Edison just knew how to market it. Edison was a more market. I mean,
maybe there was 20 people on that team as well.
True.
So I would imagine if you were Marcus Aurelius, who's he's emperor of Rome.
He was the emperor, yeah.
So I imagine you have a bunch of people. If you want them to live this more evolved life, which you could say the Stoicism promotes,
right.
It's a better life. You look at it almost like religion. Like, do these things, you will enjoy your life more. And if those things are being brought to you from the guy in charge,
right.
Maybe if you were one of the citizens of Rome, you'd be like, I want to kind of live like the emperor. Yeah. That makes good sense.
Yeah.
Okay, the emperor wrote it. Yeah. I don't know if that was literally his life. Like, he just happened to be the smartest guy ever who had all this wisdom.
Right. Yeah, he might have been also the only one that could read or write at that time.
Yeah.
It was like, listen, you're all.
And there was weird stuff happening, like with the emperors in Rome, right? There was, what was that guy, Zeno?
Zeno, he was the one that they all looked up to.
But then he went crazy.
He did.
Nero that went crazy. Nero's not a stoic, though. But that wasn't. Yeah, I guess
Epictetus worked for. I think Epictetus used to work for Nero. See, that's the thing with.
It was Nero's fault, though. They said that no, it was the pipes. Okay, because they had the first. It's like lead pipes. They had lead. They didn't realize that there would be the lead. The pipes would cause the same lead issues that we have today.
Yeah,
right. So apparently he went crazy while he was in control.
Yeah,
but the only reason that happened is because he was rich.
Right.
Most people didn't have lead pipes funneling water into their beautiful homes, so the poor people were getting the lead poisoning.
Yeah, and same thing with the Salem witch trial. They did think when the witches, that whole time, it was that, and same thing happened in France.
It was lead poisoning?
No, it wasn't lead poisoning. It was a certain flower that was growing, a certain weed that was growing, infecting the crops, and for whatever reason, it reacted in women because of they're different bags of chemicals in men, and cause them to have some type of hysteria, and these witch-like kind of put them in like a type of psychosis, put everybody in a mild psychosis, and where they see, I'm forgetting the plant, but where they see this weed growing is where you had witch trials happening. So they can't really, history can't really overlook it as much.
That's dude's just like, I don't want to buy my girl flowers anymore. Let me just find it.
Devil's trumpet, that's what it is, and that's not what I call you and your people. that's just
All right, guys, we're gonna take a break real quick because some of you have a very bad habit, and we're not allowed to say what it is for whatever legal reasons, but I think you know what it is. It involves inhaling a little bit of nicotine. It's addictive. It's not the best. So instead of not inhaling anything altogether, why don't you just change what you're inhaling? And that's where fume comes in. It is magnificent if you're trying to kick that certain habit. You just instead inhale a little fume. Fume is completely natural. Instead of electronics, it's just air. It is flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, all of their ingredients are natural. All natural, delicious flavors. So you get what I'm trying to say. Instead of bad, fume is good. It's a habit you are free to enjoy that makes replacing your bad habit easier. It also comes with an adjustable airflow dial and is designed with movable parts and magnets for fidgeting, which gives your finger something to do. Because a lot of times, that's all it is. Your finger just needs something to do. Now they got it. So all you need to know, 3 more flavorful than you thought. Feels super fresh. It feels real. It feels weighted. It feels nice. It feels like a... Look at that. That looks wonderful. Okay, so Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success. No reason you cannot be one of them. So join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from bad habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume, TRYFUM.com, and use code FLAGRANT to save 10% off. Because we be giving you discounts, 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. That is TRYFUM.com, and use the code FLAGRANT to get an additional 10% off today. Now let's get back to the show. Hey guys, there's one thing in life you can never be too good at. Sex. The dick game. You think it's good, it's probably not as good as you think it is, but you might think it's good. Why can't it get better? Why not satisfy the woman you love? And if ladies, if your man has a fragile ego, that's okay. He's a work in progress, like me, like Chris Stefano, but you can help him out a little bit. Give him the Blue Chew Assist. Boom, there's a blue pill right in there, okay? You know all the deal. It's chewable. It works quickly. It's incredibly effective. Everybody on here has used it. Everybody on here has loved it. So all you need to know is that Blue Chew is going to send you your first pack, if you're not sold on what we're saying, for free. All you need to do is go to bluechew.com. That's BLUECHEW.com, and you get your first pack for free. So if you don't believe what I'm saying, you get your first pack for free. Try it yourself. All you got to do is pay $5 for shipping. That's it. Even the brokest of broke boys can afford that. Again, that is bluechew.com. BLUECHEW.com. Promo code FLAGRANT. For free, $5 shipping. That's all you gotta pay. Better, harder dick. You know you need that. I know I need it. Ask my wife about it. Let's get back to the show.
Marquito. Yeah. My shirt. I know. This is good. I love it. Good. Yeah. You're swinging. Let's get this fucking. Let's get a fucking zin in you. What's his in? Oh, don't give it to him. Don't give it to him. No. It's gonna be too crazy. You're gonna enjoy it too much. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I don't want to swear. You're throwing the trash out so much. Yeah, I don't know how it reacts to my blood pressure medicine.
I'm still sorry on the fact you didn't get the day off. Like, it's Father's Day. You don't get one day off.
Oh, I thought it was Juneteenth.
Oh, no.
Father's Day. Yeah, I didn't. Well, I mean, listen, we were able to do. She was like, cooked a great breakfast. We had a great time. Went to the park with the kids. But yeah, there's no days off with the parenting. I mean, mom's more though, dude. I'll be honest, okay? It's fun. We can make our jokes, but when I look at how hard of a job being a mom is, I'm like, I just can't fucking do that. Like, dude, the children just want their mom for everything. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter at all. The mom is the only one that can calm them down, and the mom's life is the one that's on hold the longest, because it's like I get back in the day, historical times when guys were like, listen, you just stay home and take care of the kids. I'll do everything. And now with feminism, sometimes feminism makes it harder for women, because you're like, I got to take care of these kids and do this thing. And then also now you want me to have a 9 to 5 and try to live my dreams. It's like, for whatever reason, nature decided, okay, the women are going to have to be the ones to take care of the kids. And again, no matter what I do, I can't help the kids as much as the mom can.
Here's the thing. If you can afford it, okay, not everybody can afford it, but if one can afford it, right? If one can afford a woman not going back to work,
right?
If it's not her passion, it's not her love, it's not something she's really interested in. Which immediately, devil's trumpet. Isn't it kind of beneath, once a woman has children, isn't it beneath her to go back to a job if she doesn't have to? Like, I get it's your career, your passion, it's your love. But just like, if she doesn't need the money, and not everybody has the privilege to not work. But if you can not work, going back to a job, to me, it's kind of beneath you. Like, you're going to make copies of a fucking paper for your boss. Like, you just created a human being.
Yes.
And now you're doing these menial tasks.
Yeah, it's a good point, because it's like, even watching, what Jazz went through, it's like, hey, babe, you blew your pussy off. Yeah. These people that have changed my life in the most positive way. You're not going to go back to working at Target.
Exactly.
You know what? You just won 40 years of freedom. That's it. Your pussy blew off. It blew off, And I watched them sew it back on. Yeah. I literally watched that happen. Yeah. That's how crazy it is. Your vagina blows like almost off. Yeah. And then you're so numb from the pain that they just start sewing it, giving you open vagina surgery, sewing it while you are no meds. Yeah. And so for me, that's a good point. But I just think it's beneath them if they can afford not to do it. I understand a lot of people cannot afford to do it, and that's a huge luxury. But yeah, just going back to a job you hate after you created a human being. I do think, though, most people, and again, I'm not saying not everyone can have a house of servants. I'm not saying that, but most people can delegate, and they're choosing not to delegate.
What does that mean?
Delegate meaning like give responsibilities
of the child.
No, like of your parenting. Like, you we have this thing in today's society for some reason where if we're not doing it all, then we're failing at something. Oh, no, get help, yo. Get help. Get help. You know, whether that's a family member, whether that's just a cleaning lady once a month, anything. Because
women feel guilty, though. They feel like they're not doing their motherly duty. And it's like, shorty, if this was fucking 100 years ago, you're living with your mom, your dad, your brothers and your sisters, your kids, your fucking grandparents, there'd be your whole family taking, like you guys do. You told me that that's a common thing.
Yeah,
right? So,
yeah, because like they say, that saying goes back to it's a village to raise a kid. Yeah, because it does. But now we try to be like, oh, I'm a single mom or I'm a single
especially
dad.
in the city when we're all living in these apartments where we can't have 2 generations of families in the apartment.
Yeah.
It's tricky. Yeah, a friend of ours, I don't want to say who he is because he might want to keep shit on the low, but he was just like, yeah, the second I have a kid, like my parents already told me they're moving into the city where I live.
Well, let me just remind you what Benjamin Franklin said. House guests are like fish. After 3 days, they begin to stink. So just know that.
Your dad staying with you?
Yeah. That's why I said that. And so, yeah, no, it's fine. But that's the thing. It's like I will say though, having the village with me now has been such a monumental help, and I'm happy and fortunate my dad and stepmom are there helping me because it's such a huge help. But with that being said, kind of having even a house in general, what I was saying before, is like, people used to have houses and mansions and all that because they had a team of servants that would run the grounds for them. Now it's like you'll go get a big house, which would be a modern day mansion, which would be a mansion to someone from 300 years ago, even if you have a 3-4 bedroom house. It's huge. I'm like, we don't need all this. We've just given ourselves more work. You think that you upgraded, but you actually downgraded your life because now all this time I could have been hanging out with family when I had hanging out with my kids when we had a little apartment. We could clean that thing in 20 minutes, make it a team activity. Now we spend entire days trying to maintain the house when the kids are sitting on their iPads. And so that's why I'm like, let's get rid of the house. Let me sell it and let's move here. Or to the city, because at least we have an apartment and we're there and we're in community and we don't have to spend all day worrying about cleaning this and doing it. Even the pool, like once you have it, the children.
How often are you even using the fucking pool?
It's been summer. It's been warm out. The last 15 days we've used it once or twice because the kids like, I did it yesterday.
Exactly.
When we make the pool a big activity, like we're going to the community pool, great time, and then it's over. You wipe it up and it's over. And also, what is a pool for me? For me, a pool is something else to worry about. I got little kids. I have to constantly worry. Are they going in there? I have alarms floating in the. It's
do you teach them how to swim before they get
they're Puerto Rican. They know how to swim. How they got here? So no, but yes.
Have you seen those videos of the infants just throw them in?
Oh yeah, they throw them with their clothes on. I throw you. You have to do that. I watched them do that with the baby. Throw them in with the.
Oh, you tried that?
It's a survival swimming class, and then they have a mechanism. Just like, dude, when you give, as soon as the baby comes out of the birthing canal, immediately they put it on.
You don't even call it a pussy anymore.
No, I know. Yeah. It's I know.
It's like Hannah down there. Blew off. It's like the canal is gone.
Dude, anybody who's got a girl pregnant right now, you maintain eye contact.
You watch it down the barrel like James Bond.
No, I did it for the first one, and that was a mistake.
Okay, yeah. You gotta be over by her shoulder.
I know what to do now. I looked at her. I just look eye contact, look beautiful, because you do not want to look down there. You don't want to look down there and go barefoot, because I ruined 2 pairs of sneakers with both my kids, because it's a blood mess. Placenta all over. So I went in there barefoot, and it's fine. And so wait, what was I saying?
But you were making eye contact, not looking down the camera.
Making eye contact, yes. But there was something else that I was saying before that. God damn it, I got distracted by your legs.
Swimming. Oh, swimming, yeah.
Oh, swimming, yes. Swimming is, they have the survival instinct. As soon as you throw them in the water, they float to the top. And with the baby, as soon as you put her on the chest, like my daughters were 30 seconds old. She knew to move her little squid body down and get to the nipple and
wow. That's why nipples get darker when they're pregnant.
Yes,
because it's easier for babies to see where the nipple is.
And that's why women too get that, and it's a byproduct of blood flow, because the blood flow they start to get women towards later in pregnancy start to get very cold arms and legs and go numb.
All the blood is right.
Because literally it's very fascinating pregnancy, because you realize like you don't really have any control of your body at that point, because the human body, all it's doing is a period is preparing every month for pregnancy, and every month it's not pregnant. It's like, fuck you, moving on to the next one. But when you are pregnant, especially towards the end, it's literally your body is saying to you, if anything happens at all, I am 100% saving the baby. The blood flow is going.
Fuck your wrists, fuck your feet. Yeah.
Because it says, what do you not, you can be a torso and deliver this baby. So we're not giving the blood from feet to your hands. We're not doing any of that. The baby. And that, when mothers would die of childbirth, it was simply a lot of things, would be blood pressure issues, back in the day before modern medicine, because there's like all the blood's going to the baby, and then that messes with urine flow, and then the mom dies. Because that's what nature is. Nature is saying, hey, we had our fun with you. We gave you an opportunity. You didn't work out. So now we got the next one coming out, and we're going to try with this one. It's very ugly, nature. You just look, if you really just want to know about nature, just watch these animal videos. Dude, I saw a video once of a zebra. Okay, this is why it's very hard to be a step-parent, but I'm doing, I think, a pretty good job, because being a stepdad is harder than being a biological dad, because I have to show the same level of compassion to a child that's not mine, and I do it because being a step-parent is the most thankless job in the world. But I had a great stepmom who gave me that advice to be like, you're going to get the props for being a step-parent when the children get a little bit older, because I get it. My stepson, it's in nature. He's like, you're not my dad. And I'm like, great, I'm not. I keep that fighting spirit to protect your sisters. Great, be protective. I like that. But it's thankless because you aren't, it goes against nature. And when you, without, rules of society and kind of, our social awareness, actual pure nature, when you watch it, I saw this video of a zebra that got impregnated by, a male. That male died in the course of the gesticulation, the baby developing. A new male came in and was the head of the zebra clan. As the mother was giving birth, however many months later, stopping it out, and that baby was alive for maybe 5 seconds, and it stopped, because it's like, that ain't mine.
We're going to know something crazy.
My offspring.
Want to know something crazy about that? I don't know with zebras, but I think with certain primates, it turns the mom on.
Interesting.
There's a biological reaction that induces like her, sexual urges. It's like, oh yeah, this is the person that's going to get me pregnant, and then this is the person that's going to look after my kids. How
because you want the strongest offspring.
Yeah. How crazy is that? Your own seed getting demolished,
right?
And that makes you horny.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
I like it. Make that an OnlyFans.
Yeah. Okay, what do we got? We got some feelings, no facts here.
Yeah, we got
Conor McGregor situation. Did you see that?
Wild.
Do you know what we're talking about?
Knocked out the mascot, and then I know he got sexual assault allegations in Miami, right?
Yeah, big girl.
Yeah, a big girl.
And this is how funny the internet is. The internet heard the news, and they saw him out the mascot the day before, and they were like, yo, maybe he was so gayed up he probably did this. And then the video of the girl came out, and the whole internet was like, nah, she's lying, bro. There's no way he's forcing himself on that. There's no fucking way. I mean, she was a big girl.
Oh yeah, solid. Maybe he thought the mascot was the girl. He felt heat, bro. That's what it was.
So what do you think is going on with Conor? Because there's video of him going into the bathroom. Shorty's changing her story a lot. He and his team is saying the exact same thing the whole time. They're like, nah, this is bullshit. She's just trying to...
Listen, I don't know anything about what happened here. I mean, there's videos, but again, who knows? But this is why in gladiator times, the gladiators weren't allowed to be free in society. You were not allowed... No, you watch the movie. You stayed in a cage. In the matches, you just fucking stayed. You were fed. And then that's it, because you can't, give somebody millions of dollars for being an animal and beating the shit out of people and wear modern day gladiators and then just let them go to a DJ. You can't just then send him to Miami. What do you think he's gonna do? It's like, you pay people to hit people.
That's what, even with Zion, it's like, yeah, the amount of testosterone to make a human being like Zion, do you think he's not gonna fuck every single girl that's in his path?
Especially, I think it's worse with Sheltered. Like, remember Dwight Howard? Super sheltered when he came into the league. Super
like, let's change the logo to Jesus.
Yeah. And I think those guys, and Zion is like a really adorable, sweet kid. And then all of a sudden he's a millionaire with tons of testosterone and then access to all this pussy he didn't even fucking Probably no existed back then.
That's the thing. It's like super crazy. Society, we reward the athletes in a big way with money and fame and all those things, and kind of glorify what they do, like football players hitting people as hard as you can, and then get mad at them when they go into society without, you pluck them from school early, you incentivize them to leave school, not get educated, and be around, like-minded people. And then we go, why aren't you acting more educated? Yeah. Hey, Alan Epps, why did you go through $150 million in 10 years? It's like, well, I was going to Georgetown, and then you made me leave the last year, so they're going to teach me finance. The best finance school in the country, arguably. You took me out of it and put me with the 76ers. What do you think I was going to do? I'm going to blow my money because you made it appealing to me. So I think that's something with Conor McGregor. Now, again, there's other UFC fighters that don't do that stuff, so I understand that argument, but when I see things like this, I'm like, dude, what do you think's going to happen, man? Don't, then you got, again, go back to the gladiators, they got kept in cages. Yeah. That's what, you're not allowed to.
Let's say it's all bullshit, and the girl just, trumped it up to, basically try to get a link.
Watch your mouth, that's my friend.
But, what should happen when there's a false accusation like that?
Right.
There has to be some kind of punishment, right?
I think so.
The UFC should be like the NBA, and each fighter have their handler to make sure shit
like the big guy. But nobody's handling Conor. That's the thing. Conor's going to do whatever Conor does. And you also have to understand where he's coming from, because every decision that he's made in his life is the most insane decision ever. Hey, I'm this guy from Ireland and I'm on fucking welfare, but you know what? I'm going to be the greatest fighter of my generation, completely revolutionize the sport, and make hundreds of millions of dollars. And everybody looked at him his entire life and was like, you're out of your fucking mind. Yeah. And then it worked. Right. So there's nobody that he's going to listen to.
When he's champion, he's like, you know what? I'm going to make a whiskey. Not even going to be good. I'm going to make hundreds of millions of dollars off of a whiskey. And everybody's like, what? It's not even good. Yeah. Hundreds of millions of dollars off of whiskey.
So it's like, I'm almost like, don't listen to anybody. Why should you ever take anybody's advice?
Well, it is too. It's one of those things too. It is a very Trumpy in a way where McGregor, he does so many wild things. Yeah. And you're like, which one do I pick? Like, he knocked out the mascot. That's all anyone was talking about. That would have been a thing. And then he's like, you know what? Let's bring on the sexual assault allegations. And I guarantee you in the next week from now, something else happened. You'll forget about the first two. Yeah. So I don't know if that's a tactic or what, but I think that, I don't know, because now the only thing that I saw was that she was seen hours later with him, right? So then that, it's tough. But then you also got to put yourself in the woman's shoes. It's like, why do you want to get your name dragged through the mud if something didn't happen? It's tough.
Bro, that's the thing, right? I don't even know if there's mud anymore for women.
Right.
Like, I don't even know. I don't know what they can't come back from. Like, they can do porn.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
And it's okay. Like, why is mud for women now?
Trying to ruin a guy's life is different. If he finds out you were lying about this, that's tough to recover. I mean, it's just
I agree. As a liar, for sure. But if you're not exposed as a liar, if you're exposed as a victim, it's like,
I mean, that's just, I don't know. Like, there needs to be repercussions both ways. Also, dude,
like, I think you have to get the punishment that he would have gotten if it was true.
Okay, yeah.
Otherwise, if you just slap him on the wrist, you go, bad girl, you can't do that. Why wouldn't every single girl that hooks up with a famous, successful, rich guy claim this?
I think too. But the other side, the point, then it's like, well, what happens then? Now women won't come forward, right?
The guy just has a good lawyer.
And then they'll say that'll help. That'll make less women come forward with actual allegations because they'll be fear of, well, if I'm wrong, I'm going to get in trouble. But I was right. But I guess that's what the law is. But I don't know.
I think this girl makes more girls not come forward.
Yeah, that's right.
I think this girl makes less girls come forward, right? Because she's clearly lying, and then other girls are going, they're going to think I'm a liar.
Right. Yeah.
It's like the more people that fake it, away from the girls that it actually happened. If no women are out there faking it and a woman does come forward, and every other circumstance we've heard the women come forward, it was true, we're going to believe it every single fucking time.
Well, that's why, but it goes back, again, this country, this is why I love this country. We have the best justice system in the world. We just have number one. So I think no matter what the media says, we are numero uno, papi. Justice. 1, 2, 3. Ask Alex about Sweden. Right? We were in jail for 3 months. Yes, one month, that wouldn't have happened here, okay? You would have been killed. You would have been, you forget the cameras are rolling. I thought I was back on stand-up. But
But so you know, and I think whatever, if it goes to that,
But how do you prove it? He said, she said. That's the biggest issue.
Well,
That's the thing. If a girl, let's say you accuse a billionaire, he's got the best lawyers, he's got the best whatever. So is it just he wins, you lost, you go to jail now? Because then you definitely won't come forward.
Yeah. There's also like a gray area where it's like, okay, they're both drinking. She's like, yeah, let's hook up. I'll give you a head. And then he's like, oh, we're going to have sex now. And she's like, I don't really know. But then she feels insecure and intimidated. And then she does it. Like, is that consent or is it not consent? Like, it's all gray.
But this is why I think, too, what you got, especially, is he single and he just cheats on his wife, right? I guess they have an agreement, him and his wife.
Must be. That's where it gets more interesting.
Well, but I think that his wife probably, I'm sure, like, because he's not coming out being like, I'm so sorry I cheated. Like, he's just open about, like, I'll be. So I think he must have some type of agreement with his wife. But this is where it goes back. My father, advice, he said, you know, he was like, listen, the house always wins. You can beat the house 99 times out of 100, but the one time that the house wins negates the 99 wins. So just keep your numbers low. That's what he said when it comes to women, when it comes to drinking, eating, and he's preaching, keep your numbers low. That's what he said to me my whole life. Now, I didn't listen to that all the time. But I have. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he was fat. But I am listening.
I'm talking about the gambling.
Oh, yeah, that too. But I have, you know, listen to that now, and that's the truth, because the less, you know, listen, bro, fame is
It's going to catch up to you.
It's going to catch up.
It's going to catch up to you. If you keep living a wild life, it's going to catch up.
It's going to catch up. And dude, you know, like you're, you know, very famous now, and it's not, you know, I bet you there's a small part of you that would give some of it back to have a little bit more anonymity, right? A small part of you.
The fame is not something I've ever cared about. I think fame just follows the things that you care about. Like, I think people who just want to be famous, that's their only desire. I think that's super gay. But, like, being great at something or being, you know, really successful, there's notoriety that's going to follow that always, right? And, but it's not necessarily, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just in a good position where, like, people are really cool to me. They're always really nice when they meet me. It's like it's been really good. I've been very fortunate. I think there's a level that's beyond it where, like, people don't even treat you like you're real. Right. And I think that's probably really frustrating.
Yeah. Well, and it's good. You know, you're married. You're staying. You know, like.
Yeah, I don't have any drama really in my life.
Well, that's good. Because I think, you know, sometimes with
you're a single wild boy, you're out there, these things are gonna come.
That's the tough part, because sometimes I look at like the freedom of, like, say, my friends from home, like the freedom, like even some of the things they text or some of the things they'll say in public when they're drinking, like nobody cares about that. Like they can live completely free of any real consequences, where in entertainment sometimes, or whatever you're doing, if you're well known, we live in a society now where they will say, you have to now live to higher standards, and you can't really be as free as you would want to be. And so, I don't know, sometimes I struggle with that.
I think you also are coming from a position where you have kids, right? So your freedom is restricted by providing for your children and your family. Right. You're like, I can't say this wild shit on this TV show, because if that takes all these other things away from me, then my kids are going to starve, and then I'll be a failure. And then I assume you'll hit an amount of money. Like, you probably have a number in your head where it's like, I'm good no matter what when I hit this number. Right. And there's some freedom there. Then you create however you want, say whatever the fuck you want.
I was talking to Akash before we started. It's like, but then you always move the goalpost back. It's like, I probably have that number already.
There's a, you know? Yeah, but there's still a number where it's like, at least to me, it's like, I never have to work again, and I'll be okay. Right. And then after that, it's like, I'll never have to work again, and I can buy a couple more houses. I'll never have to work again. I'll fly private. Like, but it's that, do I ever have to work again, and can I pay for my children's life? Can I take care of my parents? Can I take care of my friends?
Yeah, because I'm not, and by the way, I'm not talking about like being able to like be an animal and say horrific things and do horrific things, because like you don't want to do that anyway.
No, you're talking about making jokes.
I'm talking about making jokes or just doing anything, and then it's like what you do or say gets scrutinized. Where like I look at some of my friends and I'm like, man, they are having a better, even though yes, maybe I have more money, I'm the one that gets recognized, I'm the one that whatever, but it's like they're actually living a bit better life than I am also in our career.
that's why I think what you have is so amazing when you want to have children, because you can make a living enough for them here with doing what you're doing just here in New York and then being close by, where, you know, the trade-off in our careers with going on a world tour or doing all these stand-up dates is it takes so much time away from your family. And yes, you have 20 million or whatever it may be, but that time, if you value time and money as the same currency, or time as a more valuable currency than money, you're like, dude, I gave up. That cost me way too much, actually. That 20 million cost me so much money because I lost it all with them. So I'm trying to find the balance of that.
Dude, it's interesting. We had a PBD here on the podcast, and he said something great when it comes to children. And I've always felt this with my parents, but he said more is caught than taught, right? Meaning, like, what you tell them and teach them specifically isn't even going to be close to as much as they're going to absorb from just watching you.
Yeah,
right?
Oh, yeah.
And in my mind, I had always been, you know, like, okay, I got to stack up as much as I can right now so I can be so active in my kids' lives. I can be it every second, whatever. And when he was talking about that, and I started reflecting on, like, what I saw from my parents, I was like, holy shit, no, I still need to, like, work hard so that my kids catch that. Right. I've seen people whose parents have enough money where they don't have to work, and then they just kind of hang out. And what do the kids end up doing?
Yeah.
Hanging out with a bunch of money, right? And it's just like, in order for them, like, all my work ethic comes from my parents. Seeing my fucking dad wake up at 7 in the morning, go to sleep at 2 in the morning the next day. Like, I mean, just seeing that and that being normal and regular, I'm like, okay, well, that's how hard we have to work. Same thing with my mom.
Did you feel like you saw your mom and dad a lot though and bonded with them a lot?
They were the best. They were there all the time.
So they just made it work.
They made
That's a good example.
But I also, like, seeing them together wasn't always the case. We might have had dinner for like an hour, but my mom would work at night and my dad would work during the day.
But that was a good solid hour.
It was amazing. They were awesome. I'm so lucky in that regard. But I'm just saying, like, in my mind, I'm going, okay, what I'll do is I can take all my time and just put it into the kids. But now I'm thinking, no. I need them to see what work is. I need them to be around. I need to be working. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's on the road, or if it's developing a stand-up, or if it's making a movie, or whatever the hell it is. But, like, they need to see me grinding, while also I need to be at every single game like my parents were.
Right.
But they still need to see me work. Right. But they will think I don't have to.
But what I'm saying, but in order for you, I 100% agree, but in order for you to be at their games, you're going to have to sacrifice some money and some show days.
Can't wait.
But we live in a society where more you get valued by how much money and fame you have, or how many Twitter followers or retweets you have. When really it's like, if I've tried to make my life a lot smaller and be like, who am I to my family? That's what matters. So it's like, yes, maybe that means, you know, I could have more money if I went out every weekend, but it's like, but then that's going to require way too much time away from the kids. So I'm not willing to do that. But we have, but the people in our corner,
and it's not until you're older, even to your thanklessness thing earlier, like,
being a step parent's very thankless.
Being a parent, dude.
Yeah.
It's like that you're fourth in your own life.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I remember my dad was at every single basketball game that I would even let him come to. He'd bring a fucking camera and tribod and film it, so we would all be able to watch our highlights. Right.
And that's before you can even monetize it.
Subtitles.
I know, 100%. Yeah.
So he'd come through, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't until, like, and maybe it was I was always grateful. I love my dad. He's fucking my hero. He's the greatest guy I ever met. He's fun. But, you know, Jamil, you know Jamil, right? So Jamil and I went to high school together, and he said something that was like a couple months ago. He was like, we were talking about, like, my dad and how he was really active in everybody's lives, and just, like, he was always there. And he was like, did you not notice that there were no other dads at the basketball games? Right. And it didn't even dawn on me, right, that he was the only dad at the games.
Yeah.
And, like, to be fair, these games are right after school. They're probably 3:30 and 4:30. A lot of dads have jobs where they just can't get there. He was able to, you know, maneuver around his schedule. They had this little dance studio so he could work things out. But, like, I'm like so grateful as a fucking 39-year-old dude that I find myself every time I see my dad, like, I'm like, you're the best dad ever. Like, like, I feel like I need to ingrain that in him, that I know now. Maybe I'm late, but I know what you did. Right. And before you go, God forbid it's not soon, before you go, you need to know I know.
Right. Yeah, it is weird. A good man you don't appreciate till you get older. Especially as I think both genders. As a man, you realize what it takes to be a good man, and as a girl, you realize how many ancient men there are out there.
Well, it's like,
you're like, oh, I had a good one.
Unbelievable. It's one of those things too, and also too, you know, going to your kids' games and all that. Like you said, your dad, not only was he there, because it's great to show up, but he was present and active. You know, you got it. So you can go to your kids' games, and I found myself doing this. Like, yes, I'm at all my daughter's soccer games, but sometimes I was on my phone doing work. Sometimes I was, you know, out there. So now when I go to the games or the events, the phone is in the car. Yeah. I'm like, even filming it, I'm like, other parents are filming it, and we don't have to live it's too much technology. So I'm like, let me be present. So every time she looks up in the stands at me, I'm watching her, because a lot of times we'd have a great day. I'd be like, baby, it was so great. She's like, one time she said to me, swimming, she's like, you weren't even watching. When I was there the whole time, but I didn't even realize that I was enjoying it. But that's the thing. Technology allows us to be there and not present. Sometimes I'm like, you know what? I'm almost, again, thankful she said that to me a few years ago, because it's like, you only have to say that shit to me once, and it ain't happening again. And then I think, too, you know, I look at, you know, with being a parent, like you said, there's another stoic thing. It's about the third thing. You know what the third thing is? So they say to be wary of the third thing. The first thing is doing the deed, right? Doing whatever the good deed is, whatever can apply to a million situations. The second thing is somebody benefiting from that good deed. Again, whatever it is. The third thing, and this is the thing to be wary of, is needing validation, needing to be told how great you are for doing that thing. The third thing is based in the ego, and that's the thing we don't want to do, and that's what parenting is like, if you want to be recognized for being a good parent, you've missed the point. You've missed the point of what it is, you know? It makes you feel good to be a good parent. You are validating yourself by doing that. You don't need everybody there to be like, oh, what a great job. Right.
And it's hard with kids, because kids are inherently narcissists. You know what I mean? Like, intrinsically from a young age, like, everything is about me, give me things, and that's not think, because that's the nature of being children. Like, even with my, you know, kids, I always tell them I love them, and I always try to say, hey, you know, when someone says, you know, especially mom or dad say I love you, say you love them back. If you feel that, I always say, if you're feeling it, you say it. And most times they say it back, but the times they don't, I'm not like, I'm the adult. So it's like, I need to let them know before they leave that I love them, so they have that. If they're not feeling it, because like you said, there's a narcissism in all of us, but really pronounced in children. And I'm like, because I think we all have it still. It's just society and civilization makes it, you know, we have rules and we have, you know, trying to be proper, you know, but kids don't give a shit. They'll tell you right off the bat, this sucks, because they're a little bit more animalistic. But I think needing to be known, needing to be glorified for everything you do always is not necessarily good. And that's tough. Christmas are the gifts from the parents or Santa.
So the
that's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, so
that's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah. So
that's gonna be a tough one. I'll be honest, that's gonna be a tough one. No, I'm waiting online for 6 hours outside Toys R Us to get through some shit that ain't from Santa.
I do Santa. She gets the older one, because my 12-year-old stuff. He knows now. He's over it. But the 8-year-old, she's kind. Less gifts from Santa, more gifts from us. The 2-year-old,
you guys do a few from you.
Yeah, we do a few from us now. So we're just kind of putting the idea. We're just putting the idea out there. You know that, like, hey, this guy, he's not real. What Santa's not real, the vaccine is. So let's get it straight. Let's get it straight. Okay, bend over.
What else we got, Mark? I mean, this Messi deal is crazy. He turned down $1 billion from the Saudi government to go play in the United States. What does your dad think of that?
My dad probably, I would say, even though Messi's from Argentina, if I told my dad about that, my dad would say Messi's an American hero for turning down the Saudis. But I think at that, I get it. But I think at that point, it's not about the money, right? I mean, Messi has more money. He's free. As you were saying before, Messi's free. He's reached financial freedom, I would think.
There's a couple things with this that I was talking to a buddy of mine who's involved in sports, and he was like, a lot of times these athletes validate themselves through the contract that they get, even if they don't need the money. Right. And these contracts that you can get from Saudi or some of these oil states are so exorbitant. It makes you feel in the twilight of your career that you're still that dude. And maybe that's why Cristiano accepted it. But
what's really interesting, the third thing that we just spoke to, that's what they're doing. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. Yeah, that's exactly what that is.
But it's kind of cool. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, this deal, and you probably know the intricacies of the deal, Mark, but like this deal is also very lucrative because he could get pieces of the pie.
Yeah, exactly. So he basically, like the American royal family
basically, like the corporations that exist within America stepped up to basically match or beat the deal. So, brilliant! So Apple has all the streaming rights for the MLS, and they said, "Hey, Messi, if you come over, we'll give you a piece of the stream."
And he deserves it because that's the only reason we're gonna watch.
Adidas says, "Hey, you're coming over. We're gonna give you a piece of all the shoes that we sell with your name on."
All the jersey sales for the MLS. He gets a piece of.
Jersey. Okay, wait. So check this. This is so interesting. So I am like outside of being the number one, football journalist in the world, I'm also quite a casual fan of football. But I said to Emma on the way home yesterday, we're in some Uber, and I was like, "Hey, do you know who Lionel Messi is?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, the soccer player." And I'm like, "Well, he's gonna play for this team in Miami. Would you want to go see a game when he comes to play in New York?" And she's like, "That would be awesome. Let's go do it." That's why you pay him. Yeah. The casual and the even more casual, barely even aware of what the sport is, are like, "I need to go see this guy."
I want to go. I've never watched an MLS match in my life.
What a brilliant idea.
If they come, well, I'm sure they will come.
Corporations unite and they find a way to pay him as much.
And I could be wrong. I think he's able to purchase a team eventually for the same amount. I'm not sure. I heard they've given him the Beckham.
Messi sort of gets a similar deal when he finishes.
I assume the precedent once it's set. That was a big thing. You guys seen Air?
Yes.
At the end of the movie, how real this part is, I don't know. But as they're about to close the deal, Michael Jordan's mom was like, "Oh, there's clearly some oversight in the contract. And you guys forgot to mention that we were getting a percentage of all the shoes he sells. And the reason Nike was really fuck is this sets a precedent. And now this is just what it's."
Do you know Jordan only made $93 million in his career, but it's worth $5 billion today?
Yeah,
so talk about that ROI and what it. So I mean, 93 million is insane, but people need to give credit to Michael Jordan. Business, because I know
he makes $400 million a year off the sneakers.
Because I know
93 in his whole career. Yes. And keep in mind, the last contract he signed, I think, was a $36 million a year contract. Remember Jerry Stackhouse was like, "Aren't I worth a third of Jordan?" Remember Jerry Stackhouse?
Yeah.
And he was like, "Aren't I worth a third?" And now $12 million. We look at the contract Jerry was worth $12 million. But back in the day, you're like, "What, $12 million? You're the highest paid player in the fucking league."
No, that he really is like my Brian Moore. You know Brian Moore. He's the one that sent me that yesterday. Shout out Brian Moore, aka Lancelot. This guy's got. You've never seen a medieval. This guy's got a haircut like a medieval knight.
Yeah,
but he rocks it. He looks good. And so he sent me that article, and I was like, "Whoa, dude! People why is he not? Why is he? He should be the one on Shark Tank.
Yeah,
he should be the one
because he's
why is he
not
not
taking anybody's deal. He's gonna shoot on their deal, make them feel bad, tell them to get the fuck out of the room.
Did you see the Magic Johnson thing? So in the 80s, he was offered a deal with Nike. And they were like, "Hey, we're going to give you a percentage. We're going to have your shoe, blah, blah, blah." And then he was also given a deal from Converse. At the time, there were two separate companies. And the Converse deal was basically $100,000 annually or some shit. And the Magic Johnson was just in the beginning of his career. And he took the Converse deal for $100,000 a year annually instead of the Nike deal, which now would have been once in Nike. Nike equity.
The problem was his reasoning, did you say?
His reasoning was
Converse was more popular at the time.
Converse was more popular. He's like, "I didn't have any money. I was like a kid just playing in the league, so I had to take the guaranteed money, and I couldn't bet on this fleggling shoe brand."
He got drafted in the late 70s. Jordan was 84, and even then, when Jordan got drafted, Nike was nothing for basketball.
So imagine even before that.
Yeah. But that deal now would have been worth $3 billion. Something crazy. And he talks about it, he's like, "Fuck, I can't."
It's so funny because Magic did all right business-wise.
Yeah, he did.
Still the great days. He's a billionaire, too proud.
But in the moment, he made the right choice. If you look at all his shit, but in hindsight, the equity deal was crazy.
Well, that's what I heard Kevin Hart say, I think on the Logan Paul podcast, try as much as you can to work with companies, not for companies. And I feel like that's that mindset that makes you super rich, is when you're just, we're all in this together, give me a piece, I'll take less money up front, but let me, bank on, that's what Warren Buffett does. Warren Buffett's just banking on the companies that he thinks are going to go the furthest. He's like, "Give me a piece." And then, you become rich like that. Everybody wins.
Yeah, you need to have a certain amount of financial stability to take that chance,
and clout to even allow the company to even allow you to do that. So it's easier said than done.
Can you get there? I mean, speaking of crazy deals, XQC, one of the biggest streamers on Twitch, just took a 2-year deal, $100 million with Kick.
Wow.
What's Kick?
Kick is another one of these streaming platforms.
Yeah, it's basically a direct competitor to Twitch.
Bro, but you know what's so interesting? So it's a direct competitor with Twitch. It's owned by Amazon. It's hosted by Amazon Web Services, which is quite common. Most websites are. But the actual skeleton for the streamer is just rented from Amazon. So it's Twitch. Yeah. And they just give it to you to build your own streaming platform. Yeah. And then you pay for, I guess, the skeleton, and then you also pay for the web services. And I wonder if this is Amazon not concerned about competing because they're like, we'd rather have the Apple Store for streaming. Yeah. Now, when you got the Apple Store, like Apple doesn't need to make all the apps. They'd rather just get a little piece. Everybody was like, yeah, oh my God, Spotify's going to take away Apple Music. And Apple's like, good. Yeah. We don't want to stream your music. Work smarter, not harder. Exactly. Yeah. Own the what is it, the souk or the souk? What is that place? Yeah. Own the souk. Own the place where everybody is selling their goods. Right. Not each one of the individual goods. Yeah. And so I wonder if they're not even upset about it. But it's crazy, like the amount of money that Kick must have. Yeah. So I guess the guy who owns Kick owns Stake, which is the gambling site that I don't think is legal in America. I'm not sure. I know it's popular in Canada. Yeah, I don't think it's legal. I think it's owned by like this Australian guy. I think Stake is the reason why Steve Will Do It got kicked off of YouTube. Yeah. And but yeah, it's interesting, man. Like throwing that type of money, $100 million. That's a lot of 2 years. For 2 years, 50 schmil a year. Yeah. Nice. And I don't think it's all up front. My theory is that a lot of these new streaming sites that are trying to break into the market, they throw in these big dollars just to try to get people coming. So we talk about it? Yeah, but also, I don't think they're going to last. Like, I think it's going to be, what was the one that it was, you watch TV turned up or whatever. Yeah, Quibi. You know how they would throw in a lot of money in the beginning. But now's the time to get paid like it happened even with podcasts when Spotify was giving up all that money. Yeah, go get the bags. Now the doors are closed. So go get the bags now before, because I think you're right. It's just all going to close down. And I think that number, I think, is a little inflated. I think he got a signing bonus, and basically he has to stream. It doesn't have to, but if he streams a certain number of hours per year, they broke it down at 10,000 an hour though. So if so, that's what, like 1,000. Yeah. So that he's getting paid per hour basically. He's getting like an hourly wage, and if he does the same amount of hours that he did last year, he could earn up to that amount. Exactly. So it's not just cash up front, but it is, the headline is the cash up front, and that makes everyone go, holy shit, should we be on Kim? Yeah. I mean, yeah, getting that bag right now, and you're right, they all might fold, or they could end up being successful. Who knows which one wins? What I thought that was interesting about this deal is it was non-exclusive. Right. So you can take your streams and put them on other platforms or chop it up, which is important because now you're still a part of culture. Right? Like when you go to these alternative platforms and that's the only place they can see you, you don't affect culture in the same way. Yeah, right. You want to still affect culture. You want to still be posted on all the blog accounts. You want to be YouTubers, and that's a smart move by them. Everybody, the first reaction is, I'm going to give you all this money. I need to create a moat. No, the moat kills you. Yeah. Right. Let it be popping over there and have everybody go access it like what Rumble did with the Stream and Kai, the Speed and Kai thing. Yeah. It's like, it's available on Rumble, but you're going to see it on all these other places, right? And then people can run over there on Rumble. They don't have to pay for the access to Rumble. Yeah, I think they learned from Spotify because Spotify was giving out all this money for exclusive deals, and it didn't really work out. No, I don't think anybody. I don't think that worked for anybody except Rogan. Rogan is the only one, and that shows you what a beast he is because everybody else who's went behind the paywall fell apart. Yeah, right, and he grew. Yeah. So you can't say shit. Right. Spotify made their money back on it. Well, not only made their money back, the show grew. Right. Nothing goes behind a paywall and gets bigger. Right. The idea of a wall is to keep people out. You're right. But this is just fucking unbelievable. Yeah. And Spotify's the home for podcasts. Like, to me, it's like undeniable. It's like all audio. 3 years ago, you wouldn't even think about it. Yeah. But all audio. I go listen to music there, I listen to podcasts there, everything, and it's. Yeah, the way that they bought up market share is fucking brilliant. Yeah, right. And I think, I mean, just what a crazy thing. Because everybody else who's gone behind it has, I don't want to say flop, but it's just not the same cultural imprint. Right. Like the girl, the Call Her Daddy girl, is it Call Her Daddy? Call Her Daddy, yeah. Call Her Daddy girl, she's done well. Yeah. And she's had massive interviews that have kind of like hit the mainstream. Right. Yeah, there's a few people that do well because they actually were that talented. Like Call Her Daddy was the biggest
Right, female viewer because they were that good. Yeah, so I think like you have like then I think they just pulled it from Meghan Markle because she wasn't coming in with the fan base. I think they had given her a deal and they pulled it away. What a useless bunch they are. It's like I don't know who's making these decisions, and maybe because Spotify's like a Swedish company or something like that. Like they're closer to the monarchy, so maybe they think that there's value there. But like Americans don't care about the monarchy. We've never cared about the monarchy. We don't give a fuck about it.
We care about the gossip, but I don't think we want to hear them talk for an hour a week.
Bro, the gossip, I guess, and then maybe that's a generational thing. I don't think our generation or the generations below care. I think our parents' generation did it. Maybe there was a little bit more proximity, with a little more connectivity. When the Queen died, I saw it all over the time.
I think everybody was watching.
That's paid ads, bro. Nobody watches that shit. No way. Yeah, I wonder, like a young taxpayer in, like, England, if they're like, why does my tax money go to these people?
Oh, apparently it's like split down the middle. Apparently a lot of people really love it, it's tradition, whatever, and then a lot of people are like,
I would assume the older people like it, the younger people hate it. I wonder if that's why, and maybe we've had this convo here before, but I wonder if that's why there's like a cultural synergy in Great Britain, because there's like these people to look up to that are the example of what it is to be British. Like America doesn't have that. Like what it is to be from the South is different than what it is to be, from New York, what it is to be from Boston, from California. Like every little state has their own thing. And don't get me wrong, there is cultural diversity within Great Britain, and it's also a much smaller place. That being said, like there is this example of what is British, right? And we don't have that. Like every president is fucking different, right? And yeah, I wonder. But that's the whole point of this country. That's why I think sometimes when other countries shit on us, or even we shit on each other, it's like the whole point of it is to be able to shit on one another and be different and fight. Place was to minorities to work, and then something. And you to be free, and all these we're not a homogenous society. A lot of these other societies are. It's like, but they're different. We are always been different. That's so easy to be monogamous, homogenous when you have 3 million people. Yeah, or 7 million people. When you have 300 and stuff. 300 million. That's why it's like the country's too big. The shit. Also, a 3,000-mile long empire never works. It's never worked not once ever in society. It's in history, a mile-long empire. Like I'm saying, like from New York to California is roughly 2,000 miles. You count Hawaii and Alaska, it's 5,000, and it's like that's never worked. It's too much land. It's too much land. How can you expect someone from Montana to think the same and maintain the same American ideals as someone from Southern Texas? It's never going to work. Huh?
You think we need like an EU, like an American Union?
Isn't that kind of what we have though? Like that's the system is kind of like an EU, right? It's each state makes up their own rules, and currency. It reflects what their interests are and their needs are. But then that even goes more to the point of then it's not united, because now the rules have become so radically different state by state. Good, certain example. Right, I like that. But no, I do too. But I think
you vote for one president, whereas the EU doesn't have like an EU president that everybody votes for, and it seems to determine
because they don't get to vote for the president. Like there is someone who's ahead of the EU, but I think they're decided by a bunch of fucking people in Belgium or some shit like that. They just don't have the ability to vote for who makes the decisions for all those people. That's why it's fucked up. That's why the EU is goofy. We at least can go, I don't want this guy to be president. Yeah, but I don't think everybody should vote.
I'm with you on that. I'm absolutely with you on this.
We should be elected. Just landowners? Just rights? No,
I had a bit about this. There should be like a spelling test or something.
Yes,
some kind of buried in.
We should, I forget who it was. Somebody in history said, not everyone, it might have been like Socrates or somebody like this, because Socrates hated the idea of a democracy. Because Plato, which one? One of them was like, democracy's not going to work. These people are too fucking stupid. There's no way they can do it. He said, and that's why they abandoned democracy for years. They're like, this doesn't work. I think he said, if you put 2 people up there and just allow the people to vote, if you put one guy who's saying, all I want to do is give you candy, I'm the candy guy, and then you put the other guy saying, I know everybody wants candy, but it's going to kill you, it's going to rot our teeth, it's not good for our kids, they will always elect a shop owner because they will say that's what we want candy, because most of the voters vote. You take it all as a whole, most of us, myself included, are uneducated on the topics that the presidential candidates or whoever are even debating about. So a better system, some people think, would be let us vote for the people, let you go to school for, like, get a degree in voting, like get a degree in
what the policies are. You get elected somehow, and then you vote for us. Now, obviously, there's major flaws in that, but this whole idea of let us all vote, I think you're just seeing it doesn't work.
All right, we're going to take a break real quick because I got to tell you about Morgan & Morgan. Listen, you know what the American way is? It's freedom, it's voting, it's lawsuits if you get in some fucked up shit. If something bad happens to you, what you could do is call Morgan & Morgan, and they could win you money. Now, I'm saying could for legal reasons because they're a legal company and they're very by the book, but you know what it is. You know what chances are with shitty law firms versus good law firms. Well, Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and over 800 lawyers, and they have won over $15 billion for their clients. They have a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. So if something bad happens to you, you can call Morgan & Morgan, and I think that's probably a smart move. You can submit a claim in 8 clicks or less. You don't got to call the fucking Google or phone books or whatever you got to do and call a bunch of office people. No, 8 clicks or less online. You never have to leave the couch. You can go ahead and submit your claim. Now, if you're ever injured, again, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless you win. That's important. Their fee is free unless they win you a case. So for more information, go to forthepeople.com/flagrant or dial pound LAW. That's pound 529 from your cell phone. Again, that is forthepeople.com/flagrant or pound 529 from your cell. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're going to take a break real quick because you need to know about Raycon. You might be sleeping on Raycon earbuds, and you should not. Raycon wireless earbuds are a premium audio product at the perfect price point, so you don't need to break the bank on some of these other guys with these other brands. Here's the deal. Their mission is to prove that you do not have to pay too much for quality sound. You can get a pair and a spare, because we all lose them. You can get 2 pairs and still pay less than you would with some of these other guys that maybe come in white boxes and have cool white packaging. No, these guys just focus on the sound. The sound quality is good. They offer buy now, pay later options. You can pay as little as $18 at checkout. And they have an easy and free return guarantee, which is important. So if you don't believe me, just buy them. If you don't like them, it's easy to return. They also offer 2 years of product protection insurance for just a few bucks, free domestic shipping, and flat fee international shipping with over 50,000 5-star reviews. These are the brands you got to go with. They got all the fancy features. They got the earbud tap functions. They got noise isolation, which is huge. They got crystal clear call quality. They're water and sweat resistant. And you get up to 8 hours of playtime. I'm going to tell you right now, I had a pair. I lost them. You know, I did. I bought another pair. I still paid less than I would with some of these other guys. So go to buyraycon.com/flagrant today and get 15% off your order. Flagrant always hooks you up. You're saving even more. Again, that is BUYRAYCON.com/flagrant to get 15% off. Again, buyraycon.com/flagrant. I'm sweating, but it's not because I don't believe in the product. It's because the AC is not working and it's fucking hot in here. So don't judge me. Now let's get back to the show.
The tricky thing with like getting educated enough to vote is that it kind of cuts out a lot of poor people that are working 2 jobs and they don't have the time to do it. I understand your point. Like you want to make sure that there's a certain aptitude to make those decisions.
It can be small. I'm telling you, easy.
Yeah.
Know how to spell there, and there. You got it.
Yeah. I'd be fucking that up myself. That's true.
Exactly.
That's more and more. Yeah. But or maybe you just gotta accept the fact that dumb people should have the same rights to make decisions as quote unquote smart people. And that's just what it is to be a democracy, and that's just the cost of freedom. Oh well, too. Yeah, I think you know the media does a great job of cherry picking stories and making things seem way worse than they actually are. Like we're on the brink of a civil war, and you go outside, you're like, oh, we're not. Most people. Yeah, there's a few radicals on each side. There's a few radicals from each race, and those are the ones who get to speak a lot of the times. But for the most part, the common man, no matter what he, she, they look like, are pretty much we're all in line with the same things and the same wants. But the media doesn't. The media would make no money if there was peace. You could speak on this way better than any of us can because you have children. But like, we have to say the Republican Party. No. Like I'm a gray zone guy. Maybe what if you just let people who have kids vote? Right. I think because your life, I imagine, becomes much smaller once you have children. Just talking about for people who have friends who have kids, they're just like, it's like, how does this affect my kid? Yes. I don't care about plastic straws. I don't care about Greta Thunberg. Yeah. I care about my kid getting an education. I care about what my kid's learning. I agree with that because it's like, I'm the one, me and my girl are the ones where like we're now
pushing generation forward. We have little ones that we have to deal with. I can't, my friends, who are 43 years old with roommates, talking to me.
Thank you for upping the age a little.
Sure. I know the podcast fam, so I wanted to not disrespect any of them. I know.
Just like me. I'm 39. I'm 4 years away.
So it's like, I listen to them talk about.
You don't have a wife. You have a roommate. You have kids. You don't have a wife. You have a fucking.
I'm like, what does it matter? Like sometimes, like some of my boys are like, what? Why are you even fucking talking? Like my tax money, I have to pay for your fucking life.
I agree.
Like, why do you even have an opportunity to say anything?
I think
you're not doing anything but being selfish and taking. I'm giving.
We have too much. I think that's the thing. We have like this huge gap. We used to probably have kids, and I'm guilty of this, right? But like we used to probably have kids at a much younger age, right? And then you have people that are occupied with their kids' lives, right? They're not protesting milk.
No,
you can't protest milk.
Talk to any parent. No parent that cares about their kids is a vegan. Yes, I know.
It's just not. It's like you want your kid to eat anything. It doesn't matter what the fuck.
The calories, and we're not. I don't have the time or energy to make a difference. It's not going to happen.
There's good activism that's very important, and then there's goofy activism.
Yeah,
the goofy activism, I believe, only exists, or the majority of it only exists amongst people who do not have children, and are between like 30 and 40. It's like, they're bored. Yeah, they need to find exactly. I'm going to be a vegan. I'm going to be what is it? My favorite one is when people go, I don't want to have kids because there's too many people. Just say you were molested.
Yeah.
Say that you had a rough childhood. Stop acting like you're this fucking hero and you want to clear up traffic.
Yeah.
You had a horrible childhood.
Yeah.
That's why you don't want to have kids.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
You're not a fucking hero who's saving the world because of overpopulation.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I agree. The
Hell
yeah, dude.
That is the most of a human being. I'm going to save the world by not having kids. You were up. Yes. You were up, or you had a horrible life because your parents suck, and now you're trying to be this fucking hero who's helping us all by not having one fucking kid.
Yeah, watching Chris Stefano be uncomfortable with someone else is.
When he started saying all that stuff, when he started getting like that, that's the first time you notice in 2 hours I've stopped sweating. That's cool as a cucumber.
I thought my dad was here.
I'm saying this man, I'm going here.
But isn't that an annoying point? It is when I gotta. Yeah, if you say you went through something, I get it. And I go, okay, I understand that you're worried about pushing this trauma on your kids, and I think that is like a beautiful thing to care about. I think it's like really beautiful. Acting like you're a hero to mask your trauma, is the most annoying fucking thing. Because now we gotta be like, oh, you're so brave to sacrifice not having kids when no one will fuck you in the first place.
Exactly.
Trauma, it's probably not selfless. It's probably I don't want to work through my trauma.
Yeah, I'm not willing
to kid. I just don't want to put in that work. That seems scary. That seems daunting. Let me just not have kids.
Yeah. I think too. Like that. I get it too. Like with the media or social media, it's like the guy who's working a 9 to 5, got kids, a family, is exhausted, then he listens to the national news and they're infecting his or her brain with like these radical ideas. I get it. How they then next thing you know they're storming the Capitol. They're like, I don't have the time or check. Yes, I can't do that. 2 jobs. Yeah, that's why I feel sometimes with comedy we are so lucky.
Nancy Pelosi's fucking kids. I gotta stop it.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like I get it. I get it all, but sometimes I do agree. Like with certain, with the people that don't have children, and again, I know there's different reasons for whatever, but me as a parent, I'm like, I just want to live like. That's why to pick Republican, Democrat, it's very difficult because I like some things the Democrats say, like some things the Republicans say. It's like I'm all for a woman to have the right to choose her own body because I have daughters, but I also might need a wall up if things get crazy. So I'm all about protecting my children, So it's like obviously not a wall, but you know what I mean? Like I'm for protection and also freedom at the same time. So it's difficult, but
you're a fucking real human being, and that's it.
When the people who start to get older, a little bit older, starts to get a little scary when they have no children and they start this inherent narcissism.
You just said it. When they have no children.
Yeah, they have nothing to look after. Well, because I think we all have to have an identity.
right? We all look at having some type of political identity. Or we need some purpose for life. You have children, your purpose clearly becomes, I'm here for the kids. If you don't have children, then you start, well, is my purpose green? You know, having the Green Deal. Is my conspiracy theories? Yes, is my purpose being conspiracy theories? But all that stuff goes out the window when you have kids. I mean, we still watch it or whatever, but I'm like, nobody knows my purpose is the kids. Like, knows about George Soros. Hold on. Let me take that back. You haven't been to Snake, right? I was going to say, you haven't been to Staten Island. No, but I think we know about it, but I don't get consumed by it. Like, you know, then that therapist that would do all the comics, I forget, I don't want to say Alf or something like that. Every comedian, every New York comic was known as that. That's so weird. And this guy had to know every comedian. It was all comedians that he was having. You would wait in the waiting room, which was man small, and the door was paper thin. I could just hear everything the comic before me was saying, and I could hear their just going to cut the greatest link, bro. Yeah, he cut the greatest link. On a sliding, he said his pay was on a sliding scale, so he would watch to see if you were doing better. Like, for example, it was talk about the card. It used to be $25 an hour, but then he saw was on Geico back then. That's what I was going on. Which obviously MTV2 was no money, but to the people thought it was a lot of money. Next thing you know, that 25 was $250. Right? And it's just whatever. But I remember he said I went to him for a year, and I had just had my daughter or whatever, and he had said, Chris, you're one of the only comics that comes in here and doesn't talk for an hour about their comedy. He said, that's a good thing. You're talking about things outside of comedy, you're talking about your family, your kids, because this is why having a child is a great thing, or having a wife or a husband. Maybe this guy's good to take you out of comedy. And it doesn't have to be kids. If you don't have kids, but you have to have something out. You can't let your career identify. That's why the Japanese have such a high suicide rate, because they identify themselves with their career, and when their career is done, whatever it may be, they have no purpose to live, and they kill themselves. And so that's what I think for me, having a kid is it takes me outside my career. To that point, when there was that earthquake or it was a tsunami, yes, that hit the nuclear factory, I think Fukushima, the old people offered their lives essentially to go clean it up. They knew that they were going to be around the nuclear waste and knew it was going to shrink their lives, but they were like, listen, this is our responsibility. You have your whole lives ahead of you. Please let us sacrifice this for you guys. Like, I thought that was the most beautiful. And then Marie Kondo made that show about cleaning. Yeah, it was right after that. Right from that. She was like, here's how you tidy up the best way. And that's where that came from. That's true. I don't know. Where you taught, you know what I mean? It's a tough thing. Yeah. I know my boy who was a doctor, during the whole COVID stuff in the beginning when it was like really bad. He said he saw on hospitals in Brooklyn older people seeing younger people and being like, giving them the mask. They were acting more selfless. Where now you might have old, because I think this is the first generation, maybe ever, where like like you said, people are having kids way later in life, like way later, like 30s and all that stuff, and it's just. The ones of us that don't have kids, again, it's all good, but there is something like nature knocks the selfishness out of you quick. I mean, I still obviously selfish and, I get flawed human, but it's like I'm way more selfless than I was because, again, I'm the fourth place in my own life. So it's like, and again, I'm curious, I agree with you 100% about like, us waiting later to have kids. And I wonder, I'm glad. Not that I waited, but I'm glad that I waited to do it with the person that I love, and I think that I can bring that child into this world with in a good, healthy way. But I wonder if, like, your kid allows you to be selfish because your kid is you. Right. In other words, like, do you look at looking after your kid as a selfless thing, or does it tap into the same selfish desire? Well, I'm saying this is a positive thing, like, almost like God or evolution or whatever it is found a way where even if you are selfish, I'm going to use that for you to raise this kid right. Yeah. I think it's like, because really what you're looking at when I'm looking at my kids is an extension of me. Somehow looking at my cells and just it's like beautiful. Yeah, it's just how can you not be selfish when you're looking at your kid's eyes and you're like, holy shit, you look like me, you acting like me, like what? But that's what I think. I think, you know, like selfish, the word selfish has a negative connotation, and I get why. But positive selfishness, like if you use selfishness in the right way, it only leads to selflessness. Selfish and selflessness is like that cycle. Explain that. Because for example, like me, you know, I need, for me, to exercise, right? I need to exercise, and you would say, so I can be better to the people around them. I need to take time away from my kids selfishly to read and try to make myself the best version of myself so I can selflessly pass on the nature to my kids. I need to go leave them for a weekend to work so I can make the money and invest it properly so that I can give them a better life and more freedom for them. So it's selfishness leading to selflessness. What do you guys think about that with relationships? I would hear even my mom talk about this, but like the parents need to invest time in one another so that they can be the best, so they can have the best, most healthy relationship, so that the kids see that. Right. Do you believe that? Like, I do. I think that it makes sense, but I think that, you know, we're living now in a world. Do you feel like you get time with but we have to make it. Like we have coming up on Thursday, like a planned date. We have to. If you don't do that, then what's going to happen is months and months and months will go by. All you've done is given time to the children, which was necessary, but they're going to start resenting each other. We never do anything. That's when somebody cheats because they want to get a thrill outside of their marriage or relationship. So you have to act like they say, relationships are work. Well, parenting when you're in a relationship is when you're a parent is work too, because like there is actually no time. You have to physically carve it out. And again, being selfish, saying it's me and mommy and I's time. So they're going to be with grandma, and even though they're upset, why are you leaving? You know, they'll say to you, why are you leaving us? But you have to let it go, because you say, but this is to get back to, this is so we can be a little bit fresher and be selfless for them.
And that's where having family, that's what part of the whole taking a village to raise a kid is. We can take our time, and they're with grandma. They're with they're fine.
It's like, I forgot who says this, but it's fundamentally changed too with Jazz and I. We don't say we're raising kids anymore. We say we're raising adults, because you're not, you know, you have to understand, like, I'm doing everything for them to be a better adult, not a better kid. A kid is a part of all of our existences that we're just, you know, it's usually a lot of bad things. It's she just slammed the bottle in the back. So, is that Jazz here?
I was talking to Jordan Peterson, I think it was, and he said something like, if you don't like your kids, you're always going to love your kids, but if you don't like your kids, that's your fault. Why are you allowing them to behave in a way that you don't like? Right? Like, you have to raise them so that you like them, and then other people will like them. Right? But if you put up with the behavior that you can't even tolerate, why would anybody else tolerate? It's your failure if they're not like you. And I was really like, cool thing to even consider for a second. Like, it's on us to make them fucking like them. I think, you know, and it really, at least me as a parent, the reason why I feel so strongly, it almost is from nature and spirit, whatever you want to do, is they're the only people. My children are the only people in my life. That's why I feel such a responsibility to them that I didn't choose. They were given to me. I did not choose them. I chose the partner. I choose my friends. You know, I was just, some higher power gave me these two souls. I'm like, this is your job. You are in protection. So it's very, like, deeply connected, where I'm like, how do I give the best version of it to them as my parents, feel about me? I believe. So that's why it's like and that's why I'm trying to spend so much time being like, how do I be, that's like my goal right now. It's like not being the best comic, it's not being the best YouTuber, whatever. It's like, hopefully those things happen, but most of my energy is like, how am I being the best dad to them? And you never feel guilty about dedicating to that time, huh? To what? To your kids? Like, no, I feel like, what's the point? This is what my duty has become. I feel guilty scrolling, because you're like, oh, I could be working, I could be pursuing my career, I could be becoming better when you're doing the nonsense or playing video games. But when you're with your kids and dedicating that time to the kids, there's never a guilt to that. Listen, I really believe at the end of my life, whenever, if we have time to, whatever, lucky enough to be on like a deathbed, right? I really doubt, I highly doubt if I have any regrets, I'm going to be worried about, my YouTube subscribers, ticket sales. I'll be worried about time that I get to spend with my kids, or if my kids
have a negative outlook on me, I'm sure that would be more horrific than if I sold less tickets. I'm very comfortable with the idea of selling less tickets and being less famous and making less money, but giving myself back time to my family, because again, time and money, for me, it's like the bank account is really not that big. I mean, there's a certain number, as we said, that you need.
But even that is freedom for your family.
And it's all like, listen, dude, we live in a world, you live in a society where it's like, you know, all you gotta do, I mean, not all, but if you just compounding your wealth is like, it's very simple. Just open up a Vanguard account. This is not financial advice, but just open up a Vanguard account and invest in an index fund now. And the stock market historically will give you 20 to 30% of your, and you'll have money at the end of life. Like, it's really, with our modern day tools and apps, just put the money in an index fund and you're fine. And you know, but we have this idea of like, I need more. I have to have the bigger house. Well, I have to have the fastest car. It's like, oh, you get to a point where like you start to realize like, I'm buying things to impress people I don't even know. This is not for me. Almost everything you start to do after a while is for somebody else. When it's like, what's the point of all this? Kids also don't need it. No. Perfect example. I took my daughters to Disney, right? Flew, plane tickets, top hotel, speed passes, all that stuff. My girls are little, and my stepson. We get there. We're in our hotel. One of the Disney hotels had a little playground that was, you could hang out and wait for the shuttle bus to take you to Disney. His favorite part. My daughter slides down the slide, gives me the big hug. She said, "Dad, I love Disney so much. This is amazing." She thought that was Disney. Yeah. And I'm like, I just spent $20 grand on this. And then I realized, oh shit, they don't need it at all. And I learned a valuable lesson too when I had a CBS pilot that didn't go. It became my whole life. It became all I talked about. It became my identity, everything. You know, Les Moonves telling me I'm going to be the next Ray Romano. You're having all these delusions of grandeur, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't happen. I feel like a shell of myself. I feel like I let my family down. My daughter was 2 at the time, 2.5 at the time. And I'm like, baby, you know, remember how Daddy was going back and forth to LA and all that? And I'm like, it's not going to happen. We didn't get that show. And she gave me like the biggest hug. And she was like, I'm so happy. And I was like, what? And she goes, because that means you don't have to go to LA anymore. And so she took it as a positive, where she's like, oh, I'm getting my dad back. And then it kind of just, like, it was almost like a wall, like that fourth wall came down. And I was like, oh, shit, I have been going after the wrong thing for a long time. And again, we still do fall back into habits all the time. But I'm trying, but I'm all about percentages now. Like, even when, you know, I lost like 40 pounds because of intermittent fasting. I was like, yo, I think it was John Steinbeck that said, now that you can't be perfect, go be great. So, or something like that, where it's like, we're perfectionists. It's like, if I don't have 6-pack abs after 3 months of working out, I'm quitting. It's like, no. Trust the process. It's like, I'm trying to be 80% better each week with things. I'm trying to be 80% better with my diet, 80% better with working out, 80% better as a father, like all those things. So, but there will be 20% of fucking slip-ups, part of life. How old were you when you first kid? I was 29. Were you scared? Oh, sure. Yeah, that would mean that it was mine. Of course, I was terrified because I had, at that point, you know, Guy Code was popping off, and we just, you know, I wasn't selling any real tickets. Yeah, but, you know, we had the Guy Code thing. We had shit that we were like, we're doing vendors. You know, Schultz, the day my daughter was born was the first table read of Vendors, the show Schultz and I did. So I was like, this is it. You know, I thought like my career's popping. I'm on IMC. And I was like, I'm popping MTV2 IMC. I can't be stopped. And I had other comedians, you know, older than me being like, it was the same notion. They were like, you ruined your life. Your career's just getting started. Now you have a kid. You're going to make everything so much harder. Blah, 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 blah. And it was my father who was like, listen, let me tell you something. He goes, having a child only makes you better. Nature wouldn't have given you this child if you couldn't handle it. So he was like, I guarantee you, this is going to make your career even bigger because now you have something to play for. And there, he told me that in the hospital. Now you got something to play for. So, and it's so true. Because now I do have something to play for. Every baby comes with a basket of bread, a basket of blessing. Yeah, so because because you hear a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm just waiting for the right time." It's always the right time. Whenever the gift is given to you, it's the right time. Because I feel like you'll have a 14-year-old single mom that can make it work and produce a great child, and then you'll have a 45-year-old billionaire that produces a heroin addict. Shout out Joe Biden. And
You know, you grew up in the city. I'm sure that you were like rubbing shoulders with the rich kids that are going to private school, and you went to Catholic school. I went to Catholic school, so you're different than private. Yeah, a little bit. You probably had kids in the school that came from money and like no, it's different. Yes, we're not talking about Fieldston and fucking the other ones, right? Which are like,
but I will say this: it is interesting. You know, people that don't know New York, like being from you're from Manhattan, right? So that's different than me being from Brooklyn and Queens. Like it's almost like someone who's from Manhattan, like what New York City, the epicenter is, almost sometimes doesn't even have an accent. Or somebody from the outer boroughs, it's like you know where the fuck I'm from. So it's interesting.
But this is the interesting thing that is like when people think of New York, right? They think of where I'm from.
Right.
When they think of New Yorkers,
right,
they think of you
where I'm from.
Right. Yeah, right. And it's just this interesting thing because the what is it? What like the neighborhood, right? The neighborhood. There's a few of them in Manhattan, right. But it's not like it is in Brooklyn.
It's everywhere,
or even the Bronx. It's not even fucking close. But it is interesting with there are like the three tiers of schools. There's the public schools, there's the Catholic schools, and then there's the private schools. The private schools are like a direct funnel to rehab. The percentage of these kids, no, I mean, you're going to see, it's shocking, bro. The percentage of these kids that end up in rehab. And I used to think it was a money thing. I used to think, oh, yeah, you got money and it's more problems or whatever it is. I now think their parents, in order to make that money, were not in their kids' lives at all, right? But when you're a kid, you don't really notice it, right? And I was like, I went to public school, and my parents were fucking in my life all the time. Like, I would feel guilty if I was doing drugs or something like that. I remember, like, dude, my mom told me this story the other day where my dad loved piano and he wanted me to play piano. And I had to go to my mom separately as a kid. I'm like young elementary school, and I was like, Mom, I really don't like it, but I don't want to let Dad down. And like feeling guilty about letting your parents down. Like, these kids that are doing drugs and that kind of shit resent the fuck out of their parents. That's why they're doing it, because they're not in their lives. So it was this. I don't think private school is necessarily bad. I used to think it was bad, and I was like terrified to even put my kids in private school. I don't think it's bad. I think it's how much you're in your kid's life.
Yeah. In my opinion, the private school, the Catholic school, the public school, that is not the issue. That's whatever's happening. It's what happens when you come home. That is the issue. Now, there are many good parents whose kids just fall into something and there's nothing they can do. And that's why it's hard to make a general statement about anything, really. Parenting, race, religion, it's hard because we're individuals. But I know for sure, the more love and more compassion and the more you pay attention to your kids at home, it doesn't matter what school they're going to, they're going to be more loving. You're going to be more loved.
That's why I don't drink. It's funny you say that. I remember I got buzzed on like New Year's one year, like college, and then I was like, dude, I cannot do this.
Right.
But my dad was drinking too much. My brother was drinking too much. And I was like, I cannot. And that's why.
It's not even about you. You just feel so guilty.
Yeah, I never touched it again. Dead ass. From that day, I was like, I can't do that.
Yeah, that's why I don't gamble. My dad had like a gambling addiction, so it's like I come from a neighborhood though where it's like everybody's talking about figs and playing poker and all this, and I get offered all the time. They offered me like a real good thing to be like the face of like. Not the face, but like high up, like my bookie, like real money, like you look like the kind of guy that gets people to gamble. I was like, I really can't.
Because you saw the pain.
Because my dad told me, he was like, listen, gambling ruined a lot of things in my life, in his life, with my mom, he had gotten into a lot of trouble with it, and he's like, that's the one thing, like, do not gamble. Like, that is the one vice that I'm worried if it's in you, it's going to ruin your life and destroy you. So I'm very, like, I'll let you, like, I don't, if you gave me a deck of cards, I'm like, which one's the four? I have no idea what any of it even means. Like, I have no clue at all. Numbers, spreads, like all my friends are talking about, who's got this spread? It's a foreign language to me because it has to be on purpose, because that's the one thing my dad asked me.
Beginner's luck.
I could,
you know so little, so you shouldn't have got into it, right?
I mean, I've gambled in other ways, but not through cards and sports. It was like very clear to me, do not do that. And I think too, even doesn't matter if your parents are together or separate. My parents were divorced, but they both individually showed me so much love and were there for me at every turn. Where if people are just staying together to stay together because they think they're supposed to, it's like, well, if you're not going to show your kids any love and you're not going to be there for them, you're better off. I want my kids to see, just like my mom and dad show me, two individual people who loved their son so much. And if they were together, guess what would have happened? They had so many issues with each other. They got to get that love all the time. Yeah. So do you think like when I was growing up, I saw Catholic school in a lot of ways as like a lot of times people who were working class and they were terrified of sending their kids to public school because some of the public schools when we were coming up were really rough. Like that wasn't like an illusion. It was a little crazy. Like and they would kill themselves to make enough money to put their kid in Catholic school. They couldn't afford the private because private was fucking $40,000 a year or whatever. It's probably even more now. Would you send your kids to Catholic school after your experience there? Yeah, my kids go to Catholic school, and the reason why is because to me, it's not even that it's bad schooling. It's not even that it's bad teachers. It's like, as a matter of fact, the teachers who teach in public school, I believe, are required to have master's degrees. So you would say that they are even more adept to teach the young minds, but it's an overcrowded, underfunded system, and that's why I think. Well, also a problem got to in education, which is a bit of this is why, like, people protest. I understand as a parent, even though I'm all for trans rights, I live in New York City. It's very hard to be, you can't even be anti-LGBTQ if you wanted to. You're just going to see the people you don't like in the next one. Yeah. Just accept it all. And, the people that are anti that in this city, I'm like, you're an asshole. So whatever, I'm accepting of everything, but I do understand when a parent is like, hey, I'm protesting you teaching my child about masturbation and things like that because you're a stranger. So all I want you to do is teach my kids reading, writing, and arithmetic, and obviously history and things like that. All this other nuanced stuff, that's my job. So I get it. And then people who don't have kids come up here, look at these people, they're so anti this. It's like, no. You don't have children. My child, there's certain things that are like, you just teach them the basics. My job. This child, what to you is given to me. I'm just saying, again, the basics. We have a standardized education system, even though I think that's bullshit. The standardized tests, it's like some of the most genius kids might not be able to pass an SAT or get flying colors on it because the way the questions are asked. Everything
Basic sex education. Would you be in favor of that?
Yes, at a certain age. Yeah, I think I don't need you to teach my kid who's 5 about gender norms and masturbation and those things. And people are like, again, it's mostly people who have some other type of political identity or some other type of political motive that are so anti that and most of the time they don't have children. We're like, that's the last thing. All you're doing is giving my kid anxiety when the last thing my child should have is anxiety. Let the parents have the anxiety. You could play a video for that everyone signs off before it's sent to the parents. That's what was done at our school. Yes. Just like, here you go. Yeah, teacher, here you can watch it too. They actually watch Daddy masturbate.
They did it in my elementary school, or maybe it was middle school. I remember they gave everybody a letter to sign. No, they gave everybody a letter to sign. And the kids who didn't get the letter signed for the sex ed class just didn't go to their class. It's fine. And there was no big fucking issue about it. Those kids just weren't in it. Yeah, it's great. We were. It was what it was. I'm totally okay. At least give the parents the choice. And we went to public school. Like, This is not like some fancy fucking private school where they're bringing these people. But do we know they're not doing that right now? They might be. Exactly. I think there's a lot of,
it's also that you don't remember, we all watched the same video. I feel like there was thought there to say it. If everyone in public school is watching the same thing, it's there's no rogue teachers going off and saying, I want to give a little bit more on. So the
reason why, the tricky thing is there was a girl in my middle school, right? And she was a year below, and she would blow guys during lunch. This is a real thing that happened, right? And it was like, hero. Yeah, right? And in 8th grade, you're hearing about this 7th grade girl who's like going, and they're like, my boy's coming up to me. He's like, yo, she's blowing guys at lunch. Do you want to be one of the guys? But I was like, nah, I'm good. And I remember even in 8th grade being like, yo, this is a little, sounds kind of awesome, but also I don't know what's going on here. That girl is dealing with some crazy shit at home, and she might need the sex ed class to be like, yo, if it goes more than blowing, there's going to be a fucking problem for you, and you're going to get pregnant. You don't know what the hell is going on. So there is the argument for education in that regard, right? She might not know the costs of it, and her parents are clearly not telling her what's going on. She might not even have parents. Who the fuck knows? Not every parent is like you. Exactly. So I understand why there are some people that go, well, they need some sort of education because not everyone is going to have a dedicated parent to do it. But
to have no empathy for the parents who are involved and now are concerned about what they're being educated. At least have some empathy. At least enter the conversation like, I understand how awkward this is. This is really difficult. We need to figure out the way to do it. And you're 100% right to be anxious. If you start the conversation like that, I'm sure you're going to sit down and be like, okay, let me hear you out. What's the deal? When you go, sorry, you're getting fucking...
Well, this whole idea, I mean, listen, this whole idea of the state or government even being involved in the affairs of a family is pretty modern. It's like the founding fathers, they were very clear. Like, you do not get involved with the states of a family. We have certain things, like if you kill somebody in public, obviously, like
if it's on my lawn.
Right. Mind your business. Like this whole state getting involved with family stuff, it's I understand why there's times to do it, but then if it becomes this overall thing where it's like you're always getting involved, then does it lead to, well, if I don't send you to the sex education class, you can take my kid away from me? Yeah. Like, does it get to that? No. And even in the whole education system we have today is new.
Do you know what it is? I really think it's people that don't have kids making decisions for people that do. And they don't you shake your head. Let me just get the idea out. And then I think that a lot of these people that don't have kids are making these decisions for people that do. So they don't understand the anxiety that the parents have about those decisions. So they don't even know to have empathy for it. I don't think they're making bad decisions. I don't think they're like, how can we use this information and corrupt America's youth? I really just think they don't know the anxiety that comes from it. And they have good intentions. They're like, well, if we give a fair education to these kids, they'll be more well-rounded individuals, and young kids that are dealing with these, certain sexual proclivities will be a little bit more understood. Like, I think they're coming from a good place. I just think a lot of them don't have their own kids.
I think it's what you've said before, where it's like they are working in the system and they see the difference between kids that aren't getting it at home necessarily. So they're like, we need to provide this for the ones that aren't getting it at home.
100%.
And I think that's what they're doing.
I 100% agree. I just think if you couple that with them not having kids themselves, right? They won't understand the anxiety that could induce in a parent. That's what
I think they do understand. Like, I've had these conversations.
Why would they not be more empathetic to the parents? They're like, yo, what's going on here?
Almost at the start of every school year, they're having like these meetings. Like, hey, we're prepared to teach our child this. Here's a meeting so you can see what we're going to teach them, and then you get to decide. That's happening by almost all public schools.
Well, if that's happening, I love it. And then if the parent rejects that, respect the parent.
Yeah.
And because there are going to be certain parents that like are religious, and because of that, like they might not want their kids taught certain things. And I'm okay with that.
We just hear the loudest voices, which are the parents are just like, I don't want that shit nowhere.
And they didn't even go to the class.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't even go to the class where you find out what they're going to teach.
It goes back to the point that we made at the beginning of the show, where it's like most people are just normal people. Like Alex said, most people is just normal. Yeah. Most people aren't like you hear these loud voices and these fringe voices, but that's what the media wants to put on. That's what will cause the civil war. That's what causes the divide, because that's what makes the most money on the ad revenue for them. So, but most people, even me, going to coming from Staten Island, which is stereotypically like, it has a name. If you don't know, it's like a conservative borough where like, Trump and all that. It's not really true.
It's conservative for New York.
For New York, yeah, right.
Like you go down to some other places and these guys in Staten Island are going to feel like the fucking LGBTQ friendly. What do you mean I do my eyebrows? Yeah. We're gay. That's a funny sketch. The Staten Island conservatives go into Tennessee. Yeah. And then we're like, oh, we are not. Yeah.
They think we're there for a pride parade. I think even in my school, our kids, like most of the parents are pretty, and we're from many different, races and religion, mostly Catholics, different races. And it's like, we're all kind of just like, hey, we just want our kids, it's all-girls school. We just want our girls to have the best education. And, we talk about, what in the school tells us what the curriculum's going to be. There's none of that. My kid is still young, but as they get older, they'll be more into sex ed, but the parents can be involved, and it's good, and that's a benefit of Catholic school, which again, I know not everyone can afford, but I think it's what's happening at home is the biggest thing.
Sorry, but I think there's like this erosion in trust for institutions. in America right now, and I don't know if that is like a function of other countries trying to erode that trust and take advantage of that. Because if you have no trust in your institutions, you have no trust in your government, then it's very hard to have national pride. And then when you have no national pride, there's nothing to fight for. To me, I'm just saying, like, if I was another country, that's what I would do. But I also think that there are failures of these institutions, so we have a right to not want to trust them. And I was talking to Dave Smith, you know Dave, sure, I love Dave, holy shit. And he was saying that, like, this is something that happened after the Cold War, essentially, where we took out our biggest competitor. And when you take out your biggest competitor, and at the time China wasn't as robust as right now, Russia, that you really have nobody that can check you, not even your own people. And when you start thinking about having no one to check you, it's almost like a business that's a monopoly, right? When there's no competitor out there, you make whatever rules you want, and the people got to deal with it. So in a weird way, we might be dealing with, our generation and the generation below us might be dealing with a government and institutions that just have never felt like they needed to get checked. And now, with the freedom of information on the internet, we're hearing some things that are maybe potentially unsavory. Maybe some of them are misinformation. Maybe it's not true. Maybe some of them are true. But we have every right to question our institutions, and it's up to them to restill the faith. Sure. You know, like, that's why I think it's, even if the guy RFK Jr. or whatever is spouting bullshit, let's say he's spouting bullshit, the fact that there is some erosion of trust is not on us. Right. It's not on misinformation. Right. It's on you guys. You say the vaccine for COVID works, and then all of a sudden, a few months later, it doesn't work. You can't be like, well, you should still trust us. Right. Man, you sold me a car that doesn't work. Right. Right. Like, that's on you. I'm taking it back to the dealer. So you should, if you're part of the institution or the hotels guy, whatever it is, you should go, not have this fiery debate, have a conversation and tell us why we should trust you. Give us all the information. Yeah, to me, it's like, you know, it's the same thing like once 24-hour news came in, we started to stop trusting the news because they're incentivized to always have news, and a lot of the stuff they're spouting is bullshit or not well thought out and not fact checked, but they got to get the product out. Same thing with financial aid. Once financial aid came into the situation, now everybody can go to college. College was like, this is real money, so we're going to have to start to get people in here. We're going to have to start to have more classes, more teachers, more ways of thinking, and it ruined that whole idea of what education really is supposed to be, and how college is not necessarily needed for everyone, but they pounded that message down your throat, like you can only get a good job and have a good life if you go to college, because the college companies the colleges make money off us investing in that statement. But that is so not true. We all know that that's not true. Now, it is not a requirement for my children to go to college. If they would like to go, I'm saving money for them in a 529 savings plan. If they would like to,
not worth as much as it used to be.
No, it is not. Exactly. It is not worth the price of investment unless they really want to do it. And I'd much rather them follow what their passion is or go to a specialized school. Harvard means absolutely nothing to me anymore. And it means nothing to most people out there.
Dude, I remember the school I went to was small. So it was 1,200 kids, so they charged a lot. It was like $25,000 a year when I graduated. It was crazy tuition. I went back and did a show there like 2011. It was $43,000 a year. Like, the inflation of college tuition is fucking bananas. It's unchecked because we just get a loan. You don't think about it. It is. Hey, you're supposed to go to college. I'll go to college. Let me get a loan. I'll think about that later. For you to be as successful as you are, and you just paid off your college loan, is fucking crazy, dog. You sold out Radio City Music Hall before you paid off your college loans.
I just paid it off. I was $140,000 in debt between undergrad and grad. But also you went to grad school, yeah. I went to grad school, but grad school in itself, because my parents did help with undergrad, but grad school in itself was, nearly $100,000 to come out and get a job at $53,000. Do
you have like an insane cultural pressure for education, but you still would? I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think because I got a bachelor's and I'm doing okay, thank God. Yeah. And thank you. But I don't. I'm looking at what college is becoming cost-wise, what you're getting benefit-wise, and I'm like, yo. And I do think when like when Nimesh Patel, a friend of ours, for all of ours, got pulled off stage at Columbia because they didn't like his joke, I was legitimately not even on the side of comedy. He was just like, this is supposed to be an institute of higher thinking. The highest thinking in the country. Somebody says something you or someone will come up with and you just yank them off stage. Yeah. I remember that being a big moment for me and being like, what the fuck is going on at an Ivy League school is doing this? Right. So what is college becoming? Also, and again, I don't know if this is from the media or I don't know if this is real life because my children are not in college. I have a more accurate, statement if they were in college. But from everything I'm hearing, also college was supposed to be the part for young adults to have
good discourse. Well, you can't have that anymore, because if you say something that goes opposite of what the mainstream thought is, even if you have that backed up with facts and for whatever reason or passion, that will get slammed down. So what I then see is, well, now you're going to indoctrinate my child for $100,000 with whatever views you have that may not line up with me. I'm not doing it. Unless my child really wants to and has a really valid reason, then they're 18, they're an adult, they'll make their own decisions.
I'm not worried about the indoctrination because I ain't paying enough attention in college to be indoctrinated. Like most people go to college, they just try and get some pussy and pass. You know what I mean? Like, so if you get indoctrinated in college, you're a nerd. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm out here taking like the fucking intro to dancing class because there was girls in it. That's what dubbing up.
Dancing through the ages was what mine was called.
What was ours?
The different class
dance history.
It was like that, and the professor would dance in every single period costume for the time.
But it is a different college than what we went to. We graduated almost 20 years ago.
No, that is true. I understand that, but like, there's kids are still gonna want to party, and I don't know. I wonder if there's like a shortening.
Specialized schools are going to be on the rise. You don't need 4 years, and everyone decides in their third year, unless you were going for like med school or things like that. And
but sometimes you do it for your parents. Like I know it's probably like my mom stopped going to school. She was like 15 years old. So like I think it was a big deal for her that I got I further my education. Like I wonder, like, did your parents go to college?
Yeah.
So it was expected that you go.
Yeah.
Like
My mom tried to talk me out of it.
Oh, you told me that. Yeah. What was that?
Neither of my parents went to college, so they were like, and they saw my older sibling
very successful. Wait a minute, I thought your mother was a nurse.
She went to nursing school, so she did the 2 year.
Oh,
she never actually went to like a 4 year degree. So she went to like they saw my older siblings go to school. It wasn't really beneficial for them. Like one of my brothers was just like in a fraternity, partied, and didn't really get anything from it. So they were like, look, we can spend money to go to school. It's gonna be fucking 40 grand for you to go for 4 years or whatever, or we'll just give you the money to start a business.
This is fine.
So they're like, yeah, we'll just give you the money and then go do something with it and see what happens.
I think that's really cool. And that's a lot of confidence in you from your parents.
I just listened. Yeah, I went to school. It was my girl's mom that was like, well, you should check it out. And so then I ended up going.
Do you regret it?
No, I mean, I think it would have worked out either way.
Did you feel pressure? Because that would make me feel pressure. Like, bro, if I blow this money on a business that doesn't work, I get nothing out of it. And then I have to live with that failure. At 18 years old, it's a great move, but it also does put pressure on the kid unwittingly of being like, oh, if I fail at this, I got nothing to show for it.
But to me, I'm like, you have safety nets. Like my parents were like, yeah, if it fails, like just come back into the house. Yeah, like, there's interesting other schools like Northeastern. You start working right away. Like it's all connected with the companies.
My wife did
in undergrad, which is
wow, I like that.
And also where you could just be super successful. I think all of you guys are going to be offered honorary doctorates at some point. So do well in something and then
I'm gonna take mine.
make a speech. Yeah, I do think college is really important, especially when you don't know what you want to do yet. Right. It's like imagine if you say you're not going to college at a young age, but you don't know what you want to do after high school. So now, like all those years, you're just kind of just stagnant. So it's like at least you can be getting higher education and trying to figure it out. I agree with you 100%. I don't, but even if in the case of the child that doesn't know what they want to do yet, spending $75,000 a year on that, I don't think it's worth it. Like you could very easily want to do a state school as opposed to going to UPenn. So you know how many people that would get their MBAs that would actually go and work in the workforce? Their companies would pay for them to get their MBA, and then they come back with a higher salary. And
I agree. There is a price where it makes sense. Like if college was 10 grand a year or whatever, this is a good time for me to explore and like look at different topics and whatever. When it gets up to the 75 and you're just kind of like burdened with that debt for the rest of your life, and you still don't know what you want to do after 4 years of college, then you're just getting fucked.
And now that everybody has a degree, you're not making as much. You know what I mean? Like it's worthless.
Well, because to the government is a business too. Like they're a business just like Apple's a business. So they're incentivized to be like, we need your money. We want you to rely on us. So college and education. That's what it's.
What's the guy who does those great video essays? Topics. Oh fuck, I forget his name. It might be CGB Gray. He did something about the importance of education for a democracy. Okay. The government, like you said, makes money off of what? I mean, taxation.
And
let's assume that taxation is the only thing. So the more money the constituents make, the more taxes they collect. So it behooves them to educate us so we get better jobs that pay more money so we pay more taxes to them. If you live in like if you live in, what is it called? What is a dictator? Communist? Tyranny. If you live in tyranny, like, you own the rights to all the minerals already there. All the money's going to one royal family. Like, you don't need the people to be educated. It's like getting in the way. But when you don't, and the only way the government can get money is if we make money, they're like, no, go get smart. Go be an engineer. Go do something so we can collect that bread. The government is like our agent or manager. Right. Do you know what I mean? They're like, get a Montreal audition. Yeah. Maybe you'll get a sitcom. I need to go collect. Yeah. So it's interesting, like, way to look at it like that.
Yeah. Right. And that's why they're trying to do like the debt payback and stuff, and like trying to like absolve people of student loans in order to get them to buy houses and start businesses instead of being $100,000 in debt.
Oh, that's right. Because now it's not worth it because you're worried about paying off that debt instead of creating. And when you're paying off debt, I guess you can't. Wait a minute. Is paying off your college debt tax free? Can you write that off? I do think it's a deduction. Yeah, so if it's a deduction, that's less money that they are taking from us in taxes.
Yeah.
Right. Interesting. Deducting your loans? Can you deduct them? Oh, you can. Anyway, I thought that was kind of certain.
My shit is paid off.
Yeah. But it is fucking everyone up. And I think people are realizing it now. I mean, Neil Brennan has a joke about this. Like student loans is just a small business loan. And the college, like, you're going to a college being like, hey, my business is fucking chicks and drinking. Yeah, we'll support that business. Like, it's insane that they're just giving unlimited money to all these people on the platform.
Yeah.
Interest is deductible up to $2,500. Yeah, so you never pay that off.
Listen, Chrissy, I love you. I think you're brilliant. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day.
You're in a wonderful place, man.
Yeah.
Like, you came on here a few times, and I'm not saying you were in a shitty place then, but like just to hear you talk now, like, wow.
I said this exact same thing to him, and I said this to you off air when I remember when he started. There was like I had so many flaws. So again, not criticism, but you had like a restlessness about you, and I feel like you're so much more at peace now, and that's cooler to see than MSG is fucking cool than it is, because it's a dream. This is even cooler to see.
That's because I've fully given up.
Yeah.
4th place, baby. I just left I think it was Epictetus who said the path to peace is just to stop trying to basically want events to happen the way you want them and just let them happen the way they happen, and then you'll be peaceful. So
That's his religion right there.
That's it. That's what it is. I went full Indian.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Chrissy, we love you, and we are here for you if there's anything that you need, man. I can't wait till you sell out all those shows, and if I'm in town, and you'll put a couple tickets to the side. We'd love to be there to support, man.
Beautiful, baby.
Hopefully, the assholes will go out there and get those tickets right now. And this is Chris. This is Stefano. Tell them where they can see you. Tell them where they can watch you. Tell them where they can get tickets. Tell them all the things.
ChrisDcomedy.com for all my Tiki Wikis. Just put a whole fall tour on sale at Atlanta. I'm coming to you for a special. We'll announce that soon. And then theater at MSG September 23rd. Radio City sold out September 22nd. Thank you so much, baby. Do what's right. We're almost at the edge of history when we go to 11,600 years ago. That's the date that Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is built. That, weirdly, is the date that Plato's Timaeus and Critias gives for the submergence of Atlantis. Archaeologists roll their eyes at any mention of Atlantis.
Flat Earth for archaeologists.
Yeah, it's
I want to talk about Antarctica.
I was very interested in Antarctica. But there's undoubtedly a time when Antarctica was lush and green. The question is, was it lush and green during the lifetime of the human species?
Yes.
He did know that other pyramids had their entrance in the north face, and that is the entrance through which you will have gone when you enter the Great Pyramid. It's called Mamu's Hole. I'm doing a debate with a leading archaeologist on the Joe Rogan Experience. It's a very good thing that this is happening. The mainstream has normally said, no, we don't want to talk to you guys, you're lunatics, we're not going to give you a platform. But in this case, it is happening. I have things to say, and I'm going to present my ammunition for this. It's on psychedelics, particularly on ayahuasca. I have felt the presence of the entity that I call Mother Ayahuasca. She took the form of an enormous serpent who wrapped herself around my body and felt enormously comforted. And again, I got a message that I've had many times, is that you won't be good at giving love to others if you don't love yourself.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to Flagrant. And today we're incredibly excited because we're sitting down with the Godfather, okay? The Godfather of my YouTube rabbit holes for the last maybe 5 years, 6 years, years beyond that. We have Grant Hancock.
Thank you for having me on the show.
No, thank you. I actually went to see the pyramids because of you.
I'm very glad to hear that.
It was a mind-bending experience.
When was that?
This is, God, what exactly was this? 4 years ago? Pandemic kind of makes things
Like
a little murky, maybe 3, but it's pretty been
The Giza Plateau and those three massive pyramids on the satellite pyramid is an amazing place. So the Great Pyramid itself is totally, utterly unique, extraordinary, and special. I have a long relationship with the Great Pyramid.
I saw this unbelievable story of you going to the top. I got like a quarter of the way up by myself, and I was there with my wife, and I was like, I'm not trying to get arrested and have her just be alone in Egypt. And so I put it out and I went back down.
Probably a wise decision because you could have spent some year or two in jail.
Wow, really?
Oh yeah.
Wow. Did you get locked up when you went up top?
No, the illegal climbs that we did, the first illegal climb involved 4 o'clock in the morning and a lot of bribery. And
How much was it back in the day to get?
I'm trying. This was like 1996. Might even have been earlier. It might have been 1994. And we had a local guy who made contact with all the guards around the pyramid. We paid him money. I forget the exact amount. He said he paid them off. But then when we got to the base of the pyramid, we had to walk all the way around it, which is a considerable distance, 750 feet along each side. We had to walk all the way around it, and then we had to add more money to each of the guards at the 4 corners. And then we went up, and my advice to anybody who's climbing the Great Pyramid, which is pretty much impossible these days, either legally or illegally, is go up the southwest corner, because the southwest corner is pretty intact. It's pretty much a straight line. You can follow it all the way to the.
What is the entrance on?
North side.
That's north.
Yeah.
So south.
The opposite side, and the southwest.
Yeah.
Which is the opposite side to the Great Sphinx,
And then nobody's looking at you.
well, it's good for that.
They're all facing east.
Then after we were a few courses up, and another guard turned up with a shotgun. I don't think it would have reached us from that distance, but there were threats, and we had to promise to pay him more money.
So he points the shotgun.
Yeah,
He's threatening you.
Yeah,
You guys know we'll pay you, and he's like, okay, now you can
basically, we did a deal that we'd pay him when we came down. And yeah, we did. Yeah, it's good to keep your promises. And then we climbed.
How much you paid?
I actually don't. But back in the day, I guess it was probably 1994. It would have seemed a lot to me at that time, but it also seemed worth it. It was a fantastic adventure. Starting in the dark, just the beginning of dawn light, and climbing up to the top, taking shelter at various points behind bits as other guards appeared. Finally getting to the top, and then the light coming up and just this majestic sunrise. Sunrise on top of the Great Pyramid and the second pyramid, to your south. It's just an amazing thing to see, and an amazing experience. I would regard it as one of the peak experiences of my life. I did have one other illegal climb, which was just fortunate. It was following the holiday of Ramadan. They have a thing called the Eid, which is a celebration, and I would guess there were 30,000 Kairenes on the Giza Plateau having picnics, and they just decided they were going to climb the Great Pyramid. Not all 30,000, but several hundred of them, and we just joined them, me and Sanfa, and we climbed with them, and that actually is one of the moments when I realized how difficult the Great Pyramid must have been to build. The biggest danger in climbing up there with several hundred people on the pyramid was other people coming up and down.
So imagine managing that with all the blocks.
With all the blocks and supposedly a huge workforce and ramps or whatever the Egyptologists imagined was done, and I don't believe anybody knows how it was done. For me, that was the biggest risk, was people bumping into you, going around you as you're climbing up. But again, we got to the top, and then I had 3 illegal climbs in those days when those were allowed, doing various filming projects back in.
When do you see your last name inscribed in the block? This is an incredible story.
Yes, it is. I think it was on the second or third climb. I'm not absolutely sure. I think it may have been one of the legal time climbs because it was daylight and we were relaxed.
as we were not when there were hundreds of other people up there with us. So I think it may have been one of the legal crimes. And there I did see it. It's on the south side of the Great Pyramid, the southeast side, overlooking the boat museum, which used to be there. And there was the name, the initial P, Hancock. And at that time, there was a date decided, and that date, if I recall correctly, was the 5th of April, 1916. Oddly enough, 1916. Yeah. Now my granddad was a chaplain in the British forces in Egypt in the First World War. So I had to consider the possibility that it could be him. He was called Philip Hancock. Oh wow! But I couldn't absolutely guarantee that, and I was able to confirm it by finding my grandfather's diaries. Which were little diaries about that high, tiny little writing in them. And on that date, there was a single line which said, "Climb Great Pyramid today." And then I found it was dated 1916. Yeah. And then I found his biography, which was passed down to me by my dad. And he also talks about his climb of the Great Pyramid in that, although in very spare terms, doesn't say that much about it.
I know it's not that much that he put in there, but did he say there was any security? Was it free range?
Totally free range. And I think the sand was definitely cleared away at that time. But anybody could climb the Great Pyramid. And there was, in fact, the guy who organized our first illegal climb, and I think I can say this safely because he's passed on to the next world, was a guy known locally as Champion. And he was called Champion because he was the champion runner of the Great Pyramid. He could run all the way to the top of the Great Pyramid. There were times people did that, and it was totally legal, and nobody objected to it at all. And that went on, I think, certainly through the sort of 70s and 80s. But by the time my wife Santa and I climbed 1994 for the first time, I'm pretty sure it was 94, it had become illegal, and now it's totally illegal. It's completely banned. Yeah. And I doubt even if a film crew would get permission to climb the Great Pyramid now. Even like that. Yeah. They're very careful about it. But, and one of the reasons why they're careful about it is that every year at least one person dies trying to climb the Great Pyramid. People still trying to climb it illegally. And as you can imagine from the bit of the climb you did, you're looking at a 52-degree slope. Yeah. So once you get up 100, 150 feet above the ground, if you lose it and fall, it's over. You're going to go all the way to the bottom. Yeah. And it's over again.
In the beginning, you have a lot of confidence. The first few tiers of rocks seem pretty easy.
They're not too bad.
But I can imagine you're halfway up, you start looking down, and it is over if you slip.
Totally over. And also, the course sizes vary. Some of them are really no more than sort of hip high. Some of the courses are chest high. So you've got to
courses are the rocks.
Yeah, I mean it's laid out in layers. So it looks like a step pyramid. It wasn't before. Yeah. In ancient times, it was covered with facing stones.
And you can see some of the facing stones.
Some of the facing stones are still there down at the bottom of the Great Pyramid. They give you a sense of how beautiful they were and how magnificently well it was made. But the theory is there's no absolute proof of this, that they came off during an earthquake in, I believe, 1301. And at that time, it's likely that that's when the Great Pyramid lost its summit. The Great Pyramid stands at the moment about 450, maybe 455 feet tall, but its original height was 481 feet tall. And you can calculate that from just pursuing the slope of the sides up.
30 feet came off.
Yeah. So there's a flat platform, or rather even a stepped platform on top of the Great Pyramid with one level and then one level, another level. But the calculation is very simple. You just pursue those side lengths up to where they would meet. And according to that calculation, the Great Pyramid was originally 481 feet tall. So it lost about 30 feet. The question is, was it in fact ever completed? We don't know that for sure. Right. The general view is that earthquake part of the top of the Great Pyramid tumbling down as well and knocked off the facing stones. And then, of course, it was used as a quarry.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, because it's very, very, very useful to have all this nice cut stone lying around, and one of those facing stones were taken away.
Okay, so after inspiring probably tens of thousands of people that go to the pyramids like myself. You managed to get banned from Egypt.
Yes.
Is it a real full-time ban?
This is not clear to me. We
gotta sneak in, Greg.
in my
We gotta do one more time.
There's a champion junior that's you can run.
We need a Carp G Hancock right next to
I think this would be good. It's very difficult to do that with a film crew, however. And this is when it happened. Is that my Netflix series Agent Apocalypse, we wanted to film an episode in Egypt, which you would have thought the Egyptian authorities would welcome. But when they asked who is presenting the show, and we said that Graham Hancock is presenting the show, they said absolutely no way, and they would not grant filming permission.
Let me tell you something. The Four Seasons in Cairo wants you to do an episode about the pyramids. I promise you.
It would bring a lot of interest and a lot of people, but there's a rigid, fixed view amongst Egyptologists about the prehistory and the history of ancient Egypt. So what the
Questioning
that gets you banned. Okay, yes. That's the first line of defense against a critical or alternative point of view.
Yes.
Is simply to deny them access to the site. And I felt since that happened that I've had my left arm cut off, because Egypt has been very central and very important to my work. I hope eventually I will get back in. Could I go as a tourist? Maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
Announcements. I'm coming to the motherland. Play the bagpipes, Miles. That's right. The Life Tour is coming to Glasgow. Okay, Scotland, we're showing up. We're also coming to Dublin. Ireland, we're showing up. And you know what? We're not going to leave the north of England out. Manchester, we are pulling up. Is it Man City or Man United? We're going to see who's in the crowd. And whoever shows up more, that's who I'm rooting for the rest of my existence. So make sure you make the right decision, red or blue, because that's who I'm rocking with afterwards. Okay, those tickets are up for pre-sale right now. Code is Andrew. Get them fast. TheAndrewSchultz.com. Can't wait to see you all. Also, thank you so much, everybody who sold out the Royal Albert Hall show in London. We did that in a few hours. That was unbelievable. Thank you so much. Cannot wait to do the show in that remarkable venue. TheAndrewSchultz.com for all the tickets. Go get them immediately before they're gone. Can't wait to see you all.
What the legal crimes were there where you had the two illegal crimes previously? Yeah. Oh, and they still gave you permission? Well, at that time, everything was much less sensitive. Everything was much less sensitive until 2015, when I had the beginnings of a public debate with who is regarded as the leading Egyptian Egyptologist, Zahi Hawass. And unfortunately, in that debate, Zahi, it's actually on YouTube. It's because there was a member of the audience present. Zahi massively lost his temper and stormed out. And then, I don't know, but the debate didn't happen. Then I gave a talk. He sat sulking outside. Then he came back, gave his talk. Then the audience asked questions. And again, bits of this were filmed. And one of the audience asked him if he knew about a site called Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which is probably the most important archaeological site in the world at the moment. And Zahi said that he didn't know anything about it at all, and that was on camera. So unfortunately, the man is actually enormously knowledgeable about ancient Egypt, but unfortunately he came across looking not very good. And ever since then, my relationship with him, which had been okay until 2015, has been extremely negative. And when the Egyptian government are approached for filming permission, which these days is done through the Tourism and Antiquities Permission, when they're approached for filming permission, Zahi's the guy they go to and says, okay, get these people to come in and film. So I
gotcha. So if you beef with them, then it's not going to happen.
It's difficult.
And I understand the defensiveness, because when you wrap your cultural identity around something or creating something as majestic as the pyramids, feeling as if that's like being ripped away from you can really make you feel as if your identity is being taken.
Yeah, and to be clear, I would never wish to divorce the Great Pyramids from the ancient Egyptians. There are a lot of wrong ideas about what I think about this.
Please clarify.
Okay, the clarification is this. It's complicated, all right? But inside the Great Pyramid, there are 4 very narrow shafts which point up at the sky. 2 of them point north and south from the so-called King's Chamber. I say so-called because no burial was ever found in it. There was a sarcophagus found in it. It's still there, but they had to build a chamber around it. They couldn't bring it up in the funeral circle. It's too big to get through the corridor. So 2 shafts point north and south, and they do actually exit on the outside of the body of the pyramid. And back in the 19th century, explorers climbed up there. Now they go. You're looking at the King's Chamber South, King's Chamber North, and both of those you could roll cannonballs down them from the outside, and they would turn up in the King's Chamber. But the shafts of the Queen's Chamber are more complicated until I believe it was 1872. Nobody knew they were there. The inner wall of the Queen's Chamber was completely smooth, but there was actually he was a Freemason called John Wayman Dixon, who had explored the King's Chamber, and he figured, look, there's shafts in the King's Chamber, maybe there's shafts in the Queen's Chamber. And he went around knocking on walls, and he found 2 hollow points, and he broke those through. You could do that in 1872. And lo and behold, they opened up into these 2 shafts, which go horizontally at first, and then point up at the sky. They do not exit on the outside of the pyramid. They're very, very mysterious. The thing is that the angle of those shafts points to significant stars, 4 significant stars, in the period in which Egyptologists believe that the Great Pyramid was built. Archaeoastronomy, which is a universal language, one of them is the lowest of the 3 stars of Orion's belt. And the constellation of Orion was identified with the god Osiris. He was seen as the celestial image of the god Osiris. So having a shaft pointing at the belt of Orion or Osiris makes perfect sense. And others pointed to the 2 northern shafts pointed to 2 of the circumpolar stars. I forget exactly which ones now. And again, they pointed them in the era when the pyramids were built, because the positions of stars in the sky change very slowly down the ages. So from an astronomical point of view, it would be absurd to disconnect the Great Pyramid entirely from the ancient Egyptians, but there's a problem. And that problem is the ground pattern of the 3 Great Pyramids and their relationship to, it's not an accident that Orion's belt has 3 stars and that the Great Pyramids are 3, and that they are positioned on the ground. Anybody can see it in a pattern that looks very similar to Orion's belt. It's like a painter. He's got his easel in front of him at his canvas, and he's looking up at the sky, and he's painting on the canvas, and then he lowers that canvas down to his feet, and that's what you have on the ground at Giza. It's that perfect. It's that perfect, but it's only perfect 12,500 years ago, roughly 12,000. Let's say a round figure, 12,000 years ago. Yeah. These changes in the sky are actually caused by a motion of the Earth itself. It's a very slow motion. It's a cycle. It takes 25,920 years to complete, and the pattern of the stars on the ground and the stars in the sky and the pyramids on the ground and their relationship to the Nile River and the Milky Way locks perfectly at 12,000, about 12,000 years ago, not on a single day, but over an epoch of about 1,000 years, and then it gradually shifts out, because this is a very, very slow change that takes place. So you have the ground saying 12,500 years ago, and you have the shaft saying 4,500 years ago.
So one might assume that those shafts were maybe carved out at a different time, potentially.
Well, yes. The way I look at it is, I think the site was sacred more than 12,000 years ago. Right. I think ground platforms were created there. It's important to remember the Great Pyramid is already built around a natural hill. The first 30 feet inside the Great Pyramid is a natural mound, and there are traditions in ancient Egypt of the primeval mound. And if you enter the Great Pyramid, and you may or may not have been able to do that when you went there, did you get down to the subterranean chamber?
I think everything was. Oh no, we did. The subterranean was much bigger.
It was a very rough-hewn chamber cut out of solid bedrock, or was it a built chamber?
There's the built one that we saw. Is it called a sarcophagus? No.
Yes, that's the King's Chamber.
We went to the King's Chamber, yeah. But I believe that there was another one.
I can't remember. You can see that on the screen there. You can see the subterranean chamber. You see the entrance in the north face.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we went that far. We went. Okay. Yeah. It's about 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid, and it's about 600 feet beneath the apex of the Great Pyramid. and it's cut out of solid bedrock. And my view is, and it's only a theory, and I don't claim that I'm correct, it's just put this forward for thought, is that the original sacred site on the Giza Plateau was that natural primeval mound beneath which the ancients hewed out this enormous subterranean chamber, which is it looks like a rough, unfinished chamber, but it has curious acoustic effects, which are in themselves very interesting. And then I see
that people talk about.
It's an amazing place to be, and actually you get a resonance. We tried an experiment with an opera singer up in the King's Chamber. You could hear her down in the subterranean chamber, which is quite remarkable in itself. But I think that was the original sacred site. I think the ground platforms were put in position, and I think the ancient Egyptians finished off the job in a brilliant way. Overbuilding and commemorating and memorizing a site of enormous significance and importance.
Sorry, when you say finished off, I'm dumb, so I'm going to ask dumb questions. When you say finished off, what exactly do you theorize?
I think the vast majority of the great pyramids as we see them today were the work of the ancient Egyptians.
Okay,
and I think they were building on a prehistoric foundation, and it had been sacred for
so your point is not to take away from what age. You think they built most of it. You think we're just discounting that there might have been people here 12,500 years ago that also built.
Correct, because that runs against the archaeological mainstream, and this is where you get into issues of geology, the issue of the Great Sphinx, because I think, again, it's just my theory. I don't claim I'm 100% right. Everybody's got to listen to me and tell the Egyptologists to go away. Just my view is that on the Giza Plateau were the three massive ground platforms of the three great pyramids, the subterranean chamber beneath what is the megalithic temples, the so-called Vali temple and the Sphinx temple right beside the Sphinx, and the so-called mortuary temples. These are all megalithic that stand beside the Great Pyramids.
Those are the three little ones that are next to them?
Those are the so-called satellite pyramids. But there are megalithic temples. When I say megalithic, you're looking at structures where the largest single block weighs 200 tons. These are gigantic blocks of stone. But of particular interest, right in front of the Great Sphinx is an almost completely ruined one, and then just to the south of the Great Sphinx is a rather intact one called the Vali Temple. And this temple is, again, bears evidence of being built in two stages, because when you look at it, you see that its core is made of limestone, enormous limestone blocks in the range of 50 to 100 tons each, maybe more.
You can bring this up.
In the one on the left, you can see the limestone blocks up at the top. That's the original structure. And I and my colleagues, and particularly Professor Robert Schock from Boston University, who is a geologist, are of the view that the ancient Egyptians renovated a far more ancient limestone temple. So you can see the weathering on the limestone temple, and then you can see the granite blocks that were added by the ancient Egyptians. And the puzzle of those blocks is that they are carefully cut to fit around the weathering in the limestone core blocks. So they were respecting those limestone core blocks. They weren't demolishing them. It was easy just to cut them flat, if you're going to do this, but no, they didn't. They carefully cut each granite block so it would fit around the weathering pattern.
You would only do that if you thought that a place was sacred.
You felt it was special, and you were trying to preserve it. Likewise, the Sphinx. Again, I need to pay tribute to others. I need to pay tribute to John Anthony West, who was an independent Egyptologist, brilliant man, dear friend of mine.
Peace, right?
Yes, passed away in 2018. He used to call academics quackademics. He was a master of vitriol. And he was the first to draw attention to the possibility that the Great Sphinx may also be a multi-phase monument, not just a monument built in the fourth dynasty, 2,500 BC or whatever. He pointed out that there seemed to be very strange erosion patterns. They're hard to see on the
fissures. There might be fissures on the walls,
but on the surrounding trench, they're much easier to see. And then he brought Professor Robert Schock from Boston University, who is a geologist, and Schock agreed that what we're looking at here in the fissures around the side of the Great Sphinx, and to some extent on the body of the Sphinx, is what's called precipitation-induced weathering. It's not a flood. It's weathering that's caused by exposure to a very long period of heavy rainfall.
Right.
And then you have to get into paleoclimatology. When did it rain on the Giza Plateau enough to cause this level of exposure and weathering? You can see the altitude trench. The Great Sphinx is cut out of solid bedrock. They created a trench around its body, and the core body was left in place. I and my colleagues think that core body goes back 12,000 plus years. It was originally in the form entirely of a lion with a massive leonine head. But then, by the time that the dynastic period of ancient Egypt came along, the Great Sphinx was very damaged, particularly its head, jutting up above the plateau. And we suggest that at that time, the head of the Great Sphinx was recarved into a human head wearing a classic Memes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh.
Can you bring up quickly the Sphinx that is covered up to its neck in sand? So this is what the ancient Egyptians probably were looking at.
Yeah, they were looking at a monument cover. Yeah, like that. I mean, this is there's many times during its history when that's all there was. You know, that was the bit that got damaged, and we think back 4,500 years ago, 2,500 BC, it was like that then too. But it was a lion head, and it was very damaged, and they felt they're going to recarve it into a human head, and it is out of proportion with the rest of the body.
Which again does give credit to the Egyptians. I'm just trying to cozy up to the Egyptian government here.
Yeah, we want you back in. Also, the Hebrews are okay with this.
I think the ancient Egyptians massively venerated this site from the beginning. It was the place of the beginning. It was the place of the first time. A time that they called September. And I think their project was to honor and memorialize it. And then this is where we get into spooky areas which the Egyptologists don't like, which is I'm suggesting that a body of knowledge was carried down within ancient Egyptian culture, and that a certain moment came when it was decided to turn the Giza Plateau back on again, and that body of knowledge was manifested in the construction of the Great Pyramids. It's very peculiar that the quality of workmanship on the Great Pyramid, and indeed on the other two pyramids at Giza, is extremely high. But go a generation later, 2 generations later, to the 5th dynasty, go to the pyramid of Unas at Saqqara, where the so-called pyramid texts are inscribed inside the so-called tomb chamber. And that pyramid, the exterior of it is a mess. It's very poorly built, very poorly constructed. You know, you look at it, it just looks like a heap of stones. Whereas the Great Pyramid today is still a majestic structure. So it's as though they put everything they had into the
try to replicate it, but they
try to replicate, and then a generation or two later, that's the pyramid of Unas.
You know, what if it's just like the Knicks, where like the father did a really good job, and then the next generation just really fucked the whole thing up?
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but it's
Willa shots. It's one team like his.
It's a fair point, you know. I mean, societies go up and down, and that can happen. But that's my view also with the idea of a lost civilization, that we can have an apex and when they can fall into a slump and they can come out again. But is knowledge preserved and passed down through the ages? Yes, I think it is.
Now, why would the people in the Nile Valley at that time, 12,000 years ago, also not be Egyptian? Like, could they still be ethnically Egyptian at that time?
Well, I think in a way, I'm actually deeply uninterested in ethnic matters. When I come to relate to and evaluate a fellow human being or a culture, I'm interested in the ideas that those people have. I'm not interested in their genes. I think actually genes are vastly overrated. They're the least important aspect of a human being. They've been blown up into huge importance in our culture today. But I think skin color, genes, ethnicity, none of these things really matter. Human beings are the same all over the world. It's been my privilege to travel the world intensely for the best part of 40 years. And whether I go to the remotest village in the remotest corner of the Amazon, or whether I find myself in New York City, once I get down to talking face to face with fellow human beings, they're just a fellow human being, just like me. And they have the same hopes, the same dreams, the same fears as every other human being. So I think we make too many divisions. I love cultural differences. Cultural differences are great. Differences in ideas are great, but genetic differences are trivial in my view. And the things that divide us as human beings are far less important than the things that unite us as human beings. I think maybe it's high time we recognize that. So whether the modern Egyptians are ethnically connected in any close way to the ancient Egyptians is a matter that I regard as fundamentally important. The modern Egyptians also honor and respect the Great Pyramids and ancient Egyptian culture, and that's what matters to me.
I'm curious, piggyback on that, like, how do you feel about the criticism that you got some people saying you're a racist after the Netflix update?
Well, that criticism was
that's why we brought you up. We're like, we hope you're racist. We kind
of let me down with this whole everyone's equal talk.
That was interesting. The subject of race is never mentioned in my Netflix series, Ancient Apocalypse. It's never mentioned at all. But when the Society for American Archaeologists wrote an open letter to Netflix demanding that my documentary series be reclassified as science fiction, they accused me of spreading racism, white supremacy, misogyny, and anti-Semitism. None of these issues are ever mentioned in the series.
Wait, what was misogyny?
I don't know, and what, for that matter, was anti-Semitic. It's and what was racist, since race is never mentioned. But what these labels are very useful for, if you shout them loudly enough, and if your friends in the media see a nice story here and pick them up and multiply it, what they're very useful for is turning people off the work of an opponent. And that was clearly what went on here.
You're radioactive. I don't even have to debate you. Because you're radioactive.
That's right. That's fundamentally what went on. Now, what is the reason for what was the possible? They had no justification for any of the others, but what was the reason for saying that I was spreading racism and white supremacy? It's because in a number of my earlier books, I reported indigenous myths and traditions, particularly from South America and from Mexico, which in some cases referred to a white-skinned, bearded stranger and his companions who came after a time of darkness, after a great cataclysm, bringing knowledge and teaching knowledge to the inhabitants of the country. Now, that is not me saying that, that is indigenous traditions. The view of archaeologists today is that many of those made up by the Spanish conquistadors. I don't think that's true. There are many other archaeologists who don't agree with that and think that they are true and genuine indigenous traditions and should be rightly reported as such. Whether we're referring to Quetzalcoatl in Mexico or to Viracocha in the Andes, these traditions, it's a Pan-American myth, and they're not only found in the Americas but all over the world. They don't always refer to a person as white skin. You know, the emphasis that's put on skin color today is really recent in human history. It's a few hundred years old. Did the issue of white skin or black skin carry the same resonance 12,000 years ago that it carries today? I somehow doubt it. I doubt it very much. I don't see why it should, because the abuses of human rights that were taken that were carried out in the name of color are recent developments. They're not ancient developments, you know, and they're
recent in the scale of human history.
Recent in the scale of human history. Let's say the last 500 or 600 years, or something like that. They weren't really there. They weren't really there before that. But it's a huge distraction from the major issue. They also refer to these individuals as being bearded. They often refer to there being 7 of them. In ancient Mesopotamia, they're called the 7 sages. In ancient Egypt, at the Temple of Horus at Edfu, they are also referred to as the 7 sages. In ancient India, it's Manu and the seven sages who appear after the flood, trying to restore the knowledge that was lost during the time of the flood. These are indigenous traditions.
Same story, different parts of the world.
Same story, different parts of the world. That's one of the things that interests me about it. What interests me about it least of all is the issue of skin color. What interests me about it most of all is the issue that there seems to be a memory of a cataclysm after which a group of people tried to preserve knowledge from
Is this the Snow White myth?
I'm not sure.
She falls asleep, 7 dwarfs, 7 sages, they come wake her up with the wisdom of a guy should make out with you when you're passed out.
I need to reread the Snow White.
There might be something there.
Well, no, because myths myths are the memory bank of our species.
This is what I loved about the Netflix special. Treating the myths as a way of passing on true information. And and taking them seriously, not looking at them as figments of imagination. If we were to pass on data and fact, it's way more digestible in the form of story. We memorize stories.
If you wish to pass information to a distant future, you wish it to be preserved, you wouldn't be smart to just write it down. How can we know that our script is going to be readable by any other culture? Let's say 10,000 years in the future. Will anybody be able to read the English language? Who knows? I have no idea. It's fragile. An example I often give is the Indus Valley civilization in Pakistan and India. The Indus Valley civilization, nobody actually knew that it existed until it was accidentally discovered while a railway was being built through a site now called Mohenjo-Daro. In Pakistan, and then they found that there were these actually very, very sophisticated, very complex mud brick structures on a very large scale. Then they began to look at it. Then they found that this culture had a language, a fully developed written script. It's about 5,000 years old, but there isn't a single Rosetta Stone that enables us to translate that script into any more recent language, so we can't read that script. The script exists, but we can't read it. So there could be all kinds of information in that script which tells all kinds of things about our past, but it's not readable.
And how long ago were they thriving?
5,000 years ago. Wow. One of the interesting things in the Indus Valley civilization is that there is a particular seal that has survived, a seal that would have been used to stamp an imprint onto cloth or something like that. It's called the Pasupati seal, and it shows a figure which is recognizable as the god Shiva, who is of course an important deity in Indian culture to this day and in the Vedas, and it shows that individual seated in that's the Pasupati seal. Well, what you'll see is that underneath it, the way his feet are organized, is that his heels are pointed forwards. This is a really difficult yoga position. To sit like that and have your heels pointed forward, you got to kind of almost disjoint your legs in order to do that. Okay. With that is that it's an advanced yoga position. It's found in a seal that's 5,000 years old. We have to ask ourselves how many thousands of years before that has yoga been developed. Again, there's a hint of a lost human culture. The posture is called Mulamandasana. I certainly can't do it.
Because what do we date modern Indian civilization back to?
Since the discovery of the Indus Valley civilization, we have to accept that civilization in India is at least 5,000 years old. The largely and correctly discredited notion of an Aryan invasion of India needs to be. Yes, there were multiple cultures moving back and forth, but Indian culture is extremely ancient.
5,000 years.
Yeah. And the Valley, that's like a thing we learned about in textbooks. Yeah, you learn about it now. But what most people don't realize, what nobody knew it wasn't lost.
And the language is completely independent. There's no connectivity to anything.
Nobody can connect it to anything. We don't know what it was. There's some suggestion that it may have been Dravidian peoples, the peoples who are now found primarily in southern India, the Tamils. As a matter of fact, my wife is Tamil, and that's been very helpful to us when we've been researching in southern India. We did a lot of diving in southern. My wife is a photographer and diver, as I am, and we did a lot of diving in southern India. So it was great to be able to talk, for her to be able to talk in their own language to Tamil fishermen and Tamil divers, and see if they'd seen any weird stuff underwater, which they certainly had. And they took us to diving on structures that are a fully formed city off the town of Mahabalipuram.
You speak about this in the documentary, but I think this is really important to understand as well, that most of human civilization has been organized around water, right? Close proximity to water, obviously you can fish, travel, etc. And as the water levels change, some of those ancient cities could be completely covered. You've recovered some of these. You've seen.
This is one of the things that I think is missing from our understanding of the past. It amused me, but also irritated me that in that open letter to Netflix, the Society for American Archaeologists claimed that they could absolutely for certain be sure that there was no lost civilization during the Ice Age. They knew it was a fact,
And if there had been any similar, they would have found it and they would have published it. Well, how do they know that there was no lost civilization? And because it's really important to understand that archaeology is often driven by accidental finds. A lot of archaeology, particularly in the industrialized countries, is the result of somebody building. There's a huge building project going on. Maybe a housing estate is going to be built. Maybe a road is going to be built. Maybe a railway is going to be built. Maybe a dam is going to be built. And then let's call in the archaeologists to make sure that we're not going to wreck any ancient archaeology while we're doing this. And that's a lot of archaeological discoveries are made as a result of that, rather than of targeted inquiries. The second issue with ruling out completely the possibility of a lost civilization is that archaeology sets itself up as the sole arbiter as to what is and what is not evidence. So I and my colleagues argue that we should consider the possibility of a much older Great Sphinx, as we've just been discussing, on the basis of its geology. I'm just going to add a more complicated point. It's not only the geology. The Great Sphinx points perfectly due east. The sun rises perfectly due east on the spring equinox. If you go to the Giza Plateau or anywhere else in the world on the northern hemisphere, on the summer solstice, you're going to see the sun rising far to the northeast. Go there on the winter solstice, you're going to see it far to the south of east. But on the spring equinox, it rises perfectly due east, directly in line with the gaze of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is looking at where the sun rises at dawn on the 21st of March in our calendar. Now, because of this wobble on the Earth's axis, what is that called again? The wobble? It's called precession. Imagine a spinning top, which is spinning and it's kind of doing this, and that's the viewing platform from which we observe the stars and the sun and the moon and everything else. And obviously, the changes in its orientation are going to change their orientation, and that's why we get the astrological ages. Again, mainstream science sneers at these things, but it is a simple astronomical fact that there are 12 constellations that lie along the path of the sun, which is called the ecliptic, and they are the constellations of the zodiac. And right now, we live in the age of Pisces, very near the end of the age of Pisces. It's a fact that the ancient Christians go back about 2,000 years. The fish was their thing. Before that, it was Aries, the ram. Ancient Egyptian symbolism at that time was very much focused on rams. Go back before that, it's the age of Taurus, roughly the pyramid age. That's why if you were building a huge 270-foot long rock-hewn monument in the pyramid age, you'd be more likely to make it in the form of a bull than in the form of a lion. Because there is a time when you go back, guess when, about 12,000 years, then you find it's the constellation of Leo that is rising behind the sun. That's the age of Leo. Just as we live in the age of Pisces, that was the age of Leo. And there was a time when that monument would have looked directly at the place where the sun rises. First, it would have seen its own celestial counterpart, the constellation of Leo, sitting on the horizon, and then the sun rising beneath it. So to us, this, and I speak of myself, Robert Boval, Robert Schock, John Anthony West, and a few others, we think it makes more sense. Take the geology, take the astronomy. This monument has its origins 12,000 years ago. But Egyptologists say, no, we know the Sphinx was built 4,500 years ago. I'm not going to bore your audience with the details, but the evidence is incredibly flimsy. There isn't a single document that attributes the Great Sphinx to Khafre, who is supposed to be the builder of the Great Sphinx. There's nothing. It's just opinion, pure opinion. And we think that they are not right to dismiss the case for a much older Sphinx and to say that. So they select what evidence is evidence and what evidence isn't evidence. That's the second thing. And then the third and final thing is that huge areas of the world that have never been looked at by archaeology at all, or if looked at by archaeology, looked at only minimally. Of course, the most important are the flooded continental shelves. And that's why Santa and I spent 7 years of our lives, frequently risking our lives, scuba diving all around the world. Sea level rose 400 feet at the end of the last ice age. Let's be clear, it did not rise 400 feet overnight. This was a rise that was extended over a period of 11 or 12,000 years, from about 21,000 years ago down to 10,000. It was even still rising about 6,000 years ago. All over the world? All over the world. It was global. All the world's oceans are connected, and all but in local areas, if you have a very steep coastline, the effect of the sea
level rise, the amount of land it eats up is going to be a lot less than if you have a gradually sloping coastline. And 120 feet sea level rise on a very steep bit of coast is going to cover relatively less land, whereas on a very sloping bit of coast, it's going to inundate much more land. And the calculation is that 27 billion square kilometers that was above water during the Ice Age is underwater now. Roughly, I think that's roughly 10 billion square miles. I can't do the math in my head, but something like that. So it's an awful lot of land. I think it's Europe and China added together. It's not that there's been no archaeology done on the continental shelves. I think we're looking at something from Alexandria. Yes, yeah, I've dived there as well, and that's inundated not because of sea level rise, but because of subsidence of the Nile silts. Alexandria stands on the Nile Delta, and the silts subsided and resulted in flooding. The Nile carries a lot of silt with it, a lot of earth with it as it flows out of Uganda and out of Ethiopia and northwards into Egypt, and you come to the Nile Delta, and all that earth it's carrying, which also provided the fertility of ancient Egypt, all that silt is then dumped in the Nile Delta, and there were constructions were made on top of it, and the submergence of the sites off Alexandria, which is a magical, spooky place to dive, by the way. I've been lucky enough to dive there. The submergence of those sites is largely because of subsidence of land rather than sea level rise, because it's relatively recent. Those sites of the silt itself has dropped. Yeah. Right. So anything else on solid ground. Yeah. On top of it went down.
Guys, I'm in different clothes. Why is that? Because we were able to add another special taping at White Oak Music Hall. I'm fighting to get everybody, and I appreciate the demand so much. So, tickets are being released today, the day this comes out, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's Texas time. So hurry up and buy the tickets, please. I appreciate the demand so much. I want to get everybody in that I can. Also, speaking of adding shows, shows at Zany's in Nashville, July 14th and 15th. The 13th is sold out. I believe I'm going to be in Huntsville on the 12th. Also, I got a bunch more shows. Please check the website because tickets are selling out for these shows, and I don't have time. We got to get back to Grand Bangkok. But thank you guys so much. AkashSingh.com. Hurry up and cop. Also, guys, if you need tickets to a show that might happen to be sold out, again, my special taping is an example. You know where you can find them? SeatGeek. Look at that. Akash Singh tickets. And what's even better is SeatGeek will tell you how good or bad a deal is. Whatever tickets you need. If you see a green dot next to the ticket price that means it's good, you should buy it. Red means don't buy it yet. Hold off. Something better is coming. No other ticket app is doing this for you. SeatGeek is where it's at. There are 28 million downloads on SeatGeek. It's a #1 rated ticketing app for a reason. And there are 70,000 events listed every single day. That includes concerts, sporting events, music festivals, and more. Also, if you need Andrew Schultz tickets, wherever you are on the globe, SeatGeek might be able to help you. Why don't you look at that? And just because we at Flagrant always come through for you, we got a code. Use Flagrant for $20 off tickets at SeatGeek. Again, that's $20 off your first purchase with the promo code Flagrant. Make sure you do that right now. Just download the SeatGeek app on your phone, buy your first tickets, use the promo code Flagrant, you get $20 off. Now let's get back to the show.
Why is this place done? Well, because you're coming across statues underwater, you're coming across columns underwater. The visibility is not perfect. It's a little bit kind of weird, and it's just magical. Diving on an underwater city. But I cannot claim, and I do not claim that city is 12,000 years old. No, it's not. But I do claim that in connection with a giant stone circle called of Akajima in the Kerama Islands in Japan, which is 30 meters under sea level, where there has been no land subsidence, where you can calculate that it's been underwater for 12,000 years. I do absolutely claim that in terms of the enormous structures that lie off the coast of Mahabalipuram in Tamil Nadu in southeast India. Kumbhar, a little further south, there's a huge U-shaped structure underwater there that Santa and I dived on with a team from the National Institute of Oceanography in India. You have to be careful when you look at underwater structures. You have to look at all the conditions that have led to their submergence. And in some cases, it's very clear that they've been underwater for a very, very, very long time. Malta, which we featured in Ancient Apocalypse.
Like when you went to Malta, did you go? Malta's the one that's divided. There's like an active civil war going on, right?
No, not for a long time.
But but there's like a Turkish side and then a Orthodox Christian side, and they're basically like a border that they just kind of built.
No, not in Cyprus. Not in Malta.
Oh, I think that's
Yeah, could be Cyprus. Malta's a wonderful tax haven and good place to shoot. Malta's a case for a long time, but Malta used to be joined to Sicily during the Ice Age. Malta wasn't an island; it was part of the mainland.
Yeah.
Part of Italy, Sicily, all the way out to Malta was all above water during the Ice Age and all underwater now. So one of my interests as a diver is what do we find underwater? What you find strikingly underwater in Malta is a repetition of the so-called cod runs that you find above water in Malta as well, which have never been recorded. Yes, they're parallel tracks that are cut into the bedrock on the island of Malta. They look actually like railway tracks in the way. I'm not claiming they were a railway, but they look, that's just a comparison. And there are even junctions in them. And nobody knows what they are. The word cod runs is what they're called, but the notion that they would gradually cut out by cords being rolled over them doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It looks like they've been cut by hand, but more interesting is the fact that they continue underwater. And we've dived on those cod runs down to 27 meters, which is 80, 90 feet. They've been underwater for thousands and thousands of years. And so then the issue becomes, are we secure on the dating of all the structures above water? And I suggest strongly not. I mean, very little carbon dating done on the Maltese temples. And that carbon dating is itself insecure. I'm doing a debate with a leading archaeologist on the Joe Rogan Experience on the 24th of October.
You'll be happy to debate, huh? That's his thing.
It's the first time that somebody representing the alternative point of view has actually been debated by somebody from the mainstream. The mainstream has normally said, "No, we don't want to talk to you guys. You're lunatics. We're not going to give you a platform." But in this case, it is happening, and I have things to say about Malta that I'm going to preserve my ammunition for.
Can you give us a taste? Can you give us a little taste?
It's to do with the absolute insecurity of the carbon dating.
Do you think there's any submerged pyramids?
To finish that point, carbon dating, by the way, and again, this is not something that everybody knows. The carbon dating can only date organic material. It can't date stone. So if you're going to date a megalith according to the organic material found around you, you want to be pretty sure that the organic material dates from the same time as the megalith and wasn't introduced later.
Right. And there's no way of proving that it is or isn't.
Well, it's very difficult.
Yeah,
it's very difficult to do, and the fact is there are very few carbon dates from Malta. The new dating work that's been done there hasn't added usefully to that database.
And when are you doing this on Joe's Park?
So 24th of October, and the archaeologist who's going to debate me is called Flint Dibble. He's American, but he teaches at the University of Cardiff in Wales, in Britain. His father was a famous archaeologist called Harold Dibble. Flint has been very pointed and aggressive in his attacks on me following the Netflix show, which he has every right to be. I had wanted to debate another archaeologist who's called John Holmes from the University of Kansas, because he has been by far the most obnoxious in leveling these ad hominem attacks against me, and straw man attacks like Hancock says this, Hancock says that, when Hancock doesn't say either this or that. But if you say it enough, it begins to have an effect. And I would have liked to have called John Holmes to account and invited him to debate me, but unfortunately he backed out and he wouldn't do it. Flint Dibble, and this is genuine, Flint Dibble has had some health issues. I won't go into the details. And we've not been certain until very recently whether he will be able to make it. But kudos to him, it looks like he is going to make it. And what he's doing and what I'm doing on the 24th of October is we're both putting our reputations on the line. This is a few events. This is a high stakes. This is a high stakes issue for both me and him, because anything can happen in a debate. And I certainly intend to make sure that I'm properly prepared. I'm sure he's going to make sure he's properly prepared. I hope we can end up hugging each other and finding some common ground rather than all of this hatred.
Okay. Now, sorry, there's one question. I'm sorry, but as society got more advanced in this time, it seems we have less and less dependence on astronomy. Astronomy, I'm thinking 4,005 years ago to now, it just kind of filled in the blanks of what we couldn't figure out on our own. So 12,000 years ago, if there's a really advanced civilization, why would astronomy play as big a role in that, where everything is pointing to X, Y, and Z stars?
Well, first of all, let's consider advanced. What is an advanced civilization? Are we really an advanced civilization? Do we look around much of our culture that we would say that's incredible?
Technologically,
we're talking tech.
Technologically,
We're technological.
like scientifically, yeah.
We believe that is advanced, and that's one of the mistakes in looking for a quote unquote advanced civilization in the past, is that we tend to be looking for ourselves in our past, whereas it's possible for a civilization to be advanced in other ways. We could not measure longitude. Very important issue if you're a navigator and a sailor. We could not measure longitude until 1760s, 1750s, and sometime in the second half of the 18th century. It took the creation of a very precise marine chronometer in order to be able to calculate what your longitude is. Otherwise, in the middle of a stormy night, you could find yourself 300 miles west of where you thought you were and crashing into a coastline. It's a really good thing to know longitude. There was £1 million in the 18th century was a lot of money. There was £1 million British prize for cracking the longitude problem. And it wasn't until the second half of the 18th century that it was solved. So it's weird that on ancient maps, copied from even more ancient source maps, there are precise longitudes, precise relative longitudes. This is one of the things that suggests to me that a civilized. The second thing is those maps show the world as it looked during the last ice age. Thirdly, and most importantly, they show Antarctica. Our civilization didn't discover Antarctica until 1820. So if I find a map from 1520 showing Antarctica, where the map maker informs us that he based his map on much older source maps that were falling to pieces, and that he knows that will fall completely apart, he's preserved the information in those maps on his map. He's copying from older, and there is Antarctica. So did they just make it up? That's what the sun. That's why it was something about Antarctica. That was another thing. I was like, well, opposite of the Arctic.
Yeah, but it's like
his map.
It's like, bro, he called it Antarctica. Why don't you just look at the map? You're gonna call it the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we call it Antarctica. They used to call it Terra Australis, the southern land. If you go for the ROTHSCHILD map, for example, you'll find a much better.
Yeah, I thought that map said Antarctica. That's right.
Actually, I'm really excited that we're talking about Antarctica.
Yeah, Antarctica is an interesting place.
This is my newest rap.
It's one of those great. You see, there's Antarctica. That's the ROTHSCHILD, right? There's South Africa, and there's Antarctica, and there's the tip of South America, almost touching Antarctica. It's a bit bigger than it is today, but it wouldn't be like that during the last ice age. That's a map from 1531, and what they're saying in the legend is that here in this map are exposed regions that neither Eudoxus nor, I forget the names of all the ancient maps. None of them knew about it. They were hidden in darkness, but here they are. Hidden in darkness, I suggest they're hidden in darkness on ancient maps that are ROTHSCHILD copied from. It's an anomaly that it's sitting there, and it's not good enough to say that those map makers just wanted to balance the world, so they put a fantasy continent there, which later turned out to actually be there. Right. That's roughly what they're saying now. So that suggests to me a culture that was capable of exploring and mapping the Earth during the last ice age. The second issue is precisely astronomy. It's ancient knowledge of precession, which again our culture attributes to the Greeks, roughly between 300 BC and 100 BC. They're supposed to have been the discoverers of precession. Precession is very hard to observe. In a single lifetime, it's a fraction of an inch on the horizon, the change. So you have to keep records over long periods of time. You have to have a system that preserves those records and passes them down. So it's the knowledge of precession that is manifested in ancient mythology and in ancient traditions, often traditions that speak of a global flood. The Vedas themselves contain numbers that are related to precession. Again, I don't want to get too boring, but precession proceeds at a rate of 1 degree every 72 years, and this is the key number. archaeology around the world, and variations of that number. So 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 is another precessional number. 108 divided by 2 is 54. That's another precessional number. That's why on the bridge at Angkor Thom in Angkor in Cambodia, you have 54 figures on either side of the bridge. And what are they doing? They're hauling on the body of the serpent Vasuki, who is wrapped around Mount Mandara, and they are churning the Milky Ocean. The argument is that this is a symbol for precession that is taking place there, and the numbers are multiplied. Another example I often give is the Great Pyramid itself, and it's very important. I made this point at the beginning. It's very important that when people want to check this calculation, that they use the true original height of the Great Pyramid, 481 feet that it would have risen to, rather than its rather stunted 450 plus feet today. When you use the true original height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And when you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply 3,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. Now, why does 43,200 matter? It's 600 times 72. It's another precessional number. It's a number generated by the precessional motion of the Earth itself. And there we enter a very clever piece of work. Great Pyramid is almost perfectly aligned to true north. It's within 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. It's an error, but it's really good. When you look at a monument on that scale, 6 million tons, 481 feet tall, and you get it within 3/60ths of a degree of true north, you are doing very accurate work. And you're saying something else. They figured that out back in the day. Oh yeah, definitely. They used astronomy. They used astronomy to figure it out. But no, they messed up. I think they did the best they could. We also taken account of movements of the Earth itself. It might have been right at the time. There might have been a slight shift in the tectonic plates underneath. I'm not sure, but the fact is, it's 360. It's off now. What it does tell us, apart from the level of accuracy, is that when they made that monument, they wanted to lock it in to the key cardinal directions. It's perfectly true north, perfectly true south, perfectly true east, perfectly true west, within 3/60ths of a single degree. Cardinal directions of this planet mattered to them. They were speaking to the Earth at that point. Secondly, it's located on latitude 30 degrees north, give or take a few seconds of arc. And latitude 30 degrees north is 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. Okay, so that's not an insignificant latitude. It's a significant latitude. It seems like the monument is speaking to the Earth, and then we find that it encodes the dimensions of the Earth on a scale provided by a key motion of the Earth itself, namely the Earth's precession, operating at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. Multiply that by 600, you get 43,200. That's the scale of the pyramid, not 1 to 43,200. So it's a monument that speaks to the Earth, that is aligned to the cardinal directions of the Earth, and that encodes the dimensions of the Earth on a scale defined by the Earth itself. Hey, nobody would object to this at all. Nobody that I know of, once they get the measurements right and realize that they're not dealing with a 450-foot tall monument, but a 481-foot tall monument. Nobody disputes that. The pi, which is used to calculate the diameter and circumference of a circle, is built into the Great Pyramid. This is broadly accepted by engineers. It's just that they regard it as a coincidence.
And your theory is also that the ancient Egyptians did this, right? Because you said they did most of the work.
Yeah, I think they did. I think it was finished off. You define the very moment you start building that 52-degree slope into all the sides, you're defining what the apex is going to be. Right. That's there from the beginning.
What was their daily ritual use for the pyramids of Giza that you theorized?
Well, actually nobody has any idea. The Great Pyramid was sealed. It was a sealed monument. So in roughly 900 AD, forgive me if I don't give the exact date, give or take 50 years, the Caliph, who was running Egypt at the time, wanted to get inside the Great Pyramid. This is 400 years before the earthquake. The facing stones are still in place. He could not find the true entrance to the Great Pyramid. It turned out that he couldn't, in fact. According to accounts, there was some sort of, almost like a button that he pressed, and the doorway would slide, the facing stones would slide away, and you could find the true entrance, but he couldn't find that. So but he did know that other pyramids had their entrance in the north face, other older pyramids like the pyramids. He knew they had their entrance in the north face. So he started hacking away at the north face of the Great Pyramid. And that is the entrance through which you will have gone when you entered the Great Pyramid. It's called Mumblin's Hole. He and his team hacked it out with sledgehammers and chisels, and they broke their way in to the north face. And then as they were doing so, they heard a block falling in a hollow space. And then they knew they were onto something. That block that fell, caused by the vibrations that they had caused, must have been in some kind of passage or chamber. So they headed towards that sound, and that's where they found the original passageway system of the Great Pyramid, which after you've gone through Mumblin's Hole, gone around the little corner where it's cut out of the rock, and then you find yourself going up into the, first of all, the ascending corridor, and then the Grand Gallery, which is a most majestic structure. They found the original entrance system in that way, and now the true original entrance is open, but it's not used by tourists.
Okay, I want to talk about Antarctica because I think this is going to be the new mountains look eerily pointy and four-sided. He said way more mountainous than he thought it would be. I think the illusion maybe from looking at maps and watching penguins.
Mountains, you can see mountains on the ROTHSCHILD map. Oh, is that with the little edge around the edges there? Interesting.
Now, he also said this. He said a couple things. He said there is a pact with every country that has a slice of it that they will not dig or remove any minerals from Antarctica. And he even said that a scientist was there, said to them, World War III will not start until one of these countries breaks that pact. They are clearly protecting or preserving something that may or may not be under, I believe it's 3 miles, Mark was saying earlier, at its thickest of ice. Now, Mark, maybe you should describe the thing that you were saying before about there was a time where,
I was reading an article that perhaps 90 million years ago, there was a lush rainforest that is now covered in miles of ice on the Antarctic continent. Yeah, that's probably true. If you go back that far, you would find that the Earth's climate was very different from how it is today. And there's undoubtedly a time they found fossils on Antarctica. There's undoubtedly a time when Antarctica was lush and green. The question is, was it lush and green during the lifetime of the human species?
yes, this is where it gets tricky.
And this is where it gets tricky. The Homo sapiens line descends from a line that goes back about 6 billion years, not much further than that, if we accept conventional evolutionary theory. So 6 billion years ago, Antarctica is supposed to have been as cold and as frozen as it is today. Now, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, which is my first book tracing the possibility of a lost civilization, I was very interested in Antarctica, and I was interested in it because of the work of a previous researcher called Charles Hapgood. Charles Hapgood wrote a number of very important books. One of them is called Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, which precisely goes into this issue of ancient maps that don't fit our understanding of what the world was, how the world was supposed to be known at that time. And another is called The Path of the Pole. And he proposed a phenomenon that he called Earth crust displacement, whereby from time to time, the entire outer crust of the Earth, like the skin of an orange, might shift, leaving the core of the Earth in place so that it could shift. Like, so if you imagine a very loose orange skin, the fruit is inside, it's staying in place, but you're shifting the skin around it. Well, obviously then, if that happens, Antarctica could have been in warmer latitudes and could have been shifted into colder latitudes.
And how often does this happen?
Well, does it happen at all is the first question. I mean, of all the theories I've looked at and supported, this is the one that I've come in for the most criticism from. And I've been much more interested recently in the Dryas impact hypothesis and the notion that a cataclysm occurred around 12,800 years ago caused by impacts of comet fragments, and we can go into that. But when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, although I was interested in comets, I was more interested in Earth crust displacement. And the standard academic response to that is, look, Antarctica's been frozen for millions of years, and that rules out the whole Earth crust displacement argument. I think that even those who are still researching this field would prefer it to be the mantle rather than the crust of the Earth that moves. Again, it's very technical, that moves in one piece. But the idea is Italian admiral called Flavio Barbiero wrote an article for my website suggesting that Earth crust displacement could be kicked off by a comet impact that hits the Earth a glancing blow and causes a shift of this kind taking place. But by and large, I don't argue these days that Antarctica and Earth crust displacement are the mechanism we should be looking at. I'm much more interested in the very solidly scientifically grounded Younger Dryas impact. Back in 1995, when I wrote The Prince of the Gods, I was searching around for many possibilities that could have caused a global cataclysm in the range of 12 to 13,000 years ago, because that's what all the astronomy pointed at, 12 to 13,000 years ago. And Hapgood's theory seemed to be a very valuable and useful one. I still won't write it off, I won't dismiss it entirely, but I've shifted in the direction of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, simply because I'm in a constant argument with mainstream academia, and the issue to me, the most important issue to me, is the issue of a global cataclysm at the end of the Ice Age. What caused that cataclysm is a secondary issue. The cataclysm itself is the primary issue. And I found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis a better, much more scientifically grounded explanation for that cataclysm than the notion of Earth crust displacement.
Do any archaeologists or any of these prehistorians dispute the Younger Dryas?
There's still a lot of argument around it. There's about 60 major scientists who are involved in the comet research group. They're all credentialed scientists. They've all published dozens of papers in peer-reviewed journals, including Nature, including Scientific Reports, and many, many others on the hypothesis. But there's also a group of academics who are opposed to it and dispute that any impact ever took place. And then, even in those who do accept that the Younger Dryas was a cataclysm, some think that it may have been caused by solar activity rather than by comet impact. How would that work? Well, it could work at the end of the Younger Dryas. There are two moments in the Younger Dryas. The beginning is 12,800 years ago. It's a very strange moment in Earth history. This is when the world's climate, which has been warming up for a few thousand years, the Ice Age is still very much present. The big ice caps on North America, big ice caps on Northern Europe, but it's been warming up gradually. And then 12,800 years ago, two things happened at once. First, a sudden cataclysmic drop in climate. It gets incredibly cold, as cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age more than 20,000 years ago. It gets incredibly cold, but then puzzlingly, there's a release of water into the world ocean. I say puzzlingly because when the Earth is freezing, you would not expect meltwater to be going into the world ocean. It should be staying on the ice caps. And I cite the work of Cesare Miliani and his work on the submergence of Bahamian corals. This is how do you know that sea level rose? There's certain corals that can only exist within a certain number of feet of the sea surface. And when they need the sunlight, when they drown, that tells you the sea level has risen. And they point to a significant sea level rise 12,800 years ago at exactly the moment of the steep freeze. The comet impact hypothesis explains that because it says that the shock and the heat of the impact of large fragments of a comet on the North American and European ice caps would have been sufficient to release that freezing water into the world ocean to cut the Gulf Stream. That's the central heating system of our planet. It's called the global meridional overturning circulation. It's these currents of warm and cold water that flow around the planet, and the Gulf Stream was cut, and the Earth got extremely cold. So I think the comet impact hypothesis does best explain that.
So just real quick, so comet hits, cuts the Gulf Stream. Cutting the Gulf Stream,
it cuts the Gulf Stream because it releases a huge quantity of meltwater from the North American ice cap almost instantaneously.
So the comet hits the ice that is in North America and Europe. That water cuts the Gulf Stream because it releases all this, which was freezing water. Goes into the world ocean. Temperature plummets. But at the same time, there's much more potential water in the oceans, so that when the temperature does rise, now you have that meltwater.
No, so now we need to go on. 12,800 years ago, in the 1,000 or 1,200 years after that, that's a window when all the great ice age megafauna go extinct. Megafauna are saber-toothed tigers, woolly mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths, the whole collection of famous ice age megafauna, they all go extinct in that window. And clearly they didn't go extinct for no reason. There's the cataclysm of the Younger Dryas that made them extinct. Have you seen what's the gentleman's name? He's a guy who I believe excavates up in Alaska for gold. Pretty sure it is. I'm forgetting what it is right now. But they're images of woolly mammoths who have had their legs completely shattered, but they're intact. Yeah. Is this a boneyard that's been? Yes. Yeah. That's right. That's very, very, very interesting. I've not been there. I've not looked into it yet, so I can't speak authoritatively about it. But it might speak to your opinion right there. What I can say is that at Serradia de Mendoza in Colombia, there is an 8-kilometer long rock art panel dated to 12,800 years ago, which shows these megafauna. It shows many of the extinct megafauna from that period. To get back to the point, so we have this window of about 1,200 years where the Earth is very cold, the megafauna go extinct, and then 11,600 years ago, just as fast and dramatically as the Earth went cold, the Earth goes warm. You look at a 10-degree rise in global temperatures in a couple of hundred years. It goes in very, very, in geological terms, very rapid and very fast. And sea level rises very quickly. And what is the 11,600 years ago? It's called meltwater pulse 1b. There's another collapse of the ice sheets and huge amounts of water go into the world ocean. Now that could realistically be caused by a sudden burst of solar activity, which melted down those ice sheets. But that's not what I go with. I still prefer the notion that we're dealing with multiple bombardments from comet fragments. And in this case, you're looking at a comet fragment that goes into a world ocean that sends up a huge amount of water vapor into the upper atmosphere, creates a greenhouse effect, and accounts for the warming that takes place at that time. Sexual comments. One that cooled things down and one that heated things up? Yeah. Any idea why one would cool down and one would heat up? It depends where the impact is. If the impact's on an ice cap and it's releasing enormous amounts of meltwater into the world ocean, you've got to make the world very cold. If the impact's in a world ocean and it's putting a huge amount of water vapor into the upper atmosphere, it's a greenhouse effect, and the world is going to get warmer. It's all theory. It's not fact. What is fact is the sun warming at the end of the Younger Dryas and the sun freezing at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. So we're searching for explanations for that. We're searching for explanations. I've picked the one I back that I'm not claiming that I have to be right. It's what I do think is really important is recognizing this was a global cataclysm. It was sustained. It wasn't just a minute. It went on for 1,000 years plus, and it's in our backyard. It's in very relatively recent human history. We're almost at the edge of history when we go to 11,600 years ago. That's weirdly the date that Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is built, 11,600 years ago. That weirdly is the date that Plato's Timaeus and Critias gives for the submergence of Atlantis, 11,600 years ago, before our time. So what's happening to humanity in this 1,200-year window? I need to be clear about that. Okay, because archaeologists roll their eyes at any mention of Atlantis. If you even say the word Atlantis, they're automatically regarded as a member of the lunatic fringe. And if you've even said that word, all your work, all the 30 years of work you've done, the 1,000 dives that you've done on continental shelves all around the world, all of those can be written off simply because you said the word Atlantis. It's flat Earth for archaeologists. Yeah. They detest the use. Tell us why the Earth is flat. Well, that's one theory I definitely don't like. No. Give us the Atlantis theory. So the story of Atlantis comes down to us from Plato. It's expressed in two dialogues, the Timaeus and the Critias. Plato was writing at around 300 BC. That come from his own line. Yeah, it's arguably from a member of his family line. It was the Greek lawmaker Solon, who did make a famous and documented visit to Egypt around the year 600 BC. And he was told in Egypt. And he was at the Temple of Neith at Sais in the Delta. And there are these inscriptions on the walls. That temple no longer exists. It's a ruin in the Delta now. There are these writings on the walls. And he asks a priest, what do the writings say? And the priest spoke Greek and ancient Egyptian. And he told Solon what the writings say, that there was this great civilization, that it was destroyed in an enormous flood. Plato or Solon refers to it as Atlantis. Atlantis is not an ancient Egyptian word. It looks like some attempt to translate into a meaningful Greek phrase what was originally an ancient Egyptian phrase. And that ancient Egyptian phrase, I can tell you pretty much for sure, was the homeland of the primeval ones. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But the point is that then Solon asks, when did this happen? And the priests say, they're very relaxed about it. They say, 9,000 years ago. So immediately we have a date that we can put to our calendar. 600 BC, he makes the visit. 9,000 years before that, that's 9,600 BC. Give or take 23 years, that is 11,600 years ago. That's when Göbekli Tepe is built. That's when meltwater pulse 1b begins to flood the world oceans. And again, my critics will nickel away at the edges of this and say, well, meltwater pulse 1b unfolded over 300 or 400 years. If you average it out, it wasn't that much in any one year. But who says it happened at average rates? Who says that wasn't a big rise and then a smaller rise here? These things are very annoying. But the bottom line is 9,000 years before Solon is 9,600 BC. That's the Atlantis date. That's Göbekli Tepe's date. And then secondly, the Temple of Horus at Edfu in Upper Egypt is very important. There's been, I worked with a partial translation. Edfu is it's sort of halfway to Aswan in southern Egypt. It's kind of middle.
Aswan is the quarry, I believe.
Aswan's the quarry where they got a lot of the granite. The kilometer is about 500 kilometers south, but Edfu's a bit further north than that. But it's also on the Nile. Now, the Temple of Horus at Edfu is a relatively recent temple, probably built around 270 BC by the Ptolemaic dynasty of ancient Egypt. These were Greeks who had overtaken ancient Egypt. But although they colonized ancient Egypt colonized their minds, and they became ancient Egyptians, more ancient Egyptian than the ancient Egyptians themselves in many ways.
It's like when white people go to Hawaii.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break real quick because you need to upgrade your room. If you still got posters hanging up in your room, that shit looks childish, and you have to upgrade. That's where Display comes in. Display is a one-of-a-kind metal poster that captures your unique passions. They are sturdy, magnet-mounted, and last a lifetime. You can customize, collect, rearrange them all. Display has both branded and artistic work. They have over 1 million designs available. They got official designs from Marvel, DC, both. That's crazy. And the NBA. So whether you want to buy a display for yourself or gift a display. They have a Floyd Mayweather. I happen to be very good friends, brothers you can say, with a massive Floyd Mayweather fan. They also have a Guardians of the Galaxy one. That same friend loves Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I can get them a display. Display is unique, easy, it's safe and magnet mounted, so it takes 20 seconds. You're going to drill holes in a wall and pay for it when you move out of your apartment or make your home look bad. Magnet mounted in 20 seconds. Display delivers its products worldwide in 4 to 5 business days as well, so it's a perfect alternative and really not alternative upgrade for standard posters. To upgrade your room, go to display.com/flagrant and use our code flagrant at checkout to get 20% off for 1 or 2 displays. 30% off if you buy 3 or more. So the more you buy, the more you save. Go to display.com/flagrant. Again, that's displate.com/flagrant right now. Let's get back to the show. All right, we're going to take a break real quick because if you're drinking, you might as well drink an adult beverage that's better for you, not some can of beer filled with a bunch of bullshit ingredients you've never heard of, or some cheap-ass vodka that's going to make your hangover crazy and make your life worse. You need Moonshine. They have tons of easy-to-drink, to-go, better-for-you adult beverage options. They got margaritas, vodka sodas, rum cocktails made with premium ingredients and no added sugar. Unlike traditional canned cocktails that can have 20-plus grams of sugar. Again, I don't drink, but if you're going to drink something that is better for you. Got less sugar, got less carbs, not bullshit ingredients, and best of all, it doesn't give you that crazy, I just had a lot of sugar hangover. You give you a nice, light, bright buzz. Moonshine can be found in over 10,000 stores across the country. It's available at all the big retailers you're already visiting for groceries and alcohol. Whole Foods, Target, Ralph's, Vaughn's, Bevmo, Kroger, all of them. We worked out a special offer for our listeners as well. Always do. At any store, you can buy one June Shine package and get the second one for only a penny. That's $12 to $20 off. Fuck that though. The value dollar amount don't matter. You get two for the price of one. I recommend trying one of their best-selling variety packs. It's a great way to try all their delicious flavors. So to do that, you go to juneshine.com/flagrant and text them a photo of your receipt, and they will Venmo you immediately. That's immediate. Venmo is right in your bank account. You don't gotta wait for a mail and rebate that you're gonna lose. None of that. Right in your bank account. Just do it. It's that easy. JUNESHINE.com/flagrant. Now let's get back to the show.
Inscribed on the wall of that temple, not in the language of ancient Egypt as was spoken 270 BC, but in Middle Egyptian, which goes back to about 2000 BC. Carefully inscribed, and we're informed that it's based on temple archives. See that the temple stood there before the Ptolemies rebuilt that temple, and it stood on the foundations of an even older temple. The archives were preserved. That's what's inscribed on the walls. It's inscribed in Middle Egyptian. It's about 2000 BC, and it tells the whole Atlantis story. It just doesn't call it Atlantis. It speaks of a sacred island. It calls it the homeland of the primeval ones. It speaks of a great serpent that comes from the sky and splits the island in two. It speaks of a huge flood that arises and kills off almost all the divine inhabitants, apart from a few survivors, who then travel around the world. One of the places they go to is Egypt, and they make their first business to build primeval mounds in ancient Egypt that will be the places, the locations of all future temples and pyramids. The Edfu text are very clear. Now, I just need to make this clear because I relied on Eden, who was an early translator of the Edfu texts. But recently, the Edfu texts have been completely translated, every single word, into German by a gentleman called Dieter Korther, and they've translated it all into German. It would be nice if it were all into English because that's much more widely spoken.
What does it say in German?
What it says in German, it supports everything in the original translation. There's not a single part of the original translation that's debunked by this. It supports it and it adds information that wasn't there because the reference in those Edfu texts to the destruction of the homeland of the primeval ones is 7,000 years ago, but that's in Middle Egyptian, which dates back to 2000 BC, so it goes back to 9000 BC again.
And 9000 BC is 11,000.
Yeah, it brings us to the same day. So I think that Egyptologists have been too hasty to dismiss Plato's.
Real quick, so we can just understand what was said. The snake that comes down, like you said, the Netflix special, we can look at comets as potentially snakes. So this comet that comes and hits the island of Atlantis, that's like a direct shot, right? Yeah. But, so maybe it doesn't hit exactly the island, but it's hitting close enough where the effects of that hit are going to dramatically affect the island.
And remember, they didn't call it Atlantis, they called it the homeland of the primeval.
And what does it mean, the primeval?
The ancient ones lived there. That was their homeland.
They created the mountains.
Who then, their survivors, who included 7 sages, traveled around the world seeking to rebuild their lost civilization.
And we've heard this.
And Egypt was one of the places they went to.
Okay, now, some people say the Azores Plateau might be Atlantis. Have you ever been there? And maybe we can describe really quickly where that is.
Well, it's in the Mid-Atlantic, and on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is interesting because there's a phenomenon called isostasy. Isostasy is the Earth's surface is a little bit fluid. If you put a heavy weight on one bit of it, it's like the end of a seesaw. It's going to force the other white in the English Channel far to the south, sinking beneath the ocean. Why is that? Because the ice cap on northern Scotland pushed northern Scotland down, lifted up the Isle of Wight. And since the ice cap's gone, the Isle of Wight is going back under water.
You see this in the islands off of Italy, like Capri, is starting to shift and rotate a little bit.
Yeah, it's isostasy that causes that.
Okay.
And isostatic rebound in this case, and there is some indication that the ice cap on North America may have had an effect on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and may have raised it to a higher level than it was today.
So, wait a minute.
But I'm not. I need to be clear. I'm not looking for Atlantis there or anywhere. I don't think there was one location. Every story and reference, and I don't think we should be looking for a genetic location for it either.
Right.
Just as it would be really hard to look for a genetic location of America today, the U.S. culture is a multicultural society. There's a multi-ethnicity society. I suspect, quote unquote, Atlantis was like that. I suspect that it was all over the world, that it occupied the best land and real estate on Earth, now under a few hundred feet of water, caused by.
If we knew where it was, we could at least look for some sort of remains.
If there was a definite heartland for it, I think we should be looking for those remains on flooded continental shelves all around the world, and that's what I spent 7 years of my life doing. Was diving on the continental shelves and finding again and again ruins and structures that weren't supposed to be there. I think there's the whole story of humanity that's missing underwater. And while I'm saying that, I would like to give credit to archaeologists. There is some work now being done, marine archaeology, which isn't any longer just looking for shipwrecks from the medieval period or even from the 20th century or 19th century, but they're looking at the flooded continental shelves. And it's just started. This work should have been happening for decades. It's just beginning. I think that's going to reveal a great deal. And I know it's going to reveal a great deal because I found a great deal. But I want to add that the Amazon rainforest and the Sahara Desert are also underserved by archaeology. Yes. And we can't claim that there was no lost civilization of the Ice Age while there's so much of the world we never looked at all.
Especially the Sahara Desert, right? Because there could be thousands of pyramids just covered in mounds of sand right now.
They really could.
We are finding a lot in the Amazon.
Yes, the LiDAR work in the Amazon is fascinating.
Okay, I
hope to be back in the Amazon within the next few months.
Okay, I want to, while we're talking about Amazon, ayahuasca.
Yes.
Psychedelics.
I mean, yes. Okay. Do psychedelics.
Yes. And how they tie into
These myths
in ancient civilization and potentially using the knowledge or experience gained from these psychedelic drugs to maybe build these huge megalithic structures. How big a role do you think psychedelics have played in prehistory?
Well, it's one of the reasons why we should never look for ourselves in the past, because we've had the horrific, vicious, evil thing called war on drugs for the past 50 plus years, which is gradually going away, thank God. But we're a culture that's hated psychedelics since the time of Richard Nixon, and assume that every culture in antiquity also hated psychedelics. No, they didn't. They were deeply involved with psychedelics, whether you're talking about the Eleusinids in ancient Greece. What's that? It was a temple, the Temple of Eleusis. It stands just outside of Athens in Greece, what's left of it. They served up a potion to all the initiates, and the initiates included Sophocles, Pindar, Plato himself. All the great minds of ancient world went to Eleusis. They were given this brew, which is called the kaikion. Then they went down into these deep chambers underneath the temple of Eleusis, and then they had extraordinary experiences, which gave them revelations about the nature of reality. They ceased to fear death. They knew that they knew that death was not the end. They had no fear of death anymore after they'd had this experience. It sounds a lot like a psychedelic experience. And then we have the work that's been done on that. That brew was made, we're told it was made from barley, mint, and water. But what grows on barley is Claviceps paspalia, which is an LSD-like fungus, which is soluble in water. There are ergots that are very dangerous, but there are ergot. Ergot is the class of fungus to which this belongs. And some of them are extremely dangerous. But this one is soluble in water, is not dangerous, and it's basically LSD. They were drinking LSD in the Temple of Eleusis, and they were having revelations about the meaning of life, and they were creating great philosophy and brilliant ideas. At the time, it's of course massively connected to intellectual activity in ancient Greece. But ayahuasca.
Before we get to ayahuasca, what were we discussing earlier? Is the pineal gland that you see represented in like as the pine cone? I saw pine cones in the Vatican.
There's one in the Vatican. They're pictured in many of the Mesopotamian reliefs that show the seven sages. They're holding the pine cone on somebody's head. There's a suggestion that the pineal gland, it has been suggested that the pineal gland secretes dimethyltryptamine, DMT. I think that the more recent work on that suggests it probably doesn't, but that it's a locus for endogenous. All of us have DMT in our bodies. We're all in it. We're all carriers. We're all carriers. It's a natural brain hormone. The exact question of where in the body it's generated, some people think it might be the lungs these days. Wherever it is, it's there. The pineal is associated with it in a number of ways, and it's associated. The pineal is the third eye. It was an eye. The pineal was an eye. It still is in some amphibians. It has a lens. It has a lens, a cornea, and a retina. So we just evolved that. Yeah, it's gone deeper into the brain. It's no longer light sensitive, but it's still arguably the third eye. So the connection of the pineal and DMT is not absolutely clear, but there is like some.
Okay, so the idea of us looking for ourselves in the past, we're looking at how people build the pyramids, and we're going, well, we have these cranes. Where are your cranes?
Where are your cranes?
Instead of looking for the things that we are not utilizing that they may utilize, which are psychedelic drugs, and maybe that gave them access to. It's stupid to use the word powers because I think it kind of dismisses everything, but maybe they give them access to some sort of like otherworldly knowledge that could have helped them create.
Well, it's an interesting discussion, actually. The interesting thing about psychedelics, one of the many interesting things about psychedelics, is for a start, new evidence that's emerging from scientific studies. At last, psychedelics have been taken out of the closet and are being examined for their therapeutic potential. And one of the things that it's very clear that psilocybin definitely does is mushrooms, which is closely related to DMT. It's a kind of orally adjustable form of DMT. They promote neuroplasticity. They to grow in the brain. They make us smarter. Pay great tribute to Terence McKenna, a brilliant thinker in this field whose book, whose Stone Ape hypothesis, whose book, The Food of the Gods, was one of the early recognitions that psychedelics may have been the trigger that took our ancestor out of millions of years of boredom and put them on the path that we recognize as modern humanity. It's a perfectly reasonable thing. Also, the way that psychedelics are very helpful with depression is very interesting. And why is that the case? Depression, and I speak from experience because I've suffered myself from a long period of depression back in the early 90s. Depression is a very narrow, rigid frame of mind where you get locked into all the and they're very negative, and you keep on repeating them to yourself. You start hating yourself, and you can't bear anything. You're locked, escape from it. And what psychedelics seem to do is that they break that pattern. They just break it completely. And in this case, for depression, what seems to work best is a massive dose rather than microdosing. Microdosing is great as well.
You have to snap yourself out of it. There's also like, I think in depressive states, there's a narcissism wrapped into it. Maybe not a narcissism in terms of like, I'm the best, look at me, everything's about me, but in the negative side of that.
It's all about you still.
Yes, and that constant negative thought, but taking and having a psychedelic experience will make you realize maybe how small you are in the grand scheme of things, or how you are intertwined into the fabric of humanity, so it can break out of that.
Your death will disconnect you from the universe conspiring against you. Exactly.
You're not that important.
But if you belong to a species that has been making the same kind of stone tool without any changes for more than 1 million years, two things are happening. Clearly, cultural information is being passed down, and clearly you're locked in a very narrow frame. Changes, and our ancestors start producing this extraordinary cave art, this amazing cave art. Whether you're talking about that site Serrania de la Lindosa in Colombia, or whether you're talking about Lascaux Cave in France, the art is stunning, and it is classically psychedelic art. It is featuring geometry, patterns of swirling dots, zigzag lines. There's Serrania de la Lindosa, and there's one of the extinct Ice Age megafauna with the arrow pointing at it up there. And the geometry that's in there, the swirling dots, the sort of interlinked chains that are shown on there on the left, these are all classic psychedelic visions. Very often, as people enter a deeply altered state of consciousness, it starts with geometry and patterns, and then it manifests more into entities. And those entities are often very anthropic in form. Greek therion, wild beast, anthropos, man. They're part human, part animal in form. Not something that you see every day, but something that is very common, frequently common, very common in Egyptian art, and very, very common in deeply altered states of consciousness brought on by psychedelics, is the encounter with entities who then appear to communicate with us. And again, this is where the archaeologists roll their minds, because they like to think that consciousness is entirely local to the brain. It's all manufactured by the brain, and this is just our brain on drugs. Whereas in fact, the opposite seems to be true. The brain seems to be acting as a receiver for consciousness rather than as a manufacturer of consciousness. And what does that mean? Well, what it means is that we have to function in a very tough physical universe. This is wild. We gotta know the laws of physics, even if we don't know them, as written down in scientific textbooks. We gotta know that if we bump into that wall, it's gonna hurt. We gotta understand all of that. And naturally, our main focus is on our physical survival in this physical realm. But what's useful for that is what any other states of consciousness that are available to us, and psychedelics unleash a completely different state of consciousness from the alert problem-solving state of consciousness. And in that state of consciousness, we have these extraordinary experiences. And amongst those experiences, the most important are the encounters with entities that communicate with us. Now, we have a problem in trying to decide what is going on here. A very important project just underway at Imperial College in London, and another project that's going to be launched in Colorado, I think in Denver itself, within this year, where human volunteers, I hope to be one of them in Colorado. They turned me down in London because I've suffered from epilepsy since 2017, and there's no indication whatsoever that DMT would cause epilepsy, and I've smoked loads of DMT, and I know it doesn't cause epilepsy. But understandably, having gone through all the legal hoops to get permission, they don't want me dying in their lab. So they've not accepted me as a volunteer, but I'm hoping I might get accepted as a volunteer here in America. What it is extended release DMT, DMTX. DMT is normally
So it's just going to keep you high?
Keep you high for an hour.
Instead of, what is DMT, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
How long does it feel when you're high? 5 minutes, 10 minutes on DMT?
Oh, when you're in the DMT space, it can feel like forever.
So an hour is almost horrifying.
Does time not exist?
Yes, this is what many of the volunteers say, is that it's an alarming prospect to be in that space for an hour. They're being delivered it by drip constantly and directly into their bloodstream. They can signal at any time if they're really feeling overwhelmed. But by and large, most of the volunteers went through with it. I moderated a panel with four of the volunteers. Who's invented the technology. Yes, the very interesting thing is that all appear to be the same entities.
So the gnome, machine elves.
They might be machine elves, they might be gnomes, they might be therianthropes. They're playful, they're tricksy, they're tricksters, and they convey knowledge, and they're also moral teachers. This is the funny thing. They make us confront our baggage.
How so?
Well, I can say that in my case, I recently had an experience with the other kind of DMT, very recently, which is 5-MeO DMT. The DMT we're talking about is NN-DMT. And that is the one that most frequently produces entity encounters and the sense of telepathic communication with entities. And science is not in a position to write that off. Quantum physics is looking at the possibility of multiple dimensions, very open to that possibility. Maybe what's happening is that our consciousness is getting retuned by DMT to gain access to dimensions of reality that are normally closed. We think this, but actually it's all this. And in a deeply altered state of consciousness, the need for the alert problem-solving mindset is damped down, and we can open up to other areas of reality. Who knows what's going on there? But the issue is, are people learning something new in this state? This would touch on the question of whether psychedelics were helpful in energizing an ancient civilization and getting it going. I would cite the very well-known case of Kerry Mullis, the polymerase chain reaction PCR test, which has been fundamental for all DNA work subsequently. He admitted openly that he would never have made that discovery if he hadn't taken LSD. LSD gave him that discovery.
You said you recently had an experience with the other type of
5-MeO.
Yeah. What was that?
It was beautiful. It Okay, so 5-MeO-DMT is a bit controversial because in the basic form it comes from the secretions of a particular kind of toad. And those secretions can be scraped off and smoked directly. In that case, the smoke is quite cloudy, and you're ingesting not only the 5-MeO-DMT but other elements that are in the secretions of the toad. It's possible to have synthetic 5-MeO-DMT, which is pure, which doesn't have the other elements in the secretions of the toad, and which doesn't involve killing toads. And that's the kind of 5-MeO-DMT that I had, was in a pure synthetic form. I was alarmed before I did it because I've had alarming experiences on the other DMT, NN-DMT. Our facilitator helped me out and helped MDMA first. We had.
We're getting it in, Graham.
We're totally getting it in. It's only the second time in my life I've ever experienced MDMA. It's wonderful. Yeah, it feels so just overwhelmed with love. It's just such a beautiful thing. So we had that 3 or 4 hours before we had the 5-MeO-DMT, and then 3 at a time we lay down, and when we first sat up to take one massive deep inhalation on the pipe, and then hold it in, and then release it, and then. My wife Santa can do this and sit up. She does it with NN-DMT and she does it. She did it with the 5-MeO as well. Just sit up, and she does these mudras. She's very, very present. I have to lie down. I can't be seated. I can't be standing up. I got to lie down flat. And I actually pulled on an eye mask as I was lying down. And then just the only visionary element of the 5-MeO was like a feather with an eye at the end of it. But most of it was about how I need to honor and respect and love my wife, and how I.
That was a mother shoot you're doing, just to get you to see that.
You know, that I have to, but that I have a problem with anger. I get angry too quickly, and that anger can be very hurtful to other people, and particularly hurtful to my wife. And it showed me that, and basically said, you gotta fix this.
And how does it show to you?
It showed intuition, or it was more intuition. It wasn't a scene of me shouting, but it was a recognition that that's what I do, and that it's harmful and useless, and it's harmful to me, and it's harmful to everybody around me.
So there's a communication with the celestial being without any words at all.
Without any words, but you get it. The other intention that I set, I had 3 goes on the pipe on that day, with about an hour and a half between each one, and on the 3rd go, my intention was more selfish. My intention was that could it help me to get rid of my migraine headaches, because I suffer very badly from migraines. In fact, it's a kind of curse. And I wanted to focus on that. Maybe there's some way that it could affect me. And I did feel, perhaps it was my imagination, but I did feel fingers massaging the back of my head where migraines often start, and then massaging my temple. And then abruptly it stopped, and it returned to the issue of my relationship. And I thought that it stopped like that because the 5-MeO-DMT had fixed my migraines. But the very next day, I had another massive migraine, and I think what happened was that 5-MeO-DMT was saying, actually, we can't fix this. Let's put something more important. It was an extraordinary experience. I wouldn't recommend anybody to do it completely alone or any kind of DMT. I think it's important to have a responsible facilitator who's used to handling people in this state. Everybody responds in different ways. Some people can really freak out. It's not necessarily a bad thing to freak out. It's not necessarily a bad thing to feel fear, but you want somebody around who's a sitter, who understands the medicine, and who can help you through it.
You said earlier that a problem-solving consciousness state,
which we're normally in. We're normally thinking of the next problem we have to deal with.
How do we think? And then I think oftentimes in that state, we're not dealing with the problems that we have internally. We're not dealing with the trauma, the relationship, those things. So it's
often we're blaming them on other people.
Exactly. So what's kind of interesting to me is that even the way that you describe it, it's put a pause on those problems that we feel like we have to solve in every second to do kind of like self-work.
Inner work.
I I wonder what is on the other end of self-work. Like, I wonder when you get through a lot of those things that you need to work on, where else they can take you. Because I don't think they go, you're good, see you later. Maybe you start to seek some of that. Maybe you need to deal with all of your stuff before you're ready for that higher consciousness.
Well, maybe both things can happen all the time, because virtually every powerful psychedelic journey I have, and ayahuasca is certainly that. And my last ayahuasca journey was in 2019. DMT, NN-DMT more recently, and then 5-MeO DMT. They all sooner or later deal with my baggage. I carry a lot of baggage. Those of us who carry less baggage tend to have a gentler trip, but in my case, it's right in my face, and you got to deal with it.
And you keep going after it.
I keep going after it because it's very useful teaching, and I keep slipping back into bad habits.
So it's a reminder.
Yeah, and it's really important to recognize that these substances are not a magic pill. I'm just going to fix you overnight.
I think people use them as that.
They're not.
I think they've become trendy in a way, and I think a lot of people are seeking out ayahuasca because they're like, hey, I have this block, and if I just do this ayahuasca, it's going to fix it for me, and then it's done.
Chances are it'll be done for a few weeks, and then you'll fall back into your
It's like a chiropractor or something.
You have to carry on the work. Yeah, the real work begins after the session.
So it's a recognition of what's going on, what you have to confront, and then you have to do that work.
And then you have to do that work. But as to novelty, I mentioned Kerry Wallace and the polymerase chain reaction. Interesting one is Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Did I mention them?
No, but they've been
they also were very forthright, particularly Wozniak, that the Apple computer would not have been invented without LSD. And Francis Crick, who's the discoverer of the double helix for DNA, along with other colleagues, he was a regular user of LSD in the 1960s before it was illegal, and the 50s. And he also suggested that he first got the double helix form under the influence of LSD. So these are scientific examples of people who are making a quantum leap forward in knowledge as a result of their psychedelic experiences, not as a result of their alert problem-solving state of consciousness that we value so highly, but as a result of a completely other state of consciousness. In my case, the novelty I got was I was given a novel during 5 ayahuasca sessions in Brazil. I had never written novels before. I always write non-fiction, and I still mainly write non-fiction. But I was given the novel. I was given the whole plot of the novel, and I ended up writing that novel. The session was in 2007. I finished the novel in 2010. It was called I had no idea that I had a novel in me, and perhaps my readers don't like it. I don't care. I found an area of myself that was new to me, and I was able to.
The entire story existed to you.
Yeah.
Now, explain to me how it existed, like plot, beginning, middle, end, or existed like characters.
I saw the principal characters, and I saw the setting. It was 2 young women, one living in the time of the Neanderthals and one living today, who were literally entangled in space and time, and it was the use of psychedelics in both times that enabled them to be entangled, and that they were brought together by an entity that they referred. Sorry, my critics are going to go, wow, they're going to drug shame me forever. But they were brought together by an entity called the Blue Angel, whose purpose was that there's a demon who travels through time called Sumba, and he's seeking to destroy everything that's good about humanity, and he's doing that in 2 time frames, in the time of the Neanderthals and today. And this Blue Angel entity brings together these 2 young women in these 2 different time frames to do battle against the demon. That was the story that I was given, and that was the story that I wrote.
Do you see it like a movie, or how does that present itself?
I did see it a bit like a movie. I saw scenes. I saw my young character from the Stone Age, Rhea, throwing stones very, very brilliantly at her enemies, and I saw the connection between these two women, and the sense of a supernatural battle of good against evil, against which the human story is played out, and that ultimately we humans always have a choice. We always have a choice between good and evil. It might be at a very small scale, or it might be at a very large scale. If it's at a very large scale, it can do enormous damage to human society as a whole. If it's at a very small scale, it can do enormous damage to us and those immediately close to us. But it was that sense of that happening. Anyway, I didn't have a novel before that. I've never tried.
Have you seen other works, not just literary works, but film, music, that you've immediately connected to and thought, oh, this is inspired by hallucinogenics? This reminds me of an experience that I had. Is there? It could be a cartoon for children.
Avatar,
right? 100% or no? Like,
yes.
What is an Avatar from? What was that? The original. People say that. No. There's like a almost like an anime thing that people thought it was.
I'm not sure, but somebody involved in that story was definitely experiencing multi-state consciousness.
Apparently, JFK had experiences with psychedelics.
I wouldn't be surprised. Again, this is a mistake that our society has made. Is to cut us. Maybe it's not a mistake. I don't really do conspiracy theories, but maybe it is a deliberate. Maybe it was a deliberate thing back when the war on drugs was declared. It's something
Well, we did a lot of research with psychedelics.
Psychedelics lead people to ask questions. They don't leave us comfortable failing order of things, both in ourselves and with the way society functions. And we become critical and questioning in a way that we might not have been before. And I think this was felt to be dangerous and with lies and complete dishonesty. But they were.
Do you remember what psychedelics were? This is what 19.
When you say gaining popularity, I don't think you could call hippies, mainstream.
It's so funny the way that we look back on them. They were the mainstream stuff. Yeah. It was like the dominant culture, but I guess they were fringe and odd for the time.
They were fringe and odd, and they were feared by those rooted and grounded in mainstream culture.
Yeah, hippie was a pejorative, right?
It wasn't pejorative. He's just a hippie. It was a negative term. So I guess that we're looking at a shift in human consciousness. Certainly began probably in the late 50s and was well underway in the 60s. And had it been allowed to continue, it might well have transformed society in many, many ways. But then it was clamped down. All these lies and propaganda were spread, false stories about how dangerous psychedelics. I want to be very clear about that. Psychedelics are extremely serious business. Yeah. And this needs to be understood. I do not believe that psychedelics are for children, or cannabis for that matter. I think we'd be much better keeping them out of the hands of children if they were totally legal and it was accompanied by wise advice.
They can also unearth existing psychological issues.
Yes, they can.
They can. Really dangerous.
If somebody's suffering from schizophrenia. Psychedelics can be very bad news. So
and a lot of people don't know that they have schizophrenia.
A lot of people don't, especially so there is an element of danger and risk, and this is why a sitter who's deeply experienced with the substance is
your shaman.
Yeah. We haven't yet invented a word for shaman in Western culture, but we need to. The word comes from Tungus Mongol. It means one who sees, and it was then applied by anthropologists because they found that figure, that person who played that role, was found in multiple different cultures all around the world. And they said, let's just call them all shamans.
Right.
But the word comes from a specific culture. We don't have a word for that in our culture yet. Facilitator or sitter are the ones that I use. This is one of the many areas where Western culture would do well to learn from indigenous cultures that have been using psychedelics responsibly for thousands and thousands of years.
What is responsible psychedelic use to you? What do you start with? What do you do it with? Intentions, meditation, things like that.
Yeah, it's intentions, meditations. It's not recreational. You're not taking it to have a party. You're taking it to make contact with the dead. Ayahuasca means the vine of the dead, or the vine of souls. Iboga is the plant that enables people to see the dead. That's what these things mean. There's so much of a connection to the afterlife with them, and And that's a serious inquiry. You know, if you've lost a relative recently and you've not had closure, it can be very beneficial to have an afterlife contact with that person. And many people report this experience. I've had the experience myself with the Boca. Really? Yeah, I met my dad. He passed away shortly before that. Now, again, the scientists can say, you were just fantasizing that. It was just your imagination. But I met him. Fuck the scientists. So what happened? He came to me in the vision. It was shadowy, but he basically made me feel okay about the key issue, which was I was not with him at his deathbed. And I was haunted by that. And after that, I didn't feel haunted by it anymore. And increasingly, with my experiences with psychedelics over many decades now, I have no fear of death. I don't fear death. I do fear pain. I do fear humiliation. Old age, I'm 72, 73 next birthday. You know, I have to be realistic about this. I only have so long in this incarnation. And as we get older, our bodies get infirm, get weaker, we become more and more dependent. I don't like being dependent on others in any way. And I detest pain. And I would like to, who doesn't? And I'd like to avoid it as much as possible. Death, I don't fear. I'm not even anxious about it. When it comes, I regard it as the next great adventure, and I hope that's what it's going to turn out to be. But who knows? Nobody can say the definitive word on death. Yes, our bodies die, but does our consciousness die? We don't know that. Any scientist who says you're just a meat robot, there's nothing else to you but your physical body, they're stating an opinion, not a fact. So for me, it's and I think psychedelics they've helped me with this, and I know from the recent science that's being done that they are helping people who are terminal, who are anxious about death. Again, psilocybin is the one that's most generally trialed in this respect. They tend to lose the fear of death. They don't fear it.
And losing the fear of death is, I think there's a difference between a fear of death and a fear of maybe missing out on what's going on. For example, like let's say you were to do some sort of like rock climbing thing with no ropes, you would probably be afraid of dying.
I'd be afraid of falling, and I wouldn't look. I regard life as a precious gift. I am fortunate enough, and so are you, and so are all of us in this room, to have been born in a human body, and to have this big brain, and to be able to make choices between good and evil, and to live the experience of life. This theater of experience. We'll come into it as children, go through it all our years, we'll be confronted by all sorts of opportunities to learn and to grow and to develop, and I regard that as a gift. So I'm not into taking foolish and unnecessary physical risks. I have taken them when they're necessary. Santa and I both nearly lost our lives more than once during our diving expeditions. We've been into war zones on our research. We've had bullets fired at us. If the risk is worth taking for a project that I'm pursuing that is close to my heart, I will do it. But I won't foolishly or unnecessarily take a risk. It seems like a waste to do that. Risk in itself has no virtue. It's necessary risk that has some virtue. But I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Yeah, because I think it's important to have a fear of death. Yeah. And I think as we have more things that we don't want to leave, loved ones, family, the beautiful things that success brings, I find myself going, is it worth doing this stupid, frivolous activity where I could potentially lose out on all these beautiful things that I'm interested in? Exactly. No. So that's not the type of death.
No. I'm speaking to you as a man whose next birthday is 73.
And you're like, one of these days, it's going to happen.
I mean, in truth, the door of death stands right beside us, all of us, every minute of every day. It can happen at any moment. Whether through an illness or an accident, you can be gone, just like that. But by and large, as you get older, it does get closer, and you start to think about these things. And then inevitably, I've thought, well, I don't know how long I have left. But what is clear to me is that I'm not going to hasten my death, but that if it comes, I'm not going to regard it with fear and horror. I want to be as alert as possible and as awake as possible. be ushered through the doorway of death with a psychedelic journey.
Oh, all right, guys, we'll take a break for a second because listen, some of you guys did the tough thing during COVID, okay? You paid your people, you pulled your business through the pandemic, and now doing the tough thing could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at covidtaxrelief.org, okay? Government funds are available to reward companies with 2 or more employees who stayed open during COVID. This is not a loan and you don't have to pay it back. This program is complicated, but nobody knows more about it than the CPAs and tax experts at covidtaxrelief.org. You pay nothing up front. They do all the work and share a percentage of the cash they get you. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify, including those who took PPP loans. Even if you had increases in sales, you did the tough thing for your employee during COVID. Okay, let covidtaxrelief.org help you get up to $26,000 per employee. Visit covidtaxrelief.org. That's covidtaxrelief.org. Covidtaxrelief.org.
Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're going to take a break real quick because you need a better wallet. Exter is the world's largest smart wallet brand for a reason. They design innovative solutions to improve the way you carry your everyday items. All of it, right here. Quick card access. Look at that, bang. All my cards right there. I don't have to search for anything. It's all right there. Click of a button. Also, more importantly, it has 2 key tracker features. You know what that means? It is trackable worldwide. And these wallets offer RFID protection, or as Andrew calls it, they're foolproof. You know, when you're out in foreign countries, sometimes they don't even steal a wallet. They can just get the information from your pocket like that. RFID protection, that means it's skin-proof. So if you're maybe in Greece when this episode comes out, this is the wallet that's perfect for you. And more importantly, Flagrant, as always, will hook you up. So if you check out these wallets at shop.exter.com/flagrant, you'll get up to 25% off site-wide with the code FLAGRANT. Again, that is shop.ekster.com/flagrant. You get up to 25% off with the code FLAGRANT. Now let's get back to the show.
Are you spiritual? Like, do you believe in God? Are you? I'm not a Christian. I don't belong to any of the mainstream religions. I don't, and I haven't for a very long time. But I think that life is an enormous mystery, and that fundamentally, for want of a better word, it is a spiritual mystery. We're on a spiritual journey. I think that the mainstream religions have narrowed that journey down into dogma, into creeds, where in most of the mainstream religions, most of the time, whether we're talking about Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, the Abrahamic faiths, the monotheistic religions, there are exceptions, but a lot of people are not having any direct contact with spirit. They're being taught what to think. They're being told what to think by basically a bureaucrat who happens to be a priest or a rabbi or a mullah who's saying, these are the teachings, you must adhere to these teachings. And actually, if you don't adhere to them, we're going to censor you. Censor you in some way or another. To me, that's no more spiritual than doing business out on the stock exchange. It's just it's an expert telling me what to think, whereas a spiritual experience is direct contact with the quote unquote divine, which is not necessarily some old bad-tempered guy sitting up on a cloud. Far from it, as a matter of fact. That is not, in my view, that is a misrepresentation of what spirituality is. We could get into all kinds of controversial areas.
I don't know. Have you been in direct contact with a higher power through your experience?
Yes, on psychedelics, I've particularly on ayahuasca, I have felt the presence of the entity that I call Mother Ayahuasca. I felt the mother, and I felt her teachings, and I felt grateful.
Was it like?
In the most compelling case, she took the form of an enormous serpent and wrapped herself around my body.
Serpent's always coming back.
It's always coming back. And Mother Ayahuasca often takes the form of a serpent, sometimes takes the form of a jaguar, sometimes takes, not the motorcar, the puma, and sometimes takes the form of a human being. But
was there any fear?
The message was, no, I didn't feel fear. I felt enormously wrapping around. I felt enormously comforted. And again, I got a message that I've had many times, is that you won't be good at giving love to others if you don't love yourself. If you're constantly hating yourself. I've gone through periods of my life where I have felt very negative about myself. So that was a positive experience for me. I would say every experience I've had with ayahuasca has been positive, even the most challenging ones. It was terrifying. The toughest experience I hesitate to share this in ayahuasca group when you're drinking with say a dozen other people. There becomes an element of telepathy or communication that can take place. It happened that I was in one group where it turned out later we got the facts later that was one individual who shouldn't have been there. In ayahuasca, there's a tendency for you to lower your barriers. Your heart opens. You're very vulnerable to other people. And unfortunately, this is a phenomenon that I wouldn't warn anybody of who's drinking ayahuasca in the West today, or anywhere as a matter of fact, that there are people who are using that vulnerability to gain advantage of you. And it was the feeling, first of all, it happened to my wife, Santa, who was beside me, and then it happened to me of an individual trying to enter our heads and take control of us. And we learned more about him the following day, and it turned out he'd been there the year before and had done exactly the same thing. We didn't know that at the time. He seemed to have developed some sort of psychic power. And when we questioned him about it, he said, I'm this basement shaman. I go around ayahuasca groups because I benefit from them. And what he meant by benefiting from them was basically I'm a psychic vampire. I draw people's energy, I take it away from them. So these dangers can occur, and that's where a good shaman will stop that happening.
How did the ayahuasca?
In this case, he did not do anything. It was most unhelpful. But I think he's learned greatly from that experience.
But how does the ayahuasquero know that is it?
Well, that's something where you have to tell them. And in this case, my wife Santa did tell the ayahuasquero, but he did not.
He said, this person is trying to enter my mind. They're trying to take from me.
And there's a natural tendency to assume you're making that up as well.
And you're lucid in that moment. You're lucid enough to describe what's happening.
Yes. You can often be lucid during an ayahuasca journey.
You're speaking English to that person.
You can be.
And the person who has entered the mind, is he sitting in another area? Is he?
He was on a bed, not a bed, a mat on the floor, just 2 or 3 people away from us. And we were not the only people who he affected. He affected other people in that room. And there was a gentleman in that room who literally fell down the stairs from the ceremonial space downstairs trying to get away from him. It really got very, very, very dark.
Did everyone confront him?
I think I described it in a lengthy article on my website. Yes, 2 days later he was asked to leave. Because he kind of said, I do this. I benefit from the energy of others.
And then what type of energy is he getting? Like, how is he benefiting?
Yeah. In the case, I can tell you particularly in the case of my wife, Santa and I are both the same age. She's 73 next birthday as well. But Santa looks a lot younger. I look my age, but Santa looks a lot younger, and he focused on her. He homed in on her when he asked her her age, and she told him his age, and he said, "You're that young," and that's when he focused in on her. It was like she had some energy, and she does. That was energizing her, and that was making her a fantastic grandmother, a fantastic mother, and the most wonderful wife on the planet. But she has that energy.
Oh, and he tried to absorb.
He wanted that energy. He asked for that energy, and she got the no. He did not. What he did was, at a certain point, when we were gathering to drink the brew, he put his arms on her shoulder and blew in her face, like that. Now, in Amazonian shamanism, the breath can be used for different purposes, and one of the purposes can be used for attack. They fire things called virotes, psychic darts, at another individual. Again, only people who've worked with ayahuasca will really get this, and a lot of your audience will not get this, and they'll think here comes a lunatic. But I'm just reporting to you what happened. Not only was she psychically damaged by this attack, but she also became physically ill after the attack. She developed shingles. She still has shingles. as a result of that would crop up again and again on her back in exactly the place that one of his hands touched. Wow. So it's just
Okay, this is great. Hold on. So there's a physical manifestation of an emotional and spiritual experience that she had. So if that can happen within your body, why can it not happen within anybody else's body? Why can it not happen outside of our bodies?
Well, I think it depends on how much you've lowered your guard. We're all on guard. We all defend ourselves psychically as well as physically. But this is the danger of the ayahuasca state, that your heart opens. And
So maybe there's an argument to be made for, let's say that there was this war on drugs, right? Maybe they saw it as something that was too vulnerable to be handed out to the masses without a way to, if we're giving them a scenario, sure. I don't think that we want to treat the theys, whoever the people in charge is, with best case scenario, but this is a very vulnerable situation. You use people, you're seeing a perfect example of somebody using it for nefarious intent. Imagine the average person doing it on a Friday.
I spoke to a psychologist that does psychedelic therapy, and he even reported in a clinical trial these telepathic sort of revelations. That even in a clinical trial inside like an actual medical room, there was a person on, I think, high-dose ketamine or high-dose psilocybin, I can't remember, and the clinician that was observing them basically thought about their dog at home. This is a purely anecdotal example, but thinking about their dog at home, like, oh, did I go let the dog out? And then the patient that was on high-dose ketamine took the shade off, took off the headphones, and said, I'm thinking of dogs or whatever. It was sharing effectively the same vision that they were thinking, even though only one of them was on high-dose psychedelic.
Okay,
It's
so here we go.
surprisingly common.
Real quick, right? How do we build the tournaments? How you organize 20,000 people, 30,000 people to be all on the same page and deliver the blocks the exact same ways and cut them in the exact same shapes, and maybe not the exact same shapes, but to certain specifications.
You wind up with this perfect thing that weighs 6 million tons and is almost perfectly oriented to true north and is 481 feet high. You know, it contains 2.5 million individual blocks of stone.
And the slightest tweak or the slightest miscalculation can turn the entire thing off, and it won't even be able to stand by
Land up in a
itself.
corkscrew instead of a pyramid. You make the slightest error down at the base.
If you could find a way to, I don't want to even say manipulate, but access that sort of telepathic ability, it's just a better communication tool for a project of this size.
Yes, and let's not forget that there are other tele-abilities such as telekinesis, which are also sneered at by Western science, because we do everything. Well, it's not so much a matter of belief. We do everything in our society through mechanical advantage. We're used to leverage, we're used to machines, we do stuff, we look at cranes for building, so on and so forth. It may be that there are innate human abilities that we're not, that have actually lapsed in our society, but that are still there. And this is where, again, to those who sneer at such ideas, I would say take a close look at the work of Rupert Sheldrake. Rupert Sheldrake is a scientist, and he's done a great deal of work on telepathy. For example, this may sound trivial, but dogs who know when their owners are coming home. Now, he did randomized trials where the owners would come home at very different other issues like scent and so on were excluded. They always knew when their owner was coming home. Not always, but at a statistically significant level. Telephone telepathy. We've all had that experience, I suspect, where the phone rings and you actually know who's on the other end.
How often does a woman make a part of your body rise without even touching you?
Interesting observation. That's telepathy too.
You're talking about Homo erectus. Oh yeah, Homo erectus. My favorite type.
What I would say is that in all my books, in the thousands of pages that I've written, I have probably written no more than 2 or 3 pages on these extraordinary possibilities and extraordinary abilities. But when archaeologists attack me, they say Hancock believes in levitation by the mind.
You're in a really peculiar situation because it seems like you're unbelievably passionate about this specific, I guess, part of your life, right? But writing about it, even speaking on it, I even can tell as we're talking about it right now, you're like, people are going to use this to discredit this other thing that I've dedicated my entire fucking life to. Oh man, what a tricky situation.
It is a tricky.
We don't do it to other people. Or like, we don't look at Wozniak and be like, your computers aren't good. Right?
No.
You should just invent an Apple.
That's because there's a narrative past which archaeology tells, and it's supposed to be a pretty much straight line. evolutionary story.
It's just much easier to digest like that. Yeah.
Through early agriculture to advanced industrialized societies, and the notion that there might have been a lost civilization, we might have forgotten the whole episode from the human story, is very threatening to that narrative, and it's particularly threatening when it appears on a major platform like Netflix.
Yep.
I've always been attacked for my work since I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, but the level of the attacks and the characters wrapped up enormously since.
It's also sorry to cut you, but it's not like it's like a validation. It's like Netflix putting a stamp on this makes people go, oh, this must be true, right?
It's on YouTube. It's like, oh, that's that guy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whereas I try to make clear throughout the series that I'm expressing my personal views. I don't claim to be 100%. I'm not saying this is how it was. I'm saying this is how it could have been. There's a difference.
There's a part of this, and I want to get back to this because I'm really fascinated by this. But there's one part of the Netflix series that I actually was really excited to talk to you in person, so you could explain to me when you were talking about the difference in the color of the bedrock. I think you were in Mexico. Was it
New Mexico?
New Mexico.
We were at.
There was like a line.
Yes, that's the Younger Dryas boundary, and it was at Murray Springs in New Mexico or Arizona. Pretty certain it's New Mexico. It was at Murray Springs. I was with one of the scientists from the Common Research Group, Dr. Arnold West, and he was showing me the Younger Dryas boundary. Well, it's about the width of a human hand, and you see it running all the way through this draw. Now, we see it at all because there was a flash flood which cut the draw down, and the sides are exposed. It was always there, but you wouldn't know it was there unless the land had been cut and opened up, as it was. And this Younger Dryas boundary contains charcoal from wildfires. Wildfires are what you expect when you have a bit of a cold air bursting up above you. It has platinum, which is a very rare planet Earth. It has iridium, which is even rarer. Yeah, there's the Younger Dryas boundary at Murray Springs. There it is. It contains shocked quartz, evidence of quartz that's been melted at temperatures of more than 2,000 degrees centigrade. It contains carbon microspherules. Yeah, they call it the black mat. It's not only found there, it's found all around the world. It's found in Belgium. It's found in many different sites in America. It's found as far east as Abu Huraira in Syria. This was a global event. And it wasn't one object hitting one place. Comets have a habit of breaking up into multiple fragments. Excuse me. Some may be quite small, so small that they don't reach the Earth. They've gone up and they're gone. The most recent example we've had is the Tunguska event, June 30th, 1908.
Yeah, in Russia, right?
That was in Siberia, and it was fortunately over an uninhabited area of Siberia. They calculated that object was maybe 60 to 100 meters in diameter. It did not reach the Earth. It blew up in the sky. Therefore, there's no crater, but it flattened 2,000 there. The flattened trees, 2,000 square kilometers of trees were just flattened.
And they're flattened by air?
Yes, the massive pressure releases. It's like an atomic bomb going off in the sky. Massive pressure release.
Oh, so instead of the mushroom cloud going up, the mushroom cloud is pushed down at Earth.
If this happened over any city, it would wipe out the entire population of that city.
And still nothing has grown?
I'm not sure. I think it's probably regrown. These areas regrown. The one on the right is Tunguska event. I'm not sure because I've not been to that part of Siberia. But it's interesting because it was the 30th of June 1908, which is the peak of the meteor shower known as the Beta Taurids. The Earth has a relationship with the Taurid meteor stream. We pass through it twice a year, and the astronomers who are working on the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis are pretty certain that the progenitor comet of the Taurid meteor stream was what caused those impacts 12,800 years ago, and we're still in relationship with it. The comet Enki is the best known bit of the Taurid meteor stream. It's about 6 kilometers in diameter, but it's a fragment of an originally much larger, maybe 100-kilometer diameter that broke up into multiple pieces. And many of those pieces hit the Earth or air bursted around 12,800 years ago and caused the onset of the Younger Dryas. I'm not saying that's a fact, I'm saying that is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, documented in probably 100 scientific papers.
Can you bring up that image that you sent me about the asteroids or the comets that have hit Earth?
Yeah.
Mark sent me this picture.
I believe it was you, Mark, that sent me it, and it was, these are the, oh yeah, he sent me this picture, and here are the comets that have hit Earth, and I just looked at it, and I thought this was, but wait, and I thought this was throughout history. This is since 94? Right. 1994? Yeah. Yeah, it's like the universe is telling us to wake up. Rogan said, we exist in a shooting, we live in a shooting gallery. Yeah. It's a matter of time. It's absolutely a matter of time. And particular attention needs to be paid to the Taurine meteor stream because we go through it twice a year. We go through it in late October, early November, and we go through it in late June, early July. And it's 30 million kilometers wide. It takes 12 plus days for the Earth to pass through it on its orbit. There are large objects in it. There are many small and harmless objects in it. It's only a matter of time before we go into it right now. Have an encounter. Yeah, before we have an encounter. And to clarify, some of those are actually just asteroids that explode, I guess, in the Earth's atmosphere. So it's not just vast majority do. Sometimes they'll hit. Sometimes there have been recent cases of a bit of an asteroid or comet that's hit a house. Really? Yeah, there have been 2 recent cases this year. Yeah, there was one in Alabama that was hit by a large asteroid that left a bruise on her leg. I'm pretty sure, yeah. They do make it to Earth, so somebody don't. The vast majority are airbursts, but they shooting stars, but they do make it to Earth. So we are in a cosmic shooting gallery, and attention needs to be paid to it, and not because we have to live in fear of gloom and doom and our planet is going to be destroyed, precisely because we have the ability and the technology now to do something about it. Yeah. If we pay attention to it, rather than paying attention to all the shit we are paying attention to, like making war on each other and investing vast quantities in weapons systems to kill one another on a scale. This is the human race has got its priorities wrong. We're still locked in a frame of mind, a state of consciousness that is not serving the human race anymore. It's based on scarcity. Scare. It's hatred and fear and suspicion. The media are particularly good at that. It's great because it gets audiences, but it's so unhelpful. When we should be spreading love and confidence and hope. So how do we allow people to experiment with mind-altering drugs without it being abused? My concern when weed became legal was that it was going to be immediately abused, and not in terms of the quantity used, the potency of it. Like the weed now, it's not even reminiscent of weed. I feel like it's like this is if we're actually trying to get to like the natural part of it. I had some New York edibles last night. Well, first of all, it's little pieces of chocolate, and each one contains 25 milligrams of THC. Why would you need 25? They're tiny. Well, it depends how much you use it. If I use cannabis very regularly, which I sometimes do, right, and I really want to get seriously stoned, I might need 40 milligrams. Really? And I felt it needed more than 25 milligrams last night for various reasons. But trying to slice that second piece up with a plastic knife wasn't very, and I think I just possibly had a little bit too much. Also, apparently heat activates the THC in a different way. Is that right? Like when it's baked versus like when you smoke it. Yeah, interesting. I mean, edibles, of course, as we know, you're looking at 5 or 6 hours. Certainly, on edibles, I peak after about 2.5 hours, and I'm still in there 2 or 3 hours later. Whereas vapes, if I'm writing, I prefer to vape cannabis. Because I can titrate the dose, I can keep myself just in the place I want to be without falling deep in. Yeah, where you can't even write it. Yeah, where I can't write it. So the uses there are different uses. So how do we do that with the first of all, you legalize everything because the hasty and careless and the irresponsible use of these substances is largely happening because of the illegal regime, and there are people making money out of pushing and selling these things as drugs. The first thing to do is to make them all legal, and I think but legal for adults, not legal for children. It would be much easier to explain to
our teenage son or our teenage daughter, that we would like him or her to hang on until they're 21, because when you're 21, you can do whatever you like, just like everything else in our society, as long as you don't do harm to others. As I often point out, we have multiple laws already which completely govern every issue of doing harm to others. What's bizarre about the war on drugs is that they govern what we may or may not experience in our own consciousness while doing no harm to others. I think it'd be much easier to explain to a teenager who's keen to get started, this is very serious matter. Take your time. The time will come. Your mind is a little immature at the moment. Wait until you're 21, and then it's your choice.
You think 21? Would it be even later, maybe?
I think because we allow so many other things to 21-year-olds, I think that would be a natural age to put on it. Of course, every individual varies. Some 18-year-olds are very mature, maybe some are not. It depends. But if we're going to put something on it, I'd say 21 is a good age. The best example of why good advice works better than legalization is tobacco. In the sense that tobacco has never been legal, it's never been illegal, it's never been a criminal offense that could put you in prison and ruin your reputation for life and make you unemployable to smoke a cigarette. But as it happens, we've seen a huge, not because people are afraid of getting locked up, but because they've had good advice and they've believed it. And I think we can do that with psychedelics, but the whole thing is tainted by the war on drugs at the moment. We need to get outside.
Go out. You don't think it should be like off Akash's comment? You don't think it should be later when our brain is fully developed?
Yes, that's perhaps it should. I'll tell my personal story. My first ever experience with psychedelics was when I was 24 years old, and that was in 1974 at the Windsor Free Festival in just outside of London, when I split a tab of acid 3 ways with a couple of friends. Had the most amazing experience ever, but I saw one of my friends had a really bad experience, and I actually didn't go back to psychedelics until I was researching the specific book which I write about psychedelics, which is called Supernatural, and it's recently been republished as Visionary. I believe strongly.
How old were you then? Sorry.
When I was so 2000.
Wow.
Between the age of 24 and the age of 53, I had no psychedelic experiences. I also did not consume cannabis as a young adult. I was 38 when I started with cannabis.
Yeah, same, 38 actually.
And I initially found that it was something that I would have of an evening to help me get off to sleep. But when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, and here my critics are going to say that's why he wrote that book. When I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I decided to experiment with basically smoking all day, which I switched to vaping. It relieves the physical boredom of sitting in a chair every day, and I feel it helps me loosen up connections in my mind. It doesn't work the same for everybody. I don't get dreamy or dopey or lose connection. I stay focused. So I was 53 when Santa and I went down to the Amazon and had our first ayahuasca experiences in 2003. And I was 38 when I started to become acquainted with cannabis properly. So I don't know. The problem is people are different. I think the key thing is let's stop making it illegal. Let's stop making it a crime. Let's stop shaming people because they're interested in psychedelics and ruining their lives. And then let's see what the best system we have. But this is where we need to sit at the feet of shamans in hunter-gatherer societies and learn from them how to handle these powerful experiences, which we're not. And I feel strongly that I'm not in a position to tell other people what to do. I can only share my advice. These medicines are not for recreational purposes. Not the psychedelics. MDMA, no, that's a different medicine.
These white supremacists that actually had like a moral revelation on a high-dose MDMA clinical trial.
Oh yeah, you told me.
I shared it. Basically, he was in a clinical trial to study on something completely unrelated to race relations, affiliated with white nationalist groups. He was at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017 and had been involved throughout a long period of time. He was fired from his job after his job found out that he was affiliated with these white nationalist groups. He happened to enroll in the trial, did the study, and as he left the study, he basically elected to discontinue and said, I have to go do some work. Look up my name, you'll see my history, and you'll see why I have to leave. And then basically re-engaged with the researchers again to say I was a white supremacist. And through this chemical that gave me dramatic empathy, I now understood why I was in such a hateful place, and I just needed love in the first place. Yeah.
Absolutely. This is that guy's racist. Like, you gotta be on Molly to like black people, bro.
Obviously, not everyone has this experience, but it is interesting. You know, human beings are filled with all kinds of prejudices, and all kinds of ideas about other human beings. And one of the great things about psychedelics is they can shake that up. They can shake it up and get us out of these fixed patterns. But the question of legalization is complicated. I'm against bureaucracies. I'm against government. I think governments are the most unhelpful things in the world today. Next perhaps to the mainstream religions. I think they're causing so much misery and chaos. If you're in government, it's in your interests to maximize the negative light in which you put any kind of opposition. That's what politicians do, and it happens at an international level. When one state hates on another
exchange of ideas.
There's no exchange of ideas.
Collaboration.
You know, it would be a thoroughly good idea if every leader of every have a dozen sessions.
That would be the prerequisite.
Yeah, that's the prerequisite. You don't apply for the job. If you haven't done this is the bar you have to set. You have to have a dozen sessions of ayahuasca, then you can apply.
Yeah. I mean, you just gave the all right Molly. That would probably help a lot.
What is a Molly?
MDMA is MDMA.
Oh, it's MDMA. I also called ecstasy.
Ecstasy. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. That's
this experience I had with MDMA was my first experience.
Okay, so when you first try it, you've never had before. You are familiar with
quite true. I had it once at Burning Man.
Oh, dude, you go to Burning Man?
Yeah, years
when
ago.
When did you go?
Sometime in the 2000s, late, maybe 2007, somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember exactly.
Where you go?
I was with Santha. But Santha at that time didn't want to take the MDMA, and I did, and I took it, and we got into a bit of a state about it because I felt she should be in there. All the wrong things, of course, but I didn't thoroughly enjoy that experience. But this one that I had more recently, where Santha and I took it together before we took the 5-MeO, was just beautiful.
There's a pill called it, and it is an ecstasy pill. So it's got MDMA, but it also probably has some like coke and some other stuff in there, whatever. But it's probably the most amazing feeling I've ever had in my life. I mean, it was never enough. And we had a third of it. We were just sharing it, and it was, don't get me wrong, at Burning Man, you're already filled, we've already filled with so much love and appreciation, and like your walls are down, and it's like everybody around you is also giving so much, so it puts you in this great giving state. But it enhanced it, and I don't know.
How long were you in the state?
I mean, it was several hours, but what was really interesting about it was the music that I was listening to. I don't even know if this is possible, what I'm going to explain, but let's just say. The music that I was listening to while I was in the state kind of captured the state. And when I would listen to that music afterwards, it would like trigger that emotional state for months. Now it stopped, but for the next few months, just hearing the music gave me a little bit of those feelings. It was a fraction of what those feelings actually were. And something was happening in here. It was like Pavlovian. Like I heard that, we were listening, there was this great DJ Blondish that we were listening to, and all these things kind of came together.
They're all connected together in your mind in some way. It's a flashback experience. Why would we seek to deny adults the right to have these experiences? Well, what's the sense of it? I just.
What would you say worst case scenario? Like if we were making the argument for worst case scenario, what would it be?
I think that we have the worst case scenario right now,
which is not giving them the opportunity.
Yeah, not giving them, or if you take that opportunity, you're breaking the law and you're running a risk, and you've got the right to break down your door. Your reputation. That's the worst case. We're already in the worst case. Fair. So anything can be better.
I still want people to try these things. And like it was great, obviously going with these guys in different times of Burning Man and like having them experience this amazing, I don't want to call it a festival or party, like this amazing communal experience, right? Like it was really awesome. I also know that there's somebody who was bored out of their mind in a place that has very little opportunity, and they don't know what they're going to do with their life, and they're probably taking meth out of boredom. And I don't want them to be able to take meth. I'd maybe rather them take this other stuff. So, like, I know worst case scenario in that regard, not in terms of what you've obviously been through and what so many other people have been through. So, as much as I just want to open up the floodgates, I still want to pack them with enough, like you said earlier, information. So it just doesn't get. The important thing to realize is the floodgates are already open. If somebody wants to have that experience, they're going to find it. They're going to find it. And chances are that the product they have sold will not be as good as they would be if it was free. And you have the danger of the black market with the fentanyl and everything. What if it's only accessible through a therapeutic setting? I'm not in favor of that, because then that empowers the so-called experts in our society to decide what we may or may not experience. And I think that this is an issue of individual sovereignty, where we should have absolute sovereign right to make decisions about our. Sorry, you're not traumatized enough for ayahuasca. Some guy who's not even ayahuasquero could potentially say that. I don't want it to be that way, but I do want people who would like to experience psychedelic therapy, where therapy is offered within having opportunity. So maybe the question is this issue of end of life and old people's homes. I would like to pay tribute to Amanda Fielding, who runs the Beckley Foundation near Oxford in the UK. Amanda is now in her early 80s. She has been a vigorous advocate of psychedelics since the 1960s. She has funded a lot of the great research that's now going on in scientific labs into psychedelics. And she feels strongly that the misery and horror of old people's homes would be greatly facilitated if psychedelics were facilitated. And again, being offered by experienced practitioners. The lady who facilitated the 5-MeO DMT session with MDMA that Santa and I had, she actually, her main role is to go and offer psychedelic therapy to old people, but it's having to be done under the code rather than above. It's a bummer. Have you experienced holotropic breathwork? Yeah, I'm not very good at it. I need to do more work. I know that it can be beneficial. I have tried, but the monkey mind keeps going off in other directions. Psychedelics work better. What is that? I'm just being lazy. Well, you put yourself into an altered state of consciousness through breathing. Which you can, which reminds us that nature offers us many ways to get. I've done something like that. It was fucking intense. Yeah, really. It can be very intense. Did you hallucinate? No, I didn't hallucinate, but I started crying. I was sweating. Yeah. It was a weird fucking experience. I was so tired after. So tired. It was relatively a natural release. It's just like being a coach. Maybe so. Maybe so. Yeah. Anybody who's really, really interested in the whole DMT story, I highly recommend the work of Dr. Rick Strassman from the University of New Mexico. His book, DMT, the Spirit Molecule. He was the first scientific researcher to work with human volunteers in DMT legally in the 1990s. And Rick is a beautiful person, and he's written a fantastic book about that experience. And he will be involved also in the new project that's going to take place in Colorado. So highly recommend Rick Strassman, DMT, the Spirit Molecule. Yeah. So aliens. Well, you see, this is the thing. The DMT volunteers, and I myself on DMT, have repeatedly experienced encounters with what might be construed as aliens. So again, I'm handing a stick to my opponents to beat me with. And so I would like to point out, and I went into this in depth in my book, Visionary, now titled Vision, used to be called Supernatural, that the experiences that shamans have with spirits, the experiences that people in the Middle Ages up until about the 1950s had with fairies and elves, and the experiences that people have with aliens today, they're all the same experience, construed through different cultural lenses. The details of the experience in every case are almost identical.
once you get down to the phenomenology and examine the exact experiences that are reported, it turns out that they're all the same experiences, just that different cultures construe them in different ways. And right now we're construing those encounters as encounters with aliens. Well, certainly they are alien to this realm, but are they coming in spaceships, or are they crossing interdimensional space, or are they all within our minds somehow?
What, the guy that you spoke to? Yes.
Yeah.
So Mark spoke to a guy who claims to have been
That guy.
by aliens.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And
Jay King.
yeah, has he dabbled with psychedelics at all?
I don't know. I asked him sort of like
Peripherally?
Yeah, peripherally, and he didn't really seem to. He didn't elect the information outright. I didn't press him. He may be a natural local producer of DMT. It's notable that people in the Middle East repeatedly abducted by spirits. Shamans have sex with female spirits in the spirit world. They have sex with aliens and often produce hybrid children. Well, it's the same thing. We're just viewing it through different. And I think it's very useful to analyze this experience if you look at these earlier examples of how it was construed.
There were like ancient civilizations that spoke of the star people, or like, is that version of
There's
that?
a fascinating imagery on the second shrine of the tomb of Tutankhamun, which is in the museum in Cairo now. And what it is, it's a gold. The whole shrine is covered in gold, and on one side of it is an image of individuals who are in mummified form, but they're looking up at a star, and rays from the star are coming down into their forehead, right into their forehead. And talk about star people, and talk about the pineal gland. I mean, that's what it seems like. Let's see if we can find any of these perhaps. That's actually from the second shrine, but that's not the image I'm talking about. That may be the image. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. My eyesight's so shit, I can't see.
It's not very high quality.
No, that's not it anyway. But anybody who searches far enough and spends enough time will find it. It's a very famous image. And there's this direct connection with the stars that is manifested in that image.
So as far as global knowledge is concerned, all these ancient cultures, structures connected to the stars in some capacity. I know it's been positive in civilization that's potentially going around. Is it possible that it's just connection with psychedelics that occur naturally all over the earth, and even internally with us through holotropic that can give us revelation?
My view on the possible lost human civilization is, first of all, that civilization, like all other civilizations on Earth, emerged out of shamanism. And that psychedelics and the use of consciousness-altering plants and fungi were fundamental to that shamanistic culture, just as they were to every other shamanistic culture. But it took a different direction from other ones, and became capable of navigating and exploring the Earth at a very date, and studied astronomy in an almost scientific sense.
Do you think it's possible that this same experience happened to what are we, Homo sapien?
We're Homo sapiens, yeah.
Did it happen to, were you bringing up earlier, Neanderthals? Could they have also dabbled?
I think it certainly happened with Neanderthals. There's more evidence that cave art that was attributed to Homo sapiens was actually done by Neanderthals. And it may be that the Neanderthals taught the ancestors of anatomically modern humans how to paint. That is even possible. There's very strong evidence now that Neanderthals were doing cave art, and the same geometric patterns, the same entities appeared there. They're not so different from anatomically modern humans, and anyway, they live on in us because there's so much Neanderthal DNA up to these maybe some examples of Neanderthal cave art.
But did Homo erectus, I think you mentioned that they were sailing?
Well, they certainly did sail, because they got, as far as I recall, even as far away as some of the Pacific Islands, Micronesia, maybe even New Guinea. But the problem is we don't have any evidence from that period, apart from a few skeletal and fossil remains. The evidence for psychedelic use in cave art is fundamentally derives from the art itself. Yeah. That was why I went to the Amazon to drink ayahuasca in 2003. I thought I had finished my inquiry into the possibility of a lost civilization. I was wrong. I went back to it later because new evidence, particularly Göbekli Tepe, came out. I was looking for a new subject that really interested me. Human origins interested me, and then the sort of burst of symbolism and creativity that occurs 100,000 years ago or less. And that's when I started to look at cave art. And then I came across the work of a professor at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa, David Lewis Williams. His neuropsychological model of cave art suggested that cave art was documenting experiences in deeply altered states of consciousness. And he made a strong case for that. Then I thought, okay, let's look at cultures that are using deeply altered states of consciousness now. So I started looking at the Amazon, and I came across an amazing book written by Luis Eduardo Luna, with paintings by Pablo Amaringo, an Amazonian shaman, depicting his ayahuasca visions. And lo and behold, there were so many common points with the cave art. I'm a boots-on-the-ground researcher. I can't write a book about something if I don't experience it. That's why I spent 7 years scuba diving. So, I said to Santa, we have to go to the Amazon and drink ayahuasca if I'm going to write this book authentically.
Does cave art make more sense to you now after having the...
Oh, completely, yeah. It makes complete sense to me. It certainly wasn't about hunting magic. They weren't trying to cast magical spells on the animals that they wanted to hunt. Only about 2% of all animals shown in cave art are pierced by any kind of projectile, as a matter of fact. There's no evidence that they were eating the animals that are depicted in the cave art. A lot of animals are depicted, but shamans often experience themselves transforming into animals. It's very cool, So it all makes much more sense to me, and the geometry that accompanies it, the scintillating pattern, it's all psychedelic art.
Wow. Is it odd to have had these experiences and speak to people who haven't? Because as I talk to you right now, like you've existed. It's not another country. I feel like you've existed in like a different dimension, or like the Spider-Verse, like a different, like as part of the multiverse. That's kind of what it feels like. And you've existed in both, and you can relate to me on the things that I'm saying because you know what it's like. The things you're describing to me, I can't even really wrap my head around them.
Go drink some ayahuasca.
It makes me want to do it.
Yeah. Go drink some ayahuasca in a properly controlled shamanic setting, where the shamans know what they're
going to give me the name of the vampire before I go do it. Right? That's terrible.
He's on everybody's watch list now.
Good.
Yeah. He won't be going, but there are some good places. And I'm not saying that there aren't good places available in the Western world.
But is that a common experience you've had with people? Like, I'm fascinated by what you're describing, but it is so foreign.
Yeah, it's very difficult for those who've not had the experience to relate to it. For those who have had the experience, it's very easy to relate to it. So I'm kind of bridging two worlds. I'm trying to use my functionality in this realm as a storyteller, as a person of words, to bring across some element of that experience, and fundamentally to say to people we shouldn't demonize this. We should consider that it's played a huge role in the human story.
Has it dulled your experience within this reality that we shared, all knowing that there's this alternative version?
It seems more precious.
It's enhanced it.
I feel incredibly fortunate to have had this incarnation, to still be in this incarnation.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that's another thing which I can't prove, but I do think reincarnation makes a lot of sense.
Why is that?
Well, firstly because of Ian Stevenson's amazing study called Children Who Remember Past Lives. Ian Stevenson was a psychologist, and he was interested in reincarnation, and he went to India. Our culture discourages children from remembering past lives. In India, they don't. And he went to India and he interviewed children in India up to the age of 7. After the age of 7, it's all forgotten. It tends to be all forgotten. We get so absorbed in this life. But up to the age of 7, there are distinct past life memories. And this appears to be true of all children. It's just that some cultures allow those memories to be manifested and understood. And he did scientific work. So an example might be a child who remembered his name living in a village 300 or 400 miles away from where he's living now. He remembered the house that he lived in. He remembered an object that he concealed in that house in that past life. Then they would go to the house, they would find the object, they would know that they would.
Some crazy story.
No, this is proper work. This is not. This is again recommending a book. Ian Stevenson, Children Who Remember Past Lives.
A stupid deep film.
Wait, what?
Catholic.
And you know that's another reason why I'm. Is it transhumanism that seeks to make us immortal in our physical bodies? Is that what it is?
The singularity.
I'm not a big fan of that. I like the idea of the deck being reshuffled and coming back and having multiple lives rather than being stuck in this one forever. Speaking of religion people take your theories. The only thing that generally rings a bell is the story of the flood. The story of the flood is very important to my work, and of course it's found in the Old Testament, and it's found in Islam, and it's found in Judaism as well. And it's found in many other religions.
And all jokes aside, I've actually been kind of like questioning my faith recently, and I was thinking this would actually make it way easier, because one thing I'm struggling with is the Earth is billions of years old. Humans have existed for what, 100,000 years? So I'm talking about humans about 300,000 years. It's 300,000 out of billions. So if you told me there's a reality in which, or a history in which humans are here, and then a cataclysm happens because God's not happy with that, and then we restart, and then the same thing happens over and over again throughout history. As a religious person, I'm like, oh, that can explain away me being like, if God made all us for humans, why are we here such a small time in the Earth's history?
Because it can help, but whether the realm we live in is created or has developed accidentally, the absence of certainty about everything is an important part of the human experience. But if we were all certain, absolutely scientifically certain that death was the end and there's nothing beyond it, which we can't be, then we would have a particular attitude to death. If we were all certain that reincarnation occurs, then we would also we might not take this life so seriously. We might have a flippant attitude towards it. Well, I'm going to come back. Whereas the lessons that this life has to teach are lessons that are based on the uncertainty of everything. We don't know what death is. We don't know what consciousness is. These are all mysteries. We must make our choices against that background of mystery and decide what we're going to do with the gift of life that we have, however it came our way. So the Greeks believed in reincarnation, and their view was that we drink and waters of forgetfulness before we come back into this life. That's part of the that we should forget this life of Buddhism. The only individuals who come back with full memory are the bodhisattvas. They are those who have been through life's multiple incarnations. They've learned all the lessons that life has to teach us. They've achieved their nirvana, and they choose not to do that. They choose to come back to the earth plane to teach others, to be guides to others, and they remember all their past lives. And many different religions have different views on these things. It's only the Abrahamic faiths that are convinced that we just have this one life, and we've got to have no hell. But then
Screw your haircut, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. This is awesome. This is so good. Thanks for having me here. It's been fun. Absolutely. Thank you so much. That really me in October 24th. And check out all the books. Check out your website. I'm sure that all information is located there. Everything is there. And everything. Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you. Thank you. That was so good. Thank you. What is the big purchase? My special, actually. YouTube, like, I paid all this money. How much? How many hair plugs? 2,700 grand. I wanted to call it today. My Netflix said no. My kid actually said to me, like, it's been easier. So many people say, well, soon Netflix. When is Netflix? You're going to get Netflix. And I was like, they said I wasn't right for their channel. They think that queer people can only communicate through our trauma. Yes, that's an important part of where we come from and our pain and growing from that. They don't want to hear the story about how your dad hated you. They don't want to hear the story about, like, your family supports you. They don't want to hear me talk about my hair plugs. They want to hear another plug. Today we are joined by the newly not single Mateo Reyes. Flagrant in your life. Hair plugs. Yes. Phenomenal. Thank you. I have more hair. Heartbreak. We can talk about it. Hair plugs and heartbreak, especially on YouTube. Go watch it right now. Yep. Massive tour. But most importantly, love. I need to ask questions about, okay, so what are your goals in the relationship? Like, all right, any of my friends that are gay, like open and closed. Yeah, but even within open and closed, there's like specific rules that each couple has. No, we're monogamous. We're fully, yeah. So you won't bring anybody in, and then I mean, I'm not. Okay, see, I mean, we just because we're together like it works. It's like all right, we'll be like dedicated to each other for an extended amount of time, and then we're totally trusted with each other. We can maybe open up if we want if it feels natural, but like neither one of it. Like I found someone who has quite similar motives that I do in morals. Like just kind of total peace, by the way. Yeah. Get this guy up with us. Oh yeah, he's just Donnie Rodrigo. Yeah, and he sings and he dances. Yeah, he's hot. I'm like, it's like I get warm thinking about him. We're in Italy together, and I can't fucking wait. No, he's in Mexico City. Look at how cute he is. Wow. But you also look at the next picture. Okay, don't worry about it. Just go look at his page. Oh, what the fuck? What is it, an acre below his belly button? Yeah. Whoa. Acres away. Yeah. Hey, yo. Come on. I really can't show that. To the right, another picture. Is that accurately to the right? Yeah. Really? Is that a Mexican thing? I don't know if it's a Mexican. I mean, I'm Mexican and mine leans. I guess mine does lean kind of to the right. I don't know. But I mean, I love him. Based on these photos, you wouldn't know like how he is, but he's like the nicest, most caring person, very into mental health, doesn't do drugs, carbs. Like, he won't stop eating. He's like, I'm gonna get paid. I'm like, it's enough. You've eaten already. What is that picture right there? Top right. Right, this one? Yeah. That's when he first rubbed his head. Yes. Look at his jaw. Oh, I can't. He's a dime. Okay, so you guys are fully monogamous. That means you're not bringing anybody in. I have a couple friends, and they are fiancéed up, and they allow other people to be brought into the relationship. I'm not going to say names. I don't know if they want their business out here. But one of the rules, they allow people to come in because they're both kind of tops. Oh, so they like reluctantly bottom for one another. Yeah. So they bring in a hole. I wish there was like a video. It's kind of crazy, right? We need a hole. Go to the gay bar and they find the hole. No one's going to gay bars anymore. You know, it's like yeah, they started killing people. I was that one. I went with them. And why the one getting killed? Well, I was the murderer. I killed someone. No, killed the gay guy. To the gay bar. Yeah. Jeffrey, on the way in, I told you this. The bouncer on the way in the boiler room. The boiler room is, I know where they all are. Hey now. I almost said, the boiler room. No, it's in, Hell's Kitchen. What is the name of it? Street therapy, hardware. I'm gonna figure it out. Oh, the Squawk Gobble. That was a place in San Francisco. Real one. Oh, really? Yeah, it was a real one. Yeah. Not even a gay one. That's okay. San Francisco. I was going in, the bouncer said, hey, make sure. And I was like, what's up with that? And it's like, wow, somebody's been drugging dudes. How that's that chilling? But your ass hurts when you win. Well, that on you lost. One hurts for your ass. No, but did you hear about this? I heard there were gays being like attacked or whatever by other gays in the city. There was like a serial killer for gays. I got that memo, but I don't doubt it. Maybe New York's a big city and gays are. Let me tell you about gays, okay? Let me tell you. Actually, I can't color to learn from you. It feels so hard. Yeah, but what they say about the murder, they basically said that they'll bring in somebody into the relationship, and that's okay. But they can't do it more than once with that person. And they present. I have friends like that. But I mean, I wish they did like a video series of like tops reluctantly bottom because their faces are, it's like dragging a kid to church. It's like that kind of a vibe. But you don't know how right that is.
so funny to think about that. Yeah, no, we're both very like diverse, you know.
So sexually very compatible.
Yes, very compatible.
So that's interesting. And that's like a huge privilege for straight relationships is when you meet someone that you really get along with, that you love and you vibe with, the sexual component is already worked out.
Right.
And the whole women, we have the thing that fills the hole. You guys can meet your love, your best friend, and you both want to be filmed. Now what do?
You go to a Broadway show. I mean, it's fun. That's what's happening. You're like, fine, we'll go to Cat again. I'll take it out. Yeah, no, we're sexually compatible, and he's really nice. So you'll meet him. I'll bring him by the cellar. What's funny is like I was trying to explain like the Canadians. He's like, oh, I want to meet your friends. And I was like, he starts to panic because I'm like, how do you introduce me to Keith Robinson? Like, how do you explain? He's like, oh, I can handle it. I can handle it. I'm like, no, but Keith is. I can't explain to you. You're gonna go through it. Like, who's the nicest Canadian I can bring him in front of?
Ryan Hamilton.
Yeah, you're right. I should have Ryan first. Yeah, he's a good starter. And everyone wants to meet him at the cellar. And Steve was like, I want to meet him. Bring him here. I want to meet him. I was like, okay.
Is there like an excitement? Are we excited for you? Because I feel like as long as I've known you,
Well, I haven't really been in a relationship for the past 3 years. Dang me. So, you know, I don't know. It's nice.
I think it's random that this happens at like the height of your fame. Like, you think you're like, I can't be out there in the streets right now. It's too crazy. Like, I need to settle down and be with somebody.
You know, I will say New Year's, I was like, I never go out because I just do shows, and I also just want to play Fortnite. Like, I'm kind of a homebody, you know, or I just want to work at the cellar. So I was like, my friends like, on New Year's, like,
I just want to be at home. If I had a body like this,
I'm literally at home eating like broccoli, playing Fortnite.
disgusting.
My trainer, Dave, I see my trainer five from West
I do. Yeah, I walk around shirtless, nonstop.
I'm pretty close.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're beef, dude.
I know. Well, now that I have money, I have a new face, and I hired. We gotta talk about a new face. And I hired a trainer 5 days a week.
Wow.
So, yeah, he's a man of time.
Rodrigo?
He's Australian, named Damon, everyone, and I love him because he's so looks so like he eats rocks, like scary, you know. But then like he's so gay and Australian. I'll be like, Damon, how was your weekend? I'm totally sick. I'm really sitting down. You know what I mean? It's so fucking odd. Like, there's Damon, that's my trainer.
Any jealousy between you and Rodrigo about Damon?
No, not at all. That's another thing that will allow me to be anything but honest. So that I'm not like past relationships. I feel like I'm fulfilling the fantasy of someone's boyfriend.
Like fulfilling their fantasy?
Yeah, like what's the best version of a boyfriend I can be for them? And Rabbi goes very much like just say what you're thinking and what you're doing and how you're feeling. So like
That people pleaser thing that a lot of comics have. Yeah. So instead of that's instead of satisfying yourself, you're like, how can I make this person feel good?
right. And now I'm like, oh, he's a friend. Like I didn't know you could be friends with the person you love.
Yeah, that's the thing of being gay. Yeah, that's what we're jealous of. You get to have every single thing in common.
You can afford it. No. And he's like, I want to learn. I was like, it's such a high learning curve. He's like, no, why? I want to learn. Like, oh, you need to know.
It'd be like that, bro.
I can turn it on.
You're doing so good, Robbie. You're doing great.
You are actually playing. But no, if my friend Nick can play, then Robbie.
Yo, Nick is so funny, bro.
Nick, you gotta.
I did meet Nick.
Yeah, that's right. He was like, I don't know who that dude is. He was like, that's Andrew Schultz, one of the most famous comics in the world. If that man was alone in a room and they said, where's Andrew? I'd say, I don't know. This world, he doesn't know anything or anything. Making his voice up, and then I met him, and I was like, oh, that's so my guy was blown away. He's like, I can't fucking believe Andrew Schultz came to you. And you stared at him like he was a stranger. And he was like, wow. He like, Donnie was freaking out that you put that at the
What's
table.
so great about that is like he's so unimpressed by everything. This is great. You guys would do these vlogs, and I hope you continue doing them because they're great. And one of them, you went on a haunted house tour. This shit kills me every single time. All right, so they're on a haunted house tour. Nick is not afraid of nothing. He's like, "What are we doing here? This is goofy." And then all of a sudden, a guy pops out of nowhere, gets like this close to his face, and just goes, "Ah!" And
lost his voice. He was screaming so loud at everybody. At one point, he said to this girl, he was like, "You again? We saw you already." Like, keep walking. He was dressed like Woody and Buzz. It was so funny.
His bit of the special's hilarious. Like,
Oh, I mean, maybe. We got to 10,000